Chapter 1. Transformed into a dog, a hellish beginning. Water. Bring me water, a raspy, feeble voice, yet imbued with an undeniable arrogance, echoed in his ears. Lin Zhao's consciousness was forcefully yanked from a state of chaos, and the indistinct colors before him gradually coalesced in a focus that he found himself in a dim, damp cave. The air was thick with a pungent mixture of machine oil, sweat, and some unidentifiable fuel. Not far away, a middle-aged man was feeding water to none other than Tony Stark. The rudimentary electromagnet affixed to Stark's chest, connected to a car battery, flickered ominously under the dim light. This was Afghanistan. This was the very cradle of Iron Man's captivity, a hell where countless lives had perished. And here he was, a devoted Marvel enthusiast who had just watched Iron Man for the umpteenth time in the cinema, now unfortunate enough to be kidnapped alongside Tony Stark. He was not merely observing a film. He was ensconced within its narrative. The cold firearms that had appeared on screen now loomed at the cave's entrance, glinting with deadly intent. The terrorists, once mere fleeting characters, were now outside, screaming in a language he could not comprehend, each syllable sounding like a death knell. Despair washed over him like a relentless tide, drowning his rationality. And no matter how vivid the memories of his past life, they could not shield him from a bullet in this reality. "Hey kid, are you all right?" A gentle voice broke through the chaos. It was Ethan, the great scientist who had sacrificed his life to buy time for Tony. Lin Zhao opened his mouth, his throat parched as if set ablaze, yet not a word escaped his lips. What could he possibly say? "Hey, I know we're going to be held captive for 3 months. I know you'll die here, and he'll escape in a suit of armor. I know the leader of those people outside will eventually be eliminated by him in an upgraded suit. If he spoke, he would be deemed insane, that if he remained silent, he might very well be shot dead during one of the terrorists' whims." This was a deadlock, a thoroughly lifeless, hellish beginning. Just as Lin Zhao's mind was engulfed by fear and helplessness, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice suddenly resonated in his mind, detecting a strong resonance between the host's soul wave and the current temporal coordinates. Locating dimensional anchor point. Location successful. Dimensional anchor 001. The birth of Mark I. Location: Afghanistan, 10 Rings Cave. Time: during Tony Stark's captivity. Dimensional anchor point sign-in system activated. Lin Zhao was taken aback. A system, the quintessential perk of a transmigrator, albeit belated, had finally arrived. He nearly wept with joy, yet reason forcibly quelled this impulse. He merely widened his eyes slightly, masking the tumult within. This system is a dimensional anchor point sign-in system. Trigger mechanism: when the host is present at a dimensional anchor point, specific time, specific location, where key MCU events occur, the system will automatically activate. Sign-in tasks: Sign-in rules: 1. Basic sign-in. The host merely needs to witness the occurrence of key plot events to receive a guaranteed reward upon the completion of the plot node. 2. Deep participation. The greater the host participation in the plot, the higher the sign-in evaluation, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS, and the more substantial the rewards. Lin Zhao's heart raced. This system was tailor-made for him. A seasoned Marvel aficionado, he possessed the greatest advantage: familiarity with the plot. What did he need? He required the strength to survive, a means to safeguard himself in this universe where deities clashed and the world could be obliterated at any moment. He aimed to preserve the main storyline as much as possible, leveraging his foresight to enhance his participation. Lin Zhao's gaze shifted. The fear and despair that had once consumed him were replaced by a flame of ambition. Stark. The iron door of the cave was wrenched open, and a tall, one-eyed man strode in. It was Raza. Behind him trailed several armed henchmen, exuding menace. Raza's gaze swept over the feeble Tony, then contemptuously fell upon Lin Zhao, as if regarding a trivial insect. "My employer holds you in high regard. He wishes for you to recreate a Jericho." Raza's voice brimmed with an unmistakable command. Leaning against the wall, Tony gasped for breath, yet managed to muster a trademark sardonic smile. "I am an arms dealer, not a baker. I do not take orders, especially not in this godforsaken place." Raza's expression darkened. He slowly approached Tony, squatting down, a cruel glint flickering in his solitary eye. "Do you think you have any choice? Look at you, the great Tony Stark, now just a waste clinging to life thanks to a car battery." His gaze shifted to Lin Zhao, the derision intensifying. "And you, yellow-skinned boy, you aren't even worth a battery. That if your illustrious friend refuses to cooperate, Which do you think will be the first to have a bullet lodged in their head or be tossed out to feed the wolves? Lin Zhao's heart tightened. But soon, a surge of anger mingled with exhilaration surged within him. He recognized this was his prime opportunity to intersect with the plot. He lifted his head, meeting Raza's gaze with a fearlessness akin to that of a newborn calf, and clearly stated, "He will." All eyes turned to Lin Zhao. Raza paused, seemingly taken aback that this seemingly terrified Asian boy dared to speak. Tony regarded him with surprise as well. Lin Zhao continued, his voice not loud, yet remarkably resolute. "He will build for you, but not here, not with this junk." He gestured toward the pile of outdated Stark Industries weapon parts scattered within the cave. "Give him a proper laboratory, provide him with the materials he deserves, and he can create something 100 times more formidable than the Jericho." But with this scrap metal, Lin Zhao chuckled, a hint of well-placed disdain in his smile. "You will only receive a heap of junk capable of blowing us all to smithereens." This declaration was half directed at Raza and half a reminder for Tony Stark. Do not forget, you are a genius capable of turning the mundane into the extraordinary. Simultaneously, he was demonstrating his participation to the system. Ding. Detected the host's first attempt to engage with the plot. Participation levels slightly increased. Current sign-in evaluation prediction. D. Indeed, it proved useful. Raza's solitary eye narrowed. He had not anticipated this boy would not only be unafraid, but also dare to bargain with him. Yet he understood the crux of Lin Zhao's words. Tony Stark was willing to cooperate. That was sufficient. Very well. Raza rose, coldly stating that we will provide materials as best we can. But the laboratory will be right here. Remember, my patience is limited. Upon finishing his words, he turned with his subordinates, and the iron door slammed shut with a resounding clang. The cave returned to a profound silence. Tony Stark gazed at Lin Zhao, his expression complex. "Kid, what is your name?" "Lin Zhao." "Lin Zhao." Tony pondered the name thoughtfully. "You were quite bold just now, but also rather foolish. Did you truly believe they would grant us a laboratory?" "Of course not," Lin Zhao replied calmly. "But at least I've secured something for you, haven't I? For instance, convincing them that you are genuinely constructing missiles, rather than anything else." A spark of realization ignited in Tony's eyes. He scrutinized Lin Zhao, sensing that this young man was far more astute than he had initially perceived. "Ethan, we must get to work." Without further inquiry, Tony began instructing Ethan to scour the pile of debris for usable parts. Lin Zhao remained industrious. He understood that the real test was only just beginning. Chapter 2. The Value of a Wrench. Within the cave, the sounds of hammering and the sizzling of welding were incessant. Tony Stark resembled an unrelenting beast, fervently crafting miracles amid the wreckage. Dr. Ethan assisted nearby, his face a canvas of awe for this genius. Lin Zhao took on the role of the most competent logistician. He refrained from disturbing the two, instead quietly categorizing the scattered components, meticulously cleaning useful tools, and arranging them neatly to the side. This not only served to curry favor with Tony, but also allowed him to observe closely, seeking an opportunity to interject. Damn it! Tony suddenly hurled a coil to the ground, producing a dull thud. The power of the energy core isn't increasing. The palladium purity in this scrap is too low. The energy output is extremely unstable and cannot support the instantaneous activation of the armor. He tugged at his hair in frustration, the mind of a genius ensnared for the first time by the limitations of materials. Ethan's expression mirrored his concern. "We have no better materials, Tony." An opportunity presented itself. Lin Zhao felt a stir within. He recalled that in the film, Tony ultimately resolved this issue, though the process was undoubtedly arduous. If he could lend a hand, he casually approached, picking up the damaged coil from the ground and examining it with feigned curiosity. "Mr. Stark," he ventured, appearing as an uninformed outsider. "I once read in a science fiction novel that when energy is insufficient, one might stack several small batteries together. Couldn't we do something similar here? Stacking them together?" Tony glanced at him, his tone laced with impatience. "Do you think this is child's play? Energy accumulation would lead to exponential interference, causing it to explode even faster." "Oh," Lin Zhao scratched his head, feigning a look of embarrassment, then continued to mutter to himself. "What a pity. I thought it could be layered like a burger, with a layer of beef. And a layer of cheese. Burger?" The mention of the word momentarily halted Tony's actions. A flash of inspiration struck him, as if struck by lightning. Of course. Why had he viewed the energy source as a singular entity? While physical stacking would lead to explosions, what if it were not a physical stacking? Instead, what if the energy output was designed to be released in a layered, progressively increment matrix pattern? Much like a multi-layered burger, each layer serving its own function while ultimately combining to create a complete flavor. Genius. I'm a damn genius. Tony's eyes sparkled with excitement as he snatched the coil from Lin Zhao's hand and dashed to the workbench. Ethan, disassemble the mini-warhead of the Jericho missile. Quickly. I need the guidance chip inside. The rhythm within the cave instantly quickened. Although Ethan did not comprehend, he complied immediately. Tony grabbed a piece of metal and swiftly sketched a new circuit diagram on it with charcoal, muttering, layered output, pulse boost. Damn it, just a little more. As he sketched, he instinctively extended his hand and shouted, wrench. Hand me a size 12 wrench. Ethan was busy disassembling the warhead and could not respond in time. Just as Tony was about to impatiently search for it himself, a cold, heavy metallic object landed precisely in his palm. It was indeed the size 12 wrench. Tony paused, looking up to see Lin Zhao standing beside him, holding an entire set of neatly organized tools. I thought you might need this. Lin Zhao grinned, revealing a bright smile. Tony regarded him intently, his complex expression revealing surprise, scrutiny, but more importantly, an appreciation that pierced through the facade. He said nothing, merely taking the wrench and immersing himself once more in his work. Yet Lin Zhao understood that from that moment onward, his significance in the eyes of this genius had irrevocably changed. Ding! A cold mechanical voice resonated in Lin Zhao's mind like a celestial melody. Detected that the host has significantly contributed to the birth of Mark I through conceptual guidance and critical assistance. Dramatic increase in plot participation. Current sign-in evaluation has risen from D to B. Lin Zhao's heart soared with J-O-Y-I-T was effective. Truly effective. Kid. Tony called out without lifting his head. You are no longer a superfluous burden. His voice retained its characteristic arrogance, yet it bore an additional note of recognition. From this moment on, you are my Chief Wrench Courier. Chapter 3. Final Preparations and Madness. The title of Chief Wrench Courier may have sounded like a jest, yet Lin Zhao understood that it was the highest commendation in Tony Stark's lexicon. This signified his transformation from a mere optional accessory, a potential sacrifice among hostages, to an indispensable member of this escape plan. The days within the cave grew increasingly tense yet orderly. Tony had fully embraced the persona of a mad scientist, his mind operating like an incessant supercomputer, perpetually optimizing every detail of the cumbersome armor. Dr. Ethan, with his rigorous scientific background and extensive experience, meticulously translated Tony's whimsical ideas into tangible engineering steps. As for Lin Zhao, his responsibilities extended far beyond merely handing over wrenches. Hey, wrench kid, Tony called without looking up, pointing a leg armor piece being welded. I feel something is off with the hydraulic system's wiring layout. The energy loss is 3% higher than my calculations. Lin Zhao leaned in, his gaze sweeping over the intricate circuitry. With Tony's approval, he no longer held back, albeit in an outsider's perspective. Mr. Stark, I'm just a layman, so don't laugh if I'm wrong. He laid the groundwork for his argument before pointing at one of the thickest hydraulic pipes. I once watched a documentary on car modifications, and they said that if this main pipe bends too many times, the pressure becomes unstable. See here? It has 3 right-angle turns. Could we straighten it out a bit and route it from this side? Tony halted his actions, fixated on the area Lin Zhao had indicated, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. Indeed, he has been preoccupied with the micro-optimization of the circuitry, neglecting the fundamental macro-layout to accommodate the space for the built-in weapon systems. He subconsciously routed the pipelines in a zigzag pattern. In accordance with Lin Zhao's suggestion, straightening the pipelines would encroach slightly on the ammunition space, but the resultant enhancement in hydraulic efficiency would elevate the explosive power of this armored suit to a higher tier. Documentary? Tony glanced at him with a scoff. You really have watched a lot of nonsensical stuff. Despite his words, his hands were earnest, immediately embarking on a redesign of the pipeline layout. Ding! The host has optimized the leg hydraulic system of Mark I through the layman suggestion method, slightly increasing the engagement in the plot. Asterisk current sign-in evaluation. Prediction B asterisk. Lin Zhao felt a surge of joy within. This sensation was exhilarating. It felt akin to playing a game he had mastered, knowing every hidden quest and every option that could yield the highest rewards. He was no longer a passive observer, but had transformed into a genuine participant. Lin, come take a look at this, Dr. Ethan beckoned him from the other side. Ethan was responsible for the armor's fuel system, the very one that featured the impressive flamethrower in the film. I've purified this missile fuel, but the ignition point remains a bit unstable. I'm concerned it might backfire during discharge, and that would roast Tony's arm along with it. Worry was etched across Ethan's face. Lin Xiao approached, inhaling the acrid scent of the fuel. He was well aware of the flamethrower's success in the movie, yet the specifics of its implementation were not depicted. He had to rely on his own knowledge and the system's enhancements. He scrutinized the concoction that Ethan had prepared, fervently recalling the chemistry lessons from university. Although most of that knowledge had been relinquished to his professors, certain fundamental concepts lingered. Ethan, I'm just taking a wild guess. Lin Xiao resumed his go-to-opening line. I once saw a video online about firefighters extinguishing oil fires. They seem to use a foam that could isolate the air. Do you think we could add something to the fuel so that when it ignites, it forms a, protective layer? This way, it wouldn't backfire? A protective layer? Isolating air? Ethan's eyes lit up instantly. This was an idea he had never considered. He had been focused on enhancing the fuel's stability, yet had not thought to tackle the burning process itself. Yes, a foaming agent. We can incorporate a small amount of foaming agent. Ethan exclaimed, slapping his thigh in excitement. As long as we control the proportions, it will react upon contact with air at the moment it exits the nozzle, creating a brief isolation layer that separates the flame from the fuel itself. Genius. Lin, you are truly a genius. Lin Xiao quickly waved his hands. I was just speculating. Ding. The host has proposed a critical concept, resolving a significant safety hazard in Mark I's weapon system, enhancing engagement in the plot. Asterisk current sign-in evaluation. Prediction, B***, as he observed the evaluation inch upward. Lin Xiao felt invigorated. Days passed, and the heap of scrap metal in the cave was visibly transforming into a fearsome humanoid monstrosity. It was rough, unsightly, and the welds were jagged, yet within that metallic frame resided the roar of freedom and a nascent form of a superhero. Tony Stark had lost considerable weight, his eye sockets deepened, yet his gaze grew ever brighter, reminiscent of the pulsating arc-reactor embedded in his chest. One day, the iron door of the cave was violently pulled open once more. Lazar entered with a few subordinates, his impatience nearly spilling over. Stark, my boss has been waiting for nearly 3 months. Where's your Jericho? Lazar's single eye swept over the rudimentary armored suit, filled with skepticism and menace. Tony wiped the grease from his hands, lazily leaning against the armor, revealing a weary smile. Big guy. It needs some time, doesn't it? Precision instruments cannot be rushed. Precision instruments? Lazar sneered, stepping closer to the armor and knocking on the heavy chest plate, producing a dull thud. This thing doesn't look very precise. The exterior is merely a facade. Lin Xiao interjected at the opportune moment. Having become the team spokesperson, he pointed to what appeared to be a launcher on the armor's arm, beginning to speak with earnestness. Mr. Lazar, look here. This is our designed multi-target auto-locking system. Once launched, the micro-warheads will disperse automatically, targeting all heat sources within a 50-meter radius. We call it Heavenly Maidens Scattering Flowers. He gestured toward the armor's legs. And here, we have installed an electromagnetic absorption stabilizer, allowing missiles to be launched from any rugged terrain, ensuring absolute precision. This is the pinnacle of Stark Industries technology. Utilizing such scrap material is no small feat. Lazar appeared momentarily stunned. Although he did not understand the technology, terms like auto-locking and electromagnetic absorption sounded impressive. He looked at Lin Xiao with a mix of doubt and intrigue. Is that true? Absolutely. Lin Xiao replied sincerely. Mr. Stark has even configured the core power system of the missile to be compatible with his own suit for convenient adjustments. You see, he pointed to the reactor in Tony's chest. This is the heart of the missile, powerful and stable, ensuring that Jericho will be 10 times more potent than before. Tony nearly burst into laughter at this. This kid was truly talented, able to spin death into life. Lazar's expression softened slightly. Though still skeptical, Lin Xiao's explanation seemed flawless, and the fact that Tony Stark was willing to incorporate the missile core into his own suit was a testament to confidence. Very well. Lazar nodded. My boss has stated that you have one final week. In a week, I want to see this thing capable of flattening the mountain outside. Otherwise, he left the sentence hanging, yet the menace in his single eye spoke volumes. Your heads will remain here, alongside this heap of scrap metal. With that, he turned and left. The iron door slammed shut, restoring silence to the cave once more. Ethan exhaled deeply, his back drenched in cold sweat. Lin, You should really consider a career as an actor. Ethan chuckled bitterly. Tony approached, patting Lin Xiao on the shoulder with considerable force. Well done, chief spokesperson. He grinned. I like the name, Heavenly Maiden Scattering Flowers. Lin Xiao rubbed his shoulder, chuckling, a week's grace is still a week, but we no longer have a week. Tony's smile faded, and his gaze turned gravely serious. He glanced at the nearly completed Mark 1, then at Ethan and Lin Xiao. They've begun to harbor suspicions. The next time they come, they won't be so accommodating. Tony's voice was low and powerful. We cannot wait another week. Dr. Ethan's expression turned serious. What do you mean? Tony inhaled deeply, his eyes sweeping over the steel form as if admiring his most perfect creation. Tomorrow, we initiate it, and then break free. Chapter 4, Freedom Tomorrow. Tony set aside his welding gun, a fervent excitement illuminating his weary face. Tomorrow, we shall ignite it, and turn this wretched place upside down. Dr. Ethan also revealed a long-forgotten smile, brimming with hope. Yet, Lin Xiao felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Tomorrow marks the day of escape, and also Ethan's demise. The scene from the film haunted him. Ethan had dashed out, gun in hand, to buy Tony time for ignition, ultimately collapsing in a bloodied heap. Uttering the words, "Do not waste your life." No. Lin Xiao's fists clenched tightly within his sleeves. Having come this far, if even the great scientist who saved Tony Stark and bestowed upon him a second chance at life could not be saved, then surely his own journey as a time traveler would be deemed a failure. Save him. It was imperative to save him. Once this thought took root, it could no longer be suppressed. Mr. Stark, Lin Xiao gazed at the colossal suit of armor, feigning nonchalance as he inquired, "Does this contraption truly work? Those individuals outside are armed." "Of course," Tony replied, patting the cold armor as one would caress a beloved child. "This suit is fashioned from bulletproof steel. Ordinary rifle rounds cannot penetrate it. Moreover, I've equipped it with 2 miniature rockets and a flamethrower on the arms. Their firepower is insufficient. However," Lin Xiao pointed to the back of the suit, "its activation demands time, does it not? I noticed you devised a rather intricate startup procedure. What if they burst in while we are engaged in starting it?" This question momentarily froze Tony's smile. It was indeed a concern. The Mark I was too rudimentary. Lacking an intelligent system, its activation relied entirely on manual input, requiring a certain duration. Ethan voiced his apprehension. "Yes, Tony, we must have someone to hold them off." "Buying you time." "No." Lin Xiao immediately refuted this suggestion, his gaze fixed on Ethan, his tone resolute. "The three of us must go out together." Both Tony and Ethan stared at Lin Xiao in shock. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiao began to articulate the plan he had contemplated throughout the night. "We cannot wait for them to realize something is amiss before we react. We must take the initiative. How do we strike first?" Tony inquired, intrigued. Feigning an attack, Lin Xiao gestured toward the iron door of the cave. "Tomorrow, Lazak will undoubtedly come to urge us. At that moment, you two should prepare to activate the armor normally. I will devise a means to create a moderate chaos at the entrance, such as detonating an explosives box they place there." He paused for a moment before continuing. "The explosion will divert everyone's attention to the entrance. They will believe we are attempting to break through the front door. At this juncture, you shall activate the battle machines and crash through the rear wall." Tony's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. The power of Mark I was sufficient to breach the relatively weak rock face of the cave, which had been his original plan. However, Lin Xiao's strategy of feigned misdirection undoubtedly amplified the likelihood of success. But to ignite the explosives is far too perilous, Ethan immediately protested. "Someone must undertake the task." Lin Xiao smiled, revealing a set of bright teeth. "Trust me, I am quite swift. Moreover, I am less conspicuous than any of you. I am the expendable burden, remember? They will not be on high alert for me." Tony gazed intently at Lin Xiao. This young man who consistently surprised him at the most unexpected moments, from the hamburger theory to the precise wrench delivery, and now to this escape plan. He was no longer a burden, he was a partner. "Very well," Tony declared decisively. "That shall be our course of action. However, should you dare to perish outside, I swear I shall fashion your ashes into a toilet brush." Although it was a cruel jest, Lin Xiao discerned the underlying concern. "Rest assured, Mr. Stark," Lin Xiao grinned. "I am looking forward to you granting me the highest salary in the world once we escape." Thus, the plan was firmly established. The following day, the atmosphere within the cave was tense to the utmost degree. Tony and Ethan conducted final checks on the battle armor, while Lin Xiao quietly connected a long wire he had salvaged from the debris to the positive and negative terminals of a car battery in a corner. His aim was to use this rudimentary device to detonate the cache of weapons amassed by the terrorists at the entrance. Bang! The iron door was violently yanked open as Raza entered with several subordinates. "Stark, My boss has grown impatient. Where's your Jericho? Razia's single eye scanned the cave, and upon spotting the colossal Iron Man, his pupils dilated in shock. What in the world is that? A surprise. Tony emerged from behind the armor, a mocking smile adorning his face. A splendid surprise for your boss. Raza sensed that something was amiss. He immediately raised his hand to issue a command. Now, attack! Tony shouted. Ethan rushed toward the activation switch of the armor. Simultaneously, Lin Xiao forcefully brought the ends of the two wires together. Zing! A spark of electricity flared as the fuse, which he had stealthily inserted into the weapon cache at the entrance, was ignited in an instant. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted at the entrance of the cave. A powerful shockwave, intermingled with flames, instantaneously hurled several terrorists outside. The entire cavern trembled violently, with debris and dust cascading down. Outside, a cacophony of gunfire and anguished cries ensued. Success! Lin Xiao felt a surge of elation within. Hurry! Activate it! Tony shouted at Ethan. Yet, at that moment, one of the enraged terrorists, instead of charging towards the cave entrance, turned his weapon upon the unguarded Ethan, whose armor was still powering up. Lin Xiao's pupils shrank to the size of pinheads. He was 5 or 6 meters away from Ethan, far too distant to intervene in time. The plot of the film had shifted due to his interference, yet Ethan's peril had manifested in an alternative form. What to do? In the blink of an eye, Lin Xiao's mind raced. He spotted a hefty iron hammer on the nearby workbench. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned all his strength, seized the hammer, and hurled it towards the terrorist with all his might. He did not expect to hit. He merely aimed to distract him. The terrorist was indeed startled by the incoming hammer, instinctively sidestepping to evade it. In that fleeting moment, bang, a gunshot rang out. The bullet did not hit Ethan. Instead, it struck the thick armor on his leg, sending sparks flying. Before the terrorist could fire again, Tony, reacting swiftly, delivered a powerful kick that sent him sprawling to the ground. Ethan was saved. Lin Xiao let out a heavy sigh of relief, feeling the sweat soak through his back. Lin, well done. Ethan shouted gratefully, his movements hastening. The system is booting up. 50%, 70%, 100. A deep, resonant hum emanated from the Arc-Reactor embedded in the chest of the armor. Blue light instantly illuminated the entire cave. Mark-Eye has come to life. Put it on. Tony yelled at Ethan. Wait, what? Lin Xiao was taken aback. Wasn't he at Tony who donned it himself in the film? No time for chatter. I know this better than you do. As Tony spoke, he assisted Ethan in donning the heavy armor. You handle the main firepower. I'll take care of support. Lin, come and help. Only then did Lin Xiao comprehend. Tony was entrusting Ethan with the safest position. That damned, arrogant bastard harbored such a soft heart deep within. The three of them worked together swiftly to secure Ethan into Mark-Eye. Remember, the left hand is a flamethrower, and the right hand is a rocket launcher. Tony exclaimed, giving the helmet of the armor a final pat. Now take us out. Hold on tight. Ethan's voice resonated from within the suit, imbued with a metallic timbre. In the next instant, Mark-Eye began to stride forward with heavy steps, resembling a colossal iron beast awakening, heedless of the barrage of bullets raining down from outside. As it turned to face the rocky wall at the back of the cave. For freedom. Boom. Chapter 5. SSS level rating and divine rewards. Mark-Eye collided with the cave's rocky wall like an out-of-control heavy truck. A thunderous crash echoed. Debris shattered and dust filled the air. The wall was forcefully breached, creating a massive gap through which blinding sunlight poured in, compelling Lin Xiao and Tony, accustomed to darkness, to squint their eyes. We did it. We're out. Tony shouted with exhilaration. The terrorists outside were clearly caught off guard by the sudden breach, momentarily stunned. Now's our chance. Open fire. Tony commanded, slapping Mark-Eye's back. Received. Ethan's voice responded from within the armor. Mark-Eye raised its left arm, and a torrent of searing flames erupted from the launcher mounted on its arm, instantly igniting a nearby pickup truck and several terrorists in close proximity. A cacophony of screams, explosions, and gunfire ensued. This way, Lin Xiao urged, pulling a still-dazed Tony toward a relatively safe slope. We'll move this way and distance ourselves from them. Tony quickly regained his composure, following Lin Xiao as they began to retreat towards the perimeter, utilizing the terrain and the cover provided by Mark-Eye. Mark-Eye was akin to a humanoid tank. Ordinary rifle bullets merely sparked ineffectively against its surface, while each counterattack it unleashed, whether through flames or powerful rockets, sowed chaos among the enemy. The terrorists were being systematically overwhelmed, crying out in desperation. This is exhilarating. Tony watched his creation wreak havoc, his face alight with an uncontrollable fervor. However, Lin Xiao was less optimistic. He was acutely aware of Mark-Eye's limitations. Mr. Stark, its energy won't last much longer. The hydraulic system is under excessive strain. We must leave this place swiftly, he warned loudly. Indeed, at that moment, Mark I's movements began to slow, steam billowing from its joints. Damn it, the hydraulic fluid is overheating. Ethan shouted anxiously from within the suit. The control systems are starting to lag. Run towards that dune. Lin Xiao pointed to a massive dune in the distance. If we can just get over it, they will lose our trail. The objective of the trio and their mechanical companion, the Iron Golem, was unequivocal: to escape. After the Mark I had expended its last round of ammunition, momentarily suppressing their pursuers, the three of them exerted every ounce of strength to flee towards the dunes. The cumbersome Mark I struggled to traverse the desert, each step sinking deeply into the hot sands. I can't go on, Tony, you all must leave me. Ethan's voice rang out, weary and strained. Silence. We will not abandon anyone, Tony retorted fiercely, supporting the heavy arm of the Mark I alongside Lin Xiao, as they dragged it forward with sheer determination. The trio trudged through the scorching sands, their feet sinking at every turn, while the sound of gunfire grew alarmingly closer behind them. Just as despair began to envelop them, a familiar buzzing sound resonated overhead. It was a rescue helicopter. A black military chopper descended into their line of sight, its cabin door opening to reveal a soldier in uniform, a black man waving frantically at them. It was Colonel Rhodes. Tony. Rhodes's voice boomed through the loudspeaker, brimming with relief. They were saved. At the sight of the helicopter, the tension that had gripped them dissipated in an instant, replaced by an overwhelming wave of exhaustion. The Mark I finally succumbed, crashing to the ground in several large pieces. Soldiers, including Rhodes, hastily extracted Ethan from the cockpit, aside from minor dehydration and abrasions. He was relatively unscathed. Lin Xiao collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. He had succeeded. He saved Ethan and, alongside Tony, escaped that hellish nightmare. In that moment, the long-awaited voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Dimensional anchor point. The birth of the Mark I has been completed. Commencing evaluation and settlement. Detected host actions. 1. Proposed the concept of a hamburger-style layered energy matrix, providing critical theoretical inspiration for the birth of the miniature Arc-Reactor. Evaluation increased. 2. Served as the chief wrench courier, significantly enhancing the construction efficiency of the Mark I. Evaluation increased. 3. Formulated and executed a feigned retreat strategy, creating a crucial opportunity for escape. Evaluation significantly increased. 4. At a critical moment, diverted the enemy's attention by throwing tools, successfully averting Dr. Ethan's first death crisis. Evaluation significantly increased. 5. Encouraged Tony Stark to transfer control of the Mark I to Ethan, thus avoiding Dr. Ethan's second death crisis and successfully preserving his life. Comprehensive assessment. The host, while adhering to the original narrative of Tony Stark's escape from the cave in the Mark I, has deeply engaged with and positively intervened in the storyline, significantly influencing the trajectory of events and the fates of key characters. Final sign-in evaluation, SSS. At that moment, Lin Xiao's heart raced with excitement. SSS level. He was aware that his actions would enhance his evaluation, but he never anticipated achieving the highest rank. Rescuing Ethan was indeed the crux of the matter. Issuing SSS level sign-in rewards. Reward issuance successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1. Skill. Mastery of industrial and mechanical control at a perfect level. 2. Knowledge. Complete technical documentation for the micro Arc-Reactor, including theory, design, manufacturing, and optimization. Boom. Just as the system notification faded, an indescribable torrent of colossal information surged into Lin Xiao's mind, akin to a dam breaking and unleashing a flood. An overwhelming wealth of knowledge regarding machinery, principles of industry, characteristics of materials, and design inspirations flooded in. From the simplest screw to the most intricate jet engine. From ancient steam engines to futuristic quantum engineering. The entirety of human industrial civilization seemed to have been compressed into a data packet and forcefully crammed into his consciousness. He could visualize every component of the Mark I. Every circuit, every weld. He instantly comprehended why the hydraulic system had overheated, grasped the fundamental cause of the control delay, and his mind erupted with at least 17 optimization proposals. Following that was the complete technical knowledge concerning the micro Arc-Reactor. It transcended mere knowledge. It was instinctual. He felt that, provided with the materials, he could construct a reactor even more stable, powerful, and perfect than the one embedded in Tony's chest, even with his eyes closed. The sheer magnitude of this information stream was overwhelming and terrifying. Lin Xiao felt as if his head would explode. Darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed backward. Hey, kid. Just before losing consciousness, he heard Tony's exclamation. Upon regaining consciousness, Lin Xiao found himself lying on a soft bed, surrounded by white walls and the sterile scent of antiseptic. He was in a hospital. He moved his fingers, feeling a bit weak, yet his mind was clearer than ever. The vast array of knowledge had been flawlessly digested and assimilated by his brain, becoming an integral part of him. He now felt like a humanoid supercomputer. Any question related to industry and machinery appeared astonishingly simple to him. "You're awake?" A familiar voice reached out, as Tony Stark sat in a nearby chair. Cradling a cup of coffee, he appeared significantly more rejuvenated, though his complexion remained pallid. Clad in a fresh hospital gown, a subtle bulge was discernible at his chest. Unmistakably the Arc-Reactor sustaining his life. "How long have I been asleep?" Lin Xiao inquired, discovering his voice to be somewhat hoarse. "A day and a night," Tony replied after sipping his coffee. "The doctor mentioned you merely suffered from mental exhaustion and dehydration, nothing grave. But honestly, kid, you gave me quite a scare." "Perhaps. I was just overly excited," Lin Xiao offered as an excuse. "What about Ethan? How is he?" His concern shifted to his companion. "Yes, well." In the adjacent room, with Rhodey keeping him company, Tony remarked, smirking. "Those military folks are always eager to extract something from us. Especially about you. They're utterly curious." "Me?" Lin Xiao was taken aback. "Of course, you." Tony set his coffee cup down, leaning forward to fixate on Lin Xiao's eyes. An obscure Asian lad. An inconsequential guest at Stark Industries' weapons demonstration. Yet he had been abducted alongside Tony Stark and had eventually escaped unscathed. Can you imagine what the Pentagon and the CIA will think? Lin Xiao fell silent, realizing trouble was imminent. "They will scrutinize your every detail," Tony continued, "your family, your school, your friends, your entire history. If they uncover any discrepancies, where do you suppose they would invite you for a cup of tea?" Lin Xiao's heart sank. He was a time traveler, an undocumented individual, ill-equipped to withstand such an extensive investigation. Yet, suddenly, Tony shifted his tone, a familiar mischievous grin adorning his face. "But fear not. I've already taken care of it." "Taken care of it?" Lin Xiao echoed, bewildered. "Indeed." Tony reclined back in his chair, exuding pride. "I've informed them you are my specially contracted private technical consultant, tasked with evaluating, well, some projects not suitable for public disclosure. This trip to Afghanistan was also my idea. As for your identity background, I've instructed my legal team to handle it. They will provide you with a brand new, impeccable identity. From this moment on, you belong to me, Tony Stark." Lin Xiao regarded Tony with a mixture of emotions. This man, though arrogant, self-important, and sharp-tongued, was genuinely loyal to his own. Therefore, Tony rose and approached the window, gazing at the view beyond. "I formally extend an invitation to you, Lin Xiao. Join Stark Industries. I will appoint you as the vice president of the group, and you may stipulate your salary. I can also allocate a portion of the company's shares to you. What do you say? Together, we will change the world." This was an offer no one could refuse. Wealth, status, and prestige are within reach. However, after a brief contemplation, Lin Xiao shook his head. "Thank you, Mr. Stark, but I must decline." Tony abruptly turned around, his face a canvas of surprise. "What did you say?" Chapter 6. The Return and the Birth of the Ghost Consultant. "I said, I cannot accept," Lin Xiao reiterated calmly. The expression on Tony Stark's face was a remarkable spectrum, shifting from astonishment to confusion, ultimately morphing into an incredulous sense of absurdity. "Could you repeat that?" "Perhaps my ears were damaged in the cave." He dug at his ears, casting a disbelieving glance at Lin Xiao. "Mr. Stark, you heard me correctly." Lin Xiao sat up from his hospital bed, fixing him with a serious gaze. "I am truly grateful for everything you have done for me. However, I cannot join Stark Industries." "Why not?" Tony's voice elevated in pitch, struggling to comprehend the situation. "I offer you the position of vice president, shares, and an inexhaustible fortune. Tell me, which company in the world could present you with better terms? Or do you believe that I, Tony Stark, cannot provide what you desire?" To him, this was utterly incomprehensible. For the first time, he, Tony Stark, had extended such a formal invitation to someone, only to be met with refusal. "No, it is not a matter of money." Lin Xiao shook his head, aware that he needed to provide a reasonable explanation. "Mr. Stark, have you ever considered what enabled our escape this time? It was me, a genius. Of course. It was you, that genius, along with the iron contraption you created," Tony responded without hesitation. "Yes, it was your brilliance that crafted that formidable armor from a heap of scrap metal. Now, the entire world is aware that you, Tony Stark, forged a weapon in that cave. Can you guess what the Pentagon and those lurking in the shadows desire most?" Tony furrowed his brow. "They are most eager to uncover how you constructed that device, particularly the miniature Arc-Reactor. They will swarm around you like sharks sensing blood. If you thrust me, your secret technology consultant, into the limelight and grant me the title of vice president, how do you think they will perceive me?" They will consider you, Lin Xiao. The key to unraveling the mystery of the Arc-Reactor, Tony articulated, his expression growing somber. Precisely. Lin Xiao raised his hands in a gesture of resignation. In that scenario, I would be subjected to 24-hour surveillance, stripped of any personal space. I would be summoned repeatedly for inquiries regarding the principles of technology that I could never adequately explain. My life would devolve into a nightmare. I do not wish to live that way. This reasoning was flawless. Tony was an astute individual, and he immediately grasped Lin Xiao's concerns. In truth, he was grappling with similar dilemmas. He could easily envision the multitude of individuals who would come seeking him upon his discharge from the hospital. What do you intend to do? Tony inquired. You saved me. And you saved Ethan. I owe you a debt of life. I must do something in return for you. We could explore a different form of collaboration. Lin Xiao finally revealed his true intentions. Go on. Tony's interest was piqued. I can continue to be your non-existent secret technical advisor. A faint smile graced Lin Xiao's lips. I won't appear in public, won't join Stark Industries, nor will I remain in the United States. I can travel to any corner of the world I desire and live my own life. However, when you require my assistance, particularly when faced with technical challenges, you may reach out to me. I can provide you with, well, some inspiration and advice. Tony's eyes narrowed, resembling a fox scrutinizing its prey, as he evaluated the worth of Lin Xiao's proposition. A consultant who merely offers inspiration? It sounds a bit one-sided. You will soon discover whether it is or not. Lin Xiao replied confidently with a smile. For instance, you are undoubtedly contemplating Mark II right now, correct? Tony remained silent. Yet the shift in his gaze confirmed Lin Xiao's assertion. What is the primary issue with Mark I? Lin Xiao continued. It is excessively cumbersome, lacks agility, and its material strength is inadequate. Therefore, for Mark II, you will surely opt for lighter and sturdier aerospace materials, such as titanium alloy. Its design will be more streamlined, more in harmony with aerodynamics, won't it? These were all evident avenues for improvement, and Tony found them unremarkable. However, Lin Xiao's tone shifted. Yet, you will soon encounter a new challenge. When you ascend to great heights, your armor will ice over, causing system malfunctions. Films, science fiction novels often depict this scenario. Ice formation. Tony was momentarily taken aback. He had been so preoccupied with flying higher and faster that he had not meticulously considered the implications of high-altitude, low-temperature environments. The issue Lin Xiao raised was akin to a needle, precisely piercing the blind spot of his reasoning. This problem can be effectively resolved with your current technology. Lin Xiao stated calmly. Simply adjust the titanium alloy's formula by incorporating a bit of gold to create a gold-titanium alloy. This composite not only boasts enhanced strength, but also perfectly addresses the ice formation issue at high altitudes. Of course, the cost will be exceedingly high, but I presume you are not overly concerned with such trivial expenses, Mr. Stark? Tony was rendered speechless. A gold-titanium alloy? This idea was nothing short of brilliant. His exceptionally powerful mind began to rapidly calculate the feasibility, strength, and manufacturing costs of this alloy. The conclusion was clear, entirely feasible, and the results would be remarkably effective. This young man, how did he come to know? He hasn't even begun to sketch the design. What do you think? Lin Xiao observed the astonished expression on Tony's face, realizing that his gamble had indeed paid off. Am I, your ghost consultant, worth the salary you are about to pay? Absolutely. It is exceedingly worthwhile. Tony, regaining his composure, looked at Lin Xiao with a transformed gaze. Young man, you are nothing short of a prodigy. I am beginning to suspect that you might be an extraterrestrial. You may consider me your lucky star, Lin Xiao jested. Very well, I accept your proposal, Tony declared decisively. You shall be my ghost consultant. I will establish a secret Swiss bank account for you, depositing an annual sum substantial enough for you to purchase an island. Should you require any resources, provided they are lawful, feel free to approach me. However, I have one condition. What condition? We must maintain contact. Tony's expression turned serious. Not through email, nor by phone. I need a means to reach you at any time. I require a friend with whom I can converse, a confidant. The word friend carried exceptional weight when uttered by Tony Stark. Lin Xiao gazed at him, sensing an unusual trust forged in the cavern of their recent experiences. No problem. Lin Xiao nodded. I shall provide you with an encrypted means of communication. The two exchanged knowing smiles, marking the inception of an extraordinary and peculiar partnership. Days later, Tony Stark, accompanied by Colonel Rhodes, convened a press conference. Lin Xiao and Dr. Ethan watched the live broadcast from the hospital room. As expected, Tony disregarded the script prepared by Pepper Potts and instead announced a shocking revelation. Stark Industries would permanently cease its weapons manufacturing division. I have witnessed our weapons being employed inappropriately, Tony stated with unprecedented seriousness. I do not wish my legacy to be a collection of tools for killing. Stark Industries will pivot towards a completely new domain. The crowd was abuzz with disbelief. In the hospital room, Dr. Ethan gazed at Tony on the screen, a proud smile gracing his face. He succeeded, Ethan murmured softly. He did not squander his life. Lin Xiao smiled as well, knowing that a new era, an era belonging to Iron Man, had officially commenced at that moment. He would no longer be a mere spectator, but rather a vital force hidden behind the scenes. Following the press conference, Tony's legal team efficiently handled all the necessary arrangements for Lin Xiao and Ethan. Dr. Ethan declined the lucrative job offer from Tony, yearning instead to return to his hometown. Tony granted him a substantial sum, sufficient to ensure his comfort for the rest of his life, and arranged for a private jet to escort him home. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao acquired a brand new identity, along with an anonymous bank card. At the airport, Tony patted his shoulder before parting ways. Remember our agreement, Phantom Consultant. Do not make yourself elusive. Lin Xiao smiled and bumped fists with him. Rest assured, as long as you can afford the consultation fee. Money is the most mundane thing in the world, Tony declared with arrogance, but I relish it. Observing Tony's retreating figure, Lin Xiao took a deep breath. He was free, now equipped with wealth, a new identity, and the backing of one of the world's foremost technological geniuses. He possessed the complete set of skills in perfect level, industrial and mechanical mastery, and Arc-Reactor technology. It was time to plan for his future. He boarded a flight to another city, not a tourist destination, but a place renowned for heavy industry and the recycling of outdated equipment. He intended to establish his own base, his own laboratory, a space where his wild ideas could be transformed into reality. Chapter 7. The first fortune and future base. The plane landed in an industrial city in New Jersey. The air was thick with a faint blend of rust and fuel. Devoid of New York's glamour, it was imbued with the strength of steel. Lin Xiao relished this sensation. He refrained from hastily contacting a real estate agent, opting instead to check into a hotel. Once settled, he opened his highly encrypted laptop. A simple dialog box appeared on the screen. Consultant, would you like a glass of champagne to celebrate your newfound freedom? T.S. It was a message from Tony. This guy was indeed eager. Lin Xiao chuckled and began typing swiftly on the keyboard. Let us skip the champagne. I need a quiet place more than anything. By the way, where's the promised consultation fee? I'm nearly broke enough to resort to street performances. L.X. Less than 10 seconds after sending the message, his phone pinged with a bank notification. Your Swiss bank account ending in XXXX has been credited. 50,000,000,000. $50 million. Lin Xiao stared at the long string of zeros, and despite his mental preparation, his heart raced unexpectedly. Is this the financial prowess of Tony Stark? Indeed. It was unadorned yet monotonous. This sum represented his first fortune, the initial capital for establishing his future base. The payment has been received. Generous Mr. Stark. Do you require another small suggestion regarding Mark II? A complimentary gesture. L.X. Do tell. T.S. Do not integrate all functionalities into the helmet's display interface. It will overwhelm you. Design an independent AI butler that utilizes voice interaction to manage most non-core information. Bestow upon it a charming name, such as Jarvis. L.X. Having sent this message, Lin Xiao closed his computer. He understood the weight of this suggestion. A genuine artificial intelligence butler would not merely enhance operational convenience. It would fundamentally alter the paradigm of human-machine interaction, embodying the very essence of Iron Man's armor. Indeed, Tony remained silent for an extended period. It was not until 5 minutes had elapsed that he responded with a message. Lin, who exactly are you? Lin Xiao smiled subtly, choosing not to reply. Maintaining an air of mystery is the fundamental ethic of a ghost consultant. In the ensuing days, Lin Xiao commenced his search for a suitable base location. He eschewed modern technological parks in favor of the city's industrial wastelands. Here, he discovered numerous abandoned factories and warehouses, characterized by their vast spaces and sturdy structures, and most crucially, their seclusion, free from disturbances. After careful consideration, he settled on a defunct automotive parts foundry. This factory sprawled over 5,000 square meters, featuring an expansive main workshop, an independent substation, and even a basement reaching 20 meters deep, originally constructed as a bomb shelter. It was the epitome of a perfect secret base. Using his newly acquired, pristine identity, Lin Xiao adeptly purchased the entire property and ownership of the factory through a shell company. On the day the paperwork was finalized, he stood alone in the vast, dust-laden workshop, a surge of ambition swelling within him. From this day forward, this would be his domain. With the site secured, the next step was to equip it. Lin Xiao did not rush to procure the most advanced equipment available on the market. He recognized that, with his knowledge of perfect level, industrial and mechanical mastery, 99% of industrial machines available were riddled with design flaws in his eyes. What he intended to create was his own, unique, and epoch-defying machinery. He first acquired a selection of fundamental materials, high-strength steel, tungsten steel, various rare metal powders, as well as an abundance of cables and electronic components. Subsequently, he locked himself within the factory. The first order of business was energy. A qualified secret base must never be reliant on external energy sources. Municipal power supply can be interrupted at any moment, and the expense of electricity bills poses a risk of exposure. Lin Zhao's objective was crystal clear: to construct a large-scale arc-reactor. Not the miniature version embedded in Tony's chest, but a colossal energy core with a diameter exceeding 3 meters, capable of sustaining all the equipment within the factory, and even accommodating future audacious experiments. He possessed a comprehensive set of technical data. The construction process held no secrets for him. Design blueprints? They were entirely unnecessary. Every structure, parameter, and detail was vividly imprinted in his mind. He first utilized the basic equipment he procured to manually craft a high-precision metal 3D printer and a CNC machine. Should outsiders witness this process, they would undoubtedly be awestruck. Lin Zhao's operations transcended mere proficiency. They embodied an art form. He appeared to merge with the machinery. Each movement executed with micron-level precision, devoid of any superfluous actions. With these two foundational machines, the subsequent work efficiency surged dramatically. The reactor's core components, energy confinement coils, cooling systems, one intricate part after another was crafted with precision under his deft control. Throughout this process, he resembled a solitary creator, conjuring his own sun within the cathedral of steel. 2 weeks later, as Lin Zhao connected the final energy conduit and pressed the activation button, a deep, melodious hum resonated within the vast underground chamber. The massive circular device at the center of the basement suddenly illuminated with a soft, bright blue glow. The light was stable and enduring, transforming the entire basement into a dreamlike azure ocean. Success! Gazing at this flawless creation, Lin Zhao exhaled a long, relieved breath. With this apparatus, he had finally secured the means to establish himself in this world. He named this magnificent entity Pangu. With the near-infinite energy supplied by the Pangu reactor, Lin Zhao's base construction accelerated into high gear. More advanced and astonishing equipment was manufactured, one after another. A supercomputer array endowed with self-learning and optimization capabilities. A microprocessing platform capable of manipulating atoms for precise sculpting. A materials laboratory capable of simulating various extreme environments. Within the span of just a month, this abandoned foundry had been transformed internally into a super laboratory with technological advancements at least 20 years ahead of the world. And all of this remained unbeknownst to the outside world. On that day, Lin Zhao was fine-tuning his new toy, a modular industrial robot capable of freely combining and transforming. When his encrypted computer chimed, it was Tony. Consultant, I find myself in a predicament. Lin Zhao raised an eyebrow. This was the first time Tony had used the term predicament. Speak. Obadiah Stane, an old friend of my father, the second-in-command at Stark Industries. I suspect he is secretly selling the company's weapons to terrorists behind my back. I need evidence. Lin Zhao's gaze sharpened instantly. Ironmonger, Obadiah Stane. At last. The plot thickens. You require access to Stark Industries' database, do you not? Indeed. However, I cannot act myself, as that would leave traces. I need a clean, untraceable ghost to procure the data. A trivial matter. Send me the physical address of the server and the network topology. Additionally, for this consultation fee, I require 100 of Stark Industries' latest model servers, delivered to a warehouse of my choosing. Deal. I knew I could count on you. Closing the dialog box, Lin Zhao approached his supercomputing array. It was time to stretch his muscles, he mused to himself. His fingers danced across the virtual keyboard. Lines of code cascading down the screen like a waterfall. Infiltrating Stark Industries? For him now, that was not infiltration. It was akin to returning home. Chapter 8. Infiltration of Stark Industries. New Jersey, an abandoned foundry, underground base. Lin Zhao gazed at the messages Tony had sent on his computer screen. A playful smile gracing his lips. Stretching my muscles? He murmured as he retrieved a can from the nearby chilled soda bucket, popped the tab, and took a long sip. The icy liquid slid down his throat, banishing the last remnants of sleep. He approached the supercomputing array composed of numerous gigantic screens. This was the nerve center of the entire base, his true throne. Some screens displayed real-time operational data of the Pangu reactor. Its gentle blue energy flow as stable as a slumbering dragon. Others showcased the energy distribution, security systems, and environmental monitoring of the entire base. Everything was under his control. This sensation surpassed mere wealth in its exhilaration. All right, Tony, let me see how robust your network security is. Lin Xiao settled into an ergonomic chair, his hands hovering above a virtual keyboard composed entirely of light and shadow. This was an operating system of his own design, entirely based on neural sensing and gesture recognition, far surpassing physical keyboards in efficiency. The message from Tony contained the physical address of Stark Industries' main server and a topology diagram of the company's internal network. This information is classified, and acquiring it indicates that Tony has exercised his utmost authority as CEO. However, even a CEO cannot arbitrarily access the core database of the company. Each visit leaves meticulous records, which is why he requires Lin Xiao, the Spectre. Lin Xiao's fingers began to dance across the illuminated keyboard, moving so swiftly that they were nearly imperceptible. Streams of data cascaded across the screen. His initial move was not to launch a direct assault. That would be the folly of a novice. Instead, he first utilized the physical address provided by Tony to pinpoint the precise coordinates of Stark Tower via satellite imagery. Subsequently, he activated a small program he had written, infiltrating the public surveillance systems of the surrounding blocks. Surveillance feeds erupted onto the screen, capturing Stark Tower from various angles. Let me see. There it is. Lin Xiao quickly located the optical fiber entry point of Stark Industries' network. He required a physical jump-off point, an origin that would remain untraceable. He set his sights on a cafe located 3 blocks away. This cafe offered free Wi-Fi, attracted significant foot traffic, and its data streams were a perfect guise. With a gentle tap, he entered a line of code. Done. He had silently obtained the highest privileges of the cafe's router. Now to the outside world. All his online activities would appear to originate from an ordinary patron sipping a latte within that cafe. The second step was infiltration. Stark Industries' network firewall is among the most sophisticated in the world, personally designed by Tony Stark, with a dedicated team maintaining it around the clock. Attempting a frontal assault would be akin to chasing a mirage. However, Lin Xiao never considered a brute force approach. Armed with his skill of mastery level, industrial and mechanical control, he not only possessed the ability to create, but fundamentally understood the operational principles of all electronic devices and programs. To him, the firewall of Stark Industries was not merely a barrier, but a precisely engineered machine. Any machine operates under specific rules and possesses its own vulnerabilities. Rather than targeting the firewall itself, Lin Xiao set his sights on the central air conditioning system of Stark Industries. Yes, the air conditioning system. In a modern intelligent building, the environmental control systems are invariably connected to the network. Such auxiliary systems, being non-core, could not possibly match the security level of the core servers. This was the gap he had identified. Lin Xiao's fingers accelerated once more, lines of code injected with precision. Like a phantom, he slipped silently through the maintenance port of the air conditioning system and infiltrated the internal network of Stark Industries. Throughout the entire process, no alarms were triggered. Welcome home, Lin Xiao mused to himself. Entering the intranet was akin to a dragon returning to the sea. He did not rush to the core database. Instead, he wandered through the Stark Industries intranet like a leisurely tourist. His first stop was the Human Resources Department, where he accessed the profiles of all employees. Upon discovering the file of Pepper Potts, he let out a whistle. In the photograph, Pepper appeared capable and intellectual, even more alluring than in the films. Tony, truly oblivious to the fortune he possesses, he remarked, shaking his head as he covertly created an encrypted backup of Pepper's file, not out of malice, but simply because it might prove useful in the future. Next, he meandered to the Research and Development Department, which was a veritable treasure trove. A plethora of cutting-edge weapon designs, experimental data, and undisclosed technological patents dazzled his eyes. The prototype of an electromagnetic cannon, experimental data on laser weaponry, and drone swarm combat systems. Each of these could potentially incite a seismic shift in the arms industry if leaked. Yet, Lin Xiao merely glanced at them before losing interest, for his mind, enhanced by the perfect level, industrial and mechanical control, perceived numerous flaws in these designs. His standards had risen far too high. At last, he arrived at his intended destination, the Weapon Transportation and Sales Records database. This database boasted the highest level of encryption and even featured an independent physical isolation firewall. Intriguing. Rather than feeling daunted, Lin Xiao's excitement grew. It was akin to solving an engaging puzzle. He opted not to attempt cracking the password, but instead invoked the highest privileges of the database administrator, which he had just obtained from the Human Resources Department. However, as he attempted to log in, an alert box appeared. Warning, remote login detected. Please enter the dynamic security code. The administrator's mobile phone would receive a dynamic code that refreshed every 60 seconds. Thoughtful indeed. Lin Xiao chuckled, his fingers dancing across the virtual keyboard to input a new series of commands. Almost simultaneously, in an office far away in New York's Stark Tower, the database administrator, leisurely perusing a newspaper, felt a gentle vibration from his phone. Upon inspection, he found a message from the communications company. Dear user, due to system upgrades, your communication network may experience a brief interruption in the next 5 minutes. We appreciate your understanding. The administrator shrugged off the notification, returning to his reading. While on Lin Zhao's computer screen, a progress bar was rapidly loading. What was he doing? He was exploiting a vulnerability in the communication base station, temporarily duplicating the administrator's mobile SIM card information. 30 seconds later, a software interface displaying a dynamic security code identical to that on the administrator's phone appeared on Lin Zhao's computer. He glanced at the constantly fluctuating 6-digit code and leisurely entered it. Verification successful. Welcome, Mr. Administrator. The gates of the database swung open for him. Lin Zhao reclined comfortably in his chair and took another sip of cola. The entire process flowed seamlessly, devoid of any hint of chaos. For one possessing the Pangu supercomputer and extraordinary knowledge, hacking had transcended mere technique. It had become an art form. He began to sift through the vast ocean of data in search of Obadiah Stane's whereabouts. He directly inputted the keywords, 10 rings, Afghanistan, clandestine transport. Soon, a plethora of documents marked as top secret or destroyed were filtered out. Disturbing transport lists, photographs of arms transfers taken in Afghanistan, and encrypted phone recordings emerged. The evidence was irrefutable. Obadiah Stane, the second-in-command at Stark Industries and a close friend of Tony's father, had been utilizing the company's transport channels to sell state-of-the-art weaponry to the terrorists who had initially kidnapped Tony. He even stumbled upon a folder that sent chills down his spine. The folder was titled Project Ironmonger. Upon opening it, he was confronted with an extensive array of design blueprints and experimental data. A steel battle suit, several times larger and more menacing than the Mark I, with even more terrifying firepower, materialized on the screen. Ironmonger. Lin Zhao's gaze turned icy. He was aware of this entity's existence in the film, yet witnessing the intricate design blueprints firsthand imparted an immense sense of dread. He realized that Obadiah's team was progressing faster than portrayed in the movie. It seemed they had already resolved the energy dilemma. Lin Zhao magnified a design blueprint of the energy core. He could hardly believe that Obadiah and his team were attempting to replicate Tony's large arc-reactor. Although their design was crude, riddled with flaws, and excessively large, it indeed held the potential for success. So that was it. Lin Zhao instantly comprehended. Obadiah's urgency to eliminate Tony was not solely for control of the company, but also to seize the Arc-Reactor technology. He compiled all evidence pertaining to Obadiah and the Ironmonger design blueprints, encrypted it, and sent it to Tony's secret email. After accomplishing this, he did not depart immediately. He gazed at the design blueprint of the Ironmonger, and a bold thought surged within his mind. While it would indeed simplify matters to hand the evidence over to Tony, allowing him to confront Obadiah, the potential repercussions loomed large. After all, in the film, Tony had nearly been crushed by the Ironmonger. Had it not been for Pepper's decisive destruction of the reactor, the outcome could have been dire. As Tony's ghostly advisor, his fate was inextricably linked to Tony's. Should Tony fall, his own formidable support would vanish as well. No, he needed a safeguard. Lin Zhao's gaze fell upon the intricate code of the Ironmonger's operating system. His fingers danced once more across the illuminated keyboard. This time, he was not merely extracting data. He was implanting code. He intended to embed a backdoor within the operating system, a remote lockdown program of the highest priority, accessible solely by him. The code was remarkably concise, cleverly disguised as redundant system environment detection code, ensuring that even the most adept programmers under Obadiah would detect no anomaly. It would lie dormant, posing no threat to the system. Yet, upon Lin Zhao's activation through specific encrypted commands, it would seize control of the Ironmonger's entire system, rendering the lethal machine a mere heap of immobile scrap. Task accomplished. Lin Zhao typed the final character and then smiled as he erased all traces of his presence. The entire process from entry to exit took less than 10 minutes, unnoticed by Stark Industries' cybersecurity division. Like a true specter, he arrived quietly and departed just as silently, leaving behind evidence capable of appending Stark Industries and a surprise that would determine the outcome. Disconnecting from Stark Industries, Lin Zhao sent a message to Tony. I've sent the materials to your email. Additionally, my dear Mr. Stark, when can I expect the 100 servers we agreed upon? My warehouse is nearly overgrown with weeds. L.X. The message lingered unanswered for a considerable time. Lin Zhao remained unperturbed. He understood that Tony's emotions upon discovering those files would not be pleasant. The sting of betrayal from his most trusted uncle was surely unbearable. After what felt like an eternity, Tony finally replied with a curt message. Received. Chapter 9. Tony's fury and Pepper's resolve in Malibu, California, within his underground studio. Chaos reigned. Various mechanical components, design blueprints, and energy drink cans lay strewn about. Tony Stark's eyes were bloodshot as he fixated intensely on the holographic projection screen before him, displaying the very files Lin Xiao had sent. Obadiah Stane's familiar visage, adorned with a benign smile, appeared in numerous photographs alongside the leaders of terrorist factions. A series of contracts, each bearing his signature, detailed the clandestine transactions of Stark Industries' most advanced weaponry to the Ten Rings organization. Additionally, a segment of encrypted audio, meticulously restored by technology, played back Stane's voice with startling clarity. Tony was still too young. He believed that by shutting down the weapons division, he could ascend to the status of a saint. Yet, in truth, this world ultimately speaks the language of force. Indeed, I shall devise a means to acquire the reactor technology. With a resounding thud, Tony's fist struck the workbench, the sturdy alloy surface yielding to form a shallow dent. His chest heaved violently, not from rage, but from a profound chill emanating from within. Obadiah Stane, the man who had cared for him like a father after the death of his parents. The one who had been the first to oppose him upon his declaration to close the weapons division, yet had ultimately chosen to support him as a senior figure within the company. The uncle he had trusted and depended upon the most. It was all a facade. The individuals who had kidnapped him were clients of Obadiah. The very same who sought his demise were Obadiah's allies. Upon returning from Afghanistan, he had believed his greatest adversaries were the terrorists and the chaos of the world. He had been mistaken. The deadliest serpent had always coiled itself in his presence. Huh. Tony emitted a dry, mirthless chuckle, steeped in self-mockery. He had always perceived himself as the genius wielding control over everything. A cynical playboy who toyed with the lives of others. Yet now, it was evident that he was the greatest fool of all. Buzzing. The encrypted phone beside him vibrated, signaling a message from Lin Xiao. Help me track down a person. Bruce Banner, a premier gamma radiation physicist. He vanished a few years ago, and the military has been searching for him. Upon reading the message, a glimmer of clarity returned to Tony's gaze. Bruce Banner. He was certainly aware of this individual, a genius even more profound in the realm of gamma radiation than himself, regrettably said to have gone missing during an experimental mishap. Classified as a top military secret, General Ross, that obstinate old dog, had been hunting for him like a madman for years. Previously, Tony had little interest in such military matters, but now he found himself inexplicably intrigued by this Dr. Banner. A talent that could invoke such apprehension and desire within the military must possess something extraordinary. And Lin Xiao, this enigmatic spectral consultant, why would he prompt him to seek out Banner at this juncture? It seemed he possessed a wealth of knowledge. Whether it is the freezing issue of Mark II, the suggestions from the AI butler, or the recent unearthing of Obadiah's dark secrets, Lin Xiao resembles a prophet standing at the precipice of the future, consistently delivering what is most needed at the most critical junctures. What do you seek him for? T.S. Tony sent a message in reply, eager to observe how Lin Xiao would respond. His research is quite intriguing. I believe his theories could provide me with an entirely new direction. Moreover, he is a pitiable individual, and I wish to extend a helping hand. What relevance does Banner's gamma ray theory hold for him? Yet, he refrained from probing further. Engaging with Lin Xiao does not permit questions of why. One must simply comprehend what to do. This enigmatic figure invariably possesses his own rationale. Deal. I shall instruct Jarvis to make contact. However, I require you to answer one question. T.S. Proceed. Regarding Obadiah, did you know about it in advance? T.S. Tony fixated on the screen, awaiting a response. This time, Lin Xiao replied with remarkable swiftness. I am unaware. I am merely a consultant, tasked with helping you locate what you seek when needed. As for what is discovered, that is your concern, Mr. Stark. Remember our agreement. I am but a ghost. A meticulously crafted response. Tony surveyed the message and suddenly chuckled. Indeed. What significance lies in uncovering Lin Xiao's true identity? He only needed to recognize that this ghost currently stood by his side, and that sufficed. He closed the dialogue box, rose to his feet, and the blue glow of the reactor in his chest shone resplendently in the dimly lit workshop. The icy anger had metamorphosed into a more resolute determination. Jarvis, I am at your service. Initiate a comprehensive search for all traces of Dr. Bruce Banner, with utmost priority. Circumvent all military network surveillance. Understood, sir. It is anticipated that establishing a preliminary search model globally will require 72 hours. Furthermore, Tony's voice took on a somber tone. Duplicate all data sent by Consultant Lin and transmit it to Pepper using the most secure method. Sir? A hint of uncertainty laced Jarvis's voice. Are you certain? Should this data be exposed? I am certain, Tony interrupted, Some matters must be handled by her. I cannot afford to be seen. He understood that should he confront Obadiah directly with the evidence in hand, given Obadiah's cunning nature, it could very well provoke undue alarm. As Pepper, serving as Tony Stark's personal assistant and an executive at Stark Industries, was the only individual who could access the company's core secrets under the guise of a typical workday without arousing Obadiah's suspicions, this was indeed a perilous maneuver. Yet, he had to place his trust in Pepper. The following day, at the Stark Industries headquarters, Pepper Potts sensed that Tony was unusually off-kilter. Remarkably, he had arrived at the office on time, an unprecedented occurrence. He summoned her to his office without uttering a word, merely handing her what appeared to be an ordinary USB drive. "Pepper, please back up the contents of this and then take a look," he instructed, his demeanor calm, though Pepper could perceive a simmering, volcanic intensity lurking within his gaze. "What is this?" she inquired with curiosity. "Some old business of the company," Tony replied, turning to gaze out the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows at the bustling traffic below. "Once you've reviewed it, you'll understand what must be done. Remember, keep this between us." Despite the whirlwind of confusion in her mind, Pepper nodded in acquiescence. She retreated to her office, locked the door, and inserted the USB drive into her computer. As she opened the folder labeled Truth, her complexion drained of color in an instant. Photos, contracts, recordings, one item after another pointed to the man she and Tony revered, Obadiah Stane. A wave of dizziness washed over her, and she steadied herself against the desk. Suddenly, the reason behind Tony's abrupt announcement to shut down the weapons division became clear. She understood now why he had been sequestered in the basement, tirelessly crafting that armor. He was not merely playing. He was preparing a weapon for himself, for his adversary was formidable enough to defy conventional means of opposition. Taking a deep breath, Pepper compelled herself to regain her composure. She recognized that this was not the moment for panic. Tony had entrusted her with something of utmost importance, demonstrating his profound faith in her. She could not let him down. She picked up the phone and dialed the company SIT department. "This is Pepper Potts. I need to download this quarter's financial statements and shipping records. The authorization code is following Tony's instructions." She began to procure the data she was not meant to see through a conventional workflow. Unbeknownst to her, as she initiated her actions, a subtle monitoring program on Obadiah Stane's computer screen triggered a red alert. "Warning, Assistant Pepper Potts is accessing classified databases." Obadiah gazed at the alarm, his amiable smile gradually fading, replaced by a chilling expression reminiscent of a provoked beast. He picked up the phone. "It's me. Keep a close watch on Tony Stark. Report any unusual activity immediately. Also, investigate who Pepper Potts has been in contact with recently. It seems some pests are beginning to stir." After hanging up, Obadiah rose and approached a concealed door hidden behind a bookshelf. He entered the passcode and underwent an iris scan. The door slowly opened, revealing a vast, clandestine laboratory. At the heart of the lab stood a colossal, grotesque suit of armor, silently towering there. Ironmonger. "Almost ready. Almost ready." Obadiah caressed the cold armor, his eyes gleaming with fervor. "Tony, my dear nephew, soon all that your father possessed will belong to me." Meanwhile, far away in New Jersey, Lin Xiao was directing several large engineering robots to transport brand new servers emblazoned with the Stark Industries logo into the underground facility's server room. A total of 100 units, all the latest models, the creme de la creme that one could not purchase on the market, even with ample funds. "Hey, fellows, be careful, these are treasures." Lin Xiao patted the exterior of one server, as if admiring a perfect work of art. With these behemoths, the computational power of his Panga supercomputer would soar to unprecedented levels. He watched as server after server was integrated into his system, the numbers representing processing power wildly ascending on the screen. "Quite impressive," he nodded in satisfaction. Just then, his encrypted computer chimed. It was Tony. "Banner has been located. In Brazil." T.S. Chapter 10. In Pursuit of the Hulk. Brazil, Rio de Janeiro. Deep within the slums, the atmosphere was stifling and humid, infused with the sense of sweat, refuse, and cheap food. Lin Xiao donned a faded old t-shirt, loose beach shorts, and flip-flops, resembling a backpacker seeking to immerse himself in local life. He harbored no fondness for this place, not due to its disarray, but because it was steeped in oppression and despair. Yet, he had to be here, for Bruce Banner was hiding in this very locale. Tony's efficiency was remarkable. Under Jarvis's global network search, it took less than 3 days to sift through a vast array of immigration records, spending data, and surveillance footage to identify a highly suspicious target, an American named David B., who was working at a soda factory in Brazil. David B. was unassuming and introverted, embodying all the characteristics of a fugitive. The most pivotal evidence was that Tony utilizing Stark Industries satellites, conducted frequent gamma-ray spectral scans of the area surrounding the soda factory. The results revealed a faint yet distinct source of gamma radiation, appearing at a fixed time each day between the factory and a dilapidated apartment building. It was undoubtedly him. Upon receiving the address, Lin Xiao wasted no time and set off immediately. Rather than boarding Tony's private jet, he purchased a standard commercial flight ticket, arriving in Brazil silently under his newly acquired, unblemished identity. He was acutely aware that military personnel and agents from SHIELD might also be monitoring the area, thus he proceeded with utmost caution. Instead of directly seeking out Banner, he rented a modest, rundown room in the slums, diagonally across from the apartment where Banner resided. The room contained nothing but a bed and a table. From his seemingly ordinary backpack, Lin Xiao retrieved several items: a signal receiver disguised as a portable charger, a few coin-sized adhesive miniature cameras, and a device resembling an old-fashioned radio that was, in fact, a high-precision gamma-ray detector. These were handcrafted toys he had constructed at his base using advanced technology. As night fell, Lin Xiao slipped out of his humble abode like a phantom. He deftly evaded all potential observers, affixing the miniature cameras at the corners of the walls beneath Banner's apartment, at the stairwell, and near the back door of the soda factory. Having completed his task, he returned to his room and activated the portable charger. A miniature holographic projection screen emerged from the side of the charger, displaying the feeds from the various cameras clearly. He could now monitor Banner's movements 24 hours a day. Let us see how the illustrious Hulk is faring these days, Lin Xiao mused as he opened a locally brewed beer, sipping while fixated on the screen. Over the next 2 days, he adopted the demeanor of the most patient of hunters, observing his prey. He witnessed Banner diligently reporting to the soda factory each day, functioning as a silent worker on the production line. He observed Banner attending a Brazilian jiu-jitsu dojo after work, learning to control his breathing and heart rate. He noted that every night, Banner engaged in encrypted communications with an individual known as Mr. Blue, discussing his affliction. Everything unfolded just as it did in the cinematic narrative. Lin Xiao refrained from rushing into action. He understood that approaching directly and saying, "Hey, I know you are the Hulk, and I can assist you," would only be perceived as the ramblings of a madman. He required an opportunity, one that would enable him to seamlessly intervene and instantly gain Banner's trust. He awaited the moment. The incident triggered by a drop of blood that would lead to the soda bottle event. According to the film's narrative, this occurrence was imminent. Indeed, on the third afternoon, Lin Xiao's gamma-ray detector emitted a faint beeping sound. On the screen, the curve representing gamma radiation levels exhibited a slight, irregular fluctuation. The source of this disturbance emanated from the direction of the soda factory. Subsequently, the camera he had positioned at the factory's rear entrance captured Banner accidentally cutting his finger while at work, a drop of blood falling into a bottling soda. It was happening. Lin Xiao's spirits surged. He realized that this tainted soda would soon be dispatched to America, destined to be consumed by some unfortunate soul, thereby alerting the military. General Ross's forces would swiftly converge upon this location. He needed to make contact with Banner before the military took action. Lin Xiao sprang into action. Rather than heading to the factory, he proceeded directly to the apartment building where Banner resided. He did not ascend the stairs but instead lingered downstairs. Pretending to be a local youth with nothing to do, leaning against the wall and engaging in idle chatter with a few other ruffians. Yet, his gaze remained fixed intently on the entrance of the apartment. As evening descended, Banner returned from the factory, his weary form reflecting his distress. Clearly still troubled by the earlier incident. With his head down, he hurried into the apartment building. Lin Xiao refrained from following him. He understood that Banner was in a highly agitated state. Any approach from a stranger could provoke him further. What he required was a chance encounter. Lin Xiao turned and entered a nearby grocery store, purchasing some bread and water. He then ascended the apartment stairs and arrived at Banner's door. Instead of knocking, he gently placed the bread and water at the threshold before turning and disappearing into the night. Inside the apartment, Banner sat at his computer, exchanging messages with Mr. Blue. "I've made a mistake today, an irreversible mistake. Calm down, David. Take a deep breath. Tell me what happened. My blood contaminated a product. They will find me. They will come for me soon." Banner's heart rate escalated, and the primitive monitor on his wrist displayed frantic numbers. 120, 130, 140. He sensed a warmth beginning to envelop his body, a green luminescence surging beneath his skin. No, not here. He compelled himself to shut his eyes, striving to recall the breathing techniques imparted by his jiu-jitsu instructor. Inhale, exhale. The rise of his heart rate gradually subsided. Just then, he perceived a faint sound emanating from outside the door. Banner's body tensed instantaneously. Had they arrived? So soon? He stealthily approached the door,
peering through the peephole. The corridor lay utterly deserted. Yet, at his doorstep, there rested a paper bag. Inside were fresh bread and a bottle of water. Banner stood frozen. Who could it be? He cautiously opened the door, retrieved the bag, and swiftly retreated back into his room. Upon inspection, the food and water appeared untainted. He pondered in bewilderment, who might have performed such a kind gesture in a place where no one knew him? A neighbor, perhaps? With a heart full of curiosity, he consumed the bread. All the while, Lin Xiao observed through a miniature camera installed at the stairwell, witnessing every moment in its entirety. The first step was complete. Lin Xiao smiled. His intention was to gradually diminish Banner's wariness through these unassuming acts of kindness, to convey that in this perilous world, there might exist, beyond enemies, friends. Over the next 2 days, Lin Xiao would leave a simple meal at Banner's doorstep before his return home each day. Sometimes it was bread, other times fruit. He never revealed himself, akin to a true fairy tale figure. Banner's initial vigilance slowly transformed into a habit tinged with curiosity. He began to linger by the door, eager to discover the identity of this enigmatic benefactor. Yet, Lin Xiao always managed to evade him flawlessly. This cat-and-mouse game subtly eased the tension within Banner, leading him to feel perhaps he was not so alone after all. On the 5th day, Lin Xiao sensed the moment was ripe. Military personnel could appear at any moment. He had to initiate first contact. This time, he left no food at Banner's door, but instead affixed a small note in Portuguese to the weathered wooden door. The note bore a single sentence: "I know you are in trouble. Perhaps I can help you, if you are willing. Meet me tonight at 10 o'clock at the 3rd warehouse in the dock area. Come alone." With that, Lin Xiao departed. He understood that Banner would undoubtedly come, for what he offered was the very essence of hope that Banner desperately needed. Chapter 11. I can help you control it. Under the cloak of night at the Rio dock, the sea breeze carried a salty tang. Within the abandoned 3rd warehouse, darkness enveloped the space, pierced only by a few beams of moonlight streaming through the dilapidated roof, illuminating the swirling dust in the air. Bruce Banner stood alone at the center of the warehouse, his heart unconsciously quickening its pace. The heart rate monitor on his wrist fluctuated between 90 and 100. A perilous range. He was uncertain as to why he had come. The enigmatic note seemed more like a trap. Yet, akin to a drowning man grasping at any available straw, he arrived, compelled by the words inscribed. I can help you. This phrase held an irresistible allure for him. You have arrived. A tranquil voice emerged from the shadows of the warehouse. Banner's body tensed instantaneously, and he whirled around to face the source of the voice. A silhouette slowly emerged from behind a stack of containers, an Asian youth whom he had occasionally seen loitering downstairs over the past few days. Is it you? Banner's voice was hoarse, laced with wariness. Who are you? What do you want? My name is Lin Xiao. The young man stepped into the moonlight, extending his hands in a gesture of peace. As for what I desire, I wish to assist you, Dr. Banner. At the mention of Dr. Banner, his pupils constricted sharply. It had been a long time since anyone had addressed him in such a manner. I do not know you. You have mistaken me for someone else, he instinctively denied. No, I have not erred. Lin Xiao maintained his calm demeanor. Virginia, Culver University. You were once among the 7 foremost physicists there, specializing in gamma-ray research, until that unfortunate incident transpired. Banner's expression shifted dramatically. Such knowledge was privy to few, save for the military. Are you affiliated with the military? His voice turned icy, and he leaned slightly forward, adopting a defensive stance. No, I am not. Lin Xiao shook his head. If I were military, the forces surrounding this place would not consist of just me, but rather an enhanced battalion. General Ross is not known for his patience. At the mention of General Ross, a flicker of fear and anger flashed in Banner's eyes. Then who exactly are you? How do you know all of this? I am an individual profoundly intrigued by your research. Lin Xiao resolved to present a groundbreaking proposition, expressing my fascination with your application of the Stark-Banner effect to the subject of cellular regeneration. Regrettably, that particular experiment was marred by a miscalculation in dosage. The term Stark-Banner effect struck Banner's mind like a bolt of lightning. This was a theoretical conjecture he had proposed during the early stages of the experiment, communicated through emails with Tony Stark, concerning the beneficial stimulation of cells by low doses of gamma rays. This theory existed solely within the confines of his and Stark's private correspondence, never having been publicly published. How could this individual possibly be aware of it? Could it be that he was sent by Tony Stark? Did Tony send you? Banner cautiously inquired. You could say that, Lin Xiao replied, understanding that invoking Tony's name was the swiftest means to gain trust. Tony admires your talent. He believes you should not continue to hide and squander your intellect, as you currently do. Banner fell silent. Tony Stark, the man who, like him, was heralded as a genius. If he were to know his secret, it would seem plausible. His guard was lowered by half. What exactly do you seek from me? I have already stated my intention to assist you. Lin Xiao stepped closer, locking his gaze with Banner's. I am aware that you have been striving to control another you within your body. You are practicing yoga, martial arts, and meditation, attempting to suppress it by regulating your heart rate. However, this is merely a temporary solution. Banner found himself speechless. This young man seemed to see through him entirely. You perceive it as an adversary, a monster that must be eradicated. But have you considered that it is, in fact, a part of you? Lin Zhao's voice carried a peculiar guidance. The more you resist it, the stronger it becomes. The more you fear it, the more it spirals out of control. Then what do you suggest I do? Banner's emotions surged, his heart rate climbing once more. Should I embrace it? You know it has destroyed everything. My life, my loved ones, my career, all obliterated by it. Calm down, doctor. Lin Xiao promptly interjected, urging him to check his watch. As Banner glanced down, he noted that his heart rate had soared to 135. He inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. What I mean by embrace is not to allow it to wreak havoc. Lin Xiao continued, I mean that you need to understand it, communicate with it, and even master it. Master? Banner found the term absurd. You speak as if it were effortless. No, it is not easy at all. But it is not impossible. Lin Xiao retrieved a metallic bracelet from his backpack. The design of the bracelet was remarkably minimalist, exuding a sense of technological sophistication, with no visible interfaces, only a diminutive screen. What is this? Banner inquired. It is a biological neural feedback regulator, Lin Xiao elucidated. I have tailored it specifically for you, based on your circumstances. It can monitor your heart rate, blood pressure, adrenaline levels, and the activity of your cerebral cortex in real time. How does it differ from the rudimentary monitor I am currently using? Banner gestured towards the simple device on his wrist. The distinction is profound. Lin Xiao replied with a smile. Yours merely monitors, while mine intervenes. He pressed a button on the side of the bracelet, causing its screen to illuminate with a soft blue halo. Within this regulator is a miniature neural pulse generator. When I employ the preset program and detect that your emotions are on the verge of spiraling out of control, it will automatically release a specific low-frequency bioelectrical pulse that directly influences your brain's limbic system and amygdala. Its purpose is not to forcibly suppress your anger, which would only provoke a more intense backlash. Rather, it deceives your brain, inducing a neural signal akin to calm or pleasure, thus neutralizing your negative emotions. In simpler terms, it does not apply the brakes. Instead, it provides you with an alternative path when you are about to lose control. Banner was utterly astounded. Bioelectrical pulses, intervening in the limbic system. This transcended the capabilities of current technology. It was akin to something out of a science fiction novel. This is impossible, he muttered. Nothing is impossible, Doctor. Lin Xiao offered the bracelet to him. If Tony Stark can embed an Arc-Reactor in his chest, why cannot I create this? You may view it as a small gift from Stark Industries. Banner gazed at the metallic bracelet, his expression a blend of skepticism and an insatiable yearning. What if this device truly proved effective? Would he no longer have to endure such a life fraught with anxiety? Could he potentially return to Betty's side? What reason do I have to trust you? Banner made one final stand. You need not trust me. Lin Zhao's response surprised him. You need only trust science. Wear it and give it a try. If it proves ineffective, you can always cast it into the sea. You have nothing to lose, do you? This statement shattered Banner's last psychological barrier. Indeed, he had lost everything. What more could he forfeit? He extended his trembling hand and took the metallic bracelet from Lin Zhao's grasp. The bracelet felt cool to the touch, yet it seemed imbued with an extraordinary warmth. He removed the old monitor from his wrist and adorned himself with this futuristic device. The bracelet automatically tightened, conforming perfectly to his wrist. On the screen, his heart rate data was displayed clearly, 128. Now, Dr. Banner, Lin Zhao's voice resonated once more. Try to think of something that incites your anger. For instance, General Ross. Or that incident which ruined your experiment. Banner's breath hitched. He closed his eyes, and painful memories surged forth. The icy visage of General Ross. Betty's sorrowful gaze as she departed, and the excruciating agony of being engulfed by gamma rays in the laboratory. A suppressed, inhuman growl escaped his throat. His body began to tremble slightly, and beneath his skin, a green luminescence flickered once more. The numbers on the heart rate monitor began to soar uncontrollably. 140, 150, 160, just as he was on the brink of surpassing the critical threshold. Suddenly, the bracelet emitted a barely audible sound, and a soft blue halo spread from it. An indescribable, refreshing sensation surged from his wrist throughout his body, racing to his brain. It felt akin to being doused with a bucket of ice water in a sweltering desert. No, it was even more pleasurable. It was a tranquility and relief that emanated from the depths of his soul. Banner felt his impending fury deflate like a punctured balloon. He opened his eyes wide. Gasping for air, he glanced down at the bracelet. The heart rate on the screen was visibly declining. 155, 140, 120, 100, finally stabilizing at 85. An absolutely safe value. It was a success. Banner gazed at his hands, then at Lin Xiao across from him, his eyes brimming with an indescribable shock and elation. I did it, he murmured. I have gained control. No, Dr. Banner. Lin Xiao smiled, correcting him. It is not you who have gained control. It is we, together, who have achieved it. Banner lifted his gaze to Lin Xiao, this enigmatic figure who had descended like a deity into his desolate existence. He opened his mouth, a torrent of words swirling within, yet they coalesced into a single sentence. Thank you. Lin Xiao nodded, aware that from that moment onward, he had irrevocably earned Bruce Banner's trust. Intercepting General Ross and S.H.I.E.L. The S plan has successfully taken its first step. No need for formality. However, Doctor, I advise we depart from this place swiftly. Lin Xiao's expression grew serious. The military personnel must be on their way. The surprise in your factory is about to be delivered. Banner's countenance shifted. Where are we going? It is a place that will allow you to conduct your research with peace of mind and truly realize the brilliance within your mind. A mysterious smile tugged at the corners of Lin Xiao's mouth. But not now. You still have tasks to complete. Chapter 12. Obadiah's Malice. Stark Industries, Executive Office. Tony. Obadiah whispered the name, his gaze brimming with lethal intent, nearly palpable. Ascending to a senior position requires no small measure of cunning. And Pepper Potts' unusual behavior would undoubtedly capture his attention. That damn boy. Obadiah slammed his fist onto the desk. His original plan had been to wait until the ironmonger armor was fully perfected and the energy issue resolved, then orchestrate an unfortunate accident to eliminate Tony from this world. But now, he could no longer afford to wait. Tony had already begun to retaliate. He had to act immediately to crush Tony before he could strike. Obadiah's gaze turned toward the bookshelf against the wall, his eyes wild with determination. You've forced my hand, Tony. You've left me no choice. He strode quickly to the hidden door behind the bookshelf, unveiling his clandestine laboratory. The colossal ironmonger armor stood silently at its center, its chest hollowed out, awaiting its core. William, how is the energy core calibration coming along? Obadiah bellowed at a researcher within the lab. The chief scientist, named William, wiped the sweat from his brow and replied nervously, Mr. Stain, we are still attempting to. The technical data stolen from the main reactor at Stark Tower is still quite incomplete. We cannot independently manufacture a stable mini-reactor. Its energy output is highly unstable, and if forcibly activated, it could. I do not wish to hear about possibilities. Obadiah interrupted him brusquely. I demand results. I want to see it operational tonight. But sir, this is too dangerous. Without the core technology of Tony Stark's mini-reactor, it is like a black box. William attempted to argue. No. A sinister smile crept onto Obadiah's face. Who said there is none? He turned and strode out of the laboratory, heading directly toward Tony's office. Since Tony was already aware of the truth, there was no need to maintain the facade of a benevolent uncle any longer. He must personally extract the heart from Tony's chest. Meanwhile, at the Malibu seaside villa, Pepper Potts paced anxiously in the living room, following Lin Xiao's instructions relayed through Tony. She had copied the incriminating evidence against Obadiah onto a USB drive for S.H.I.E.L.D. An agent who identified himself as Phil Coulson had received her and assured her that immediate action would be taken. However, an hour had passed with no word. Meanwhile, Tony had locked himself in his underground workshop, seemingly preoccupied with something unknown. A sense of foreboding weighed heavily on her. Just then, the door to the workshop suddenly swung open. Tony emerged, his complexion pale, yet his eyes sparkled with an unusual brightness. Pepper, you did well, he remarked, offering a rare, gentle smile. Leave the rest to me. Tony, what are you planning to do? Agent Coulson said they would handle it. Don't act impulsively. Pepper voiced her concern. Rest assured, I'm not going to fight. Tony reassured her with a pat on her shoulder. I'm merely going to reclaim something that belongs to me. He prepared to leave, but at that moment, the villa's front door was violently thrust open. Obadiah Stane strode in, accompanied by several grim-looking bodyguards. Tony, my dear nephew, are you about to leave? Obadiah's face wore a disingenuous smile, but his gaze was predatory, fixated on Tony. Uncle Obi? Tony feigned surprise, raising an eyebrow. What brings you here at this hour? Is there an issue with the company? The company is thriving, Obadiah advanced menacingly. However, I have some personal matters that require your assistance. His gaze fell upon the Arc-Reactor in Tony's chest, the avarice in his eyes unmistakable. A chill coursed through Tony. He realized that his worst fears had materialized. I'm afraid I can't help you, he replied, stepping back and positioning Pepper behind him. I'm rather tired today and wish to retire early. That won't be possible. Obadiah's smile twisted into something sinister. You're not going anywhere today? He waved his hand, and the bodyguards produced a peculiar circular device, aiming it at Tony. A high-frequency sonic wave filled the living room in an instant. Tony felt as though a massive hammer had struck his head. Darkness enveloped him, his ears rang with pain, and he was swiftly sapped of all strength. Collapsing to the floor. This was a subsonic weapon specifically designed to exploit his vulnerabilities. Obadiah had long since discerned all of his weaknesses. Tony, Pepper exclaimed, attempting to rush forward, only to be firmly restrained by two bodyguards. Obadiah approached Tony, who lay sprawled on the ground, crouching down as if admiring a masterpiece, gazing at the reactor glowing with a blue light embedded in his chest. What a remarkable creation, Tony. He extended his hand and gently tapped the reactor's casing, remarking, something your father never completed has been crafted by you, a mere playboy. It is truly ironic. You traitor. Tony gritted his teeth, struggling to utter the words. Traitor? Obadiah chuckled. No, Tony. I am merely reclaiming what rightfully belongs to me. Stark Industries was founded by your father and me. Why should it be entrusted to you? A wastrel who knows only indulgence after his death? He ceased his banter, producing a specially designed tool from his pocket. He intended to take matters into his own hands, to vivisect the very heart that sustained Tony's life. No, please, don't. Pepper screamed desperately, fighting against her captors. Meanwhile, all of this was being transmitted in real time to an underground base in New Jersey via the villa's security cameras. Lin Xiao observed the unfolding scene on the screen with an impassive expression. His finger hovered over a red virtual button, poised to activate the backdoor he had embedded within the Ironmonger system. Yet, he remained still. The Ironmonger had not yet made its appearance. Now was not the time. He needed to wait, to bide his time for the optimal moment, a moment that would maximize his interests. On the screen, Obadiah had already pried open the reactor's securing clasp. Tony's complexion began to turn a ghastly shade of purple from oxygen deprivation. Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes, swiftly typing on the illuminated keyboard with his other hand. An encrypted message was dispatched. Recipient, Phil Coulson. The content was simple, comprising only a real-time screenshot and the villa's precise coordinates. The screenshot depicted the moment Obadiah prepared to extract Tony's heart. Coulson, this is where my assistance ends. Lin Xiao murmured to himself. Whether you arrive in time depends on the efficiency of your S-H-I-E-L-D agency. After completing this task, he continued to fixate on the screen. He knew Colonel Rhodes should be arriving soon as well. Tony must have contacted him before leaving. Everything remained within his calculations. Although the situation was perilous, the main storyline had not deviated. Ultimately, Obadiah would acquire that reactor. Yet Tony would ultimately don that old heart, preserved by Pepper, and don his armor to face the fateful confrontation. Lin Xiao leaned back in his chair, pouring himself a glass of whiskey. Come on, Obadiah. Let me witness the magnitude of your Ironmonger, and let me see if you will appreciate the surprise I gifted you. He raised his glass, offering a distant toast to the screen. Tonight is destined to be one of sleeplessness. Chapter 13. Ironmonger. In the main control room of the vast Arc-Reactor at Stark Industries, Coulson arrived just in time. After explaining his purpose to Pepper, he led the S-H-I-E-L-D agents to where scientist William was locked away by Obadiah. He took the reactor. He has lost his mind. He will destroy us all, William exclaimed incoherently. Pepper's heart plummeted. She gazed up at the enormous Arc-Reactor, which powered all of Los Angeles. As a wild thought surged through her mind. Mr. Coulson, is there a way to cause this reactor to overload? Coulson was taken aback. Miss Potts, do you realize what you're suggesting? This could result in an unprecedented blackout. I am aware. Pepper's gaze was resolute. But this is the only way to halt him. Meanwhile, with Colonel Rhodes' assistance, Tony struggled to return to his workshop. Rhodes observed the hollow in Tony's chest and the dim first-generation reactor in the glass case beside him. His face etched with shock. Tony, you. No time for chatter, Rhodey, help me install it. Tony's voice trembled with weakness. The heart transplant was painstakingly completed with Rhodes' help. As the old reactor was reinserted into his chest, and a faint blue glow flickered to life, Tony exhaled deeply, feeling as though he had been revived. All right, old friend, it is our time to shine. Tony approached the already prepared suit, gleaming with red and gold hues. Mark III. With a thunderous roar, the red and gold figure soared into the sky, racing towards Stark Industries. On the highway, chaos ensued as vehicles were ensnared by the blackout. Obadiah's Ironmonger stomped heavily, wreaking havoc amidst the traffic. It effortlessly overturned cars, its colossal mechanical hand tearing metal roofs apart as though they were mere paper. Ha ha. Now this is power. Obadiah cackled maniacally in the cockpit. The reactor Tony had stolen provided his war machine with an unending supply of energy. He felt as if he were a deity. At that moment, a radiant stream of crimson and gold descended from the heavens, striking the ironmonger with tremendous force. Bang! The colossal ironmonger was sent reeling, carving 2 deep trenches into the ground. Obadiah, Iron Man hovered in midair, his voice icy beneath the helmet, declaring that the game was over. Tony. Obadiah gazed at the sleek, impressive armor before him, his eyes brimming with jealousy and resentment. You always manage to create the finest toys. He abruptly raised his arm, the Gatling gun on his shoulder whirring to life. But this time, I shall not allow you to seize what is mine. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. A barrage of bullets poured forth like a torrential downpour, directed at Iron Man agile in the air. Iron Man deftly evaded the onslaught, while simultaneously unleashing miniature missiles from his arm. Boom, boom. Explosive flames erupted against the ironmonger's heavy armor, leaving only faint impressions. Useless. Tony, my armor is far sturdier than your tin can. Obadiah cackled wickedly, activating the flight thrusters on his back. Astonishingly, the hefty ironmonger took to the skies. 2 armored titans engaged in an unprecedented chase and battle across the night sky of Los Angeles. In New Jersey, within an underground base, Lin Shao held a glass, savoring the battle on screen as if he were watching a top-tier Hollywood blockbuster. One must admit, the ironmonger was indeed formidable. Rugged and resilient, with devastating firepower. In comparison, Mark III appeared as a nimble assassin facing a heavily armored warrior. Though Tony's flying skills and tactics were superior, his weaponry struggled to inflict substantial damage upon the ironmonger. Soon, the conflict escalated to the heights of the skies, akin to a cinematic spectacle. Jarvis, how much higher can we ascend? Sir, according to calculations, our energy reserves are nearing depletion. Then let us take a gamble. Iron Man surged upward, carrying the ironmonger into even higher, colder altitudes. Indeed, the ironmonger's rudimentary systems faltered first. Warning, systems freezing. Control failure. Obadiah screamed in terror within the cockpit, helplessly watching as he transformed into a massive iron mass, plummeting towards the ground from an altitude of 10,000 meters. Crash. The ironmonger smashed through the roof of Stark Industries, crashing into the hall where the Arc-Reactor resided. Tony followed closely behind, landing in the hall. His armor's energy was nearly exhausted, the gold and crimson exterior marred by frost and the scars of battle. You have lost, Obadiah, Tony declared as he removed his mask. I have lost. The cockpit of the ironmonger slowly opened, and Obadiah crawled out, a frenzied smile plastered across his face. No, Tony, I have not yet lost. He pressed a button on his arm. I still possess my final trump card. As he did so, the ironmonger's systems rebooted, its heavy armor springing back to life. It extended its colossal mechanical hand, reaching toward Tony. With insufficient energy to take flight again, Tony found himself pinned to the ground by the ironmonger's unyielding grip. The metallic sound of crushing echoed, sending shivers down his spine. Cracks began to form in the chest plate of Mark III. Tony, your greatest weakness is your sentimental heart. Obadiah sneered, applying more pressure. Farewell, my dear nephew. In the underground base, Lin Shao observed the scene, placing his wine glass down. He recognized that the moment had arrived. Now was the time. His fingers gently typed a line of commands on the illuminated keyboard, a pre-prepared directive to activate the backdoor. Goodbye, Obadiah. In the midst of the battle, just as Obadiah prepared to deliver the final blow to Tony, intending to crush him into oblivion, the unexpected occurred. The ironmonger's enormous hand, poised to close, suddenly halted, mere centimeters from Tony's chest. It stood motionless. What? Obadiah was taken aback. He pushed the joystick with all his might, yet that mechanical hand remained immovable, as though welded in place. What is happening? He was horrified to discover that not only the hand but the entire ironmonger, every joint and weapon system, had become non-functional. On the control interface, all buttons turned gray. In the center of the screen, a blood-red word appeared, one he had never encountered before. Locked. Locked? What does locked mean? Who did this? Obadiah roared in the cockpit, his pride and joy. The indomitable ironmonger had transformed into a useless steel coffin at the most critical moment. This sudden turn of events left not only Obadiah bewildered but also Tony, who had been resigned to his impending death. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. Although unaware of what had transpired, this was his sole opportunity. Jarvis, concentrate all remaining energy into the chest's repulsor. Sir, if we proceed in that manner, the armor will completely shut down. Execute the command. Yes, sir. The reactor at the chest of Mark III erupted with blinding radiance. Boom. A robust beam of energy struck the unguarded cockpit of Ironmonger with unyielding force. The explosion's flames instantly engulfed Obadiah's face, contorted with terror. Almost simultaneously, Pepper managed to persuade Coulson to press the overload button on the reactor. The colossal Arc-Reactor unleashed a cataclysmic torrent of energy, soaring into the sky and completely consuming the faltering ironmonger. As the dust settled, Tony lay on the ground, gasping for breath. He had emerged victorious, albeit in a rather perplexing manner. He could not fathom why Ironmonger had suddenly malfunctioned at the critical moment. Just then, a thought struck him like a bolt of lightning. Was it him? In New Jersey, at the underground base, Lin Xiao heard the long-awaited voice of the system. Ding! Dimensional anchor point. Iron Man vs. Ironmonger completed. Commencing evaluation and settlement. Detected host actions. 1. Acquired evidence of Obadiah Stane's crimes in advance and presented it to key figures, facilitating the progression of the narrative. Evaluation increased. 2. Infiltrated and analyzed Ironmonger's armor system, anticipating its weaknesses. Evaluation increased. 3. Implanted a high-priority backdoor program within the Ironmonger system. Evaluation significantly increased. 4. Activated the backdoor at a crucial moment, locking onto Ironmonger and providing Tony Stark with a decisive opportunity for counterattack, averting a fatal crisis. Comprehensive assessment. The host intervened and orchestrated the ultimate direction of the battle as a behind-the-scenes manipulator without altering the main outcome of Ironmonger's defeat. Final evaluation score, SS. SS rank. Although not SSS, it was within Lin Xiao's expectations. After all, this time he did not directly alter a person's fate as he had with saving Ethan. He merely provided a safeguard. Achieving SS was already a significant gain. Issuing SS rank rewards. Reward distribution successful. Congratulations, host has obtained incomplete blueprint for biological armor. Biological armor? Lin Xiao's eyes instantly brightened. Though incomplete, he considered himself a genius. Even a flawed design could be transformed into something extraordinary. As he eagerly delved into the suddenly acquired blueprints in his mind, another system prompt quietly emerged. Ding! A new dimensional anchor point is being activated. Location: Harlem, New York. Event: the battle with Abomination. Check-in task has commenced. Lin Xiao abruptly rose from his chair. It has arrived. Hulk vs. Abomination. Chapter 14. New rewards and street warfare. Lin Xiao closed his eyes, meticulously absorbing the vast knowledge that had suddenly materialized in his mind. This was no mere blueprint. It was an entire system encompassing theoretical foundations, material science, energy applications, and engineering manufacturing. The incomplete segment primarily pertained to the crucial medium for control and functionality systems. The energy supply could be addressed with a miniature Arc-Reactor. Yet the medium required several types of special energies that either did not exist on Earth or were found in the cosmos. Nonetheless, this SS-level reward resonated deeply with him. With this, he had genuinely acquired the means to navigate this perilous world with confidence. It seemed imperative to devise a way to procure some advanced technology. Lin Xiao stroked his chin thoughtfully. However, he was soon pulled back to reality by a new notification from the system. Dimensional anchor point. Battle with Abomination. On the streets of Harlem, a colossal green giant and an even more grotesque, spiky monstrosity engaged in a brutal clash. Hulk vs. Abomination. Lin Xiao approached the supercomputing array, bringing up a real-time satellite map of New York City along with the public surveillance network. He quickly pinpointed the chaotic battleground in Harlem. From the surveillance footage, the scene was nothing short of catastrophic. Abomination, the creature mutated from Emil Blonsky, was wreaking havoc indiscriminately. He overturned cars, demolished buildings, and military helicopters were effortlessly swatted away like flies before him. Hulk, though furious, appeared to retain a semblance of reason, striving to protect a woman, Betty Ross. General Ross's forces had already surrounded the entire area. However, their attacks, whether from heavy machine guns or rockets, seemed no more than mere tickles to the two monsters. Instead, they incited an even fiercer wrath, resulting in greater destruction. A band of fools. Lin Xiao shook his head as he observed the screen. He knew the eventual outcome of this battle. Hulk, employing both intellect and fury, would ultimately strangle Abomination. Yet, the devastation inflicted upon Harlem would be catastrophic, with significant civilian casualties. Since the system had presented a check-in task, it indicated that he had the opportunity to intervene. Moreover, based on the system's trends, the more effectively he intervened, the greater the beneficial impact on the narrative, and consequently, the more substantial the rewards. What constitutes a benevolent influence? Minimizing civilian casualties and reducing property damage certainly qualifies. How should one intervene? Lin Xiao's mind raced with possibilities. He certainly could not venture into the midst of two gamma monsters. Even with a biological shield, it would be tantamount to courting death. Thus, he could only resort to remote technical support. His gaze settled upon the military's armored vehicles displayed on the screen. He recalled that in the film, General Ross had brought forth a secret weapon, an acoustic cannon developed by Stark Industries. That device had posed considerable trouble for the Hulk in the movie. However, the military personnel were utterly inept at wielding it. They merely cranked the power to maximum and unleashed a barrage upon the Hulk, only to incite further rage within him. Eureka! A smile crept upon Lin Zhao's lips. He would assume the role of battlefield commander. Approaching his communication control console, he deftly typed upon the virtual keyboard. His target was not the Pentagon's command system. It was far too sluggish. Instead, he aimed for the battlefield communication network established by General Ross at the front lines. This encrypted network, erected for the sake of command efficiency, though fortified, was as defenseless as an open garden in the face of Lin Zhao and his Panga supercomputer. In under 30 seconds, intrusion successful. Lin Zhao had successfully commandeered the communication channel of General Ross's frontline command vehicle. He could distinctly hear the chaotic exchanges within. Target B, Abomination, is advancing towards 6th Avenue. Repeat, Target B is advancing towards 6th Avenue. We require fire suppression. No, our bullets are ineffective against him. General, Blonsky has completely lost control. Silence. General Ross's roar resounded. Where's the acoustic cannon unit? Get them to aim at that green creature, the Hulk. Fire. General. But Miss Betty is still next to him. Execute the order. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhao let out a cold smirk. Indeed, Ross was willing to disregard even his daughter's life in his pursuit of the Hulk. There was no time to waste. Lin Zhao took a deep breath, activated his voice modulator, and adjusted his voice to that of a calm, composed middle-aged man. He then tapped into General Ross's highest command channel. Attention all units, this is Ghost Command. A foreign voice suddenly intruded upon the highest command channel, leaving all those engaged in conversation momentarily stunned, including General Ross. Who are you? How did you get in here? General Ross was the first to react, shouting into the microphone. Who I am is of no consequence, General, Lin Zhao replied, his tone devoid of emotion. What matters is that if you wish to reduce the entire Harlem district to rubble before dawn, at the cost of your daughter's life, then by all means, proceed with your methods. You. General Ross was rendered speechless with rage. Listen to my commands, General. I can assist you in regaining control of the situation. Lin Zhao's voice exuded an undeniable confidence. Otherwise, in 5 minutes, I will release this recording of your abandoning your daughter order, along with all your dark secrets, to the New York Times. An overt threat. General Ross's face turned a deep shade of crimson. He had no idea who this specter was, but he understood that since they had infiltrated his highest command channel undetected, they possessed the means to execute their threats. What do you want? Ross gritted his teeth and asked. Very simple, Lin Zhao said, glancing at the screen as he began issuing commands. Order your sonic cannon units to immediately cease their indiscriminate attacks on Hulk. Adjust the sonic frequency from attack mode to deterrent mode. Deterrent mode? Precisely. Set the frequency to 17.5 Hz and reduce power by 30%. Do not maintain a continuous blast. Employ a pulsed attack of 3 seconds interval. The target is not Hulk, nor Abomination, but the ground beneath them. This command left everyone in the command channel dumbfounded. Attack the ground? What sort of tactic is that? Are you out of your mind? General Ross shouted. Believe it or not, General. You have 4 minutes and 30 seconds, Lin Zhao replied calmly. Ross's fists clenched tightly. Ultimately, he acquiesced. Do as he says, he ordered into the microphone. Soon on the battlefield, 2 massive sonic cannons mounted on Humvees redirected their aim. A low, inaudible pulse of infrasound struck the asphalt beneath Hulk and Abomination with violent force. What unfolded was astonishing. The ground did not explode. Instead, it rippled violently, as if disturbed by unseen waters. Suddenly, the struggling Hulk and Abomination found the ground beneath their feet yielding, as if they were treading on cotton, causing them to lose balance and tumble to the ground. Their immense forms were unable to stabilize on such a tumultuous surface. Both colossal beasts displayed expressions of confusion and bewilderment, unable to comprehend why the earth had betrayed them. Effective. The soldiers on the front lines uttered exclamations of surprise. General Ross was equally taken aback. This method truly proved to be effective. Continue. Lin Zhao's voice resounded once more, instructing all fire units not to target their bodies, as that would only provoke them further. Instead, strike at their joints, the knees and elbows. Restrict their mobility. Helicopter units, cease the cannon fire. Utilize your searchlights. The intense illumination can disrupt their vision. A series of precise, effective, and astonishing commands were conveyed through this enigmatic, ghostly command, reaching every corner of the battlefield. The tide of war shifted instantly. The military was no longer floundering like headless flies. Each of their assaults became highly tactical. Hulk and Abomination found themselves in a state of utter disarray due to this unprecedented strategy. They resembled two giants subjected to relentless torment by mischievous children, possessing immense strength yet rendered ineffective at every turn. Abomination grew increasingly irate, while Hulk, amidst the blinding light and vibrations, began to feel fatigued and confused. Lin Xiao understood that this was merely temporary. His true objective was to create an opportunity for Hulk to vanquish Abomination. The moment had arrived. Lin Xiao's gaze fixed upon Abomination's exposed back. Due to the military's distractions, Abomination's attention waned, revealing a significant vulnerability. Hulk. Lin Xiao bypassed the military channel and activated the interface for the wristband given to Banner, a device crafted with Lin Xiao's unique attributes, ensuring that even in his transformed state, Banner could not rupture it. Full power activated. He was uncertain if Banner would respond in time. He was merely taking a gamble. On the battlefield, the initially bewildered Hulk suddenly jolted. A flicker of clarity shone in his green eyes. It was as if he heard a voice calling to him. He abruptly lifted his head, catching sight of Abomination, who had his back turned. Roar! Hulk unleashed a thunderous roar, channeling all his strength, hurtling towards Abomination like a green cannonball, colliding with tremendous force. Chapter 15, Gamma Control and the Watchful Eye of S.H.I.E.L.D. Abomination was completely unprepared for Hulk's sudden eruption. He was forcefully propelled forward by the overwhelming power from behind, his massive form crashing through the wall of a building like a ragged sack. Well done, Lin Xiao exclaimed with a triumphant fist pump in the base. He had placed the right bet. The initiative in the battle had once again returned to Hulk's hands. He offered no respite to Abomination, charging into the ruins and seizing a massive, shattered steel rebar. Wielding it like a primitive weapon, he struck fiercely at Abomination's head. The ensuing battle unfolded with a brutal simplicity. Enraged and seizing the opportunity, Hulk exhibited overwhelming power. Ultimately, he ensnared Abomination's neck with a colossal iron chain. With a defiant roar, Abomination gradually ceased his struggles, losing consciousness. The battle concluded. Though the streets lay in disarray, the devastation was far less catastrophic than the cinematic portrayal of half a city block obliterated. Most importantly, aside from a few unfortunate soldiers, civilian casualties were nearly non-existent during this skirmish. After incapacitating Abomination, Hulk cast a glance at Betty, who stood nearby, her face etched with concern. Unlike in the movies, he did not flee in disarray under military assault. Thanks to Lin Xiao's command, the military merely surrounded them without resorting to extreme measures. Hulk emitted a complex, low growl, gazing deeply at Betty before turning away and disappearing into the concrete jungle with a few powerful leaps. General Ross watched Hulk's retreating figure and then glanced at the unconscious Abomination on the ground, his expression darkening. Yet he ultimately refrained from issuing a pursuit order. Find him. Mobilize all resources. I must extract this specter. Ross bellowed at his subordinates. New Jersey, underground base. Lin Xiao exhaled deeply. Just then, the system's notification sound chimed in as expected. Ding. Dimensional anchor point. Battle with Abomination completed. Commencing sign-in evaluation settlement. Detected host actions. 1. Infiltrated military battlefield communication network, gaining command of the battlefield. Significantly increased evaluation. 2. Proposed and guided the military in executing non-lethal tactics, drastically reducing civilian casualties and property damage. Greatly increased evaluation. 3. At a critical moment, guided Hulk to seize the opportunity, concluding the battle. Evaluation increased. Comprehensive assessment. The host, as a behind-the-scenes commander, flawlessly directed the situation, significantly positively influencing the narrative without altering Hulk's victory over Abomination as the main storyline. Final sign-in evaluation, SSS. Another SSS. Lin Xiao's heart raced with excitement. He knew it. Saving civilians was undoubtedly the most effective method to elevate his evaluation. Distributing SSS-level sign-in reward. Reward distribution successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained passive ability, Gamma Ray Manipulation. Passive ability? Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Immediately, a peculiar and warm energy manifested within his body, swiftly permeating every cell. He felt as though his physique underwent a microscopic transformation. Each cell became more resilient, brimming with vitality. He could even sense the faint, pure energy emanating from the Pangu reactor in his basement. The sensation was delightful, akin to basking in the sun. Gamma radiation control. Your cellular structure exhibits a natural adaptability and affinity for gamma rays. You will be immune to harmful gamma radiation and can absorb gamma energy from your surroundings to enhance your physical form. Furthermore, you can manipulate and direct this energy. Lin Xiao gazed at the system's explanation, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This ability was tailored perfectly for him. He had discovered the medium for controlling biological armor. It was as if a pillow had been provided just as he was about to doze off. Lin Xiao was thoroughly pleased with his acquisition. He turned off the battlefield monitor, stretched lazily, and prepared for a good night's sleep. At that moment, however, the other side of the world was in turmoil due to his 2 performances that night. The following day, Tony Stark held a press conference. Facing the media from around the globe, he chose not to read the script Pepper had prepared for him. Instead, he uttered a phrase that would be etched in history. The truth is, I am Iron Man. The flashbulbs erupted in a frenzy, and the world was thrown into an uproar. In the underground base, Lin Xiao watched the live broadcast on television, shaking his head with a smile. This guy truly hadn't changed a bit. He felt joy for Tony, who had finally discovered the direction of his life, no longer merely a weapons dealer. Lin Xiao believed Tony would become an even greater hero than depicted in the films. With a buoyant mood, Lin Xiao turned off the television and prepared to head to the laboratory to continue crafting his biological armor. Just then, his highly encrypted computer, isolated from the outside world, suddenly illuminated. On the screen, instead of Tony's dialog box, a symbol gradually materialized. An eagle perched within a circle, the emblem of S-H-I-E-L-D. Lin Xiao's pupils constricted instantly. This computer held his highest level secrets, with physical disconnection and one-way satellite encryption. Theoretically, no one else in the world could connect to it apart from him. But now, the S-H-I-E-L-D insignia appeared glaringly on the screen. This signified he had been found. A cold sweat instantly broke out across Lin Xiao's back. He rushed to the supercomputing array, frantically manipulating the holographic keyboard, initiating a reverse trace of the signal source. Data cascaded down like a waterfall. However, the outcome sent a chill through his heart. The signal source was emanating from a geosynchronous satellite, located 36,000 kilometers above him. A phantom satellite, unregistered to any nation. The shield had access to such advanced technology. Just as he was grappling with his astonishment, the shield's emblem vanished from the screen. In its place appeared a line of black, typewriter-style text, each character appearing one by one. Greetings, Phantom. Lin Xiao's gaze hardened with unprecedented gravity. He understood who sat on the other side. Nick Fury, the foremost leader of the world's elite agents. He refrained from responding, merely observing in silence. The text on the screen continued to pulsate. Last night, you were quite busy. First in Los Angeles, orchestrating a remarkable mechanical failure. Then in New York, playing the role of battlefield commander. You infiltrated Stark Industries, breached the military's battlefield network. Your understanding of Stark's armor is profound, and your application of non-lethal tactics surpasses even our finest tactical analysts. Most intriguingly, you seem to possess knowledge of matters you should not know. Nick Fury's intelligence was far more extensive than Lin Xiao had anticipated. It was as if he had replayed all of Lin Xiao's actions from the previous night in crystal clarity. We are very interested in you, Phantom. We wish to know who you are, where you come from, and what your intentions are. The fact that the other party had opted to communicate in this manner, rather than dispatching a team of special forces to surround him, indicated that there remained room for negotiation. Nick Fury had ulterior motives regarding him. Lin Xiao's fingers finally settled on the holographic keyboard. He erased all the text on the screen and replied with just 2 words. What is the price? He intended to turn the tables, transforming this interrogation into a negotiation. The other side fell silent for a prolonged moment. Clearly, Lin Xiao's response had taken Nick Fury by surprise. After a full minute, new text reappeared. We need to talk. About you, about Tony Stark, and about that fellow named Bruce Banner. Regarding your seemingly precognitive abilities. Chapter 16. The initial confrontation with the Cyclops. What is the price? At the Triskelion headquarters of S-H-I-E-L-D. Within a dimly lit command room, Nick Fury gazed intently at the audacious words displayed on the screen, his remaining eye narrowing into a mere slit. Having navigated the treacherous waters of espionage for decades, interrogating even the most resolute of terrorists, and recruiting the most loyal operatives from rival nations, he had even engaged with extraterrestrial beings. Yet, this specter before him, who boldly initiated a dialogue centered around monetary negotiations, was unlike any he had encountered before. This individual was either a dangerously arrogant lunatic or possessed an unparalleled audacity. Fury leaned towards the latter interpretation. Agent Hill, stationed behind him, stared at the screen in astonishment. Director, is he provoking us? She inquired. No, he is asserting his entitlement to a place at the negotiating table, Fury replied, his voice low and gravelly. He gestured for the technicians to refrain from attempting any counter-tracking, fully aware that such efforts would be futile. The adversary's capability to establish a secure communication channel within S-H-I-E-L DS satellite network surpassed Fury's comprehension. Any aggressive maneuvering on their part would only serve to unveil further vulnerabilities. He approached the control console, his fingers dancing across the keyboard. We need to discuss you, Tony Stark, and the gentleman known as Bruce Banner. Furthermore, your seemingly prophetic abilities. He intended to convey the leverage he held. He was well acquainted with Stark, familiar with Banner, and possessed insight into the core secret that this phantom could anticipate the future. Meanwhile, in a subterranean base in New Jersey, Lin Xiao scrutinized the final message sent by Nick Fury, foreseeing the future. The old fox had indeed directed his focus towards Lin's most fundamental secret. To admit it would be to expose his greatest card, leaving himself vulnerable. To deny it, in light of the circumstantial evidence Fury possessed, would render any rebuttal feeble and ineffective. Engaging with a man like Nick Fury, once a hint of trepidation was revealed, would invite a ferocious response akin to a shark detecting blood in the water, leaving him utterly devoured. He required a plausible persona, one that could elucidate everything without compromising his core secret. A powerful and enigmatic identity that would instill fear even in Nick Fury himself. Suddenly, a spark ignited in Lin Xiao's eyes as a brilliant plan began to coalesce in his mind. His fingers flew across the keyboard, lines of text materializing on the screen. Foreseeing the future? No, Director Fury, you underestimate me. I do not foresee the future. I merely, occasionally glimpse fragments from other possibilities. What? At the Trident headquarters, Fury glanced at the phrase and abruptly rose from his chair. What other possibilities could exist? What did it mean? Parallel universes? Multidimensional timelines? This concept had only been broached by a select few of the highest-ranking officials within SHIELD. Yet, those were merely conjectures. How could this specter so nonchalantly articulate it? Lin Xiao did not afford Fury any time for contemplation and continued typing. I witnessed a possibility where Obadiah Stane's scheme was not promptly unveiled, and Tony Stark was nearly crushed in the reactor chamber by his crude armor. I beheld another possibility where General Ross's foolish command turned the Harlem district into an inferno, resulting in the tragic deaths of countless civilians, while Hulk, engulfed in unending rage and despair, was captured by the military and imprisoned as a specimen for study. I also glimpsed yet another possibility in which you, Director Nick Fury, assembled the Avengers, only for it to ultimately fracture due to internal suspicions and overwhelming external pressures, leaving Earth defenseless before a formidable alien overlord. He sought to convey that he possessed extensive knowledge, yet not everything. Such a blend of truth and deception is the most beguiling. Meanwhile, Nick Fury, on the other end of the screen, was rendered utterly speechless. His back was drenched in cold sweat. The term Avengers resonated as his innermost, most classified plan. Currently, only he and his most trusted deputy, Maria Hill, were privy to it. Even Coulson knew only a fragment. How could this specter be aware of it? Fury felt as though, before this enigmatic figure, he was an exposed child, stripped of all secrets. This transcended mere intelligence capabilities. Director, Agent Hill's voice trembled slightly. Fury raised his hand, signaling her to remain silent. He forced himself to regain composure and retook his seat. He understood that today he might have encountered a presence far beyond his imagination. He needed to reassess the danger level of this specter and its potential utility. Who exactly are you? Fury typed out. This time, his tone had shifted from interrogation to one tinged with curiosity. Who I am is inconsequential, Lin Xiao replied, maintaining an air of inscrutability. You may regard me as an observer, one who detests witnessing tragedy unfold. I assist Tony because I believe he has the potential to become a great hero, rather than a pitiful figure who meets his demise at the hands of his uncle. I aid Banner because I feel he should not be condemned to a life of confinement as a monster. His brilliant mind still holds value for this world. As for you, Director Fury, my willingness to converse with you stems from your Avengers initiative, which, despite its many foolish and naive aspects, is fundamentally on the right path. This universe is far more perilous than you can fathom. Preparation is essential. Employing the tactics I learned in my previous life, I adeptly weave my words, crafting an image of a benevolent prophet from a higher dimension. Such a persona is most likely to intimidate a suspicious schemer like Nick Fury, for he cannot disprove my claims. Indeed, Fury remained silent for an extended period, and I could almost envision the frantic workings of his mind beneath that dark, bald exterior. Analyzing every word I had spoken, suddenly, Hill interrupted, her voice hoarse, elevating the threat level of the ghost to its zenith, designating him with the codename Prophet and classifying all information regarding him as top secret. Yes, sir, came the obedient reply. After issuing the command, Fury returned his gaze to the screen, acutely aware that he had lost the initiative in this conversation. Now, He found himself in a position of requesting further information from me. What do you desire? Fury inquired. My response began to lay bare my intentions. I require resources. Some special resources that your S-H-I-E-L-D possesses but are unattainable from the outside. Such as, for instance, the blue cube you retrieved from the Hydra base. I would like to borrow it for research. The Tesseract. Fury's pupils constricted to the size of pinpoints. He finally grasped my true objective. I sought these marvels that transcended earthly technology. Impossible. Fury rejected my request without a moment's hesitation. These items pertain to the safety of the entire world. I cannot entrust them to anyone. Do not be so hasty in your refusal, Director Fury. I replied with a smile, typing on the screen. I do not intend to seize them. I merely wish to borrow them. I can offer equivalent intelligence in exchange. I can reveal to you that the blue cube is truly known as the Space Stone. Boom. Fury's mind detonated like a bomb. All his previous doubts evaporated in that instant, replaced by a profound sense of fear. He realized that what he was facing could indeed be an interstellar war that would encompass the entire Earth. The enigmatic prophet before him was the only lifeline he could grasp, a solitary straw that could foresee the future. What do you require of me? Fury typed out laboriously. He had capitulated. Lin Xiao gazed at the screen, a victorious smile gracing his lips. He knew he had succeeded. He had deftly maneuvered Nick Fury, the world's most formidable intelligence chief, into a corner. It is quite simple. Lin Xiao delineated his conditions. First, cease any investigations into my person. I am the Phantom. I wish to remain undisturbed. Second, provide me with a high-level access interface, allowing me to peruse S-H-I-E-L-D-S non-confidential databases at will. I need to comprehend all that is transpiring in this world. Third, and most crucially, when I require certain special materials or technical support, I hope Director Fury can be accommodating. Rest assured, I shall compensate with a consultation fee. Lin Xiao's final statement was laden with implications. He was alluding to the scene in The Avengers where Tony bore a nuclear bomb into the portal. Nick Fury contemplated these terms in prolonged silence. He understood that acquiescing would equate to granting an uncontrollable specter a backdoor into the vast organization of S-H-I-E-L-D. Yet, if he refused, ultimately, he struck the keys to reply. I need time to consider. Of course, Lin Xiao responded. However, I advise you to act swiftly, for the time afforded to you is limited. With that, Lin Xiao unilaterally severed the communication. The screen reverted to darkness. The gains from this negotiation were monumental. Not only had he temporarily stabilized S-H-I-E-L-D, but he had also paved the way for his future endeavors. Chapter 17, The Symbiote. After disconnecting from Nick Fury, Lin Xiao leaned back in his chair, exhaling deeply. Dealing with this old fox was exceedingly taxing. Every word had to be meticulously crafted, casting enough shocking bait while concealing his true hand. He understood that, from this day forward, S-H-I-E-L-D would serve as a temporary protective umbrella. As long as he continued to provide valuable prophecies, Nick Fury would regard him as a significant ally, one not to be trifled with. As for the cosmic cube, that was merely a feint, a means to intimidate. He was well aware that, given Fury's suspicious nature, there was no way he would be entrusted with such artifacts at this juncture. Nonetheless, the seed had been sown, and there would be ample opportunities ahead. Now, he had more pressing matters to attend to. 3 months later, Lin Xiao traversed the brightly illuminated corridor, arriving at the core area of the base, the biological laboratory. This place stood in stark contrast to his garage, cluttered with mechanical components and servers. The laboratory exuded a pristine, futuristic ambience characterized by a pure white palette, with a faint scent of disinfectant permeating the air. Precision instruments, whose names Lin Xiao could not recall, yet far surpassed the capabilities of contemporary technology, operated quietly within the room. At the center of the laboratory stood a colossal, transparent, cylindrical incubation chamber. It was filled with a light green nutrient solution, and several mechanical arms hovered within, poised for action. This was the birthing chamber he had prepared for his new creation. Incomplete blueprint for biological armor. Passive ability, gamma ray affinity. Lin Xiao closed his eyes, and the images of these two rewards, SSS and SS grade, resurfaced in his mind. The blueprint for the biological armor represented an extensive and intricate technological system. It was not a conventional steel exosuit, but rather a semi-organic, semi-mechanical construct that could integrate deeply with its user. It boasted various characteristics, including self-repair, morphological simulation, and energy conduction. However, the blueprint was incomplete, lacking not in structure or materials, but in the two most crucial components, the driving medium and the energy supply system. Simply put, it lacked appropriate fuel and an engine. Initially, this posed a monumental challenge. The recommended driving mediums on the blueprint consisted of rare cosmic energies, such as the embers of phoenix power and shards of stellar core, elements that seemed unattainable on Earth. However, the emergence of the passive ability, gamma-ray affinity, perfectly resolved this dilemma. Gamma-ray affinity. Your cellular structure has developed a natural adaptability and affinity for gamma rays. You will be immune to low doses of harmful gamma radiation and can gradually absorb gamma energy from the environment to enhance your physical form. Furthermore, you can channel and manipulate this energy. Energy manipulation. This was the driving medium he required. He could easily regard himself as a gamma energy converter, channeling external energy into the biological armor to power its operation. As for the energy supply system, nothing could be more suitable than an arc-reactor. A smile spread across Lin Zhao's face. He approached a control console, retrieved the design schematics for the biological armor, and began to modify and complete them. With the enhancement of perfect level, industrial and mechanical mastery, his mind operated at a speed akin to that of a supercomputer. Countless theories, formulas, and material data collided and fused within his brain. First and foremost was the energy core. He meticulously designed a standard interface at the chest of the biological armor, intended to accommodate the miniature arc-reactor he had previously constructed. This reactor would serve as the primary energy source for the armor, delivering a stable and powerful output. Furthermore, he reimagined the energy conduction system, eliminating the originally intricate energy conduits that required special mediums. In their place, he introduced a novel, user-centric biological neural transmission network. This intricate network would establish a profound connection with his nervous system. When he activated his gamma radiation affinity, the pure energy generated by the arc-reactor would first undergo gamma conversion within his body, before being transmitted through this network to every corner of the armor. Thus, he would transcend the role of mere operator, evolving into the true heart and brain of the biological armor. The armor would become an extension of his own body, moving in perfect harmony with his will. Perfection. Lin Zhao gazed at his revised blueprint, nodding in satisfaction. This was no longer the original flawed design. It was a completely new, bespoke, and unparalleled armor that Lin Zhao named Symbiote. He uploaded the final design to the laboratory's main computer. Pengu, commence fabrication. Command received. Initiating construction of the symbiote prototype. The main computer emitted a gentle electronic tone. The massive cultivation chamber at the center began to activate. Mechanical arms extended from the chamber walls, precisely introducing various meticulously refined biological polymer materials, liquid memory metals, and nanocarbon fiber bundles into the nutrient solution. The nutrient solution began to glow, its temperature gradually rising. On a microscopic level, a miraculous creation was unfolding. Different materials, influenced by specialized biological enzymes and energy fields, began to interweave and assemble according to the blueprint. Akin to building with blocks, layers of white biological fibers sprouted, resembling muscle tissue, forming the foundational structure of the armor. Subsequently, dark blue energy conduction pathways spread like veins across the white fibers, ultimately converging at the circular void in the chest area. Key areas such as the wrists, shoulders, and knees saw the biological fibers hardening, forming nodes of titanium alloy that shimmered with a metallic luster. The entire process exuded a sci-fi cinematic quality. Lin Zhao watched in silent awe, filled with the joy of creation. Is this the sensation of mastering advanced technology? It was a thrill beyond that of the divine. The manufacturing process continued for a full 12 hours. As the light within the cultivation chamber faded, a brand new armor, imbued with streamlined beauty and a sense of vitality, quietly floated within the nutrient solution. Its primary hue is a lustrous pearl white, adorned with intricate dark blue energy patterns. At the rear, two pairs of foldable energy wings are tightly closed, reminiscent of insect wings. It appears not as a frigid weapon, but rather as a flawless work of art. The prototype of the symbiote has been constructed. Draining the nutrient solution, he initiated the drying process. Lin Zhao issued the command. As the nutrient solution was extracted, the biological armor gently descended onto the base of the incubation chamber. Lin Zhao took a deep breath, approached, and opened the chamber door. He removed his shirt, revealing a physique that was both harmonious and powerful. Then, he stepped into the incubation chamber, standing before the armor. He extended his hand, lightly caressing the surface of the armor. It possessed a peculiar texture, simultaneously exuding the chill of metal and the warmth akin to skin. At the moment his fingertips made contact with the armor, a humming resonated as the entire suit seemed to come alive. The dark blue energy patterns instantly glimmered with a soft light. Following that, as if animated, the armor began to dissolve fluidly from the chest. rapidly enveloping Lin Zhao's entire body. The icy sensation swiftly spread throughout him, only to be replaced by a warm, comforting feeling reminiscent of returning to the womb. Countless microscopic neural probes extended from the interior of the armor, painlessly connecting to his nervous system. In an instant, Lin Zhao felt his senses magnified to an unimaginable degree. He could perceive the motes of dust swirling in the air, hear the whirring of the server fans at the opposite end of the base, and even feel the breath of every single cell within him. The armor had become one with him. He glanced down at his hands. The white biological fibers melded perfectly with his skin, capable of morphing at the behest of his thoughts. With a mere thought, sharp energy blades sprang forth from the armor nodes at his wrists. With another thought, the blades retracted. It was time to install the heart. Lin Zhao walked over to the adjacent workbench and picked up the miniature Arc-Reactor, which emanated a blue glow. He approached the hollow at the chest of the armor and gently pressed the reactor into place. With a soft click, the reactor seamlessly integrated into the interface. Boom! An unprecedented surge of power exploded from his chest, coursing through his limbs and body. If before he had merely activated the armor, now he had ignited a volcano. The gamma-ray affinity within him was thoroughly awakened. The immense energy generated by the Arc-Reactor underwent a flawless gamma transformation within his body, infusing every corner of his armor. The dark blue energy patterns radiated with brilliance. The two pairs of energy wings unfolded with a swift motion, emanating a translucent blue halo, while powerful energy currents surged upon them, causing a slight distortion in the surrounding air. Energy core activated. Symbiote armor engaged. Lin Zhao felt the overwhelming power within him, nearly bursting forth, and could not resist a howl towards the heavens. He raised his hand, aiming at the target within the laboratory, crafted from ultra-high-strength alloys to test material resilience. Testing its might, he concentrated, channeling gamma energy through the conduits of his arm, gathering it in his palm. A dark blue energy cannon, as wide as a bowl, exuding a sense of annihilation, surged forth with ferocity. There was no cataclysmic explosion, only the piercing sound of metal melting. The alloy target, capable of withstanding direct hits from armor-piercing projectiles, was pierced effortlessly, leaving behind a smooth-edged hole, still emitting wisps of smoke. Lin Zhao gazed at his palm and then at the target, drawing in a sharp breath. Goodness, is this power a tad excessive? This was merely a casual strike, using less than 10% of his strength. He now felt that even in a direct confrontation, he was utterly unafraid. With this symbiote armor, he truly possessed the means to survive and thrive in this perilous Marvel universe. He switched communication channels and dialed a number, one he had previously left in Brazil for Bruce Banner, associated with a special bracelet. Over the past 3 months, he had not only acquired the symbiote. Chapter 18. The Rebirth of Dr. Banner. He switched communication channels once more, dialing another number, the one associated with the special bracelet he had left for Bruce Banner in Brazil. Doctor, are you asleep? Upon connection, a somewhat weary yet stable voice responded. Lin, it's late. Is there something you need? Ever since their last battle against the Abomination, Lin Zhao had been attempting to reach Banner. It was only after Banner had reverted from the Hulk back to his normal self that Lin Zhao finally made contact. He had settled Banner in a secluded apartment in a small town in New Jersey, providing him with a small home laboratory to continue his research. I have gathered some information regarding your matter. I need you to visit my facility, Lin Zhao stated. The address has been sent to your wristband. I have arranged for a vehicle to pick you up, and it will arrive in 15 minutes. Now, Banner expressed surprise, noting that it had only been 3 months. You will understand upon your arrival. It is an opportunity that can truly grant you a new lease on life. Lin Zhao's tone was imbued with an air of mystery. An hour later, Bruce Banner was escorted to the exterior of an unremarkable black sedan, which delivered him to the site of a dilapidated foundry. As he surveyed the desolate factory before him, doubt filled his mind. Is this truly Lin Zhao's base? It appears rather meager. However, as he followed the driver into a concealed passage disguised as an elevator, descending deeper into the ground, he was utterly astonished upon arriving at the subterranean facility brimming with futuristic technology. The colossal Pangu reactor radiated a soft blue glow, while rows of high-speed supercomputers hummed with activity. Furthermore, there was a control panel composed entirely of light and shadow, reminiscent of something he had only witnessed in science fiction films. My goodness! Banner felt overwhelmed, as if his mind were inadequate to comprehend the spectacle before him. Welcome to my garage, Doctor, Lin Zhao greeted, clad in a pristine white lab coat, stepping out from the biological laboratory with a smile. Lin, this place. Banner struggled to find words to convey his astonishment. It is a sanctuary where you can conduct your research without fear of interruption, Lin Zhao reassured, patting him on the shoulder. Come, I have everything prepared for you. He guided Banner into the immaculate white biological laboratory. Banner gazed at the intricate instruments, whose principles eluded him, feeling akin to a country bumpkin newly arrived in the city, overwhelmed by the sights. Lin, why have you brought me here? Banner finally voiced the question that plagued his thoughts. To assist you, Doctor. Lin Zhao's expression turned serious. It is not merely a matter of treating the symptoms with that wristband. We intend to address the root of the issue concerning you and the big guy within you. You mean Hulk? Banner's countenance shifted slightly. Precisely, Lin Zhao nodded. As I mentioned before, you must not regard it as an adversary. You need to comprehend it, communicate with it, and even master it. But I cannot. Banner shook his head bitterly. Each time it emerges, my consciousness is consumed. I have no understanding of its thoughts or actions. That is because there exists a bridge missing between you two. Lin Zhao pointed towards the enormous medical pod at the center of the laboratory. And I am here to construct that bridge for you. What do you intend to do? A flicker of unease surged within Banner. A rather straightforward experiment, Lin Zhao replied with a smile. Recalling their first encounter when he mentioned the Stark Banner effect, the benign stimulation of cells by low doses of gamma rays. Of course, I remember. You failed in that experiment due to an uncontrolled dosage, which resulted in your current state. Lin Zhao's gaze sharpened. However, what if we could precisely control the dosage? Employing an exceptionally gentle and manageable gamma radiation to re-stimulate your cerebral cortex? What might occur? In that instant, Banner's breath quickened. He understood. Lin Zhao intended to artificially and proactively awaken the Hulk within him in a controlled manner. You are insane. Banner instinctively took a step back. What if it spirals out of control? If I transform here, everything will be obliterated. Do not worry, it won't. Lin Zhao's confidence enveloped Banner. First, the walls here are constructed from a special alloy capable of withstanding tactical nuclear blasts. Even if the Hulk rages, it will merely leave a few dents. Secondly, Lin Zhao gestured to his chest. Do you remember my ability to control gamma rays? I can guide and soothe gamma energy. In simple terms, I can pacify the Hulk and prevent him from losing his temper. Most importantly, Lin Zhao pointed to the medical chamber. This neural docking chamber can amplify your brainwaves, allowing you to delve into your subconscious while maintaining self-awareness. There, you will encounter him, a genuine face-to-face communion. Banner fell into a profound silence. Lin Zhao's plan was audacious, wild, yet irresistibly enticing. To converse with the Hulk, it was something he had never dared to dream. If it could truly succeed, might he then gain mastery over the force that had annihilated everything he cherished, yet remained overwhelmingly potent? He gazed into Lin Zhao's confident eyes, and then at the futuristic medical chamber. Ultimately, he nodded. What must I do? Lin Zhao smiled. It is simple. Lie down and take a nap. Guided by Lin Zhao, Banner, filled with trepidation, reclined in the medical chamber. The door slowly closed. Soft lights illuminated the space as a special calming gas began to fill the chamber. Banner's eyelids grew heavier until he soon succumbed to slumber. Pengu, let us begin. Lin Zhao approached the control panel and issued the command. Command received. Initiating bridge plan. Above the medical chamber, a sophisticated instrument extended outward. At the pinnacle of the device, an almost imperceptible beam of gamma rays, barely visible to the naked eye, precisely targeted Banner's temple. The console screen began to display a tumultuous alteration of Banner's brainwave patterns. A steady waveform representing Banner's consciousness and a chaotic waveform symbolizing the Hulk's essence appeared simultaneously on the screen. Excellent, he has entered. Lin Zhao placed his hands upon the two biosensors of the console. He closed his eyes, invoking his innate affinity for gamma rays. In an instant, his consciousness seemed to intertwine with Banner's subconscious through those gamma rays, becoming the bridge between them. Banner found himself standing in an abyss of infinite darkness. Here, nothing existed, no sound, no light, only a stifling, suffocating solitude. He recognized this as the depths of his subconscious. Hulk, he tentatively called out, but received no reply. Just as confusion began to engulf him, a deafening roar erupted from behind. Startled, Banner spun around. A colossal, green figure loomed not far away, its eyes ablaze with fury, rage, and anguish. He was bound by countless thick, black chains, each representing Banner's repression, fear, and rejection. This was the Hulk, another facet of himself residing within his subconscious. Upon seeing Banner, the Hulk struggled even more violently, the chains creaking ominously. It's you. You wish to imprison me again. The Hulk's voice thundered through Banner's mind like rolling thunder. No, I am not. Liar. You are all liars. You only seek to exploit me, to harm me. The Hulk roared in madness. Banner, overwhelmed by the sheer ferocity, stumbled backward in fright, yearning to flee. At that moment, Lin Zhao's voice resonated within his mind. Do not be afraid, Banner. Look into his eyes. He is not angry with you. He is crying for help. Taken aback, Banner pondered the notion of a plea for assistance. Forcing himself to summon courage, he gazed into the Hulk's eyes. Beneath the boundless fury, he discerned a glimmer of childlike hurt and loneliness. Suddenly, comprehension dawned upon him. The Hulk was, in truth, a manifestation of all his negative emotions, his anger, his pain, his resentment. His desire to eradicate the Hulk was, in essence, a desire to obliterate a part of himself. I no longer wish to confine you. Banner inhaled deeply and took his first step towards Hulk. I have come to discuss matters with you. Chapter 19. Tony's doomsday party. The world had undergone a seismic transformation. At a press conference, Tony Stark's proclamation, "I am Iron Man," ignited a fervor across the globe. Superheroes, once confined to the realms of comic books and legends, had officially emerged into reality. Iron Man ascended to the pinnacle of global celebrity, propelling Stark Industries' stock prices to unprecedented heights. Tony appeared to have reverted to his former self, the extravagant and attention-grabbing playboy of yesteryears. He revived the Stark Expo, founded by his father, cruising in sports cars and mingling with glamorous models, reveling in the adoration and acclaim of the world. Everything seemed so idyllic. Yet, Lin Xiao was acutely aware that beneath this glossy facade, a lethal crisis was silently consuming Tony's life. Palladium poisoning. The Arc-Reactor embedded in his chest, which sustained his existence, was continuously releasing toxins, infiltrating his bloodstream and eroding his body. In a subterranean base in New Jersey, Lin Xiao scrutinized Tony's most recent blood test results displayed on the screen, his brow furrowed in concern. Blood palladium concentration, 19, estimated remaining lifespan, less than 3 months. This report had been retrieved by him through SHIELD, directly from Nick Fury's classified files. This fool, Lin Xiao muttered under his breath. He knew that Tony could not find a substitute for palladium. Yet he had not anticipated the situation to deteriorate so swiftly. Over the past 6 months, he had subtly hinted at the urgency to Tony. He had previously sent Tony theoretical materials regarding heavy ion collisions and the synthesis of new elements, under the guise of optimizing the reactor. Within those documents lay the crucial clues to resolve the palladium poisoning dilemma. However, Tony seemed oblivious to their significance. Enveloped by the immense aura of Iron Man, he was preoccupied with managing the government, the media, and various hearings, lacking the tranquility necessary for research. Or perhaps, he was using this distraction as a means to numb himself, evading the impending specter of death. The encrypted communicator buzzed to life. Lin Xiao glanced at the caller ID. It was Pepper Potts. He answered the call. "Lin, it's me, Pepper." Her voice was laden with anxiety and exhaustion. "I know. What has transpired that has prompted Stark Industries' new CEO to personally reach out to me?" Lin Xiao replied, his tone laced with a hint of jest. After Obadiah's demise, Tony cast aside the company's troubles, leaving everything to Pepper while he adopted the role of a detached overseer. "It is Tony. He is on the brink of madness." Pepper's voice quivered with emotion as she recounted how he had transferred his shares to me, entrusting me with all responsibilities. "He has grown increasingly irritable and erratic. I sense he is concealing something from me, yet whenever I inquire, he remains silent. He isolates himself in the workshop, drinking incessantly day and night, and I fear for his well-being." "So, you wish for me to persuade him?" Lin Xiao inquired. "Yes, Lin. You are the only person he still might be willing to listen to." Pepper implored. "Today is his birthday, and he plans to host a party at his villa in Malibu. I have a dreadful premonition that he might do something reckless. Please, go check on him, will you?" Lin Xiao paused for a moment, realizing the gravity of the situation. Tony's apocalyptic revelry. "Understood," Lin Xiao affirmed. "I shall go. Thank you immensely, Lin. I truly appreciate it." After ending the call, Lin Xiao sighed. What a troubling fellow he is. He rose and made his way toward the laboratory housing the symbiote armor. It seems that tonight, it is imperative to bring this capricious genius back down to earth. In California, at the Malibu seaside villa, the deafening electronic music threatened to lift the roof off. By the poolside and in the dance area, throngs of bikini-clad beauties and impeccably dressed socialites mingled. Champagne, fine wines, and gourmet delicacies were in abundance. The entire soiree was steeped in opulence and indulgence. The protagonist of the party, Tony Stark, donned his crimson and gold Mark IV armor, standing before the DJ booth, gyrating like a true rock star. Clutching a bottle of expensive champagne, he periodically tilted it to his lips, gulping down generous swigs. The visor of his armor was raised, revealing a face twisted by alcohol and despair. Bloodshot eyes reflected a frantic, hollow gaze. He bellowed into the microphone, sharing a series of unamusing jokes that provoked insincere laughter and shrieks from the surrounding crowd. Not far off, his friend, Colonel James Rhodes, clad in a sharp military uniform, observed the absurdity before him with a pallid expression. He swiftly approached the DJ booth and seized the microphone from Tony's grasp. "That's enough. Tony, look at what you've become." Rhodes thundered. The music softened slightly, and all eyes turned to the two of them. "Hey, Rhodey, my old buddy." Tony drunkenly threw his arm around Rhodey's shoulder. "Don't be so serious. Today is my birthday. Come on, let us dance." "I did not come here to dance with you." Rhodey pushed him away. "Do you treat this armor as a toy? It symbolizes responsibility. It is a weapon meant to protect this nation, not a tool for you to indulge in drinking and chasing women." "A weapon?" Tony burst into laughter, as if he had heard the greatest joke in the world. "Indeed, it is a weapon. Moreover, it is the most powerful weapon on this planet. And I am that weapon." As he spoke, he suddenly raised his hand, aiming at the floating watermelons by the pool. "Bayou, Bayou, Bayou." Several energy pulses shot from his palm, accurately obliterating the watermelons one by one. Juice splattered everywhere, eliciting shrieks and cheers from the surrounding beauties. "Tony, you've gone mad." Rhodey was thoroughly enraged. "I'm not mad. I'm perfectly lucid." Tony's gaze suddenly turned cold. "You want this armor? The military has been dreaming of it, haven't they? Come on, if you have the guts, try to take it off me." The atmosphere instantly became tense. Rhodey looked at his friend who had completely lost control, his eyes filled with disappointment and sorrow. He knew he could no longer allow him to act recklessly. He turned and strode toward the underground workshop. He intended to don the silver-gray war machine armor that Tony had prepared for him. He would put an end to this farce himself. At that moment, a calm voice, clear and audible to everyone present, rang out. How could such a lively party not invite me? Everyone turned to the source of the voice. An Asian young man, dressed casually, was leisurely walking through the villa's entrance. He wore a sunny smile and held what appeared to be an ordinary gift box. It was as if he were visiting a neighbor rather than attending a wild party. It was Lin Xiao. Upon seeing Lin Xiao, Tony's drunkenness seemed to dissipate by half. "Lin, what brings you here?" "It's your birthday, so of course, I had to come and bring a gift." Lin Xiao waved the box in his hand and approached. "However, it seems you don't really need my gift. You already possess the finest toy in the world." His gaze fell upon Tony's Mark IV armor. "What do you think, Colonel Rhodes?" Lin Xiao then turned to Rhodey, who was preparing to head to the basement. Rhodey halted, looking at Lin Xiao with a complex expression. He certainly knows Lin Xiao, one of the few friends whom Tony genuinely acknowledges. A mysterious individual who provided crucial assistance during the Obadiah incident. "Mr. Lin, I must stop him," Rod said in a hushed tone. "I concur," Lin Xiao nodded. Then turned to Tony. "So, Tony, are you prepared to remove this suit of armor yourself, or shall I assist you in shedding it?" Lin Xiao's words plunged the atmosphere into an icy silence. It was evident to all that this sudden young man had come to disrupt the gathering. Tony's expression turned utterly frigid. He could afford to disregard anyone, including the American government, but Lin Xiao was different. This individual possessed far too many of his secrets, and, to a certain extent, was his only friend on equal footing. "Lin, this is my affair." Tony's voice was hoarse. "Do not interfere." "Apologies, but Pepper implored me to intervene." Lin Xiao shrugged. "I promised her I would ensure your safety. And you certainly do not appear safe in your current state. Are you intending to fight me?" Tony's gaze turned menacing, the Arc-Reactor in his chest glowing slightly brighter. The energy repulsors in his palms also aimed at Lin Xiao. "I do not wish to engage in combat." Lin Xiao shook his head, the smile on his face gradually fading. "But if you compel me." Before he could finish his sentence, a layer of ethereal light suddenly enveloped Lin Xiao's body. A suit of biologically inspired armor, shimmering in pearlescent white and dark blue, instantaneously enveloped him. The energy wings on his back unfurled with a whoosh, emanating a powerful surge of energy. The micro-arc reactor on his chest radiated a blinding blue light. The symbiote armor made its grand entrance. Everyone present was left astonished. Another suit of iron armor. Moreover, the manner of its appearance was even more spectacular and futuristic than Tony's Mark IV. It seemed as if it had grown from his very being. Tony was equally taken aback. He stared intently at the unfamiliar armor enveloping Lin Xiao, his eyes wide with disbelief. You, I said. "I do not wish to engage." Lin Xiao's voice emanated from the helmet of the armor, carrying a metallic timbre. He asked once more, "Tony, will you remove it yourself? Or shall I assist you?" What answered him was a searing energy pulse. Tony launched the first attack. Chapter 20, The Battle of Armor's Boom. An energy pulse, trailing a long beam of light, shot straight towards Lin Xiao's face. The surrounding guests erupted in a chorus of terrified screams, scattering in all directions, fearful of being caught in this celestial conflict. However, in the face of Tony's assault, Lin Xiao stood resolutely, unmoving. Just as the energy pulse was about to strike his visor, a translucent, pale blue energy shield materialized before him in an instant. The energy pulse collided with the shield, akin to a stone cast into a lake, merely stirring a ripple before dissipating into nothingness. What? Tony's pupils constricted sharply. Energy shield technology? He was still conducting research on it in his lab, with theoretical models yet to be fully developed. How could Lin Xiao have already operationalized it? Is that all you've got, Tony? Lin Xiao's voice emanated from his helmet, laced with a hint of mockery, suggesting that the alcohol had not only impaired your brain, but also affected your suit's energy output. Shut up. Tony was thoroughly incensed. He felt an unprecedented sense of provocation and humiliation. He, Tony Stark, the prodigy Iron Man, had been schooled by another in an unknown suit at his own birthday party. In front of so many onlookers. Jarvis, increase energy output to 75%. Sir, this will place a tremendous load on the reactor. Execute the command. The reactor at the chest of Mark IV blazed brightly, and the stabilizers on his arms unfolded. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. A torrent of concentrated energy pulses surged towards Lin Xiao like a torrential downpour. Simultaneously, the micromissile launchers on his shoulders activated, unleashing a barrage of small tracking missiles that whistled towards Lin Xiao. In the face of this tempestuous assault, Lin Xiao finally moved. He did not choose to withstand the attack. With a powerful flap of the energy wings on his back, he transformed into a streak of white light, vanishing from his original position in an instant. The speed was so astonishing that it left behind an afterimage. Incredible. Colonel Rhodes, observing from a distance, felt a rush of adrenaline. As a top-tier fighter pilot, he possessed an acute sense of speed. Lin Xiao's suit exhibited a burst of instantaneous velocity that undoubtedly surpassed that of Mark IV. Tony's assault landed in empty space, blasting the walls of the villa behind him into charred craters. He is above you. Jarvis's voice resonated within Tony's helmet. Tony looked up sharply. There, suspended in midair, Lin Xiao gazed down at him as if he were a judge. It's my turn now, Tony. The moment Lin Xiao's words fell, he plunged downward like a meteor. He refrained from employing any energy weapons, opting instead for a primal and profoundly impactful approach to close combat. Tony immediately raised his arms in an attempt to block. Bang! A tremendous sound erupted, akin to two high-speed trains colliding. The white symbiotic battle armor clashed violently with the red and gold Mark IV. The immense shockwave reverberated through the very ground of the villa. Tony felt an irresistible force surge from the opponent's fist. His arms went numb in an instant, and he was forcefully slammed to the ground from midair. Boom! His body created a massive human-shaped pit in the concrete beside the pool. The sturdy titanium alloy armor of the Mark IV displayed distinct dents and cracks. Warning: severe damage to chest armor. Hydraulic system malfunction. The alarm from Jarvis blared incessantly. How is this possible? Lying in the pit, Tony felt as though his internal organs had been displaced. He could not comprehend how, without any weaponry, the opponent could possess such extraordinary physical strength. This defied logic. Lin Xiao slowly descended beside the pit, observing Tony in his disheveled state, and shook his head. I told you to free yourself. He extended his hand towards Tony in the pit. No way, Tony roared, and the chest-mounted repulsor instantly erupted with a blinding light. A beam of energy, several times more robust than before, surged forth at point-blank range, striking Lin Xiao with ferocity. This was the Mark IV's most formidable offensive capability, the monomolecular beam repulsor. Facing an attack potent enough to melt tanks, Lin Xiao did not flinch. He merely opened his palm, and a rapidly spinning dark blue vortex composed of gamma energy formed instantaneously within it. The beam from the repulsor entered the vortex, akin to a cow sinking into the sea, creating no ripples as it was effortlessly consumed, decomposed, and absorbed. No, it can't be. Tony's eyes widened in disbelief. His ultimate move had been caught by the opponent's hand. This surpassed his understanding. Energy must not be wasted, Tony. The dark blue vortex in Lin Xiao's palm blazed ever brighter. Therefore, here it is for you. With a flick of his wrist, he propelled the absorbed energy, mingled with his own gamma energy, back in an even more ferocious manner. Boom. A more robust and ferocious dark blue energy cannon struck the chest of Mark IV with tremendous force. Crack. The reactor's casing let out a sound of unbearable fracture. The lights of the entire armor extinguished instantly, rendering it completely inoperable. Ugh. Tony emitted a muffled groan of agony as darkness enveloped him, plunging him into unconsciousness. The battle had concluded. From start to finish, it lasted less than a minute. Throughout the encounter, Lin Xiao exhibited an overwhelming superiority. In terms of speed, strength, defense, and energy utilization, the symbiote armor comprehensively surpassed Tony's Mark IV. All present, including Colonel Rhodes, stood in stunned silence, mouths agape, gazing at the white armor standing by the pit as if it were a monstrous apparition. If Iron Man was the marvel of human technology, what was this white figure? A deity? Lin Xiao removed his helmet, revealing his calm visage. He approached the unconscious Tony, skillfully activating the emergency release mechanism of Mark IV. With a hiss of mechanical depressurization, the armor detached from Tony's form. Lin Xiao lifted Tony from the pit and handed him over to the now pale-faced Rhodes. Colonel Rhodes, please take him to his room to rest. Moreover, the party is over. Instruct everyone to leave. Ah. Oh right, of course, Rhodes finally reacted, hastily accepting Tony. Lin Xiao surveyed the ravaged villa and the guests still in shock, exhaling deeply. He moved to the DJ booth and grasped the microphone that Rhodes had abandoned. Ladies and gentlemen, his voice resonated throughout the villa. I sincerely apologize for the interruption to your evening. A small incident has occurred during tonight's festivities. Our guest of honor, Mr. Tony Stark, has indulged a bit too much and is now resting. For the safety of all present, I hereby declare the party concluded. Stark Industries will assume full responsibility for any damages incurred. Please exit in an orderly manner. As his words echoed, the guests, as if released from a spell, rushed toward the exit, eager to leave the scene of a confrontation between two Iron Men. Soon, the once boisterous villa was left desolate, strewn with debris. Lin Xiao observed the aftermath, shaking his head. He knew that the tale of this battle would soon reverberate across the globe. A mysterious white Iron Man had bested the very Iron Man himself at Tony Stark's birthday celebration. This news is undoubtedly more explosive than Tony's declaration of being Iron Man. However, he remains indifferent. His intention is to convey this effect, to make everyone aware that Iron Man is not invincible. He aims to awaken Tony Stark from the illusion that surrounds him and compel certain shadowy figures, such as the American government and Nick Fury, to reassess their own strength and worth. He, Lin Xiao, is not a mere subordinate of Tony Stark. He exists as an independent entity, capable of standing alongside him or even surpassing him. He turns to depart when, at that moment, Rhodey descends from the upper floor. Mr. Lin, he calls out to Lin Xiao. Just Lin will suffice, he replies. Lin, thank you. Rhodey's gaze is sincere. If it weren't for you, I truly wouldn't know how to conclude this. Not at all. I am merely acting on Pepper's behalf. Lin Xiao responds nonchalantly. What has happened to Tony? Rhodey hesitates before asking. Though he has always enjoyed a good time, he has never seen Tony lose control like this before. Lin Xiao looks at Rhodey, pausing in silence for a moment. He understands that Rhodey is Tony's closest friend and a trustworthy individual. He is gravely ill. Lin Xiao ultimately decides to reveal part of the truth. What? Rhodey's expression shifts to one of shock. The device in his chest is slowly killing him. Lin Xiao indicates upwards, palladium poisoning. His time is limited. Rhodey sways slightly, nearly losing his balance. He finally comprehends the reason behind Tony's erratic behavior in recent times. It was not indulgence, but rather despair. Is there a way to save him? Rhodey's voice trembles. There is, Lin Xiao nods. But he must seek the answers himself. Our role is merely to give him a nudge. What must I do? When he awakens, take him to a certain place. Lin Xiao sends an address to Rhodey's phone. Where's this? The final legacy that Howard Stark left for his son. Having said this, Lin Xiao does not linger but turns and strides towards the door. His figure gradually fades into the moonlight, leaving Rhodey standing alone, processing the series of shocking revelations that could overturn his worldview. Chapter 21. A Father's Legacy. The following morning, sunlight streams through the vast floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the disheveled living room of the Malibu seaside villa. Tony Stark awakens, groggy from the throbbing headache of a hangover. He found himself lying on the grand bed in his bedroom, clad in pajamas. Memories from the previous night surged into his mind like fragmented shards, the frenzied party, Rhodey's accusations, and that specter in white. Lin. Tony murmured the name, abruptly bolting upright in bed. He rushed to the mirror, gazing at his haggard, bloodshot visage. On his neck, dark markings resembling circuit board patterns were steadily spreading. These were signs of palladium poisoning. The shadow of death loomed over him, suffocating him like a relentless parasite. He had always believed he could find a solution. He was Tony Stark, the most brilliant mind in the world. No problem was insurmountable for him. Yet this time, he had faltered. He could not find a substitute for palladium. He could only watch helplessly as he marched toward his demise day by day. Thus, he chose indulgence, opting for alcohol and revelry to numb his senses. He yearned to embrace one last bout of madness in his final moments. However, Lin's appearance struck him like a resounding slap, jolting him from his self-deception. That white armor. That hand which effortlessly absorbed the impact of his repulsor. That overpowering strength that left him utterly defenseless. Tony's heart brimmed with frustration. He had always taken pride in the Iron Man he had created, believing it to be the pinnacle of technology, a testament to his intellect. Yet now, Lin had demonstrated, through undeniable evidence, that he was mistaken. There existed in this world individuals more brilliant and more formidable than he. Knock, knock, knock. The bedroom door was rapped upon. Tony, are you awake? It was Rhodey's voice. Come in, Tony replied, his voice slightly hoarse. Rhodey entered, and upon seeing Tony's condition, a flicker of concern crossed his eyes. How are you feeling? Terrible, Tony replied, offering a self-deprecating smile, as though he had been run over by a truck. Lin, he hit a bit hard. Well, he was justified, Rhodey responded. No, he was right. Tony shook his head, to Rhodey's surprise. If it weren't for him, I might have truly demolished that house. He moved to the bar and poured himself a glass of water, downing it in one gulp. I'm dying, Rhodey, Tony stated calmly, as if discussing an unrelated matter. Lin has already informed me, Rhodey said, his gaze heavy with concern. Palladium poisoning. Tony paused, then managed a wry smile. That guy really can't keep a secret. So, you're here to gloat, are you? I have come to assist you. Rhodey's expression was grave. Assist me? How so? Prepare a grand funeral for me? No. It is to take you to a certain place. Rhodey produced his phone, revealing the address Lin Xiao had provided to Tony. Stark Industries, old archive storage room? Tony furrowed his brow, questioning the purpose of such a visit. To reminisce about the past? Lin stated that within lies something your father left for you. Something that could save your life. My father? Tony's expression became intricate. Howard Stark. This name was both familiar and foreign to him. In his memories, his father was perpetually the stern, aloof man, always dissatisfied with him. He devoted himself entirely to his pursuits, his Stark Industries, and S.H.I.E.L.D., while withholding even a modicum of affection from his son. What could he possibly have left for me? A collection of outdated, useless documents? I will not go. Without a moment's hesitation, Tony declined. Tony, Rhodey emphasized, I understand your fraught relationship with your father, but this is not the time for petulance. This is your sole opportunity. Do you truly wish to abandon it so easily? Tony fell silent. Abandon? No. Tony Stark, never surrendered. Even in that damned cave in Afghanistan. He had crafted an arc-reactor from scrap metal and forged the Mark I, carving a path to freedom. How could he simply resign himself to inaction now? Very well. Ultimately, he acquiesced. I shall go. I am curious to discover what treasures my old man has left behind. The old archive storage room at Stark Industries was dim, damp, and filled the air with the musty scent of moldy paper. Towering shelves were lined with boxes thickly coated in dust. Each box contained the lifetime endeavors of Howard Stark. It was hard to believe he had left behind so much. As Tony coughed, he rummaged through the boxes. Rhodey handed him one, marked with a label, Stark Expo, 1974. Tony opened the box to find old film reels, design blueprints, and a model of a city that appeared quite antiquated. This is the model from the 1974 Stark Expo? Tony recognized it. He picked up a film reel, located a functioning projector, and set it in motion. After a crackling sound, the screen illuminated. On the screen, a spirited man, reminiscent of himself, appeared. It was a youthful Howard Stark. All I can offer is this. Everything I present is merely a stepping stone towards the future. Future technology will cure diseases, eradicate poverty, and even provide humanity with inexhaustible clean energy. Howard spoke eloquently before the camera. However, constrained by the technology of my time, I am unable to realize this dream. I can only leave it for the future. For you, Tony. Suddenly, Howard gazed into the camera, as if he could transcend time and space to see Tony in that moment. In his eyes, there was no longer the severity and coldness that Tony remembered, but instead a profound, ineffable paternal love and expectation. You are the greatest creation of my life. The scene came to a close. Tony stood there, momentarily transfixed, his eyes unwittingly moistening. It dawned on him. His father had always taken pride in him, even if he never voiced it. Tony, Rhodey gently patted his shoulder. I'm fine. Tony wiped his eyes and took a deep breath. He understood that what his father had left him was far more than a tender confession. The answer must lie within these artifacts. His gaze returned to the city model. He watched the footage over and over, observing his father's fingers pointing at the model. Future technology, inexhaustible clean energy. A spark of realization ignited in Tony's mind. He seemed to grasp something profound. He rushed to the model, examining it closely. This model was not merely a model. It was an atomic structure diagram. The layout of the entire expo area was a model of a new element's atomic structure. So that's it. A look of ecstatic joy spread across Tony's face. He wasn't designing a park. He was being shown the structure of a new element. This element was the perfect core for the Arc-Reactor. It is stable, efficient, and non-toxic. I found it. Rhodey, I found it, Tony exclaimed with excitement. That is fantastic. Rhodey genuinely rejoiced for him. However, Tony's elation was swiftly overshadowed by another dilemma. I know the structure, but how do I create it? I need a particle accelerator. Where am I going to find a particle accelerator? This thought also crossed Lin's mind. Rhodey smiled and handed Tony a tablet. On it was an email sent by Lin Xiao. The content of the email was quite straightforward, containing merely a structural diagram of Stark Industries. On the diagram, a location beneath Tony's underground workshop was circled in red. Adjacent to it, a line read, "Your father has long prepared this for you. L. X." Staring at the diagram, Tony was utterly astonished. Beneath his home, there lay a concealed laboratory. Without delay, he and Rhodey rushed back to the Malibu villa. Following the blueprint's indications, they pried open the workshop's floor and indeed discovered a hidden entrance. Descending, they were greeted by an expansive laboratory, replete with a vintage technological ambience. At the center of the laboratory stood a small, yet fully intact particle accelerator, quietly looming before them. On a nearby workbench lay Howard's research notes from years past. As Tony absorbed the sight before him, a myriad of emotions surged within him. It turned out his father had meticulously paved the way for him all along. And Lin Xiao, that enigmatic figure, had long perceived everything. He acted as a guiding light, leading Tony step by step to uncover this final hope. All right, Rhodey, stop dawdling, Tony declared, rolling up his sleeves, his gaze regaining its confidence and brilliance. We have work to do. Here, he would personally synthesize a new element destined for the future. He would forge a brand new, more powerful heart for himself. Thus commenced a critical scientific endeavor, one that would determine life and death. Chapter 22. A thrilling race in Monaco with a rumble of deep, potent energy. The small particle accelerator in Tony Stark's secret laboratory beneath the Malibu villa successfully powered up. A blue particle beam whirled through the circular accelerator tube at nearly the speed of light, colliding with fervor. At the control panel, Tony's eyes sparkled as his fingers danced across the illuminated keyboard, precisely adjusting every parameter. Rhodey stood nearby, anxiously watching the data stream pulsating on the screen, hardly daring to breathe. In recent days, he had witnessed the birth of a miracle. Tony, who usually appeared irreverent, transformed into a formidable scientific sorcerer once focused. In less than 3 days, he had repaired and activated this particle accelerator, long dormant for decades, and derived the synthesis formula for the new element based on his father's atomic structure diagrams. This capacity for learning and creation exceeded Rhodey's comprehension. Now, Tony suddenly shouted, decisively pressing a red button on the control panel. In the acceleration chamber, 2 beams of particles collided with perfect precision. A resounding boom echoed, engulfing the entire laboratory in a blinding white light. As the radiance dissipated, a small, stable triangular energy core, emanating a gentle blue glow, hovered quietly at the target point of the accelerator. Success! The voice of Jarvis resonated at the perfect moment. I did it. I truly did it. Tony gazed at the newly created energy core, feeling utterly drained, slumping into his chair, yet his face radiated with the euphoria of survival. He had been saved. He would not perish. Tony, you succeeded, Rhodey exclaimed, rushing over to envelop him in a warm embrace. Of course, Tony panted, his breath ragged, but his expression returning to that characteristic, infuriating smirk. I am Tony Stark. With meticulous care, he used his mechanical arm to extract the new energy core. Without hesitation, he removed the outdated palladium reactor from his chest that had been poisoning him. With a sickening sound of flesh parting, he pressed the new triangular reactor into his torso. In that instant, an unprecedented surge of pure, formidable power coursed through his limbs. The dark toxic veins on his neck receded at a visibly rapid pace. He felt reborn. How do you feel? Rhodey asked with concern. Unprecedentedly good, Tony exclaimed as he stood, stretching his body, brimming with boundless energy. I feel like I could punch through a wall. He approached the workbench, his gaze sharpening at the battered Mark IV armor, which had been torn apart during the last party by Lin Xiao. Jarvis, pull up the design schematics for the Mark IV. We are going to give it a complete overhaul. Understood, sir. With the powerful energy provided by the new element, Tony could realize designs he had previously deemed impossible. Stronger armor, increased speed, and enhanced firepower. And, of course, there was that lingering obsession. He would construct an entirely new suit capable of contending with Lin Xiao's formidable white monstrosity. He was determined to redeem himself. A month later, Monaco, Monte Carlo. This coastal city, renowned for its opulence and F1 racing, was immersed in a sea of revelry. The annual F1 Grand Prix was about to take place here. Beside the racetrack, in the VIP viewing area, Lin Xiao donned a casual suit and sunglasses, leisurely sipping champagne. Beside him was Pepper Potts, equally elegantly attired. Lynn, I am truly grateful to you. Pepper raised her glass, speaking earnestly. If it weren't for you, I cannot fathom what Tony would have become. There's no need for such formality. We are friends, are we not? Lin Xiao replied with a smile. Moreover, I merely gave him a nudge. The true saviors are he and his father. Regardless, I must still thank you. Pepper gazed at the racetrack, where a red car emblazoned with the Stark Industries logo sped by, her eyes filled with tenderness. He has finally reverted to the confident, albeit infuriating, Tony of old. Indeed, Tony Stark has begun his antics once more, following the successful development of a new element and the enhancement of his Mark VI armor. His first decree was to personally pilot a Stark racing car in the Monaco Grand Prix. This decision sent shockwaves through global media. The man truly cannot remain idle for a moment. Lin Xiao observed Tony, who was flirting with the race queens, and shook his head with a smile. He had previously warned Tony over the phone to keep a low profile, lest he attract the attention of lurking adversaries. He knew Ivan Vanko would undoubtedly make an appearance today. The race commenced, the roar of engines reverberating through the air. Dozens of cars shot forth like arrows released from a bow. Tony's driving skills were surprisingly adept as he maneuvered the red car with remarkable speed, quickly securing a leading position. Everything appeared to be proceeding smoothly until the cars approached a high-speed turn. Suddenly, chaos erupted. A man clad in a racetrack maintenance uniform leapt over the guardrail and into the track, brandishing two long plasma whips that crackled with blue electricity. With a resounding crack, the plasma whips lashed against the pavement, cleaving a deep chasm into the asphalt. It was Ivan Vanko. He wore a rudimentary yet powerfully energizing exoskeleton, and at his chest, a miniature arc-reactor of his own design shimmered with an ominous glow. Stark, Ivan Vanko bellowed, swinging the plasma whips toward the speeding Tony with ferocity. Instantly, the racetrack descended into chaos. Several cars trailing behind were unable to evade and collided, resulting in a violent explosion. Flames erupted skyward. Damn it! Tony gripped the steering wheel tightly, executing a stunning drift that narrowly evaded a lethal lash. The plasma whip struck another racing car beside him, instantly cleaving the million-dollar vehicle in two, as though it were made of paper. Happy, hand me the case. Tony shouted into the communicator. His bodyguard and driver, Happy, immediately maneuvered the car against the flow of traffic onto the racetrack. In the instant their vehicles converged, Happy tossed a red briefcase to Tony. He leaped from his car, stepping onto the briefcase. With a series of dazzling mechanical transformations, the briefcase rapidly disassembled, reconfigured, and enveloped Tony's entire body. Mark V, battle armor, fully equipped. He declared, "Your performance is over, Vanko." Rising to his feet, Tony aimed the energy projector in his palm at Ivan Vanko. "My show has only just begun." Ivan Vanko sneered, wielding two electric whips as he charged forward once more. A confrontation of steel and electricity commenced under the gaze of the entire world. In the VIP viewing area, Lin Xiao observed the unfolding drama with a furrowed brow. He refrained from intervening immediately, as the system's alert had yet to sound. This indicated that the dimensional anchor point had not been fully activated. Furthermore, he trusted Tony to manage the current situation. Although the Mark V was an emergency suit with relatively weak defense and firepower, it should suffice against Ivan Vanko, a novice in the realm of whips. His task was to prevent any unforeseen incidents. He moved to an unoccupied corner, gently tapping his fingers on his wristwatch. Intrusion successful. He had silently taken control of the entire Monaco racetrack's security and broadcasting systems. All security personnel, please note, immediately evacuate all spectators. Repeat, immediately evacuate all spectators. All vehicles on the track, please turn off your engines and remain stationary. Do not move. Command after command was relayed through Lin Xiao's ghostly direction, reaching every corner. The once chaotic scene began to transform into order. Meanwhile, the battle between Tony and Ivan Vanko escalated to a fever pitch. Ivan's electric whips struck with tremendous force, their power remarkable. Yet, Tony's Mark V proved to be more agile. He utilized the suit's maneuverability to continuously dodge and weave, searching for an opening. At last, in a moment when Ivan Vanko swung his whip and missed, Tony seized the opportunity. He lunged forward, gripping both of Ivan's electric whips tightly with his arms. Zzz. A powerful current surged through the entirety of the Mark V suit in an instant. The surface of the armor crackled with electricity. Warning, energy overload. The armor is on the brink of failure. Jarvis's voice blared in frantic alarm. This was the moment. Tony directed the newly equipped core, radiating immense energy to its full power output. A blinding beam shot forth towards Ivan Vanko with astonishing swiftness, followed by a piercing scream. Boom. Ivan Vanko's body was propelled violently, crashing heavily to the ground, unconscious. The battle had concluded. Thanks to the advantages of the new element, Tony achieved a far more resounding victory than in the original narrative. Just as he believed everything had come to a close, far away in New York, in a clandestine laboratory of Hammer Industries, Justin Hammer seethed with rage as he watched the footage of Ivan Vanko's defeat on the screen. Useless. Absolutely worthless. He dialed his insider within the Monaco police. Get Ivan Vanko out immediately, by whatever means necessary. That fool holds the very thing I desire most. Chapter 23. Despairing Ivan Vanko. The Monaco racetrack was shrouded in smoke. Tony Stark stood amidst the wreckage. The Mark V armor was damaged in multiple areas, appearing rather disheveled, yet his eyes sparkled with the brilliance of a victor. Police and paramedics rushed in, encircling the unconscious Ivan Vanko. It seemed that all had settled. Tony disengaged from the suit and exhaled deeply. It appeared that your new armor proved quite effective. Lin Zhao's voice resonated from the stands behind him. Turning around, Tony spotted Lin Zhao and Pepper approaching him. Of course, he raised an eyebrow, a smug expression on his face. I am Tony Stark. That was far too dangerous. Pepper stepped forward. Her gaze fixated on the electrical burns marking his skin. A mixture of anger and concern etched across her face. Hey, I'm fine, Tony replied with a playful grin, attempting to embrace her. However, Pepper firmly pushed him away. We are done, Tony. Her eyes were resolute. I have had enough of living in fear. I cannot continue to watch you recklessly place yourself in peril time and again. With that, she turned and walked away without a glance back. The smile on Tony's face faltered. He watched her retreating figure, opening his mouth to speak, yet no words emerged. Women, Lin Zhao approached and patted his shoulder. An expression of understanding crossing his face. Sometimes, it's just that complicated. Silence. Tony's spirits plummeted to the depths. He won the battle, yet lost in love. This transaction seems to yield a significant loss. In Monaco, within the damp and shadowy confines of a solitary cell, Ivan Vanko lay on the frigid concrete bed, his vacant gaze fixed upon the solitary, dim light bulb that hung from the ceiling. He had failed, under the watchful eyes of the world. He had been effortlessly defeated by Tony Stark, that notorious playboy, wielding a ludicrous, suitcase-like suit of armor. Shame, an endless shame, gnawing at his soul like a venomous serpent. He recalled his father, Anton Vanko, a genius in his own right, who had all his glory stolen by Howard Stark and ultimately succumbed to destitution and alcoholism, dying in disgrace. In his final moments, his father grasped his hand, expending his last ounce of strength to impart the bitter truth. The Stark family had robbed them of everything that rightfully belonged to them. He yearned for vengeance. He longed for Tony Stark to experience the same despair that had engulfed his father. To this end, he dedicated 2 decades of his life, laboring in that dilapidated Moscow apartment, to recreate his father's masterwork, the miniature Arc-Reactor, and to forge those indomitable plasma whips. But what was the outcome? He felt like a clown, performing a farcical act on stage, only to be unceremoniously kicked off by the leading man. Stark. Ivan Vanko's teeth ground together in frustration. As he wallowed in his rage and despair, the iron door of his cell emitted a soft click. 2 men clad in prison guard uniforms entered. Inmate, it's time for your meal, one guard announced, carelessly tossing a food tray onto the floor. Ivan Vanko did not even glance at it. However, the other guard approached his bedside, leaned in, and in a tone audible only to the 2 of them, whispered, Your performance was quite impressive, Mr. Vanko. Someone wishes to see you. Ivan Vanko's body stiffened. He turned abruptly to face the guard. The man's features were unremarkable, yet his eyes bore the icy demeanor of a seasoned soldier. Whose man are you? Ivan Vanko rasped. A person who can provide you with a better stage. The guard replied, straightening up and signaling to his companion at the door. The other guard nodded, suddenly drawing a pistol from his waist and aiming it at the surveillance camera in the corridor. Bang! A faint sound echoed as sparks flew from the camera, plunging it into darkness. Instantly, a piercing alarm filled the prison. Fire! Fire in Zone C. Hurry! Evacuate the prisoners. In an instant, the corridor descended into chaos. The 2 guards exchanged a glance and swiftly unlocked Ivan Vanko's cell. Come with us. Without a moment's hesitation, Ivan Vanko leaped from his bed. He was unaware of their identities, yet he recognized this as his sole opportunity. Under the cover of turmoil, the trio traversed the smoke-filled corridor, evading all genuine guards, until they reached a secluded rear wall. There, a gaping hole, expertly laser-cut, stood out prominently. A black luxury vehicle was stationed just outside the opening. Ivan Vanko climbed into the car, the door shutting promptly behind him, as it sped away from the scene without delay. Inside, a man dressed in a finely tailored suit, his hair slicked back with an air of frivolity, regarded him with a smile. Mr. Vanko, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. Allow me to introduce myself. Justin Hammer, CEO of Hammer Industries. Ivan Vanko scrutinized the man before him, his gaze rife with suspicion. Hammer Industries, he was well aware of it. A second-rate firm perpetually overshadowed by Stark Industries, scraping by in the arms industry through imitation and reverse engineering Stark's technology. What do you want from me? Ivan Vanko inquired coldly. Collaboration, Justin Hammer replied, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, his demeanor amiable. We share a common adversary, do we not? I have no need to collaborate with anyone. Ivan Vanko's tone was as frigid as Siberia. Oh, is that so? Hammer remained unfazed, snapping his fingers. The screens within the vehicle illuminated, displaying a video that appeared to have been captured by a mobile phone. The scene unfolded at a party, featuring a white bio-armored figure decisively overpowering a red and yellow mech. Who is that person? Ivan Vanko asked in a low voice. We do not know either, Hammer shrugged. He is a mysterious individual, closely associated with Tony Stark, yet distinctly independent from him. Rumor has it that this enigmatic figure is linked to Stark's significant armor upgrade. Hammer paused before continuing. Mr. Vanko, times have changed. We are no longer in Howard Stark's era. Tony Stark does not fight alone. He has Iron Man, this mysterious ally, and even S.H.I.E.L.D. supporting him from behind. What are you implying? I am suggesting that you cannot defeat him on your own. Hammer's gaze intensified with fervor. But what if we join forces? You possess core technology that rivals, even surpasses, Stark's. And I have the resources of Hammer Industries, the production lines, and a vast R&D team at our disposal. I can provide you with the finest laboratory, the most advanced equipment, and the most exceptional team of engineers. All you need to do is transform your intellect into tangible, mass-producible weaponry. Imagine, Mr. Vanko, the fervent tone of Hammer, envisioning an Iron Legion equipped with plasma weaponry, designed by your own hand. They will surpass Stark and become the new favorites of the United States military, and you shall reclaim the glory that rightfully belonged to your father. Ivan Vanko fell silent. Hammer's words struck the softest and most yearning parts of his heart, glory. He gazed at the screen, where the Hulk was being manipulated by Ghost, and recalled the image of Tony Stark in his red and gold armor, brimming with confidence on the Monaco racetrack. Hammer was correct. Tony Stark was no longer merely a man. He required assistance. No, he did not need assistance. He merely needed a platform to fully unleash his talents. And Hammer Industries would serve as that platform. He would leverage Hammer's resources to forge his true legion of vengeance. As for Justin Hammer, that fool, once he had outlived his usefulness, he would be disposed of as easily as one squashes a cockroach. I require a laboratory. All equipment must be of the highest caliber, Ivan Vanko finally spoke. Not a problem, Hammer exclaimed with delight. My research will be free from any interference, including yours. Ivan Vanko's gaze sliced through Hammer like a knife. Of course. You are the artist. Artists require creative freedom. Hammer nodded repeatedly, unfazed by Ivan's rudeness. Additionally, Ivan Vanko paused, a cold, cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I need a bird. A bird? Hammer was taken aback. A white Australian parakeet. Ivan Vanko replied nonchalantly. I need something to converse with while I work. Though Hammer was perplexed, he readily agreed. He believed he had successfully caged this Siberian tiger. He could almost envision Stark Industries beneath his feet, with Tony Stark kneeling in supplication. Little did he know, he had not invited a tame tiger into his fold, but rather a devil prepared to drag him and the entire cage into the depths of hell. The vehicle sped toward Hammer Industries' secret research base. Chapter 24. The Fangs of War Machine. During this time, Lin Shao had been diligently fine-tuning the symbiote, knowing that a new checkpoint was soon to arrive. 3 months later, in New York, at the Stark Expo, a grand stage illuminated with dazzling lights. Justin Hammer, clad in a flamboyant white suit, resembled a clumsy magician as he awkwardly danced on stage, unveiling his masterpiece to the world. Ladies and gentlemen, now, prepare to witness a miracle, Hammer proclaimed, extending his arms as rows of steel soldiers gradually ascended from behind him. The Army, Navy, Air Force, Marine Corps, various models of unmanned mechs, meticulously crafted by Hammer Industries, stood in unison before the audience. Their design bore a resemblance to Iron Man, yet exuded an air of roughness and clumsiness. I shall name it the Hammer Drone, Hammer declared with pride. The audience responded with polite applause. In the shadows backstage, Ivan Vanko sat in a dimly lit control room, observing Hammer's self-satisfied countenance on the screen, his eyes brimming with disdain. Fool, he muttered under his breath. Before him perched a white Australian parrot, preening its feathers without a care. Wouldn't you agree, my little bird? Ivan addressed the parrot, which merely tilted its head, ignoring him. Undeterred, Ivan's fingers danced lightly across the keyboard. One by one, the backdoor programs he had implanted within the Hammer Drone system were silently activated. On stage, Hammer continued his performance. Of course, mere drones are insufficient. We need a true hero to lead them. Now, let us welcome with the warmest applause the pride of our U.S. military, Colonel James Rhodes, and his piloted War Machine. Accompanied by stirring music, Rhodes descended in his silver-gray War Machine armor, laden with an array of heavy weaponry, crashing down onto the stage, thanks to changes brought about by Lin Xiao. This iteration of the War Machine armor exceeded the original in quantity by several-fold. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated, shaking the stage itself. The audience erupted into a cacophony of thunderous applause and cheers. This was what they had come to see. True Iron Soldiers. Rhodes lifted his visor and saluted the audience with a standard military gesture. Yet within him stirred a tumult of complex emotions. Following the Monaco incident, the U.S. government felt unprecedented concern and anger towards Tony Stark's uncontrollable actions. They forcibly confiscated the Mark II armor from Tony and entrusted its weaponization to Hammer Industries. Thus, the War Machine was born. Though reluctant, Rhodes, as a soldier, must obey orders. He hopes to demonstrate that the technology of Iron Man can serve the people better under the nation's command with this suit of armor. However, unbeknownst to him, he and his War Machine, along with all the Hammer drones on stage, are about to become instruments of vengeance for a madman. In the control room, Ivan Vanko's face twisted into a sinister grin. The game has begun. He pressed the enter key. Instantly, the eyes of all the Hammer drones on stage shifted from blue to an eerie red. The system interface of the War Machine was instantly flooded with a torrent of crimson code. System control has been seized. What is happening? Rhodes gasped in horror. He realized he had completely lost control of the suit. The War Machine abruptly raised its arm, and the Gatling gun on its shoulder began to spin wildly, aiming at the audience in front of the stage. No, Rhodes cried out in terror. At that critical moment, a red and gold figure descended like a meteor, crashing violently into the War Machine. Bang! The War Machine was knocked back repeatedly, its deadly barrel now pointed skyward. It was Iron Man. Tony Stark had arrived. Rhodey, are you all right? Tony's voice emanated from the helmet. Tony, my suit has been hijacked. It's Vanko. He is not dead. Rhodes shouted anxiously. I know, Tony replied, his tone unusually calm. It seems my party is set to continue here. No sooner had he spoken than the surrounding Hammer drones, as if animated, turned their cannons toward the two of them. A fierce battle was imminent. Above the expo, Lin Xiao hovered amidst the clouds, quietly observing the unfolding chaos below. The symbiotic armor he wore emitted a faint glow in the night. He had anticipated that Hammer and Ivan Vanko would create trouble. Thus, he had been monitoring the entire Stark Expo with his Panga supercomputer. Ding! New dimensional anchor point detected and activated. Location: New York, Stark Expo. Event: Chaos of the War Machine. Sign-in task has been initiated. The system's prompt echoed in his mind. Finally, it has arrived. Lin Xiao's gaze sharpened. He gazed downward at Tony, who was overwhelmed and flustered by a swarm of drones and war machines, realizing it was time for his own entrance. Justin Hammer, that fool, has truly presented me with an excellent opportunity to score some points. He inhaled deeply, and the energy wings on his back surged with vigor. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of white lightning, diving toward the battlefield below. Tony was embroiled in a fierce struggle. Although his Mark VI was remarkably powerful, it was no match for the numerous, reckless drones attacking him. To make matters worse, he had to divert his attention to the War Machine, which was under enemy control. Rhodey's firepower was far more formidable than those drones. Tony, to your left, Rhodey shouted through the comms, trying to alert him. Yet, he was unable to control his own body as missiles launched from his arm, hurtling toward Tony. With a desperate roll, Tony narrowly evaded the missile, but two drones struck him with their energy cannons. Boom! He staggered from the explosion, nearly plummeting from the sky. Damn it! This is never-ending. Tony cursed under his breath. Just as he began to feel overwhelmed, a white streak descended from the heavens. Bang! Bang! Two drones poised to ambush Tony were instantly shattered by this luminous force. Need some assistance, Mr. Stark? A familiar voice echoed through Tony's comms. He turned to see the white figure hovering beside him. It was Lin Xiao. Do you always have to make your entrance at moments like this? Tony couldn't help but retort. What can I say? You always find yourself in such a predicament. Lin Xiao shrugged. It seems your new toy is rather inadequate. Enough chit-chat. Let us deal with these metal monstrosities first. Agreed. Lin Xiao's gaze swept across the scene, taking in the dozens of drones and the heavily armed War Machine. Quite interesting. He disregarded the lesser drones and charged directly at the War Machine, determined to neutralize the greatest threat first. Lin, be careful. Its firepower is immense. Tony warned over the comms. The War Machine was a veritable fortress, armed to the teeth with heavy weaponry courtesy of Hammer Industries. Its shoulder-mounted Gatling gun, cluster missiles on its arms. And the mini-nuke on its back posed a lethal threat to the Mark VI. Yet, Lin Xiao appeared unfazed, his speed unwavering. He transformed into a streak of white lightning, charging straight toward the war machine, seeking death. In the control room, Ivan Vanko watched this spectacle with a cruel smile gracing his lips. He immediately commanded the war machine to turn all its gun muzzles toward the oncoming Lin Xiao. Rat-a-tat-tat. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The flames of the Gatling gun intertwined with a torrential rain of missiles, weaving a deadly net that engulfed Lin Xiao in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. A violent explosion erupted in midair, forming a colossal fireball. Tony's heart leapt into his throat. Such a dense barrage of firepower would leave even his Mark VI battered and broken. However, in the next moment, a scene unfolded that left everyone, including Ivan Vanko, utterly dumbfounded. A white figure emerged unscathed from the blazing inferno. An ethereal blue energy shield enveloped his body, radiating a gentle glow that kept all explosions and shrapnel at bay. Impossible. Ivan Vanko stood up in shock. What kind of technology is this? It can completely disregard the war machine's saturated assault. Just as he was reeling in astonishment, Lin Xiao had already reached the front of the war machine. He wielded no weapon. Instead, he extended his right hand and grasped the rapidly spinning barrel of the Gatling gun. ZZZZT. The high-speed rotating barrel clashed against the palm of his symbiote armor, producing blinding sparks. A tremendous force sought to dislodge Lin Xiao's hand. Yet his fingers clamped down like an unyielding iron vise, firmly locking the barrel in place. Stop! Lin Xiao growled, as the muscles in his arms surged through the bioarmor, unleashing a terrifying strength. Creak! Creak! The barrel, forged from a super alloy, was being deformed under his relentless grip. Finally, with a resounding pop, it came to a complete halt, ceasing its rotation. With his bare hands, he stopped the Gatling gun. This scene not only left Ivan Vanko, who was watching from afar, in shock, but it also redefined the worldview of Rod, trapped within the war machine. What kind of monster is this guy? Damn it! Ivan Vanko regained his composure and immediately commanded another arm of the war machine to swing its massive fist down toward Lin Xiao's head. Lin Xiao did not dodge or evade. Instead, he met the strike with a punch of his own. Bang! Two colossal steel fists collided fiercely in midair. This time, there was no parry. The war machine's robust arm, upon making contact with the symbiotic armor, was struck as if by an invisible giant hammer, fracturing and shattering at the elbow. The tremendous recoil compelled Rod to emit a cry of anguish from within the cockpit. It was over. Lin Xiao seized the moment, advancing swiftly, while his other hand, akin to a razor-sharp blade, deftly penetrated the reactor interface at the war machine's chest. His intention was not to annihilate the war machine, but to sever Ivan Vanko's remote control. He unleashed gamma energy, a unique biological electric pulse, which instantaneously surged into the core system of the war machine. ZZZZZ. Within the cockpit of the war machine, all screens began to flicker wildly before one by one they succumbed to darkness. Lin Xiao forcefully obliterated Ivan Vanko's remote control signal in an exceedingly brutal manner. No, I can't control it. In the control room, Ivan Vanko furiously pounded the keyboard, only to discover that he had utterly lost command over the war machine. He was like a player who had been unplugged from the internet, helplessly watching as his game character stood motionless. One down. Lin Xiao released his grip and patted the war machine's shoulder. Colonel Rod, you are free. Lin Yu Rod lifted his visor, staring at the white figure before him, at a loss for words. Enough chatter. Those pesky flies are yours to deal with. Lin Xiao gestured towards the hammer drones still attacking Tony. I'll take on that behemoth lurking in the back. All right. Rod nodded emphatically. He rebooted the war machine's local control system and aimed the cannon at the drones. Taste this. You garbage. The war machine unleashed its firepower. Meanwhile, Tony felt the pressure suddenly ease. Hey, you're hogging all the glory. Tony flew over to Lin Xiao, unable to suppress his sarcasm. What can I say? It's hard not to when I'm more handsome than you. Lin Xiao quipped. Stop being vain. Tony huffed, though his tone bore a hint of admiration. We'll handle that giant hiding in the back. Indeed, Lin Xiao and Tony hovered side by side in midair. Their gazes pierced through the heavy gunfire, locking onto the grand, glass-domed ecological conservatory within the exposition grounds. They knew Ivan Vanko was concealed there. Let us go and meet him. The two figures transformed into a flash of red and white light, swiftly racing towards the botanical garden. Inside the ecological garden, Ivan Vanko gazed at the screen, watching the two approaching silhouettes, a maniacal grin spreading across his face. Come on, come to me. He understood that he had already lost. With the loss of his drone legion and war machines, He had no chance of turning the tide. Yet, he possessed one final trump card. Rising to his feet, he walked to the center of the control room. There, a new battle armor, larger and more fearsome than the war machines, stood ominously still. This armor, entirely black, bore no extraneous embellishments, emanating an aura of pure lethality. Its arms were formidable, equipped with two even more powerful and deadly plasma whips. The reactor at its chest had also undergone special modifications, capable of unleashing cataclysmic energy in an instant. This was the culmination of all his efforts, his last refuge. The whip armor, final form. Tony Stark, Ivan Vanko donned the armor, feeling the immense power surging within him. Today, we shall descend into hell together. He manipulated the whip armor, shattering the walls of the control room and stepping into the lush jungle of the botanical garden. Here, he would await his nemesis for the final showdown. Boom. The glass dome of the garden was violently shattered by the two figures. Tony and Lin Xiao landed at the center of the park. Welcome to my garden, Stark. Ivan Vanko's voice echoed from all directions. Shortly thereafter, a massive black silhouette emerged slowly from the jungle. Vanko. Tony's expression grew serious as he beheld the new armor. Long time no see. Ivan Vanko lifted his visor, revealing a face etched with hatred. I have prepared a special gift for our reunion. No sooner had he spoken than the entire expo area erupted with urgent alarm sounds. Rhodey's communication came through in a frantic tone. Tony, Lin, it's bad. The downhammer drones have all activated their self-destruct sequences. 30 seconds until detonation. What? Tony exclaimed, realizing Pepper was still in the main control building. Go, Stark. Lin Xiao urged, save your woman. Leave this to me. Two plasma whips, crackling with terrifying electricity, lashed out fiercely at Lin Xiao. Chapter 26. Gamma storm. Wherever the whips tipped past, the air shimmered due to the intense heat, and the ground was carved into two deep, charred ravines. Confronted with this thunderous strike, Lin Xiao opted not to withstand it. He understood all too well that Ivan, this madman, would not be waiting for them here without a significant advantage. This brand-new whip-sourced battle armor was certainly not the half-finished product that Tony had easily dispatched with his suitcase armor on the Monaco racetrack. Buzz. The energy wings on Lin Xiao's back surged, propelling him skyward just in time to narrowly evade the lashing of the electric whip. Boom. The two electric whips crashed violently onto the spot where he had just stood, causing the cement ground to explode, debris mingling with electric sparks scattering in all directions. Is evasion all you can do? Ivan Vanko's voice emanated from the black armor, dripping with mockery and madness. He appeared utterly unperturbed. The two electric whips gliding languidly by his side like a predator savoring the futile struggles of its prey. Lin Xiao hovered in midair, his brow furrowed. Something was amiss. This Ivan Vanko felt entirely different from before. If previously he had been merely a vengeful soul driven by hatred, now he resembled a calm and merciless hunter. I have studied you. Ivan Vanko seemed to penetrate Lin Xiao's confusion, slowly lifting his head, the red glow flickering beneath his black visor. Thanks to that full hammer. I possess all the surveillance footage of your skirmish with Stark at the party, your speed, your strength, and your laughable energy shield. I am well aware of them all. A jolt of unease struck Lin Xiao's heart. This guy had actually obtained the combat data from that night. Justin Hammer, in his zeal to confront Tony, had truly left no stone unturned. So what? Lin Xiao's voice remained calm. Do you believe you can defeat me with this outdated data? Outdated? No, Ivan sneered. Data never becomes obsolete. It merely informs me how to tailor the most perfect coffin for you. As soon as the words left his lips, Ivan Vanko sprang into action. His seemingly cumbersome black armor erupted with a speed that belied its size, hurtling towards Lin Xiao. Simultaneously, the plasma whip on his arm transformed. No longer a mere energy entity, it became a fusion of substance and energy, adorned with peculiar, continuously rotating metallic segments. Taste this. A special frequency tailored to your energy shield. Zing. Another electric whip lashed out, its velocity several times faster than before. Lin Xiao dared not be careless, swiftly unfurling a pale blue energy shield in front of him. Bang! The electric whip struck forcefully against the shield. This time, unlike the previous encounters with the war machine's projectiles that were easily deflected, the surface of the shield vibrated violently, emitting a disconcerting creaking sound. A peculiar, high-frequency oscillating energy surged along the whip, relentlessly assaulting the shield structure. Warning: shield energy structure is experiencing high-frequency interference. Energy depletion rate has increased by 300. The symbiotic armor system alarm echoed in Lin Xiao's mind. Indeed, they were prepared. A chill ran down Lin Xiao's spine as he promptly severed the energy supply to the shield, retreating swiftly to create distance. Ha! Did you see that? Your shell is utterly worthless before me. Ivan Vanko's triumphant laughter echoed. He had succeeded, utilizing the resources of Hammer Industries. He had analyzed Lin Zhao's energy shield frequency and crafted a high-frequency plasma whip specifically designed to counter it. Lin Zhao's expression darkened. This was troublesome. The energy shield was one of his most vital defensive measures, and its counteraction had thrust him into a passive position. What remains once your shell is gone? Ivan Vanko, emboldened by his advantage, wielded 2 electric whips with ferocity, transforming them into an impenetrable web of electricity, blocking all avenues for Lin Zhao's evasion. Lin Zhao had no choice but to rely on the exceptional mobility of the symbiotic armor, weaving and dodging through the electric net. For a moment, the botanical garden was alight with electric flashes and resounding booms, the precious flora and fauna ravaged by the aftermath of their fierce combat. Lin Zhao realized that this approach was unsustainable. The opponent's armor was evidently designed for power and defense, with energy reserves likely surpassing his own. Engaging in a war of attrition would inevitably lead to his defeat. A swift resolution was imperative. Lin Zhao's gaze sharpened, and he ceased his evasions. With a thought, 2 3-foot-long dark blue energy blades erupted from the nodes at his wrists. He was determined to engage in close combat. Seeking death, Ivan Vanko sneered as he observed Lin Zhao advance rather than retreat. Close-quarters combat suited him perfectly. He sacrificed the agility of one whip, wielding it like a staff, and swung it forcefully toward Lin Zhao's head. Lin Zhao stood firm, crossing his arms and bracing against the blow with the energy blades. Clang! The energy blades collided with the plasma whip, erupting in a dazzling shower of sparks. A tremendous force surged through his arms. Lin Zhao felt as if he had been struck by a speeding truck, propelled backward through the air. Such formidable strength. Lin Zhao rolled in midair, regaining his composure. Astonished by the power of this black armor, which was even greater than that of his symbiotic suit, it was over. In a fleeting moment when Ivan Vanko seized Lin Zhao's unsteady form, another electric whip, akin to a serpent emerging from its lair, silently coiled around Lin Zhao's ankle. Lin Zhao's pupils constricted as he attempted to evade, but it was already too late. With a constricting grip on his ankle, he found himself ensnared by the electric whip. A powerful surge of electricity instantaneously coursed through the symbiotic armor. Warning: energy system has been compromised. Signs of melting appear on the outer armor. Ha! I've got you now. Ivan Vanko cackled madly as he yanked the electric whip with ferocity. Lin Zhao was hurled like a mere sandbag, helplessly smashed into the ground. Boom. A vast crater was created upon impact, and Lin Zhao felt his organs shift violently. Die! Ivan Vanko leaped high, maneuvering the colossal black armor, akin to a meteor, and descended heavily upon Lin Zhao in the pit. If this foot lands, even the symbiotic armor would be rendered useless. In this critical moment, a glimmer of resolution flashed in Lin Zhao's eyes. You have forced my hand. The Arc-Reactor embedded in his chest radiated a blinding light, surging to its utmost limit. Gamma! Storm! Lin Zhao bellowed, unleashing a torrent of intangible, ferocious energy that erupted violently from his core. This was neither an energy cannon nor an energy blade, but a cataclysmic storm composed purely of high-concentration gamma energy. A visible dark blue shockwave expanded instantaneously. The foremost target was Ivan Vanko, who was plummeting from above. The massive black armor, upon contact with the gamma storm, was akin to metal submerged in aqua regia. The surface armor began to decompose and erode at a perceptible pace. No. What is this? Ivan Vanko screamed in terror. All alarms on his armor blared frantically, and the screen was engulfed in blinding red. His pride, the high-frequency oscillation that restrained energy shields, proved utterly futile against the unreasonable, pure energy annihilation of the gamma storm. His armor was disintegrating at the atomic level. Ivan Vanko sought to retreat, but it was too late. The gamma storm had completely consumed him. The specially modified reactor in his chest, under the frantic influx of gamma energy, reached its critical point. Stark. In the final moments of consciousness, Ivan Vanko's mind was left with only the name he had loathed for a lifetime. We shall meet in hell. Boom. A resounding explosion, 100-fold more intense than any prior, reverberated throughout the Stark Expo grounds. The whiplash armor, along with Ivan Vanko within, transformed into a colossal fireball. A terrifying shockwave obliterated the glass dome of the entire ecological garden. Amidst the flames, a white figure slowly rose from the deep pit. The surface of the symbiote armor bore numerous charred marks, clearly indicating that the recent close-range self-detonation had not left him unscathed. Madman! Lin Zhao muttered under his breath as he gazed at the roaring inferno. At that moment, a long-anticipated voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Sign-in successful. Event. the chaos of War Machine. Participation, 95, defeated Whiplash's final form. Rating, SSS. Calculating rewards. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the SSS level ability, Control of Lightning. Control of Lightning. Your cellular structure exhibits an extraordinary adaptability and affinity for electrical energy. You will be immune to all electrical damage and can absorb, manipulate, and release lightning energy. Control of Lightning? Lin Xiao paused for a moment, then was overwhelmed with joy. Truly, one's wishes can manifest. He had been troubled by the singular nature of the symbiote's offensive capabilities, but with this newfound power, it was akin to adding wings to a tiger. More importantly, he envisioned the golden-haired giant, who was soon to descend from the heavens, fond of wielding a hammer. This promised to be an entertaining spectacle. A smile of mischief crept onto Lin Xiao's lips. Lin, are you all right? Tony's voice crackled through the communicator. He had already flown to safety with Pepper. I'm fine, the party is over. Lin Xiao removed his armor and surveyed the wreckage of the garden, shrugging. However, Mr. Stark, you might be facing a hefty financial burden. Chapter 27. The Hammer Brother falls from the sky. The chaos at the Stark Expo ultimately culminated in Ivan Vanko's demise. This upheaval, instigated by Hammer Industries and Ivan Vanko, not only failed to undermine Tony Stark's standing, but instead elevated both his and the mysterious White Spectre's reputation to new heights. News of Iron Man and the White Spectre thwarting a terror attack spread across the globe. As people marveled at Iron Man's new armor and formidable prowess, they were equally filled with curiosity and speculation about the elusive and immensely powerful White Spectre. Some claimed he was a secret assistant trained by Stark. Others suggested he was an independent genius, and some even posited that he was an extraterrestrial visitor. In a flash, opinions were rife. The other protagonist of the event, Justin Hammer, emerged as the greatest loser. Not only did he fail to secure military contracts, but his collaboration with terrorists resulted in immense casualties and property damage, leading to his joint arrest by S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military, facing a multitude of charges. Hammer Industries, a second-rate company that had long aspired to overshadow Stark Industries, collapsed in an instant. Amidst all this, Lin Xiao paid little attention. Like a chivalrous figure who departs after the battle has concluded, he quietly vanished from the sight of all. He returned to his underground base in New Jersey, where he began to explore the newfound ability of lightning manipulation acquired from his recent sign-in. Pengu analyzed the integration of lightning manipulation with my body and establish a new ability model. Lin Xiao commanded the air while standing in the biological laboratory. Command received. Conducting full body scan. A gentle blue light swept over Lin Xiao from head to toe. Countless streams of complex data flashed rapidly across the console's large screen. Scan complete. Integration rate, 98. 7. Body cells have undergone preliminary adaptations for electrical energy. Calculations indicate that the host can now withstand direct current shocks of up to 500,000 volts without harm. Ability model established. Current developable abilities. 1. Palm lightning. 2. Electromagnetic barrier. 3. Bioelectric acceleration. Observing the analysis results on the screen, Lin Xiao nodded with satisfaction. Truly, an SSS-level ability, it holds tremendous potential. Palm lightning, as the name suggests, entails releasing electrical currents from the palm for attack. Though the name may lack sophistication, its practicality is undeniable. The electromagnetic barrier serves as a variant of an energy shield, specifically designed to defend against physical assaults, such as bullets and shrapnel, effectively conserving the energy of the Arc-Reactor. As for bioelectric acceleration, it truly captivated Lin Xiao's attention. This ability can stimulate one's own bioelectricity, significantly enhancing neural response speed and muscle explosive power in a short time. Coupled with the symbiote armor, his speed would undoubtedly reach new heights. It seems he should consider upgrading the symbiote once more. Lin Xiao mused while stroking his chin. Just as he reveled in the joy of acquiring new abilities, an alarm blared. Alert! High-intensity spatial energy response detected. The base was suddenly filled with a piercing alarm. Pengu's electronic voice also grew urgent. Energy source, exterior of the Earth's stratosphere. Energy characteristics analysis, unknown. However, there are similarities with the energy fluctuations of the Tesseract in the database. Warning, energy is penetrating the spatial barrier. Expected landing point, North America, New Mexico. Lin Xiao's gaze sharpened instantly. It has arrived. After such a long wait, he has finally anticipated it. The hammer-wielding figure from the heavens. Pengu, immediately. Lock onto the landing point coordinates. Retrieve all satellite images of New Mexico. Coordinates locked. Retrieving real-time satellite imagery. The large screen flickered rapidly through images, ultimately freezing on a desolate desert expanse in New Mexico. In the footage, a radiant pillar of light descended from the heavens like a spear of divine retribution, crashing down upon the earth. Boom. Even in the silent satellite imagery, Lin Xiao could envision the earth-shattering impact. As the light dissipated, a vast, smooth-edged circular pattern remained on the ground, accompanied by a profound meteorite crater. Not only did the hammer arrive, but so did people. Lin Xiao gazed at the circular pattern, recognizing it as the trace of the Rainbow Bridge's transmission. Without a moment's hesitation, he set off towards the laboratory housing the symbionts. He aimed to seize the opportunity. Before the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., akin to sharks sensing blood, could swarm in, he needed to assess the situation. This marked the onset of the Thorn narrative, a pivotal dimensional anchor. If he could engage deeply, the rewards would undoubtedly be substantial. In New Mexico, near the town of Puente Antiguo, the night was as dark as ink, and on the barren land, an old panel truck was laboriously making its way. Inside, astrophysicist Jane Foster gazed excitedly at the data on her computer screen. Did you see that, Eric? I told you there was something here. This energy fluctuation is identical to the Einstein-Rosen bridge phenomenon we observed previously. Her mentor, Dr. Eric Selvig, stifled a yawn while responding dismissively. All right, you're right. But it's the middle of the night. Can we at least find somewhere to rest? Intern Daisy Louise, seated in the back, munched on potato chips while scoffing. So, we've come to this godforsaken place in the dead of night just to witness an aurora? Just then, Jane suddenly pointed out the window, exclaiming, "Look! What is that?" In the distant sky, a massive, colorful storm cloud was rapidly taking shape. Hurry, drive closer, Jane urged excitedly. With no other choice, Eric pressed the accelerator, racing towards the storm cloud. However, they hadn't traveled far before bang. A muffled thud resonated as the vehicle seemed to collide with an unseen object, jolting to an abrupt halt. The three occupants, startled, hurriedly disembarked to investigate. Before them lay a man, robust and striking with golden hair and azure eyes, resembling a champion bodybuilder, motionless before their car. Heavens, we have struck a person, Daisy exclaimed, her face paling with fear. He appears as if he has fallen from the heavens, Jane observed, noting the peculiar attire of the man, reminiscent of a medieval theatrical costume, her expression a portrait of bewilderment. As they stood, rendered helpless, Daisy suddenly recalled something and retrieved a self-defense stun gun from her pocket. "Allow me to ascertain if he is merely feigning," she declared, approaching the man and pressing the device firmly against his neck. A crackle echoed through the air. However, the anticipated convulsions did not ensue. The man merely let out a low groan, slowly opening his eyes, confusion etched upon his face. "Asgard, my father. Where am I?" On a distant hill, a white silhouette hovered silently in midair, observing the unfolding scene. Lin Xiao, witnessing the man who remained largely unaffected by the stun gun, could not refrain from an internal critique. Truly remarkable, a divine being indeed, exceptionally resilient. Yet, the mighty Thor, subdued by an intern wielding a stun gun. If word of this reaches Asgard, his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. He chose not to reveal himself immediately, observing as Jane and Eric assisted the still-dazed Thor into the vehicle, transporting him to the town's hospital. He also noted, not far off, a colossal meteorite crater where a shimmering, ancient warhammer lay embedded, quietly exuding an aura of power. Thor's hammer, Mjolnir. What a remarkable artifact, Lin Xiao mused. Feeling an unusual resonance as he approached the hammer, he sensed within it a vast reservoir of electrical energy, not merely common electricity, but a higher form imbued with divine principles. I must devise a strategy to examine this further, he contemplated. He understood that S.H.I.E.L.D. agents would soon arrive, encircling the area. However, to him, this presented an opportunity. He could allow S.H.I.E.L.D. to scout the vicinity, establish their laboratory, and set up security measures before he stealthily infiltrated, reaping the rewards of their efforts. Thus, it was resolved. Lin Xiao's figure melded seamlessly into the encroaching twilight. Shortly thereafter, a fleet of black SUVs thundered into the scene. The car door swung open, revealing a man clad in a black suit, his hairline slightly receding. It was none other than Agent Phil Coulson. He surveyed the meteorite crater before him, fixating on the uniquely shaped hammer nestled within, adjusted his sunglasses, and retrieved his phone. "Director, we have found it. You should come and see for yourself." Chapter 28. Infiltrating S.H.I.E.L.D. to steal a hammer in the ensuing days. The small town of Puente Antiguo in New Mexico buzzed with unusual activity. An incessant stream of black SUVs and engineering vehicles poured into the desolate landscape. Under the guise of meteorological research and geological exploration, S-H-I-E-L-D swiftly cordoned off the area surrounding Thor's hammer, erecting a colossal, white temporary research facility above the crater. Towering walls, an abundance of surveillance cameras, and armed agents patrolling relentlessly underscored the vigilant security of the site. The townsfolk, taken aback by the sudden influx of government personnel, engaged in spirited discussions. Some speculated that they were clandestinely studying extraterrestrials. Others conjectured the discovery of a new energy source, while a few claimed that the hammer in the pit was none other than King Arthur's sword in the stone. Meanwhile, our thunderous hero Thor, having caused a ruckus in the hospital, was deemed mentally unstable and found himself inebriated at a local tavern, ultimately rescued by Jane Foster. He struggled to adapt to his mortal identity, endeavoring to explain to Jane that he hailed from Asgard. Naturally, no one believed him. All of this unfolded like a scene ripped straight from a film. In the shadows, Lin Xiao remained an unseen observer, quietly monitoring the events through the Panga's supercomputer. Each camera and sensor at the facility became his eyes and ears. He overheard every conversation between Coulson and Nick Fury with crystal clarity. "Director, we have tried various methods. We attempted to pull it with a winch, to tow it with a truck, even contemplated using explosives, yet the hammer remains immovable." As if it were rooted to the ground, Coulson reported to Fury, his voice laced with frustration. "Continue your efforts. I want all data regarding its composition, density, energy response." Everything. Fury's voice remained as steady as ever. Lin Xiao listened to their exchange, nearly bursting into laughter. A group of mortals believing they could upheave the enchanted might of Odin? How naive. Nonetheless, S-H-I-E-L-D's endeavors had inadvertently lightened his load. At the very least, they had secured the hammer well and constructed a fully equipped laboratory. "It was time to acquire my research material," Lin Xiao mused, sensing the moment was ripe. Night fell once more. The S-H-I-E-L-D base was ablaze with light, its security measures even more stringent than during the day. Infrared scanning, motion sensors, and sonic detectors. These defenses appeared impenetrable to the average person. Yet, before Lin Xiao, they were as futile as a mirage. A white silhouette, ethereal as a specter, silently materialized in the shadows outside the base. "Pangu, take control of the base's security system. Create a 3-minute surveillance blind spot and sensor delay." Command received. Breaching the temporary network of S-H-I-E-L-D. Firewall bypassed. Gaining access. Infiltration successful. Surveillance system under control. 3-minute countdown initiated. Before Lin Xiao, a virtual countdown began to pulse. Without a moment's hesitation, he flickered and vaulted over the towering wall. His movements were as light as a feather, producing not a whisper of sound. The cameras along his path momentarily displayed an imperceptible glitch, replaying footage from mere seconds prior. The infrared and motion sensors seemed to collectively malfunction, rendering him invisible to their gaze. Thus, he traversed the layers of defenses with ease. Arriving at the core of the base, it was a vast, semicircular white tent. Within it lay Mjolnir, the hammer of Thor. At the entrance, 2 fully armed agents stood vigilant, scanning their surroundings. Lin Xiao opted against a direct confrontation. Instead, he circled to the back of the tent, where the energy blade at his wrist emerged, gently slicing through the thick canvas. A modest opening silently appeared, and he slipped inside. Inside the tent, the light was bright. Various precision instruments adorned the surroundings, with countless wires connecting to a small pit at the center. Nestled within the pit was Mjolnir, quietly embedded in the ground. Its surface shimmered with a soft luminescence, runes flickering in and out of sight. The air was suffused with a peculiar, refreshing aroma reminiscent of grass after rain, mingled with a hint of ionization. Lin Xiao's affinity for thunder became extraordinarily heightened the moment he entered the tent. It felt as though every cell within him rejoiced, yearning to draw closer to that formidable source of energy. Remain calm, he reminded himself. He understood that this hammer was no trifling object. It bore Odin's enchantment of worthiness. Those with ill intent or insufficient merit who dared to touch it would surely face dire consequences. "I do not wish to be struck by that old man Odin across the 9 realms." He refrained from attempting to seize the hammer. He slowly extended his right hand, hovering just above the hammer. Then, he closed his eyes, activating the electrical mastery within him. A faint arc of electricity, derived from his own bioelectric energy, stretched from his fingertips, gently resting upon the surface of the hammer like a probing tendril. He sought not to control it nor to absorb its energy. Rather, he intended to glean its internal energy structure and enchanting principles through this means. It was akin to a hacker attempting to breach an encrypted database. At the moment his arc made contact with the hammer, a deep rumble resonated within the tent. The hammer of the thunder god erupted with blinding blue light, as if awakened from slumber. The ancient runes inscribed upon its surface illuminated one by one, exuding an aura of grandeur and majesty. Instantly, all instruments within the base malfunctioned. The lights flickered frantically, computer screens turned to a blizzard of static, and piercing alarms echoed throughout the camp. What is happening? All devices have gone offline. The energy source is in the central laboratory. Hurry. Outside, chaos erupted as countless footsteps raced towards the tent. Lin Xiao cursed inwardly, aghast at the magnitude of the response. He had not anticipated that a mere touch could unleash such a hornet's nest. Meanwhile, in distant Asgard, within the celestial palace, the slumbering King Odin felt a tremor in his closed eye. Heimdall, the guardian of the Bifrost, instantly opened his all-seeing eyes, piercing through the infinite void to gaze upon the desert of Midgard, Earth. He witnessed an unfamiliar yet remarkably pure energy making contact with the mark left by the king. This energy did not belong to Thor or to any known force of Midgard. It was imbued with a breath of life, as if it were alive. A new player has entered the fray. The ancient and authoritative voice of Odin resonated in Heimdall's mind. My lord, an intriguing variable. Heimdall, intensify the protective sigil of the destroyer. I sense that this trial in Midgard may prove to be more complex than I had anticipated. As you command, my king. On Earth, at the S-H-I-E-L-D base, Lin Xiao remained oblivious to the fact that his recent action had captured the attention of the king. All he wanted now was to make a swift escape. A miscalculation led to an unexpected outcome. He promptly severed the energy connection with the hammer and, in the fleeting moment before Coulson and his team burst in, escaped through the very rift he had created. He dared not linger for even an instant, propelling the symbiote's speed to its utmost limit, vanishing into the vastness of the night after a few swift flickers. When Coulson and a throng of agents stormed into the tent, they were met with chaos. All equipment lay in ruins, rendered useless by a sudden surge of electricity. The hammer, however, stood tranquil, as if the preceding events had merely been a figment of imagination. Report the situation. Coulson bellowed into his communicator. Sir, no signs of any intruders have been discovered. The surveillance footage failed instantaneously. Coulson's gaze fixated on the hammer as his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. What on earth is this entity? Meanwhile, Lin Xiao, having successfully evaded capture, hovered several kilometers aloft, panting with residual trepidation. That was terrifying. I nearly got trapped inside. However, despite the harrowing ordeal, the rewards were immense. In those brief seconds of contact, he had successfully copied a small fragment of the divine power energy model from Thor's hammer. Though the data was incomplete, it was more than sufficient. Odin's enchanting techniques, alongside this divine power, truly remarkable. An exhilarated smile graced Lin Xiao's visage. He gazed at his white symbiote battle armor as a bold idea surged within him. It is time for a transformative upgrade. Chapter 29, Symbiote, Thunder Overload. Upon returning to the underground base in New Jersey, Lin Xiao scarcely found a moment to rest before diving headfirst into the laboratory. His mind was in a state of intense exhilaration. The divine power energy model copied from Thor's hammer, albeit merely the tip of the iceberg, unveiled laws and energy constructs that opened a portal to a new realm. Pengu, initiate data comparison and fusion simulation between this energy model and the symbiote's design blueprint. Objective, develop a brand new overload mode. Standing before the expansive holographic control panel, Lin Xiao's hands danced across the luminous keyboard, leaving a trail of afterimages. His aim was not mere imitation. He sought to flawlessly amalgamate Asgardian divine technology with his own biological science, gamma energy, and the cold fusion technology of the Arc-Reactor. This was an audacious and reckless endeavor. Command received. Commencing data fusion. Warning, the divine power model and gamma energy exhibit a fundamental conflict. Forcibly merging them carries a 57 probability of energy annihilation, a 32 chance of reactor overload, and an 11 likelihood of unknown mutations. The warning echoed in the laboratory. It was indeed not as simple as it seemed. Lin Xiao was not surprised by this revelation. One represented divine power, while the other embodied the mutated energy of gamma rays. Both belonged to the pinnacle of cosmic forces. The challenge of achieving peaceful coexistence, let alone collaborative function, was evident. Where lay the roots of this conflict? Lin Xiao inquired. The essence of the divine power model is order and law. In contrast, the core of gamma energy is chaos and mutation. The two are fundamentally opposed in terms of energy frequency and waveform. Order and chaos. Lin Xiao pondered, stroking his chin. The image of the Taiji diagram came to mind. Yin and yang oppose, yet can transform into one another, ultimately reaching a dynamic equilibrium. What if I do not allow them to merge directly. Instead, I could establish a converter in a buffer. A novel idea began to take shape in his mind. Pengu, redesign the energy conduction network. Using the Arc-Reactor as the foundational energy source, with my body and gamma affinity serving as the primary converter, transforming nuclear energy into gamma energy. That is the conventional approach. Then, at the end of the conduction network, I will integrate a resonance amplifier constructed on the basis of the divine power model. When I need to initiate overload mode, instead of directly outputting gamma energy, it will first be injected into this amplifier. The amplifier will utilize the laws of divine power to forcibly constrain, compress, and amplify the chaotic characteristics of gamma energy, which will then erupt in the form of lightning. Lin Xiao became increasingly excited, and his thoughts grew ever clearer. Simply put, it was like fitting a pressure valve onto his gamma energy with divine technology. This way, not only would the direct conflict between the two forms of energy be avoided, but the formidable power of divine laws could also be harnessed to unleash even greater strength. New plan simulation in progress. Simulation completed. Success rate, 92. Risk. The resonance amplifier under overload conditions will impose a significant burden on the neural conduction network of the biological armor. Its lifespan is expected to be greatly reduced. Lifespan can be restored, but opportunities are fleeting. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao made his decision. Let us proceed with this plan and commence the upgrade of the symbiote. Command confirmed. Initiating lightning overload upgrade plan. The entire base shifted into a state of high-speed operation. 3 months later, the colossal cultivation chamber at the center of the laboratory was reactivated. The symbiont armor was securely fastened in place by several mechanical arms. Delicately, some divine power resonance units, synthesized from special materials by Pengu, were implanted into the armor's energy nodes. The dark blue energy patterns were intricately rewoven, becoming more complex and profound. Lin Xiao remained transfixed. His mind interconnected with Pengu's supercomputer, processing an immense volume of data and making real-time adjustments to the modification plan. This was not merely a technological upgrade, but rather an artistic creation. As the final resonance unit was implanted adjacent to the Arc-Reactor interface on the chest, the entire symbiont armor quivered gently. The newly infused pale golden patterns harmonized with the original dark blue lines, forming a tapestry of mysterious beauty. Upgrade complete. Symbiont Type 2 is now online. Lin Xiao inhaled deeply, stifling the excitement within, and donned this transformed battle armor once more. The moment the Arc-Reactor nestled into his chest, he felt an entirely different surge of power flood through him. If the previous symbiont resembled a roaring river, now it felt like a profound ocean, brimming with thunder. With his newly equipped armor, he ventured to the deepest part of the base, to the testing ground reinforced with vibranium alloy. Pengu, are you ready? We are about to engage in something exhilarating. Testing ground is prepared. You may commence at any time. Excellent. Lin Xiao flexed his limbs, reveling in the flawless fit of the armor. Initiate. Thunder overload. He commanded with a thought. Boom. An unprecedented, ferocious force erupted from the reactor at his chest. Gamma energy surged wildly into the newly implanted divine power resonance units. The sharp crackling of electricity echoed throughout the arena. The surface of the symbiont armor was instantly engulfed in dazzling white-blue lightning. Thick bolts of lightning danced across the armor like silver serpents, leaping with fervor. The energy wings upon his back transformed from a gentle blue aura into 2 pairs of wings forged from pure lightning, embodying a tempest. The entire testing ground was illuminated as if it were midday by this torrent of energy. Lin Xiao felt as though he had metamorphosed into a true god of thunder. Warning. Energy output increased by 217. Warning. Heart rate exceeds 300. Adrenaline levels are critically elevated. Warning. Overload mode imposes immense strain on the user's body. Recommended duration, no more than 90 seconds. 90 seconds? That suffices. Lin Xiao felt an explosive surge of power within him and let out a resounding roar of exhilaration. He propelled himself off the ground, vanishing from his original position in an instant. How astonishingly swift. Even Lin Xiao was taken aback by this velocity. He was not flying, but executing a short-range electric leap. His figure transformed into zigzagging bolts of lightning across the testing ground, moving so quickly that even after images were incapable of being captured. Let us test strength once more. He halted, directing his fist towards the testing wall. Constructed from vibranium alloy and a meter thick, and struck with tremendous force. His fist was enveloped in a visible, ferocious sphere of lightning. Boom! A deafening explosion resonated. The vibranium alloy wall, capable of withstanding tactical nuclear bombardments, bore a deep imprint, a meter deep, etched with charred cracks, from his punch. I cannot believe this. Lin Xiao gazed at his fist, then at the wall, inhaling sharply. The magnitude of this power had far surpassed his expectations. This was no mere physical assault. It was a triple strike amalgamating gamma energy, divine lightning, and kinetic force. Lastly, let us try a ranged attack. He raised his palm, aiming at another corner of the testing ground. This time, he refrained from unleashing an energy cannon. Instead, he concentrated the overloaded lightning energy into his palm. Lightning spear. Swoosh. A spear, more solid and swift than any energy cannon before, composed entirely of lightning, shot forth. The lightning spear traced a long, dazzling trajectory through the air, instantly striking the distant target. There was no explosion, only annihilation. The target, crafted from a special high-temperature ceramic, along with the wall behind it, was directly penetrated by the lightning spear, vaporized, leaving not a trace of dust. Is this the power of lightning overload? It has augmented all his abilities by over 200%. This transcends mere enhancement. It is nothing short of evolution. This will be his strongest trump card. As he marveled at his newfound power, a red alert suddenly flashed on the control room screen. Emergency alert. High-intensity energy reaction detected. Location, New Mexico, Puente Antiguo. Energy signature matches. The Destroyer. As the electronic sound of Pangu resonated, Lin Xiao's smile instantly vanished. He lifted his gaze towards the screen. In the visual display, the sky above a small town was torn asunder, and a colossal humanoid weapon, entirely composed of metal and exuding an aura of slaughter, was slowly descending from a kaleidoscope of light. Lin Xiao's eyes turned icy and sharp. Just in time. The lightning coursing through him had yet to dissipate completely. Let this be a test of my newfound power. Chapter 30. The Arrival of the Destroyer. In the town of Puente Antiguo, New Mexico, a previously tranquil afternoon was shattered by a deafening explosion. The heavens seemed to have been rent apart, and a massive, gleaming metallic humanoid weapon descended, crashing heavily onto the central street of the town. The earth trembled, the pavement cracked instantaneously, and shockwaves hurled nearby vehicles into the air, shattering every window in sight. The residents of the town erupted in terrified screams and scattered in all directions. This creature, descending from the sky, was entirely crafted from an unknown, silvery gray metal, its surface etched with ancient and enigmatic runes. It bore no facial features, only a mask resembling that of a cyclops, capable of opening and closing. Merely standing there, it emanated an oppressive and pure aura of carnage. It was none other than Asgard's ultimate weapon, the Destroyer. All units, attention. All units, attention. Unidentified armed target has appeared. Repeat, unidentified armed target has appeared. The agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. responded swiftly, immediately cordoning off the area and attempting to assault the Destroyer with their weapons. Open fire. Bullets, grenades, and even small rockets poured down upon the Destroyer like a torrential rain. However, the firepower that could obliterate a small military outpost on Earth failed to even produce a spark upon striking the Destroyer. Its URU metal shell was impervious. The Destroyer slowly lifted its head, and the cyclopean mask gradually opened. With a hum, a searing, golden energy beam erupted from its mask, wherever the beam passed. Be it cars, houses, or the fortifications of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, everything melted and vaporized as if sliced by a hot knife through butter. Fall back. Fall back. Our weapons are ineffective against it. Agent Coulson, hiding behind an overturned police car, shouted hoarsely into his communicator. For the first time, his face betrayed a look of horror and helplessness. The creature before him had completely surpassed their comprehension. This is not technology. It is mythology. Just as the town was on the brink of engulfment in flames, and despair gripped every soul, a streak of white light, akin to lightning piercing the night, descended from the heavens. Boom. A white figure landed heavily before the Destroyer, its feet striking the hard asphalt, leaving two profound imprints. The immense force generated a visible shockwave, dispersing the surrounding flames and smoke. The arrival was none other than Lin Xiao, clad in the symbiotic battle armor. Hey, big guy. Lin Xiao lifted his gaze to the towering metal giant before him, his tone casual as he whistled. On someone else's turf, making such a ruckus with demolition. Have you consulted the homeowners committee? The Destroyer, seemingly devoid of emotion, appeared oblivious to his banter. It merely aimed its lethal single eye at this newly emerged target. Commander, it's the White Phantom, an agent exclaimed excitedly to Coulson. Coulson, gazing at the familiar white figure, felt a tumult of emotions. He picked up his communicator, hesitating momentarily before connecting to Lin Xiao's public channel. This is Agent Coulson. Evacuate immediately. You are in an extremely hazardous combat zone. Relax, Coulson. Lin Zhao's voice emanated from the communicator, laced with a hint of mockery. I'm here to resolve the trouble. You ordinary folks should keep your distance, lest you get splattered with oil. With that, he abruptly severed the communication. His expression turned serious as he regarded the destroyer. Pengu, scan the opponent's data. Scan complete. Target composition, unknown metal URU. Energy source, unknown divine power. Warning, its exterior exhibits high resistance to energy attacks. Indeed, a tough adversary. Lin Zhao understood that this creation was the work of Odin. Conventional energy cannon attacks would be as effective as mere scratching. The destroyer's visor opened once more. A golden beam of energy, without the slightest warning, erupted forth. Lin Zhao was prepared. In a flash, he vanished from his original position, reappearing at the destroyer's flank. The energy beam missed its mark, piercing through a nearby 3-story building, igniting an explosion. Boom. The entire structure collapsed amidst the violent blast. Quite a swift reaction. Lin Zhao did not pause. He intended to test the physical defenses of this entity to ascertain their strength. He charged towards the destroyer, his fist encased in biological armor, striking fiercely at its lower back joint. Bang! A dull metallic clang reverberated through the air. Lin Zhao felt as though he had struck a mountain. A tremendous backlash surged from his fist, causing his arm to tingle. Yet, the destroyer merely swayed slightly before turning around, unscathed. Remarkable. Lin Zhao marveled inwardly. This was the first time he found himself at a disadvantage in sheer strength and physical confrontation. As the destroyer pivoted, its robust arms, accompanied by a howling wind, swept towards Lin Zhao. With a powerful flap of his wings, he soared into the air, evading the strike. Suspended in midair, he gazed down at the metallic giant, akin to a fortress, while his mind raced to identify its vulnerabilities. The joints, energy conduits, and that single eye. These should all be its weak points. He resolved to cease his probing. Pengu, energy output at 70%. Gamma energy cannon, triple shot. Lin Zhao spread his arms wide, the reactors in his palms and chest igniting with a brilliant dark blue glow. 3 energy cannons, each the width of a bowl, coalesced in a formation that blocked all escape routes for the destroyer, launching forth with tremendous force. Boom, boom, boom. The violent explosions engulfed the destroyer in an instant. The entire town seemed to shudder from the impact. Yet, as the dust settled, the destroyer stood resolutely, not a single scratch marring its surface. It appeared that the runes adorning its body now shone even more brightly than before. What? Lin Zhao's pupils constricted. His gamma energy cannon, powered at 70%, had proven utterly ineffective against it. Just as shock washed over him, the destroyer underwent a transformation. Its runes erupted with blinding golden light. A pressure, several times more potent than before, emanated from its form. The metallic body began to creak ominously, as if its internal structure was being reconfigured. Its movements, no longer stiff, became fluid and agile. This is bad. An alarm rang within Lin Zhao's mind. He was unaware that his investigation of Thor's hammer had drawn Odin's attention, leaving behind a contingency plan. When the destroyer encountered a sufficiently powerful foe, the protective seal left by the God King would activate, unleashing greater divine power to supercharge it from a distance. This is the Destroyer Phase 2. The supercharged destroyer moved with astonishing speed. With a sudden push against the ground, its colossal form transformed into a streak of silver lightning, instantly appearing before Lin Zhao. It was astonishingly swift. Lin Zhao had no time to react. All he could manage was to cross his arms in front of him, exerting all his strength to defend himself. Bam! The destroyer's fist, as large as a cauldron, struck forcefully against Lin Zhao's arms. Crack! Lin Zhao heard the sound of his armor's arms succumbing to the overwhelming force. He was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing violently into a nearby restaurant. Boom! The wall was shattered, and tables and chairs were reduced to splinters. Lin Zhao lay amidst the debris, feeling as if his bones were about to splinter. Warning! Left arm armor severely damaged. Warning! Energy shield generator malfunctioning. Integrity at 45. A cacophony of alarms blared in his mind. Coughing, he struggled to rise from the rubble. Good heavens, this power, it feels like cheating. He gazed at his deformed left arm armor. A bitter smile etched on his face. This was the first time since gaining his symbiotic abilities that he had been so thoroughly bested. However, the destroyer showed no signs of granting him a moment's respite. After landing its blow, it did not pursue Lin Zhao. Instead, it slowly turned around, its cold, emotionless single eye locking onto the terrified patrons within the restaurant. Jane Foster, Eric Selvig, Daisy Louise, and that one, stripped of divine power, now merely immortal. Thor. The destroyer's mask began to open slowly. A cataclysmic golden radiance began to gather within it. Its target was these unarmed civilians. Chapter 31, Mortal Flesh. Standing beside the divine within the mask of the destroyer, the golden light intensified, emitting a horrifying energy wave that distorted the surrounding air. Inside the restaurant, everyone was paralyzed by the oppressive aura of death. Jane Foster's face turned pale as she instinctively shielded Thor. Daisy and Eric clung to each other, eyes closed, awaiting the arrival of death. No. Thor watched the scene before him, his eyes aflame with rage. His heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand, causing him unbearable pain, robbing him of breath. These people were embroiled in this catastrophe because of him. Jane, the kind and intelligent woman who had introduced him to this world. Eric, a scholar who, despite his sharp tongue, harbors a kind heart. And Daisy, an endearing intern with a penchant for eccentricity. Both are innocents caught in the web of fate. The true instigator of this turmoil is his brother, Loki, driven by a desire for revenge and a need to prove himself to their father. In a fleeting moment, Thor's mind traverses the tapestry of his existence. Once, he was the pride of Asgard, destined to become the God King. He was fierce in battle, convinced of his invincibility, yearning for war, and seeking to validate his glory through the blood of his foes. He believed this was the essence of strength. Yet now, enlightenment dawns upon him, as he witnesses Jane, a fragile mortal woman, unhesitatingly place herself before him, and observes the valiant white warrior fighting against annihilation to protect their small town. The truth his father sought to impart becomes evident. True strength is not conquest, nor slaughter, nor fleeting glory. It is the resolve to safeguard, the willingness to relinquish everything to protect the vulnerable. Loki, my brother. Slowly, Thor emerges from behind Jane. His gaze is devoid of confusion and fury, replaced instead by an unprecedented calm and determination. I know you can see and hear me, he proclaims, raising his eyes as if addressing the heavens and his distant brother in Asgard. Whatever transgressions I have committed to earn your disdain, I offer my sincerest apologies. Yet these mortals are blameless. Their lives should not become the sacrificial offerings in our fraternal strife. Spare them. What you desire is me. Come, let us put an end to this. With unwavering resolve, he strides forth from the ruins of the restaurant, step by step, toward the frigid engine of destruction gathering its lethal energy. He bears no weapon, no divine power, not even a semblance of armor. He is but a mortal, a being of flesh and blood. Thor, no, come back. Jane cries out desperately from behind. Yet, Thor does not turn back. His silhouette appears diminutive beneath the vast shadow of the destroyer, yet simultaneously majestic. On the other side of the restaurant, Lin Shao, emerging from the rubble, witnesses this moment. He understands that this is Thor's trial, the final test set forth by Odin himself. He must personally endure despair, intimately experience powerlessness, and profoundly grasp the significance of sacrifice in order to truly be worthy of that hammer, to rightfully bear the name of the Thunder God. Lin Shao refrained from intervening. He simply observed in silence. The destroyer seemed momentarily taken aback by Thor's unexpected action, its accumulated energy pausing for a fleeting instant. Yet, it remained merely an unfeeling machine of annihilation, tasked with eliminating all threats. It raised its colossal arm, opting not to unleash its energy cannon, but rather to deliver a more demeaning blow, a resounding slap across Thor's face. Crack! The sharp sound echoed as Thor's body was sent flying like a ragged sack, rolling several times before finally coming to rest. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and every bone in his body felt as though it had shattered, inflicting excruciating pain. Nevertheless, he struggled to prop himself up on his elbows, gazing defiantly at the destroyer, his eyes devoid of any hint of retreat. He chuckled softly, an expression of serene acceptance washing over him. In that moment, he cast aside all pride and obsession. He was ready to embrace death. The destroyer lifted its massive metallic hand, poised to deliver the final blow to this oblivious mortal. Just then, in the distance, at the temporary base of S.H.I.E.L.D., the hammer of the Thunder God, which had been quietly embedded in the earth, suddenly trembled violently. A resonant hum erupted from it, unprecedented in its intensity. It sensed it. It recognized its true master, the soul that had undergone a profound transformation and possessed the heart of a king. What is happening? Coulson, within the base, stared in shock at the instruments as the energy readings skyrocketed. In the next moment, boom! The hammer of the Thunder God erupted into a brilliant silver-blue lightning bolt, soaring into the sky. It shattered the roof of the base, demolishing all obstacles in its path. It pierced the air at supersonic speed, tracing a long, dazzling arc across the heavens. Its singular target was clear, the golden-haired man in the town of Puente Antiguo, calmly facing his demise. In the town, the destroyer's hand was raised high, casting the shadow of death over Thor. Suddenly, the sky darkened, as ominous clouds swiftly enveloped the entire firmament. Silver streaks of lightning darted wildly through the clouds, accompanied by a thunderous roar. A piercing sound, akin to a sonic boom, reverberated from afar, drawing the attention of all. They instinctively gazed upward, where they beheld a silver object, trailing a long tail of flame. Descending rapidly like a meteor from the heavens, the destroyer's actions came to a halt. Thor, too, was momentarily entranced. He stared at the familiar object, approaching with increasing velocity. Disbelief etched across his face. Automatically, he extended his right hand, as if to welcome an old friend long missed. Time seemed to slow in that instant. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the silver object traced a perfect arc, landing precisely in his bloodied and dust-coated mortal hand. Chapter 32. The Return of the Thunder God. United against adversity. Boom. The moment Thor grasped the hammer's handle, the world fell silent. A bolt of lightning, as thick as a dragon, tore through the dense clouds, descending from the heavens with unparalleled precision, striking him directly. Thor let out a resounding roar, his voice filled with a long-lost vigor and ecstasy. In the blinding light of the lightning, his injuries healed at a visible pace. His tattered mortal garments were instantaneously shredded and vaporized, replaced by exquisite armor forged from uru metal, glistening with a silver sheen. A crimson cape billowed behind him, fluttering as if caught by an unseen wind, resonating with a fierce sound. In his blue eyes, confusion and despair were replaced by a radiant light, illuminating the darkness with vibrant flashes of lightning. The exiled prince, who had lost everything, was no more. Standing here now was the thunder god of Asgard, the sole master of Mjolnir. Thor, with a mighty roar, he swung the hammer, unleashing a powerful bolt of lightning that surged forth and struck the destroyer's chest with tremendous force. Bang! The colossal figure of the destroyer was pushed back for the first time by this ferocious power, leaving a charred mark upon its metallic exterior. Excellent. Thor. In the ruins of the restaurant, Jane Foster watched the divine figure before her, tears of joy streaming down her face. Lin Shao emerged from another part of the wreckage, hovering in midair. He regarded the transformed Thor with satisfaction, nodding in approval. Indeed, he finally resembles a god. Thor also noticed Lin Shao. He turned his head to gaze upon the white warrior who had fought alongside him, his eyes filled with respect and gratitude. The soldier of Midgard, with your mortal form, you bravely confront the creations of the gods. Your courage is commendable. Just call me Lin, Lin Shao replied, shrugging as he positioned himself beside Thor. And you owe me for the renovation of a restaurant, as well as the repair of my armor, you golden-haired giant. Thor paused at this appellation, then erupted into hearty laughter. All right, once I deal with this iron monstrosity, I shall treat you to the finest mead of Asgard. It's a promise. Lin Shao chuckled in response. The two stood shoulder to shoulder, their gazes fixed upon the now stabilized destroyer. An unprecedented battle fervor surged between them. Its shell has been enchanted with divine power by my father, making it indestructible. Thor's tone shifted to seriousness. Is that so? I just tested it. And indeed it is quite hard. Lin Shao flexed his left arm, still crackling with electricity. However, even the toughest turtle shell has its seams. What do you mean? I believe its energy is concentrated within that one-eyed visor. Let us devise a way to shatter its head. Lin Shao proposed his strategy. Excellent idea. Thor's eyes flashed with lightning. I will divert its attention while you seize the opportunity to strike. That suits me perfectly. No sooner had Lin Shao spoken than Thor hurled his hammer with tremendous force. Mjolnir soared through the air with the might of thunder, crashing toward the destroyer. The destroyer raised its arm to block, but the tremendous force of the hammer made it stagger. Seizing the moment, Thor charged in, engaging the destroyer in fierce hand-to-hand combat. The sounds of flesh colliding resounded continuously. The power of the thunder god clashed violently with that of the destroyer in the streets of the small town. Each impact unleashed a tempestuous wave of energy. Thor transformed into a berserker, completely overpowering the destroyer. Meanwhile, Lin Shao moved like a phantom assassin. He refrained from direct confrontation, instead leveraging the extraordinary agility of his symbiotic armor to swiftly navigate the edges of the battlefield. His eyes, akin to the most sophisticated scanners, continuously analyzed every move of the destroyer, searching for its vulnerabilities. Thor, to the left. It's about to fire its energy cannon. Watch out for its knee joints. That's where it's mobile. Lin Shao's voice provided Thor with precise battlefield intelligence. With Lin Zhao's assistance, Thor fought with renewed vigor. He became a warrior endowed with omniscient vision, always anticipating the destroyer's next move. Well done, Lin. Thor exclaimed with laughter amidst the chaos of battle. Enough chatter. Focus. I have found an opportunity. Suddenly, Lin Zhao's gaze sharpened. In the fleeting moment when the destroyer swung its fist and left a gaping vulnerability, he seized the moment. Now was the time. The energy wings behind Lin Xiao surged with vigor, transforming him into a streak of white lightning that instantaneously appeared behind the destroyer. He wielded no weapon. Instead, he concentrated all his energy into his right hand. His hand became akin to a razor-sharp dagger, precisely penetrating the most intricate energy conduction node at the destroyer's nape. With a crackle, Lin Xiao activated gamma energy, unleashing a violent surge of bioelectric pulse that surged into the core system of the destroyer. The destroyer's body stiffened abruptly, its runes flashing erratically, becoming exceedingly unstable. A prime opportunity. Thor recognized Lin Xiao's intent at once. He leapt high, raising Mjolnir above his head, bellowing, "For Asgard!" He brought the hammer crashing down upon the destroyer's head, which was rendered immobile by the system's short circuit. Yet, just as the hammer was about to strike, the glowing single eye of the destroyer suddenly ignited with blinding golden light. In a final act of defiance, it forcefully rebooted its system. Its body twisted violently, breaking free from Lin Xiao's grasp, and its mask fully opened, unleashing a cataclysmic energy beam, far more formidable than before, aimed directly at the unsuspecting Thor. If struck, even a god like Thor would suffer grievous harm. Panic surged within Thor's heart. It seemed they were on the brink of mutual destruction. Just at that critical moment, Lin Xiao cried out, "Overload!" The symbiote armor enveloping him erupted with an unprecedented brilliance of lightning. Chapter 33, Breakthrough. The creation of Odin with Lin Xiao's furious shout, the Arc-Reactor within him, and the newly acquired Divine Resonator unit operated at an unparalleled power. Boom! A torrent of unimaginable force engulfed his entire being. The surface of the symbiote armor, adorned with pearlescent biological fibers and dark blue energy patterns, was now entirely cloaked in blinding white-blue lightning. Thick arcs of electricity danced around him like furious dragons unleashed from bondage, roaring and illuminating him as a true deity of thunder. The overwhelming energy distorted the very fabric of the surrounding space, lifting debris and dust from the ground and forming a miniature eye of the storm. Warning: energy output has reached its peak, exceeding the critical point by 315. Warning: biological armor structure is collapsing. Neural link is experiencing overload. Countdown initiated, 90. 89. The voice of Pangu echoed in his ears. But Lin Xiao could no longer concern himself with such matters. In his gaze, there remained only the destroyer, mere inches away, unleashing fatal beams of light toward Thor. He chose not to target the destroyer's head, for time was no longer on his side. Instead, he made an utterly unexpected and wildly reckless decision. He opened his arms wide, allowing his already overloaded body to directly confront the cataclysmic golden beam of the destroyer. He intended to use his own flesh to shield Thor from this lethal strike. Lin, are you insane? Thor's eyes widened in horror at the sight. He wished to retract his attack to save Lin Xiao, but it was too late. Helplessly, he watched as the white figure was instantaneously engulfed by the golden beam, capable of melting mountains. No, time seemed to come to a standstill in that moment. However, the anticipated scene of Lin Xiao being vaporized did not unfold. Instead, an even more astonishing spectacle, one that could upend all understanding, emerged. As the destroyer's energy beam struck Lin Xiao, the synergy of his powers, lightning and gamma, triggered an extraordinary chemical reaction under overload mode. His outstretched palms each formed a rapidly spinning, dark blue vortex composed of gamma energy and electricity. The energy beam from the destroyer was drawn into this vortex as if it were a flood breaching a dam. Finding its outlet, the ferocious, pure destructive energy was, astonishingly, absorbed and transformed by Lin Xiao. His voice resonated from within the lightning, imbued with a metallic timbre and an ineffable dominance. Double the return. With a fierce motion, he brought his arms together. The two vortices, now brimming with colossal energy, fused instantaneously. Then, in an even more violent and unreasonable manner, mixed with his own gamma lightning, it was propelled back. Boom! A beam of energy, thicker than the destroyer's own energy cannon and 100 times more brilliant, amalgamating 3 types of cosmic energy, struck fiercely at point-blank range against the destroyer's chest. Crackle! Crackle! The indomitable URU metal shell of the destroyer emitted a harrowing crack as it succumbed to the overwhelming force of a single strike. Enormous fissures, like a spider's web, rapidly spread from its chest across its entire form. Within its core of divine power, the relentless surge of energy caused an instantaneous collapse, leading to its obliteration. The colossal body of the destroyer froze in place, its golden gaze swiftly dimming until it was utterly extinguished. Meanwhile, Thor, having concentrated all his divine strength. Delivered a hammer blow that resoundingly struck the now defenseless head of the destroyer. There was no resistance this time. The head shattered like a watermelon under the impact. Immediately following, the fissured body of the destroyer triggered a chain reaction akin to a row of dominoes falling. With a deafening roar. Amidst a cacophony of explosions and splintering metal, this ultimate weapon from Asgard, which had rendered S-H-I-E-L-D powerless, was utterly reduced to a heap of smoldering, molten metal parts scattered across the ground. The battle was over. The entire town fell into a profound silence. Everyone stood with mouths agape, staring vacantly at this mythic scene, their minds blank. As the lightning enveloping Lin Xiao gradually dissipated, he felt an indescribable wave of weakness wash over him, marking the end of the overload mode. He knelt on one knee, supporting himself on the ground while gasping for breath. The symbiotic armor had also dimmed, its surface marred by numerous fine cracks, indicating severe damage. That last maneuver had nearly drained all energy from him and the reactor. Thor descended to the ground and quickly approached Lin Xiao. His gaze filled with awe and gratitude as he regarded the battered armor. Lin, you. He attempted to articulate something, but found any words at that moment woefully inadequate. Lin Xiao waved his hand, signaling that he was fine. He lifted his head, offering a smile that was more pitiable than sorrowful. I said, I would handle the trouble. No sooner had he spoken than the long-awaited voice resonated in his mind. Ding. Sign-in successful. Event, the arrival of the destroyer. Participation, 120, defeated the destroyer. Assisted the god of thunder, saved civilians. Evaluation, SSS. Lin Xiao glanced at the evaluation, a sigh of relief escaping him. Thankfully, his desperate efforts had not been in vain. An SSS rating would surely yield exceptional rewards. Chapter 34, Signing in. Asgardian Power, calculating SSS level evaluation rewards. Congratulations. Host, on receiving the SSS level reward, Asgardian Power. Asgardian Power, your cellular density, bone strength, and metabolic rate have significantly increased. You now possess strength, endurance, and longevity far beyond that of an ordinary human. Your comprehension of divine power is unparalleled, and your divine essence touches the very source. SSS level reward. Lin Xiao gazed at the message that appeared on the system panel, feeling a surge of vitality invigorate his previously weakened spirit. This was no mere skill or piece of equipment. It represented a fundamental transformation at the very essence of his being. He was destined to become a superhuman. As he reveled in his excitement, a warm and powerful golden energy quietly surged from the depths of his body. This energy differed from the ferocity of gamma rays and the might of lightning. It was gentle, profound, and imbued with the essence of life. Like a spring rain nurturing the earth, it revitalized every cell within Lin Xiao that had been exhausted from overload. He could distinctly feel his muscles, bones, and organs transforming under this golden energy, becoming more resilient and formidable. The internal injuries sustained from forcibly absorbing and rebounding the destroyer's energy were rapidly healing under this newfound strength. The sensation was exquisite. Lin Xiao felt so blissful that he nearly moaned in delight. It was far more satisfying than indulging in 10 lavish massages. Lin, how are you? Thor, observing the visible transformation of Lin Xiao's complexion from pale to rosy, inquired with concern. I'm perfectly fine, feeling great, Lin Xiao replied, rising to stretch his body. Filled with vigor, though he felt a bit hungry, yearning for 10 bowls of rice. He removed the severely damaged symbiote armor, revealing his unscathed form. The armor dissolved into his skin, reintegrating within him. Thor gazed at Lin Xiao's flawless physique, astonishment deepening in his eyes. To withstand the onslaught of the destroyer and unleash such terrifying power, and yet appear merely fatigued? What manner of creature was this Midgardian? At that moment, the sky was once again torn asunder. A radiant beam of a rainbow bridge descended, and Sif along with the 3 warriors of the celestial palace emerged from the luminescence. They stood bewildered, gazing at the remnants of the destroyer scattered across the ground, the unscathed Thor, and the casually dressed Lin Xiao. Thor, did you defeat the destroyer? Sif asked incredulously. It was us, Thor chuckled, patting Lin Xiao on the shoulder. My new friend, Lin, and I together. The 3 valiant warriors of the celestial palace gazed at Lin Xiao, an ostensibly ordinary mortal, with expressions suffused with awe. They were acutely aware of the formidable nature of the destroyer, a war machine capable of quelling a rebellion in Asgard. To think that it was dismantled by Thor and a mere human working in concert. However, let us postpone the reminiscences for now. Lin Xiao interjected, interrupting their reunion. As agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. were approaching. Thor, what are your plans? Thor cast a glance at Jane Foster, who was rushing towards him. Her face streaked with tears. His gaze softened with tenderness and resolve. I must return to Asgard. Loki has erred, and I must rectify his mistakes. But I assure you, Jane, I shall return. He stepped forward and gently kissed her. After a cataclysmic battle, a love that traversed the cosmic seas had finally settled into a tranquil conclusion. In the distance, Agent Coulson arrived with a cadre of operatives. Upon witnessing the remnants of the destroyer, he was momentarily taken aback. He looked at Thor, then at Lin Xiao, opening his mouth but unable to utter a single word. Were these two individuals not a tad too extraordinary in their combat prowess? Agent Coulson. Thor acknowledged him, striding over with a grave expression. I require your research materials concerning the Einstein-Rosen bridge. He sought Jane's research to discover a means of returning to Earth. Coulson paused for a moment before nodding in agreement. He had completely relinquished control over matters of such divine caliber, opting instead for collaboration. Mr. Lin Coulson glanced at Lin Xiao, his expression exceedingly complex. Director Fury wishes to speak with you. Let him come to me. Lin Xiao had no desire to entangle himself too deeply with S-H-I-E-L-D. He gestured to Thor, signaling for a telephone contact. Remember the mead you owe me. Also, inform that one-eyed Fury that he will soon face a significant predicament. Having said this, Lin Xiao did not linger. He waved goodbye to Coulson and the bewildered agents, offering a radiant smile. Farewell, everyone. As his words faded, his form transformed into a beam of white light, soaring skyward and vanishing into the horizon, leaving behind a group of individuals in disarray amidst the wind. Coulson adjusted his sunglasses, the shock in his eyes unmistakable beneath the lenses. He promptly retrieved his phone and dialed Nick Fury's number. Director, I believe our assessment of the White Phantom may require a complete reevaluation. Upon returning to the base, Lin Xiao's first action was to dash into the medical chamber for a comprehensive physical examination. The data displayed on the screen astonished even him. Name, Lin Xiao. Race, human. Strength, 15. Normal adult male. 1. Speed, 12. Endurance, 18. Mentality, 25. Abilities, mastery of industry and machinery, gamma manipulation, control of lightning, Asgardian powers. My heavens. Lin Xiao couldn't help but curse as he gazed at his statistics. Moreover, it appeared that these various abilities could mutually enhance one another. He discovered that the Asgardian powers served as a remarkably stable foundation, allowing his gamma energy and lightning energy to operate with greater stability and efficiency. Attempting to activate the lightning overload mode, he was greeted with a warning. Caution, overload mode may adversely affect the user's body. Before Panga's warning could finish, Lin Xiao was delighted to find that the previous sensation of near bodily rupture had significantly diminished. He estimated that the duration of his lightning overload could now be extended to at least 30 minutes. Furthermore, its power was even greater than before. This was akin to upgrading from a mere birdshot to a cannon. Lin Xiao excitedly paced back and forth in the laboratory, feeling an unprecedented surge of strength. Just then, his encrypted communicator chimed. Caller ID, One-Eyed Dragon. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow and answered the call. On the other end, the iconic, gravelly voice of Nick Fury resonated. Lin, can we talk? Chapter 35. A new power. What shall we discuss, Director Fury? Lin Xiao leaned back in his chair, crossing his legs. His tone as relaxed as if chatting with an old friend. Should we talk about the inefficiency of your subordinates? Or perhaps about the vulnerabilities in your S-H-I-E-L-D security system? There was a brief silence from Nick Fury on the other end. Lin Xiao could almost envision his scowling visage, undoubtedly darker than before. A god from Asgard, a robot capable of devastating half a town with a single blow, and you. Fury's voice was devoid of discernible emotion. Do you realize how many reports I need to suppress the chaos you've stirred? No need for thanks. I'm always happy to assist, Lin Xiao replied with a grin. I saved a town and possibly the world in the process. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, perhaps you could award me the Nobel Peace Prize. We are assembling a team, Fury said gravely, a team composed of the world's most exceptional and unique talents to confront crises that ordinary people cannot manage. For instance, the recent destroyer incident. Lin Xiao's mind was as clear as a mirror. The call for the Avengers had finally reached him. He feigned surprise and inquired, a team? That sounds like a rock band. Who's in it? A dandy clad in tin cans? A towering giant with anger management issues? And an ancient gentleman just thawed from ice? Fury fell silent once more. He was aware that Lin Xiao possessed knowledge of many secrets that he ought not to know. Yet he remained astonished by the uncanny foresight of this individual. It appears you are already aware of my plans, Fury stated with a hint of resignation. I do not know your plans. I merely enjoy reading comics. Lin Xiao laughed lightly, then shifted the conversation. However, Director Fury, I have little interest in joining any boy band. I am accustomed to my independence and do not appreciate being controlled. Of course, he desired to join the Avengers. They were the central figures of the Marvel Universe, the epicenter of countless pivotal narratives, and an ideal platform for him to earn rewards. Yet, he could not simply acquiesce. He needed to retain the upper hand, joining as a partner rather than a subordinate. I do not intend to control you. Fury seemed to anticipate his reaction. We are in a cooperative relationship. I provide intelligence and logistical support, while you and your team members are responsible for resolving issues. We share a common goal, to protect this world. That sounds agreeable, Lin Xiao nodded, but I still need to think it over. You know, I've been quite busy lately. Saving the world and researching new technology. My schedule is fully booked. He was raising his stakes, making it clear to Fury that he, Lin Xiao, was not a mere pawn at his beck and call. He possessed his own worth and trump cards. Very well, Fury sighed, aware that one could not rush someone like Lin Xiao. Take your time to consider. However, I hope you remember that when a true crisis arises, no one can remain unscathed. I understand this principle. Lin Xiao's tone grew more serious, which is why I am offering you a warning. What warning? That blue cube in your possession, you would do well to keep a close eye on it, Lin Xiao stated flatly. That thing could pose a danger to Earth. With that, he abruptly ended the call, knowing that his words would be enough to keep Nick Fury, the ever-suspicious head of S.H.I.E.L.D., awake through the night. He successfully positioned a crucial piece on the grand chessboard of the Avengers. After ending the call, Lin Xiao stretched and rose from his chair. He made his way to the training ground of the base, eager to thoroughly test his newfound powers. He chose not to don the symbiote armor, wishing to ascertain the extent of his abilities relying solely on the divine might of Asgard. Approaching a hydraulic press weighing 5 tons, he took a deep breath, summoned his strength, and with a fierce shout, he lifted it. Despite the evident strain, with his muscles taut from the effort, he indeed accomplished the feat. Astonishingly, Lin Xiao was taken aback. This was a 5-ton weight. At this moment, he had become a miniature crane through sheer physical prowess. Next, he sought to test his speed and endurance. He began to sprint at high velocity across the training field, feeling as light as a feather, his legs brimming with explosive power. He ran for a full hour, maintaining his speed, while his heartbeat and breathing remained steady. This sensation was nothing short of extraordinary. Was this the feeling of a god? Halting his run, he savored the inexhaustible power surging within him, filled with an unprecedented confidence. He approached the control console and called up the repair and upgrade plans for the symbiote armor. The previous battle had left the armor severely damaged. Seizing this opportunity, he intended to undertake a comprehensive overhaul utilizing his newly acquired strength and knowledge. He aimed to incorporate the characteristics of Asgardian divine power into the armor's design, aspiring to forge a truly divine suit of armor. Chapter 36. The Divine Armor. A metamorphosis. Standing before the vast holographic console, Lin Xiao's hands danced over the luminescent keyboard, leaving behind a blur of motion. Before him hovered the three-dimensional schematic of the symbiote armor, with every biological fiber and energy node distinctly visible. In the battle against the destroyer, the armor had been pushed to the brink of destruction, particularly due to the retaliatory absorption of the destroyer's energy, which caused extensive internal collapse. Yet, at this moment, Lin Xiao's face bore no signs of regret. Instead, it radiated excitement. From ruin comes rebirth. No destruction, no creation. The recent battle losses afforded him a profound opportunity to fundamentally modify the symbiote. Pengu, initiate the final simulation. Utilize the energy model of Asgardian divine power as an entirely new foundational framework, supplanting the original biological energy structure. Lin Xiao issued the command, embarking on an endeavor that could only be described as audacious. His ambition was to elevate a mortal creation directly into a divine artifact forged by deities. Command received. Commencing final fusion simulation. Warning, the law of power inherent in the Asgardian divine power model fundamentally conflicts with the cold fusion energy of the Arc-Reactor. Forcing a fusion may result in a 99.8 probability of core annihilation. Pengu's cold electronic voice echoed through the vast laboratory. Of course, I was aware of this. Lin Xiao's hands did not waver for an instant. Thus, I had no intention of allowing a direct fusion. Who said that deities couldn't utilize a power bank? A novel concept crystallized in his mind. Redesign the energy circuit. The Arc-Reactor would no longer serve as the core of the battle armor, but would function as an external energy module. The new core would be myself. It would be my body, the Asgardian divine power that had already integrated with me. Based on my divine strength, I would construct a fresh energy circulation system. Gamma energy and lightning energy would no longer exist as separate abilities, but would be integrated as branch applications of divine power within this system. Lin Xiao's gaze sparkled with remarkable intensity. He aimed to transform himself into the true essence of the battle armor, while the Arc-Reactor would be downgraded to a mere power source, supplying basic energy to ensure the divine power could operate more sustainably. This innovation not only perfectly resolved the conflicts between different energy systems, but also maximized the extraordinary characteristics of Asgardian divine power. New scheme simulation in progress. Simulation complete. Success rate, 97. 3. Risk assessment. The new structure will impose a continuous and significant drain on the host's mental and physical strength. Drain? At this moment, I lacked neither stamina nor mental fortitude. Lin Xiao smiled confidently. After acquiring Asgardian divine power, both his endurance and mental attributes experienced explosive growth. Not only could he power a suit of armor, but he felt that even while wearing it, he could win a marathon. Let us proceed with this scheme and commence the upgrade of the symbiote. Codename, Symbiote Type 3. Command confirmed. The Divine Battle Armor upgrade plan has officially commenced. The entire underground base instantaneously shifted into a state of high-speed operation. Countless precise mechanical arms extended from the walls of the cultivation chamber, meticulously disassembling the damaged symbiotic battle armor. The charred biological fibers were carefully extracted, and the impaired energy nodes replaced. Lin Xiao was fully engaged in the process, his mind linked to the Pangus supercomputer at high speed, personally designing every detail. He infused the knowledge of runes acquired from Mjolnir into the energy pattern design of the armor. The originally simple dark blue lines, meant solely for energy conduction, were intricately rewoven, becoming increasingly complex and profound, as if imbued with some cosmic truth. Utilizing his perfected mastery of industrial and mechanical control, he conjured a wholly new alloy from thin air. This alloy, based on vibranium and infused with the properties of a small amount of URU metal, was tempered with divine power. It possessed the kinetic energy absorption characteristic of vibranium, alongside the extraordinary affinity for energy inherent in URU. Lin Xiao named this innovative alloy Divine Gold. With this Divine Gold, he reshaped the skeleton and all critical joint nodes of the armor, elevating its physical defenses to an entirely new echelon. Time flew swiftly amidst the focused research. When the final piece, a breastplate shimmering with interwoven hues of pale gold and dark blue, was affixed to the armor, the entire Symbiote Type 3 armor quivered gently. A deep, ancient hum resonated throughout the laboratory. The newly designed runic patterns on the armor's surface illuminated one by one. They transcended mere blue, revealing a noble, subtle golden sheen amidst the profound dark blue. A weighty, majestic aura, reminiscent of a divine presence, emanated from the armor. Upgrade complete. Symbiote Type 3 is now online. Lin Xiao inhaled deeply, suppressing his excitement. He approached the reborn armor step by step. As he donned the armor, embedding the Arc-Reactor into the external energy interface, an unprecedented surge of power, as if connected to his very bloodline, coursed through him. He felt that this was no longer merely armor, but an extension of his body, a manifestation of his will. Pengu, test this new toy. Lin Xiao ventured to the innermost testing ground of the base. He raised his hand, aiming at the composite metal testing wall, a meter thick and forged from vibranium alloy, an acquisition made at a high price from the black market for testing purposes. With a simple act, he channeled his Asgardian power into his arm and, without fanfare, delivered a punch. There was no earth-shattering roar, no dazzling energy explosion, only a dull, disconcerting thud. The testing wall crumbled beneath Lin Xiao's fist, as if it were mere tofu. A smooth, mirror-like, bottomless punch hole emerged in the wall, its edges unmarred by even the slightest crack. Lin Xiao stared at his fist, utterly astonished by his own strength. Was this truly just a standard attack? If he were to combine it with gamma energy and electrical overload, the power would be unimaginable. He dared not ponder further. He decided to explore a new feature. Lin Xiao discerned that his divine power differed significantly from Thor's. Tests revealed his abilities to be exceptionally versatile, akin to a universal remedy. With eyes closed and a thought, he summoned Pengu, channeling Asgardian power to initiate temporal rewind, locking onto the very moment he had thrown his punch. Command received. Initiating temporal rewind. Before Lin Xiao, the world transformed into a tape that could be freely dragged and manipulated. Time began to reverse. He witnessed the trajectory of his punch, the instant his fist met the wall, and the complete collapse of the wall's structure. Although the images were somewhat hazy and fleeting, lasting mere seconds, the mental energy expended was immense. Just as Lin Xiao contemplated testing other functionalities, a communication request came through. It was Bruce Banner. Ever since their last encounter, where Lin Xiao assisted him in accessing his subconscious to communicate with the Hulk, Banner had remained in the laboratory Lin Xiao had prepared for him, undergoing subsequent rehabilitation training. Lin, you must come here at once. Banner's voice crackled with an unmistakable excitement, tinged with a hint of tension. He paused, seemingly gathering his thoughts. We have reached a preliminary consensus. Oh, Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow, instantly intrigued. He hurried to Banner's laboratory. Look closely. Upon Lin Xiao's arrival, Banner's body began to undergo a transformation. His skin glimmered with a faint green hue, and his muscles expanded at an observable rate. Strangely, this process lacked the previous brutality and agony. His expression remained serene, his gaze clear. Moments later, a Hulk, smaller than before yet still radiating strength, standing around 2 meters tall, appeared before Lin Xiao. This version of the Hulk was devoid of the previous madness and rage. Instead, his eyes reflected a rational glimmer unique to Banner. He looked at Lin Xiao, grinning broadly with an endearing smile, and spoke in a deep, raspy voice, clear and articulate. Hello, Lin. How long can you maintain this? Lin Xiao inquired with curiosity. If I'm not fighting, perhaps half an hour, but in combat, I can barely hold on for a minute before rage takes over, the Hulk grumbled in his thunderous voice. Indeed, it seems our bridge building has been quite successful. Let's take our time. Lin Xiao replied. Chapter 37. The invitation from the one-eyed dragon and the red-haired female agent Dr. Green, or rather Banner, adjusted the oversized glasses perched on his nose, speaking in a calm and steady tone. With your assistance last time, I engaged in a profound dialogue with him. Well, with another version of myself. I discovered that he is not merely a destructive monster. Rather, he resembles a child, trapped in a cage for far too long, filled with anger and loneliness. I endeavored to understand and accept him, rather than suppressing or fearing him. And then, that was the outcome. Banner spread his large hand, his tone tinged with incredulity. Hulk appreciates this as well, he added, his voice carrying a hint of Hulk's childlike stubbornness. Lin Xiao grasped the implication. Banner had acted as a psychotherapist, facilitating a successful emotional reconciliation between the quarreling personas of Banner and Hulk. Consequently, these two individuals reached an understanding, shaking hands and merging into one. This was indeed splendid news. Lin Xiao felt a genuine sense of joy for him. Congratulations, Doctor. You have finally discovered a way to coexist peacefully with yourself. It is all thanks to you, Lin. Banner's eyes shimmered with gratitude. You granted me this opportunity, rebirth. Lin Xiao waved his hand dismissively. Do not say that. I merely provided a platform. Your own courage and wisdom brought you to this point. At that moment, the base's alarm system suddenly blared. Warning, unknown visitor approaching the base entrance. Visitor identity verification in progress. Phil Coulson, level 8 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. The electronic voice of Pangu echoed in the control room. Ah, speak of the devil, and he doth appear. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow, realizing that our ever-cautious director had finally grown restless. He turned to Banner. Doctor, take a moment to acclimate to your new body. I shall attend to our guest. Lin Xiao approached the entrance disguised as an abandoned foundry. Sure enough, Coulson's unchanging smile greeted him at the door, accompanied by several black-clad agents who scrutinized the dilapidated factory with vigilance. Mr. Lin, it is a pleasure to see you again. Coulson adjusted his sunglasses, beaming amiably. Agent Coulson. What a rare visitor. Lin Xiao leaned against the rusted iron door, speaking languidly. Coulson's smile momentarily faltered. Engaging in conversation with this individual feels akin to being perpetually on the verge of choking. Director Fury wishes to meet with you regarding the Tesseract, Coulson stated directly. Oh, has that one-eyed giant finally come to his senses? Lin Xiao feigned surprise, expressing that he had imagined Fury would forever remain hidden behind the telephone line, acting as a mysterious operator. The bait he had previously cast regarding the blue cube had evidently proved effective. Nick Fury, that paranoid chief of agents, must be restless, eager to extract more intelligence from him. Follow me, Lin Xiao instructed, not wishing to further trouble Coulson, as he turned and ventured deeper into the factory. A state-of-the-art Quinjet rested quietly in the clearing behind the factory, exuding a sense of science fiction. Silence enveloped them as the Quinjet ascended into the sky. After traversing a thick layer of clouds, an enormous steel behemoth, reminiscent of an aircraft carrier, materialized before Lin Xiao's eyes, the helicarrier. Despite having seen such a colossal structure countless times in films, witnessing it suspended at an altitude of 10,000 meters evoked an undeniable sense of awe within him. This was one of humanity's pinnacle creations, the most formidable mobile headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. The aircraft landed smoothly on the deck. Nick Fury, clad in his signature black trench coat, awaited him on the tarmac. Maria Hill stood behind him like a loyal aide, her expression grave. Welcome to my domain, Lin. Fury's singular eye scrutinized Lin Xiao, his voice deep. Impressive vessel, Director Fury, Lin Xiao remarked as he disembarked from the aircraft, surveying the surroundings. Feel free to explore. Once you are done, we can discuss matters of importance, Fury noted, recognizing Lin Xiao's fascination with the helicarrier and tactfully postponing the agenda. Indeed, Lin Xiao was intrigued by the helicarrier. If more of such vessels were present during the impending battle in New York, the combat would undoubtedly be far more manageable. The massive turbine propellers churned the air at 10,000 meters, producing a deafening roar. Standing at a safe distance, Lin Xiao felt the fierce wind rushing toward him, causing his clothing to flutter dramatically. This is the very spot, he recalled vividly. In the film, Loki's minions had destroyed Engine 3, causing the helicarrier to plummet rapidly. It was here that Iron Man, Tony Stark, had physically propelled the enormous propeller with his own body, saving the entire warship. It was also during that crisis that Agent Coulson paid the ultimate price, ultimately uniting the Avengers. Are you the Ghost? A cool yet slightly husky female voice suddenly resonated beside him. The sound emerged abruptly, as if conjured from thin air. Lin Xiao's heart trembled, lost in his reverie. He had been oblivious to the approach of any footsteps. He withdrew his thoughts and turned his head. A striking figure clad in red caught his eye. The woman, with her signature crimson hair, bore the remnants of perspiration from a recent intense training session, several strands clinging to her smooth forehead and fair neck. She wore a form-fitting black combat suit that accentuated her well-honed physique, every muscle line exuding strength. Unadorned by makeup, her natural beauty surpassed any elaborate cosmetics. Her green eyes, reminiscent of a bottomless lake, scrutinized him with a piercing intensity. Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow. A smile involuntarily graced Lin Xiao's lips. Fury mentioned you were quite young. I didn't expect you to be this youthful. Natasha's gaze swept past his face, her tone neutral, revealing no emotion, still an Asian. I too was unprepared for the renowned Black Widow to be even more enchanting in person than in her dossier. Lin Xiao returned her smile, meeting her gaze with unflinching composure. Natasha's brow arched slightly, a hint of skepticism evident. Silver-tongued, she averted her gaze, her tone cooling. I hope your skills are as formidable as your eloquence. Fury sent me to inform you that the tour has concluded. It is time for business. Follow me. Before her words faded, she pivoted sharply, striding forward with long legs. Lin Xiao chuckled softly, leisurely following in her wake. The two moved in tandem through the bustling bridge, where alarms and commands intertwined. Countless agents and staff in S.H.I.E.L.D. uniforms hurried past. Eventually, Natasha halted before a heavy metal door. Chapter 38. The Avengers admission ticket. She guided Lin Xiao through the busy bridge, the aerial aircraft carrier, and into the strategic conference room. At the enormous circular conference table sat the core figures of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s upper echelon. Nick Fury occupied the central seat, his single eye scanning each individual with a sternness that could almost draw water. Maria Hill and Phil Coulson flanked him on either side, their expressions equally grave. Natasha Romanoff sat quietly beside them. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao, appearing unfazed, confidently occupied the seat opposite Fury, leisurely savoring a cup of coffee that Agent Hill had just poured for him. Ladies and gentlemen, Fury's deep voice broke the silence of the conference room. I trust you have all reviewed the dossier on the White Ghost, Mr. Lin. On the large screen in the conference room, footage of all the battles Lin Xiao had previously participated in was being played. From the fierce confrontation with the Abomination on the streets of New York, to the sparring with War Machine at the Stark Party, and finally to the formidable clash with the Destroyer in New Mexico, each appearance was nothing short of earth-shattering. The senior officials of S.H.I.E.L.D. present were visibly astonished as they watched the white figure on the screen, their faces etched with disbelief. His combat prowess was beyond question. A man in a suit, who appeared to be the head of the Civilian Analysis Department, adjusted his glasses and remarked, according to our assessment model, when equipped with that white armor, his overall combat power index surpasses any known individual weapon, even exceeding Tony Stark's Iron Man suit. However, another figure, a general adorned with the eagle insignia, clearly representing the military, furrowed his brow and interjected. His origins were ambiguous, his abilities unknown, and his intentions even more obscure. We know nothing about him. Integrating him into the Avengers initiative poses too great a risk. We cannot control him. The general's words echoed the concerns of most present. Lin Xiao's existence felt like an undefined variable that had emerged from nowhere. He was too powerful and too enigmatic, instilling a sense of fear in those accustomed to wielding control. Control? Lin Xiao, upon hearing the word, set down his coffee cup and chuckled. General, with all due respect, our strengths are not even on the same level. What gives you the right to think you can control me? The general's face flushed crimson. and he slammed his hand on the table. The general's intention was clear, and Fury seized the moment to speak up, suggesting, "Let us consider collaboration. A partnership that yields mutual benefits." "I still oppose," the general insisted, "until we conduct a thorough review and background check. I will never agree to allow such a dangerous individual access to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s core secrets." The atmosphere in the conference room instantly became tense. Just as Fury was about to intervene to ease the rising tension, the general spoke again. "I have a proposal." As he spoke, he produced prepared materials. "We give Mr. Lin a target, a formidable challenge that we cannot tackle. Once Mr. Lin resolves it, we will acknowledge his status as a partner. After all, if Mr. Lin truly possesses such strength, then we would have no grounds for negotiation." "Agreed," Lin Xiao replied calmly. "Excellent." Fury nodded at both sides. The general handed the materials to Hill. "This is the dossier on Operation Eagle of the Alps." Hill manipulated the tactical tablet, and the screen shifted to reveal a heavily fortified military base nestled deep within the Alps. At the Eagle's Nest base, Coulson stood nearby, beginning his explanation. The remnants of Hydra had established their largest stronghold in Europe, led by one of Baron Strucker's lieutenants, codenamed the Butcher. This individual was notorious for his ruthless methods and exceptional cunning. We, in conjunction with the military, had attempted 3 encirclement operations against him, all of which ended in failure. The base's defense system was under the control of a top-tier hacker known as the Hive, rendering our electronic warfare units utterly incapable of infiltration. Moreover, according to intelligence from our informants, it appeared that they were conducting some form of inhumane biological experiments deep within the base. Coulson's tone was grave, clearly indicating that this Eagle's Nest base represented a formidable challenge for both S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military. The objective was clear. The general turned to Lin Xiao and stated the mission: to dismantle this base, capture or eliminate the Butcher, and retrieve all their research data. Is it truly that simple? Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. "I require a companion." He shifted his gaze to Natasha, declaring, "I need someone to serve as a witness and notary for my assessment test." "She will do." Natasha met his gaze, responding decisively, "I have no objections." She was eager to witness firsthand whether this man was merely arrogant or genuinely fearless. "Excellent," Fury nodded, rising from his seat. "The operation is scheduled for midnight. The Quinjet and all logistical support have been prepared for you. I wish you a successful hunt." As midnight approached, above the Alpine mountains, a Quinjet shrouded in optical stealth mode glided silently through the biting cold winds. Inside the cabin, the atmosphere was somewhat charged. Natasha was finalizing her preparations, checking her gear and adjusting her parachute, her expression one of unwavering calm and professionalism. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao, brimming with excitement, leaned against the window, gazing at the snow-capped peaks bathed in moonlight. "Wow, the scenery here is magnificent," he exclaimed, turning to Natasha with a radiant smile. Natasha paused momentarily as she loaded her handgun, lifting her gaze to this carefree individual. Did he truly comprehend the nature of our mission? "We have 5 minutes until we reach the designated drop zone," the pilot's voice crackled through the communicator. Taking a deep breath, Natasha cast aside all distractions. She rose and walked toward the cabin door. "I shall descend at point A, utilizing the blizzard as cover, infiltrating through the ventilation shaft on the northern side to incapacitate their internal security system. You are tasked with creating chaos at point B to divert their main forces. We will converge in the central control room." Natasha swiftly articulated her operational plan, which was remarkably professional and exceedingly sound. However, upon hearing this, Lin Xiao merely shook his head. "Too cumbersome." "What?" Natasha thought she must have misheard. "I said, too cumbersome." Lin Xiao approached her, gazing down at the base, which was faintly visible through the snowstorm. "Watch closely and witness absolute power." Without waiting for Natasha's response, he pressed the switch to open the cabin door. A frigid gale rushed in, and before Natasha could question his intentions, she saw Lin Xiao nonchalantly wave at her. Then, to everyone's astonishment, he stepped out of the cabin. No parachute, no wings. He plummeted like a stone towards the ominous base below. Chapter 39. This is strength. Has he lost his mind? In the cockpit of the Kuan-type fighter jet, the pilot gasped in disbelief at the figure descending from 10,000 meters. Natasha stood frozen, her crimson hair whipped by the biting wind, her mind momentarily blank. This man just jumped? In the command center of the aerial mothership, everyone rose from their seats, astonished by the live feed from the Kuan-type fighter. What is he doing? Committing suicide? A military general shouted in shock. No. Fury's single eye was fixed intently on the screen. The spectacle was only just beginning. As Lin Xiao's body neared the thick clouds below, a pearl-white radiance erupted from within him. The symbiote Type 3 armor instantaneously enveloped him. Intricate runes interwoven with pale gold and dark blue shimmered with a mysterious and majestic glow in the night sky. From the back of the armor, 2 pairs of newly forged energy wings, crafted from divine metal, unfurled with great force. No longer the translucent pale blue wings, they resembled the wings of an angel, imbued with a sense of metallic strength. Each feather glimmered with the sheen of energy. A deep roar of engines shattered the night. Lin Zhao's descent came to an abrupt halt. Pengu breached their communication system and analyzed the map. He hovered like a deity, ensconced amidst the tempest of wind and snow. Gazing down upon the impregnable Hydra base below, he understood that this battle demanded the display of his prowess. For only through such demonstration could he secure greater influence in the ensuing events. There was also a purple sweet potato spirit to contend with. Thus, he must hasten the enhancement of his capabilities, with the most expedient method being the signing of the system. Collaborating with S.H.I.E.L.D. was a crucial component of his forthcoming strategy. Command received. Initiating infiltration of Eagle's nest-based communication system. Command received. Constructing 3D map of Eagle's nest. Success. Lin Zhao moved. He descended like a meteor from the heavens, trailing a brilliant, elongated tail of energy, striking with unparalleled ferocity and audacity upon the entrance of the base. Boom! A deafening roar reverberated through the silent expanse of the Alps. The immense gate, forged from specialized alloys capable of withstanding tank fire, crumpled under Lin Zhao's impact, akin to a mere sheet of paper, instantly torn, twisted, and melted away. A colossal shockwave erupted, forming a visible white airwave that swept away the surrounding snow within a radius of several dozen meters. The entire eagle's nest trembled as if shaken by this violent collision. Inside the base, chaos erupted instantaneously. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The main entrance has been breached. All units, immediately proceed to the front gate for support. Countless soldiers clad in Hydra uniforms surged forth from various passageways, rushing towards the gaping hole, belching forth thick, billowing smoke. As the smoke gradually dissipated, a figure clad in white, radiating a sacred luminescence, stood serenely amidst the ruins. Open fire! A Hydra squad leader bellowed hoarsely. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. A torrential downpour of bullets rained down upon Lin Zhao. However, as these projectiles approached within a meter of Lin Zhao's form, they collided with an invisible barrier, ricocheting harmlessly to the ground without even igniting a spark. Lin Zhao slowly raised his right hand. His palm glowed with a dazzling light, a fusion of gold and blue. Boom! A cannon of energy, as wide as a bowl, was unleashed. This energy projectile was no longer the pure gamma energy of before, but rather a triad of powers, divine force, lightning, and gamma energy, merged into one. As it traversed its path, the very air warped around it. The dozen or so Hydra soldiers standing in its way were vaporized instantaneously by the beam, not even leaving a trace of ash in their wake. The energy cannon unleashed its formidable force, crashing violently against the inner wall of the base. With a thunderous roar, the entire wall, along with several adjoining rooms, was obliterated to the ground. The sheer power of that strike was terrifying. All the Hydra soldiers, rushing forward, instinctively halted in their tracks, their faces etched with horror and fear. In the skies above, within the Quinjet, Natasha observed the first-person footage transmitted back from Lin Zhao. The hand that was poised to pull the parachute's release cord frozen midair. Her mind plunged once more into a state of paralysis. Given the current circumstances, it appeared he might truly be capable of dismantling the entire base single-handedly. Inside the command center of the aerial mothership, silence reigned. An almost palpable stillness enveloped the room, where the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone stared blankly at the large screen, where a figure, reminiscent of a deity descending upon the earth, loomed in white. At that moment, the general's expression grew grim, his lips quivering imperceptibly. Hill gazed intently at Lin Zhao on the screen. She finally comprehended why the director had insisted on bringing this man into their fold, despite opposition. This individual was no mere scalpel. He was a precisely guided, unlimited yield humanoid nuclear missile. Now, was there anyone left to oppose? Fury's voice broke the silence with a soft intonation. No one responded. Oppose? With what means could one oppose? With their heads? A barely noticeable smile graced Fury's lips. He understood that from this day forth, the White Phantom would become an undeniable presence for S.H.I.E.L.D. in the entire world. And he, Nick Fury, would be the sole individual capable of conversing with this nuclear entity. Within the Eagle's Nest base, Lin Zhao's performance continued unabated. He strode through the base's interior with the poise of a graceful butcher. Wherever he passed, chaos ensued. At times, A mere flick of his hand generated a golden shockwave, sending entire squads of soldiers flying like bowling pins. At other moments, a delicate arc of electricity sprang from his fingertips, incapacitating a multitude of electronic devices in an instant, sparking fires in their wake. The Hydra soldiers were utterly demoralized. They began to flee in disarray, abandoning their armor. In just a few minutes, the base was decimated. With the exception of those core personnel who had hidden away in the deepest recesses and had yet to reveal themselves, all combatants had been annihilated. Lin Xiao clapped his hands together, satisfied. Now, it was time to seek out the one known as the Butcher. Suddenly, his brow furrowed. Where's Natasha? It dawned on him that he seemed to have a witness to locate. He activated the communicator. Agent Romanov, please respond. The ground has been cleared. You may descend. Silence enveloped the communicator. Natasha? Lin Xiao's heart sank. A foreboding sensation surged within him. He immediately commanded Pangu, assume control of the Quinjet and ascertain Natasha Romanov's location. Command received. Connecting to Quinjet. Warning. Quinjet has lost communication. Last signal detected 3 minutes ago. Warning. Anomalous fluctuations of exceptionally high spatial energy detected at the last known position of the aircraft. Lin Xiao's expression darkened instantly. Something had gone awry. Chapter 40. The Vanished Black Widow. Something had indeed gone awry. Lin Xiao's demeanor turned frigid. Natasha had gone missing. Furthermore, she had vanished aboard the Quinjet. That aircraft was equipped with the most advanced technology of SHIELD, featuring optical cloaking and radar evading systems. Coupled with Natasha's own vigilance, how could such an incident transpire without a trace? Unless the adversary possessed an overwhelmingly superior, crushing power. Pangu. Immediately initiate a broad temporal rewind anchored in Asgardian might. Target, the lost Quinjet. I demand to witness what transpired there. Command received. Initiating wide area temporal rewind. Warning. This operation will impose a tremendous mental strain on the host. Execute. A surge of formidable divine energy erupted from within him, resonating wondrously with the very fabric of space. Before his eyes, the world instantly drained of color, transforming into a grayscale realm woven from myriad lines of light and shadow. Time, under his volition, began to race backward. 1 minute ago, 2 minutes ago, 3 minutes ago, found it. In the monochromatic world, the outline of the Quinjet emerged distinctly. Lin Xiao's consciousness, akin to a specter, penetrated the aircraft's exterior, entering the cabin. He beheld Natasha, her face a mask of shock as she gazed at the tactical display, showcasing her own feats of valor. At that moment, an unexpected transformation occurred. A blue, lightning-like phantasm, without warning, pierced through the Quinjet's alloy shell, manifesting directly within the cabin. The speed of this apparition was astonishingly unfathomable. Even Lin Xiao's temporal rewind could merely capture a series of indistinct afterimages. Natasha had not even had time to react before the blue phantasm seized her by the shoulder. In the next instant, a flash of blue light erupted. Natasha and the azure specter vanished from the cabin in an instant, disappearing without a trace. The entire event transpired in less than a tenth of a second, so swiftly that even the alarm system of the Quinjet had no time to activate. Lin Xiao, struggling against the waves of pain radiating from his brain, slowed the retrospective imagery by several hundred times, endeavoring to discern the true visage of the blue apparition. At last, within a nearly motionless frame, he caught a glimpse. It was a youth who appeared to be merely 17 or 18 years old, with silvery short hair and azure eyes. His face adorned with a sardonic, cruel smile. Pietro Maximoff. Quicksilver. Lin Xiao's heart plummeted. What was he doing here? According to the original storyline, Quicksilver and Scarlet, which were supposed to be in Sokovia, undergoing Baron Strucker's clandestine experiments. How could he have possibly arrived at this base in the Alps? Moreover, judging by his demeanor, he seemed to have anticipated Natasha and himself, laying a trap specifically for them. Hydra. Baron Strucker. A torrent of thoughts surged through Lin Xiao's mind. He understood. This was no mere assessment of abilities. It was a meticulously orchestrated ambush, specifically targeting him and Black Widow. The vehement opposition from that military general, the perfectly timed mission at the Eagle's Nest base, and this unexpected appearance of Quicksilver, all of it was part of Hydra's scheme. They had manipulated SHIELD, exploited Nick Fury with the intent of drawing him, the greatest variable, into this very location. What were their intentions? To capture Black Widow for interrogation regarding SHIELD's intelligence? Or was their true aim himself? Damn it, Lin Xiao muttered under his breath. He had been too complacent, relying on his familiarity with the plot. He believed he had everything under control. Yet he had overlooked the fact that his presence, though not altering the main storyline, had inadvertently spawned a new subplot. Pengu. Analyze the energy trail left by Quicksilver. Lock onto his position. Command received. Analyzing residual spatial energy. Target speed is exceedingly rapid. Energy trail is extremely faint, making tracking exceptionally challenging. Tracking successful. Target's approximate location locked. Situated beneath the base, on level -7, within a secret laboratory shielded by lead panels. Excellent. Lin Zhao's body transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the depths of the base. Boom, boom, boom. Command center of the aerial mothership. As the alarm signifying the disappearance of the Quinjet blared, the entire command center was instantly engulfed in an eerie silence. What on earth is happening? Report the situation. Fury's bellow shattered the stillness. Sir, we have lost all signals from Agent Romanoff and the Quinjet. It's as if they have vanished into thin air. A technician reported, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Fury's face turned a deep shade of ashen gray. His worst fears had been realized. Immediately contact Lin Zhao. Instruct him to provide a situation update. Fury shouted into the communicator. However, the voice that came through was Lin Zhao's, cold and devoid of emotion. Fury, you've been deceived. This is a trap. Natasha has been captured by a speedster. I am on my way to rescue her. Keep an eye on your people. Especially that general. The communication was abruptly severed. Fury gripped the communicator tightly, his knuckles turning white. He whirled around, his one eye piercing like a blade. Fixated on the ashen-faced military general. General, Fury's voice was ominously low. I demand an explanation. In the depths of the helicarrier, on the 7th sublevel. The atmosphere starkly contrasted with the militarized facilities above. It resembled a sinister, blood-soaked biological laboratory. Countless imposing incubation tanks loomed around, each containing grotesque, misshapen entities that bore no semblance of humanity. In the center of the laboratory, Natasha was bound to a metallic operating table by a peculiar energy restraint, unable to move. A silver-haired young man paced around her leisurely, a smirk on his face reminiscent of a cat toying with its prey. The top agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Black Widow? Quicksilver reached out, delicately lifting a strand of Natasha's red hair to his nose, sniffing it, as if it were of little consequence. Who are you? Natasha inquired calmly, her mind racing to analyze the precarious situation. The speed of this young man was terrifying. She could barely discern his movements before being subdued. She had never encountered a being with such extraordinary abilities. Me? Quicksilver chuckled. I am merely an ordinary individual who cannot abide by your self-righteous heroes. But fret not, I won't kill you. He leaned closer to Natasha's ear and whispered softly, you are simply bait. My true target is your companion, that fellow clad in white armor. Baron Strucker has a keen interest in him. He wishes to study how a mere mortal can obtain and wield such godlike power. Natasha's heart sank. Indeed, this was a trap set for Lin Zhao. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from above the laboratory. The entire space shook violently. The thick layers of lead and alloy on the ceiling were violently torn apart, creating a gaping hole. Debris and dust flew everywhere. A white figure, bathed in golden divine light, slowly descended from above. His feet touched the ground softly, making not a sound. Yet, an overwhelming and suffocating pressure instantly enveloped the entire laboratory. Lin Zhao lifted his gaze, his eyes, shimmering with arcs of gold and blue beneath the mask, fixated fiercely on Quicksilver. Seeking death. His voice was low, but each word bore the weight of 1,000 tons, striking hard against Quicksilver's heart. The smile on Quicksilver's face froze. Chapter 41. The White Phantom faces Quicksilver. You arrived sooner than I anticipated. After the initial shock, Quicksilver forced himself to regain his composure. He scrutinized Lin Zhao, clad in the shimmering, wholly symbiotic battle armor. The armor indeed appeared quite formidable. Quicksilver smirked, his tone laced with provocation. However, if it cannot strike true. Before he could finish his sentence, his figure vanished from sight. A blue electric flash traced Z-shaped trajectories across the empty laboratory, moving so swiftly that the eye could barely perceive it. Too slow. Quicksilver's voice seemed to emanate from all directions simultaneously. In the next instant, a tremendous force struck Lin Zhao's back, with tremendous force. Bang! Lin Zhao stumbled forward. Before he could steady himself, the second punch, the third punch, the fourth. A torrential barrage of fists rained down from every angle upon him. Bang! 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 The muffled sounds of impact echoed relentlessly throughout the laboratory. Lin Zhao felt like a fixed punching bag, forced to passively endure Quicksilver's lightning-fast assaults. Did you see that? This is my speed. Quicksilver's voice brimmed with pride and arrogance. Before me, you cannot even touch my shadow, no matter how tough your shell may be. What good is it? I have an entire day to slowly shatter it. Bound to the operating table, Natasha watched the scene unfold before her with mounting anxiety. She understood that Lin Xiao possessed formidable strength, yet against an adversary characterized by such unreasonable speed, even the mightiest force would be futile if unable to land a blow. If this continued, he would inevitably be worn down to nothing. However, at the center of the assault, Lin Xiao remained surprisingly calm. The enhanced strength of the symbiote was beyond the capacity of ordinary attacks to breach, particularly against Quicksilver, a speedster par excellence. Even if Lin Xiao stood still and allowed him to strike for an entire day, he could not breach his defenses. Pengu, calculate and analyze the target's attack patterns and movement trajectories. Command received. Data collection in progress. Target speed too rapid, neural link delayed by 0.01 seconds. Data model establishment failed. Indeed, it was ineffective. Lin Xiao was acutely aware that his neural response speed could not possibly keep pace with Quicksilver's movements. Attempting to lock onto him using conventional dynamic vision and combat systems was akin to chasing phantoms. Realizing this, Lin Xiao cracked his neck, producing a series of audible pops, and remarked, in the face of true power, no matter how swift, speed is merely a futile struggle. What did he mean? Quicksilver's expression darkened. The implication was clear. Lin Xiao's lips curled into a chilling arc, signaling the end of the game. He stamped his foot with sudden force. Triad Tempest. A vibrant maelstrom of green, blue, and golden energy erupted, radiating from him at an astonishing pace. The Arc-Reactor within him surged into a frenzied overload. Blinding blue arcs of electricity coursed along the contours of his armor, enveloping his entire being in an instant. Simultaneously, a wave of green gamma energy, emblematic of destruction and rebirth, spewed forth from the core of the reactor. Finally, the golden divine power representing Asgard ascended like a blazing sun. Green gamma energy, blue electrical arcs, and golden sacred energy. Three distinct yet equally terrifying forces coalesced around Lin Xiao, intertwining into a torrent of annihilation that surged outward. This was not the intangible suppression of divine domains. It was a palpable, tangible force, pure energy. Wherever the storm passed, the alloy ground was instantaneously disintegrated into its most primitive particles. Walls, ceilings, remnants of experimental equipment, all succumbed to this energy's relentless onslaught, vanishing without a trace. Quicksilver, witnessing such a cataclysm, was left with nothing but fear etched upon his face. Flee. This was the singular thought racing through his mind. He pushed his speed to the limit, transforming into a blue streak, desperately fleeing from the encroaching tempest. Lin Xiao recognized that while the symbiote boasted considerable strength, speed was its Achilles heel. At his current velocity, he could not catch up to Quicksilver and could only watch helplessly as he escaped. However, when Ultron emerges, it is uncertain if they will encounter him and the Scarlet Witch once more. At this moment, releasing him is of little consequence. Lin Xiao extended his hand, channeling his energy, and the energy shackles binding Natasha shattered with an audible crack. Natasha flexed her somewhat numb wrists and sat up from the operating table. She regarded Lin Xiao with a mixture of shock, gratitude, and curiosity. I'm fine, Natasha's voice emerged, slightly hoarse. Let us depart. Fury and the others are likely anxiously awaiting our return. She turned and strode toward the gaping hole in the ceiling that Lin Xiao had created. As Lin Xiao accompanied Natasha aboard the spare Quinjet, returning to the helicarrier, they were met with an eerie silence enveloping the command center. The general was conspicuously absent, likely having fled from Fury's influence. Nick Fury was the first to approach, his single eye scanning Natasha rapidly to ensure she had not sustained any significant injuries before settling on Lin Xiao. What transpired? Fury's voice was low and gravelly. Lin Xiao nonchalantly recounted the recent skirmish. Where is he? Fury pressed. He escaped. Lin Xiao shrugged. Natasha interjected. Mr. Lin speaks the truth. The boy was remarkably swift and intent on fleeing. We were indeed unable to detain him. I believe he will be one of the most critical targets for S.H.I.E.L.D. in the future. Her words corroborated Lin Xiao's account. Everyone present understood that Lin Xiao was not someone they could easily manipulate. Their only option was to cooperate with him, doing so with utmost sincerity. Understood, Fury inhaled deeply, recognizing that it was time to make a decisive choice. He stepped before Lin Xiao and extended his hand. Mr. Lin, on behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D., I formally welcome you aboard. From this day forth, you shall serve as the senior special advisor, possessing authority second only to mine. You will be involved in all core matters of the Avengers Initiative and will be the first Avenger. S.H.I.E.L.D. will provide you with every resource and support you require. Our collaboration is officially commencing. Fury's single eye radiated sincerity. Pleasant cooperation, Director Fury. Lin Xiao replied, fully aware that he had achieved his objective. Chapter 42, Black Widow. The mission concluded, and calm was temporarily restored. Lin Xiao declined the luxurious suite Fury had arranged for him aboard the helicarrier, insisting on returning to his dilapidated foundry. In his words, a gilded nest cannot compare to one's own humble abode. Just as he was about to depart, Natasha called out to him. Hey! She approached Lin Xiao. Today, having exchanged her military attire for a casual ensemble, embodying a softness that contrasted with her previous sharpness as an agent. What troubles you, Miss Natasha? Is there anything else? Lin Xiao inquired. Thank you for today, she replied. I owe you a life. A life? That is quite a debt. I fear you may struggle to repay it, Lin Xiao jested. Currently, I cannot repay it. But I would be delighted to treat you to a meal as a token of my gratitude, Natasha smiled. I know a restaurant in Washington that serves exquisite steak. Very well, Lin Xiao agreed readily. In Washington, D.C., they visited an unassuming Italian restaurant, tucked away without any signage, its decor remarkably quaint. As Lin Xiao entered, he was met with an unexpected sight. Natasha wasn't adorned in an extravagant evening gown, but rather donned a simple beige cashmere sweater paired with jeans. Her red hair casually tied back in a ponytail. As they savored their steak and sipped wine, the atmosphere was far more relaxed and pleasant than Lin Xiao had anticipated, resembling that of ordinary friends sharing their stories. Naturally, most of the conversation revolved around Lin Xiao, with Natasha listening intently. He recounted amusing anecdotes from his previous life, cleverly reframing them as his own experiences. Though his tales were interwoven with truths and fabrications, the underlying yearning for freedom and passion for life rang undeniably true. Natasha listened quietly, her captivating green eyes fixed on him, sensing that this man was unlike anyone she had encountered before. He exuded a vibrant vitality she had never witnessed. And you? Lin Xiao sipped his red wine, gazing at Natasha. Do you have any stories to share? Natasha fell silent. Her own narrative? There was not a single event in her past suitable for a candlelit dinner. There is nothing much to say about my past, she said, her eyes dimming. Is that so? Lin Xiao observed her, refraining from probing further. He was well aware of the Black Widow's tumultuous history. Natasha was raised by the Soviet secret organization known as the Red Room, enduring brutal training in espionage and assassination. As an adult, she became the Red Room's most elite agent, executing countless assassination missions. Eventually, influenced by Hawkeye, Clint Barton, she betrayed the Red Room and joined S.H.I.E.L.D. Even now, she remained ensnared by her past, until she ultimately allied with her sister Yelena to dismantle the Red Room's base, liberating all the controlled Black Widows and achieving her own redemption. Lin Xiao set down his finished knife and fork, lifted the remaining red wine in his glass, and downed it in one swift motion, resolved to gradually enlighten the red-haired beauty before him. Indeed, each individual's ledger contains indelible marks of crimson. Natasha's pupils constricted slightly. Lin Xiao rose, dabbed his mouth with his napkin, and continued. However, the crux lies not in how to erase them, but rather in what colors you intend to use to inscribe the forthcoming chapters. Thank you for the dinner, Miss Natasha. The steak was exquisite. With that, Lin Xiao turned and departed, leaving Natasha in contemplative silence. When Lin Xiao returned to his underground base, cleverly disguised as an abandoned foundry, dawn had yet to break. No matter how luxurious the suite aboard the aerial mothership, it could not compare to the sense of security afforded by the iron sanctuary he had crafted himself. He removed his coat and casually tossed it onto the sofa, pouring himself a glass of ice water, which he gulped down. The frigid liquid coursed down his throat, cooling his heated mind that had been stirred by his conversation with Natasha. Every individual's ledger bears indelible marks of crimson, he murmured to himself, savoring the words he had spoken. This was not merely addressed to Natasha, it was also a reminder to himself. He was no saint in this impending chaotic era. If he wished to survive and safeguard those he cherished, his hands would inevitably become stained. He simply hoped that the chapters he would write in the future would be worthy of his conscience. At that moment, the main control screen of the base flickered with a blue halo, representing the Pangu supercomputer, as an encrypted communication request abruptly appeared, displaying only the icon of a cyclopean figure. It was Nick Fury. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. At such a late hour, why was this chief of agents still awake? He approached the control panel and pressed the answer button. However, the voice that came through the communicator was unprecedentedly grave, laced with an undercurrent of suppressed fury. Lin Xiao, we have a situation. Chapter 43, Thanos and Loki. Half a year ago, in the boundless depths of the cosmos, amidst a void encircled by a belt of meteors, floated a throne made of unknown metals and jagged rocks. Upon this throne sat a figure so imposing it was almost suffocating. His purple skin was etched with deep patterns, reminiscent of ancient inscriptions from the dawn of the universe, and his jawline was as resolute as a mountain range. He was Thanos, the Mad Titan, as the beings of the cosmos referred to him. Before him knelt a slender figure, one knee on the ground, bearing a semblance of humility. Yet beneath the surface simmered an uncontainable ambition and resentment. It was Loki. So, you desire a throne. A deep, gravelly voice, capable of crushing stars, resonated within Loki's mind. It was not conveyed through the air, but rather through pure willpower. Before Thanos knelt Loki, it was not his true form, but rather an energy projection. Even so, the overwhelming pressure emanating from the apex of the cosmic food chain sent ripples of trepidation through him. Indeed, the great Titan. Loki endeavored to infuse his voice with reverence, speaking of Midgard, that azure planet known as Earth, which lay in a state of weakness, chaos, and a longing for dominion. They required a deity to guide them towards genuine order. Order? Thanos' tone betrayed no emotion, yet Loki sensed the void around him solidify for a fleeting moment. My order is balance. And you, Loki, seek only power. Power is the prerequisite for all achievement. Loki raised his gaze. I shall return to you the Tesseract, that coveted blue gem. In exchange, I require an army, and a key strong enough to pry open the hardened shell of that planet. Thanos did not respond immediately. His gaze seemed to pierce through Loki's energy projection, unveiling the deepest and most authentic desires within him. Beneath the throne, a leader of the Chitauri, the other, emerged silently. His skin pallid and his form hunched, rasping. He is weak and ineffectual, my great master. He cannot even conquer his foolish brother. Loki's countenance darkened instantaneously, his fists clenched. Yet he refrained from reacting. However, he knew the whereabouts of the Tesseract. Thanos' voice resonated once more, this time tinged with a hint of intrigue regarding Loki's proposal. And he remarked upon the Asgardian blood flowing within him, albeit mixed. It suffices as an excellent pretext for our intervention in the Nine Realms. Thanos turned his gaze to the other, commanding with an undeniable tone, present him the scepter. The other bowed respectfully, and from the shadows behind him, a uniquely shaped scepter slowly emerged. At its apex, a gem radiating an otherworldly glow was embedded, the Mind Stone. This scepter not only grants you passage to Earth, but also enables you to manipulate the thoughts of those mortals. Thanos' voice carried a hint of amusement. Go forth, Prince of Asgard, and use it to reclaim a world for yourself, and for me. A flicker of ecstasy ignited in Loki's eyes as he extended his hand, poised to grasp the scepter. Yet, at the very moment the scepter was about to be placed in his grasp, Thanos' motion abruptly halted. The Mind Stone, upon contact with Loki's energy projection, flickered violently for an instant, as if disturbed by some unknown force. Thanos' brow furrowed slightly. His perception, capable of discerning the cosmos, detected a faint yet profoundly familiar energy fluctuation that should not have manifested in this timeline. Is that a portent? An intriguing variable, Thanos murmured. A hint of gravity surfacing for the first time in his previously tranquil gaze. He had initially believed that the operation against Earth would be a mere trifling game. Yet it now appeared that this diminutive planet harbored secrets unbeknownst to him. Master? The other looked at Thanos, who had suddenly fallen silent, with confusion. Thanos slowly withdrew his hand, the scepter still hovering in the air. He extended his immense finger and gently tapped upon the Mind Stone. A resonating hum filled the air as a power far greater and more malevolent than before surged from Thanos' fingertip into the Mind Stone. The brilliance on the gem's surface deepened, transforming into a chasm capable of devouring all intelligence. Within the stone, subtle black lines flickered momentarily. I have infused it with some energy, Thanos' voice echoed once more. Now, it can grant you the ability to exert enhanced control across distances. But it is only sufficient for a single use. Wield it wisely. Loki reverently accepted the scepter. What of the army? Loki inquired, voicing his foremost concern. The other will assemble the Chitauri forces for you, Thanos replied slowly. As per our original plan, I will grant you a fleet. Rising to his feet, Thanos cast a colossal shadow that nearly enveloped the entirety of the void. I will also send Ebony Maw and Black Dwarf alongside you. A single army will suffice to raise Midgard. They shall remain on standby at the Bifrost. Should the situation on that planet exceed my control, they will promptly engage in battle, retrieve the Mind Scepter, and crush all dissenters, along with the planet itself, into cosmic dust. Loki's pupils dilated sharply. A single fleet could indeed annihilate a planet. It was the standard arsenal employed in interstellar warfare to conquer lesser civilizations. Not to mention the two renowned Black Order members. Each possessed the power to rule a planet independently and could even confront the Asgardian pantheon. When cooperating, They were capable of obliterating entire star systems, making them indispensable war machines in Thanos' conquest. What, then, was this mad titan truly apprehensive about? Go! Thanos resumed his seat upon the throne, dismissively waving his hand as if swatting away a fly. Do not disappoint me. Otherwise, you shall discover that plummeting into the abyss is not the most agonizing fate. Loki's energy projection twisted momentarily before ultimately dissipating into glimmers of light in the void. Silence once again enveloped the throne. The other cautiously lifted his head and asked, Master, why go to such lengths? Is there truly something on that planet worthy of your vigilance? Thanos offered no response, merely raising his left hand slowly. Upon that hand, adorned with intricate patterns of power, rested a golden, yet empty, infinity gauntlet. His gaze fixated on the vacant recesses of the gauntlet, his expression deepening into profound contemplation. I sensed the essence of fate, a fate poised for transformation. Time rewound to the present, where, beneath the surface of New Mexico, in a clandestine base of SHIELD, a radiant column of multicolored light rent the fabric of space. A figure, cloaked in green and wielding a scepter, materialized silently within the laboratory housing the Tesseract. He beheld the cube, emanating a cerulean glow, and a cold, cruel smile spread across his visage. The spectacle was about to commence. Chapter 44, The Assembly of Avengers in the Subterranean SHIELD Base. The blaring of alarms echoed through the corridors. Doctor, the energy readings are spiraling out of control. Quick, initiate the emergency cooling protocol. Chaos erupted among the scientists in the laboratory. At the center, the Tesseract unleashed an unrestrained burst of blinding blue light, warping the air with its formidable spatial energy. Hawkeye, Barton, and Black Widow, Natasha, stood vigil at the entrance, their expressions grave. Suddenly, an anomaly occurred. The radiance from the Tesseract coalesced into a beam, crashing violently against the laboratory wall. An unstable portal was torn open in an instant. A figure, wielding the Mind Scepter and adorned with a wicked grin, emerged from the threshold. It was Loki. Don't move. Barton reacted instantaneously, drawing his bow and aiming it at Loki. Natasha, too, readied her dual pistols, locking onto the unwelcome guest. However, Loki regarded their weapons with indifference, casually waving his scepter, unleashing a wave of energy that rapidly expanded. Barton and Natasha felt a fleeting blur before their minds experienced a piercing ache, and soon their gazes turned vacant. They relinquished their weapons and slowly approached Loki. Like soulless marionettes, Loki smirked with satisfaction as he approached the laboratory table, seizing the briefcase containing the Tesseract. Subsequently, he swaggered out of the chaotic base, accompanied by the controlled Barton, Natasha, and the similarly enthralled Dr. Selvig. Thus unfolded the events. Fury's voice bore the weight of exhaustion. Loki, Thor's brother, has absconded with the Tesseract. He has also exerted control over Barton and Romanoff. Lin Zhao's countenance darkened. Has Natasha also succumbed to his control? The narrative has shifted due to his emergence. Natasha, this time, did not seek out the Hulk but instead stood guard over the Tesseract alongside Barton. In other words, while he saved Natasha, he also ensnared her in another perilous situation. What would you have me do? Lin Zhao inquired. The Avengers Initiative. Fury's voice was resolute. I require your assistance, Lin Zhao. I need you to bring others into the fold. At that moment, a chilling system notification echoed in Lin Zhao's mind. Ding. A new dimensional anchor point is being activated. Location, New York, Manhattan. Event, the Battle of New York. Sign-in task has commenced. Ding. Detected significant variables in this task. Completion will yield godlike rewards. Finally, it has arrived. Lin Zhao inhaled deeply, suppressing his excitement. This was indeed the most monumental event of the early phase. Tony Stark, you have a close relationship with him, don't you? Fury remarked. We need him. I will persuade him, Lin Zhao replied, pausing briefly before adding, leave Dr. Banner to me as well. Fury considered this and responded, very well. Ding. The host has proactively devised a strategy for recruiting the Avengers, resulting in a slight increase in narrative involvement. After ending the call with Fury, Lin Zhao promptly dialed into Tony's encrypted communication. Hey, Lin, calling this late. What's the matter? Tony's voice came through the communicator. Lin Zhao succinctly outlined the situation. God. All right, Lin. I'm in. But it's not for some absurd SHIELD business or a boys' club. I simply don't want my building demolished during an alien brawl. And I'm curious about this Tesseract you mentioned, Tony remarked, examining the design schematics displayed on the screen, which prominently featured the words anti-Lin armor. Pleasure collaborating. With Tony secured, Lin Zhao then reached out to Dr. Banner, who was engaged in yoga. Meanwhile, Steve Rogers, The Captain America who had been frozen for 70 years stood in a training room, relentlessly striking a punching bag. His fists moved with lightning speed, delivering astonishing power. Each punch shattered the bag, sending sand spilling onto the floor. Yet, his expression was one of confusion and anguish. This world felt overwhelmingly alien to him. Towering skyscrapers, flying vehicles, and those peculiar electronic devices made him feel like an antiquated relic, utterly out of place amidst the surroundings. Nick Fury stood quietly at the doorway, holding a tablet, observing him. "Did you sleep well, Captain?" Fury inquired after Steve had obliterated the last sandbag. "I am not your soldier," Steve replied, wiping the sweat from his brow, his tone somewhat brusque. "I am aware," Fury nodded, handing over his tablet. "However, this world requires you. It yearns for a hero." The video displayed Loki wreaking havoc on the helicarrier. "I thought such occurrences had ceased after World War II." Steve's gaze turned frigid in an instant. "There will always be madmen seeking world domination," Fury's voice was grave. 70 years ago, you vanquished Hydra and saved the world. Now, a new threat has emerged, one far more potent and perilous than Hydra." Fury handed Steve a document marked with the highest level of confidentiality. "This contains information regarding the Tesseract. It has been seized by a man named Loki. He intends to use it to open a gateway for an extraterrestrial army to invade Earth." As Steve perused the document, his pupils constricted sharply upon seeing the familiar image of the blue cube. "We believed it had sunk to the ocean's depths. We were mistaken." Fury shook his head. "Captain, I understand that you feel adrift in this era, but some things remain constant, such as freedom and the resolve to protect it. The world needs you, Captain Rogers. We require you to don that uniform once more, to fight for this nation you once safeguarded with your life." Steve fell silent, contemplating the document in his hands before finally raising his gaze. "That uniform may be somewhat outdated." A faint smile crept onto Fury's lips. Ding. The host has successfully persuaded Bruce Banner, significantly impacting key narrative figures positively. Sign-in evaluation predictions have greatly improved. Narrative participation has surged. Current sign-in evaluation prediction, B. Chapter 45, Tracking and Pre-Battle Preparations on the Bridge Command Center of the Helicarrier. The atmosphere was taut, almost palpable. The founding members of the Avengers had gathered in earnest for the first time. Tony Stark, clad in an expensive casual suit, had his arms crossed over his chest, long legs propped on the table. Steve Rogers stood resolutely beside Nick Fury, embodying a steadfast presence. Dr. Bruce Banner, in a slightly oversized purple shirt, was operating a machine. "Hey, Lynn. So this is your alliance?" Tony could no longer contain himself. "I thought it was just the two of us. Why do we need the relic and the doctor?" His gaze finally landed on Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao leaned back in a chair, cradling a cup of coffee of uncertain origin. "Enough, Stark." Steve furrowed his brow. "This is not the time for jest. We have far more pressing matters at hand." "Oh, such as listening to this one-eyed man spin grand tales?" Tony retorted with a dismissive smirk. "Forgive my candor, Captain, but I find S-H-I-E-L-D itself far more dubious than that so-called Loki." "All right, let us keep the chatter to a minimum," Fury interjected, rubbing his temples. He turned his gaze toward Dr. Banner and asked in a low voice, "Doctor, have we gleaned any results?" All eyes swiftly converged on Banner. "I have found it." He pointed to a world map displayed on the holographic screen, where a red dot flickered wildly in Stuttgart, Germany. The Tesseract is a source of clean energy, with negligible radiation signatures. However, the scepter Loki uses to open portals is emitting faint yet distinct gamma rays. Banner elucidated. "I've established a tracking model based on the decay patterns of these rays. It's right here. Stuttgart." A glint of cold calculation flashed in Fury's single eye. What does he intend to do? Host a party in the city center? Regardless of his intentions, we must thwart him, Steve asserted immediately. "I'll lead the team. Agent Coulson, you're with me. Stark, I still require your assistance." "At your service, Captain." Tony shrugged nonchalantly. "Lin, what about you?" Fury turned his attention to Lin Xiao, who had remained remarkably composed throughout. "I shall not go." Lin Xiao set down his coffee cup, rising to his feet and shaking his head. The others exchanged puzzled glances. Lin Xiao smiled slightly. "Capturing Loki is merely a warm-up. You few will suffice. I have weightier matters to attend to." "Weightier matters?" Tony's brow furrowed in confusion. Lin Xiao did not respond directly. "I require time to prepare for the forthcoming war." Fury fell silent, recalling Lin Xiao as past prophecies. Perhaps he truly possessed knowledge beyond their understanding. Steve attempted to speak again, but was halted by Fury's raised hand. "I understand," Fury nodded. "What do you need?" "Nothing at all," Lin Xiao replied. "Until I reach out to you, do not allow anyone to disturb me." "Very well," Fury assented without hesitation. "Hey, Lin," Tony protested. "What on earth are you up to?" Lin Xiao turned, offering Tony a mysterious smile. "When I return, I shall present you with a surprise. Having spoken, he disregarded the myriad expressions of those around him. Turning to follow A.S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, striding purposefully towards the helipad. Observing Lin Zhao's departing figure, Steve's brow furrowed even deeper. Director Fury, are we truly allowing him to leave? We have no alternative, Captain, Fury sighed. We are in a partnership. He then turned to address those in the command center. Captain Rogers, Agent Coulson, Stark, depart immediately. Target, Stuttgart, Germany. Ensure that Loki and the Tesseract are retrieved. In Stuttgart, Germany, an upscale charity gala was taking place in the Grand Square before the National Opera House. Dapper gentlemen and social elites, champagne in hand, engaged in lively conversation amidst the soothing strains of classical music, creating an atmosphere of merriment and celebration. However, this tranquility was abruptly shattered by the jarring blare of alarms and the cacophony of terrified screams. Boom! A black police car, as if crushed by an unseen hand, plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily into the fountain at the center of the square, sending a cascade of water soaring into the air. In the wake of the chaos, a figure clad in a green cloak, wielding a golden scepter, descended from the night sky like a deity, Loki. He surveyed the panicked mortals fleeing in all directions, a sneer of contempt and malice gracing his face. Simultaneously, several identical illusions of Loki manifested at various corners of the square, blocking all avenues of escape. Kneel. Loki's voice, though not loud, resonated with an undeniable authority, piercing the ears of every individual present. The crowd, compelled by an unseen force, fell to their knees, trembling in fear. Excellent. Loki nodded in satisfaction, reveling in the power he wielded over these mortals. You were born for this, were you not? You yearn for subjugation, longing to rid yourselves of the burdensome weight of freedom. You have fashioned countless gods, willingly surrendering the right to choose into our hands. He spread his arms wide, akin to a monarch delivering a proclamation. Now, I, your god, have arrived. All you need to do is kneel. As the throng succumbed to the terror conjured by Loki, an elderly yet resolute voice pierced the oppressive silence. I will not kneel to the likes of you. From within the crowd, a venerable elder slowly rose, fearlessly meeting Loki's gaze, his eyes devoid of terror, brimming instead with boundless disdain. Loki's smile froze instantly. How dare a mere mortal defy his will? What manner of being are you? He advanced step by step towards the elder, the tip of his staff beginning to gather a perilous blue radiance. In this world, there exists no being like you. I have encountered many beings like you, the elder replied calmly. Observe your surroundings. Behold these feeble mortals. Loki gestured with his staff towards the kneeling crowd. Do you think you differ from them in any way? I am merely a mortal, the elder shook his head. Yet you, without a doubt, are not a god. You. Loki was thoroughly incensed. Raising his staff as a lethal beam of energy was about to be unleashed. At that critical moment, clang! A sharp metallic sound resonated. A circular object, interwoven with blue, white, and red, descended from the heavens like a meteor, precisely interposing itself before the elder, instantly deflecting Loki's energy beam back at him. Loki was jolted back by the force of the rebound, astonished as he lifted his gaze. Before him stood a man clad in a fitted battle suit, wielding a shield of stars, who landed firmly in front of him. The last time I visited Germany, I encountered someone who aspired to surpass all others. Steve Rogers. Captain America regarded Loki with a cold stare, and in the end, we completely drove him away. Loki looked at this antique that had suddenly appeared before him, disdainfully sneering. The two engaged in combat in an instant. Steve, empowered by the might of the super soldier serum and his combat skills, found himself evenly matched against Loki, the Asgardian deity. Just as their fierce battle raged on, a crimson and golden streak, akin to a meteor, plummeted from the sky, hovering gracefully before landing, and then unleashed a palm blast that struck Loki squarely in the chest. Bang! Loki was sent flying by this sudden force, crashing heavily to the ground. Tony aimed all weapon systems at the rising Loki, declaring, "Listen here, Antlerhead, the game is over. Now, obediently lower your staff and come with us." Loki regarded the two heroes before him, then glanced at the Quinjet hovering in the sky, and rather than displaying any panic, a strange smile crept across his face. He slowly raised both hands, allowing his staff to clatter to the ground. I surrender. What? Both Tony and Steve were taken aback. They never anticipated that this once arrogant villain would surrender so readily. I said, I surrender, Loki reiterated, his smile now tinged with amusement. Steve and Tony exchanged a glance, each detecting a hint of uncertainty and caution in the other's eyes. They approached and secured Loki with specially designed handcuffs, escorting him aboard the Quinjet. The aircraft ascended slowly, heading towards the celestial mothership. Inside the cabin, Loki was firmly restrained in his seat, remaining silent as he surveyed the surrounding Avengers with keen interest, as though he were admiring an array of intriguing toys. Suddenly, a violent clap of thunder resonated from outside the jet. The sky darkened in an instant, heavy clouds gathered, and thick bolts of lightning danced wildly within the storm. What is happening? The weather report did not predict a thunderstorm. Tony furrowed his brow at the bizarre scene outside. This is not an ordinary storm. Steve's expression turned grave. Before he could finish his thought, a deafening crash erupted from the top of the aircraft. Boom! The entire jet jolted violently, as though struck by an unseen force. The hatch was wrenched open by an irresistible power, and a muscular figure clad in a red cape, wielding a hammer, stormed in like a deity descending from the heavens. Loki, Thor, the god of thunder, had arrived. He seized Loki by the collar, disregarding the astonished onlookers, and pulled him out of the Quinjet, vanishing into the clouds. By all that is holy, Tony was the first to react. Who is this guy? He is Loki's brother, Thor the god of thunder, Coulson answered. Another god? Steve questioned. What does this mean? Is he abducting him? No matter what he intends, he cannot take Loki away. Tony's gaze sharpened. Jarvis, follow that golden-haired brute. Yes, sir. Without hesitation, Tony leaped from the cabin, and as he fell, a red and gold suit of armor flew towards him, enveloping him instantly. This was an enhancement Tony had made to the Mark suit after observing Lin Shao's symbiote in action. The red and gold armor swiftly changed direction, transforming into a streak of light as it pursued the path Thor had taken. Stark, you need backup, Steve shouted into his communicator. No need, old ice pop, you just sit back and enjoy the show. Tony's voice echoed from afar. Watch how I teach this rude god a lesson. This guy. Steve gritted his teeth in frustration. He glanced at Coulson, who nodded reassuringly. Grabbing a parachute pack, Steve leaped off the Quinjet without hesitation. In a forest somewhere in Norway, Thor forcefully threw Loki to the ground, glaring at him with fury. What do you truly intend to accomplish, Loki? Are you aware of the chaos you have unleashed upon the Nine Realms? Chaos. Loki rose from the ground, brushing off the dust with a sardonic smile. My dear brother, I am merely reclaiming what is rightfully mine. You have lost your mind. I am not mad. Loki's emotions surged suddenly. It is Odin who has gone mad. He has been deceiving us all along. Just as the brothers engaged in a heated argument, a figure adorned in crimson and gold descended from the heavens, landing heavily before them. Excuse me. Tony lifted his mask, hands on his hips. Is this how you Asgardians greet one another? And you, the one wielding the hammer. Does your mother know you've pilfered her curtains? Thor, furrowing his brow at this metallic man, queried with confusion. What are you? I am Iron Man, Tony shrugged. Having recently become one of Earth's protectors. Now, hand over that antlered head. He must return with us to face judgment. Loki is an Asgardian. The crimes he has committed should be judged by Asgard. Thor raised his hammer, declaring, Mortal, do not meddle in the affairs of gods. Gods. Tony scoffed. To me, you are merely a hulking figure in a costume wielding an oversized hammer. No sooner had he spoken than the energy cannon in Tony's palm fired instantaneously. Thor swung his hammer, effortlessly deflecting the attack. You are courting death, mortal. Thor summoned lightning, hurling it directly at the metal man before him. Sir, power charge at 400%. Jarvis' voice resonated within the helmet, prompting Tony to nod. It seems our approach is correct, Jarvis. He raised his hand, unleashing 3 immensely powerful energy blasts towards Thor, sending him hurtling backward. Tony pursued him, and soon, the two figures were entangled in a fierce battle within the forest. The energy blasts and missiles from Iron Man clashed violently with Thor's lightning and hammer, each impact generating a tumultuous shockwave that severed trees in their vicinity. Just as the two were locked in a relentless struggle, neither able to gain the upper hand, a shield emblazoned with blue, white, and red soared through the air, striking precisely between Thor's hammer and Tony's chest plate. Clang! The immense force jolted both men backward. Captain America, Steve Rogers, landed firmly between them. Cease this at once. He glared at the two. We are allies, not adversaries. Do you wish to eliminate your own before defeating the true enemy? Tony and Thor halted their actions, staring in astonishment at the unexpected mediator's sudden appearance. Loki, perched on a nearby hillside, observed the unfolding scene with a cold detachment, the smile at the corner of his mouth growing increasingly sinister. Ultimately, under the formidable mediation of Steve Rogers, the farcical brawl among the gods was temporarily quelled. Tony Stark and the mighty Thor, both equally proud and powerful, had little regard for one another, yet they reached a consensus to first escort Loki back to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s airborne aircraft carrier before deliberating on the subsequent course of action. As the group escorted Loki back to the colossal vessel, They were greeted by Nick Fury, whose expression was darker than a pot's bottom. "Well done, everyone," Fury remarked. "We have successfully brought Loki back, Director Fury." Steve replied in a serious tone. "Now, we should focus our efforts on deciphering his next move." "Indeed," Fury nodded, then commanded Agent Hill, who stood beside him, to confine Loki in that cage. "Double the guards, and no one is to approach." "Understood, sir." Soon, Loki was escorted by several fully armed SHIELD agents to the deepest recesses of the aircraft carrier. There, a transparent cylindrical prison crafted from a special alloy hung silently in midair. Below the cage lay a boundless abyss, a drop of 10,000 meters. Should the emergency mechanism be triggered, the entire prison would instantly detach from the carrier and plummet freely. As Loki entered the cage, he displayed no hint of fear. Rather, he surveyed his surroundings with the curiosity of one exploring his own chamber. "What a splendid cage," he remarked to the surveillance camera, wearing a playful smile. "However, I suspect it cannot contain me. Perhaps you should worry about yourself first." Fury's voice echoed through the intercom. Loki fell silent, gracefully moving to the center of the cage, sitting down, closing his eyes, and beginning to meditate. In the command center of the bridge, the Avengers gathered once more. Yet this time, the atmosphere was even more bizarre than before. Tony Stark was engrossed in rapidly tapping on a transparent tablet he had brought, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. Dr. Banner stood beside Loki's scepter, tasked with analyzing its energy composition. He handled the various instruments with care, the malevolent energy emanating from the scepter unsettling him. Meanwhile, Thor stood motionless before the surveillance screen of the cage, arms crossed, fixating his gaze upon his brother. "Fury, now that you have been apprehended, it is time to provide me with the research data on your Tesseract." Tony interjected suddenly. Fury gestured for his staff to transmit the documents to Tony. Upon reviewing the files, Tony let out a derisive laugh. He projected the contents from his tablet onto the main screen of the command center, revealing a series of documents marked with the highest level of confidentiality. The title prominently displayed was the Second Phase Weapons Development Plan, and the designs for these weapons were unequivocally based on the energy technology derived from the Tesseract. "Fury," Tony demanded, "what sort of rubbish are these documents?" "These are what I found after breaching your firewall. The files you provided me do not contain any of this. You had better give me an explanation." Fury was taken aback by the apparent inadequacy of the federal government's most advanced firewall in the face of Tony's prowess. "Stark, surely, even you would not divulge your armor's secrets to others," Fury retorted defiantly. "Moreover, these weapons are our trump card. Since the arrival of Mr. Thor and his metallic toy, the Destroyer, on Earth, we have recognized a grave reality. We are not the sole intelligent life in the universe. Furthermore, our neighbors do not seem entirely amicable." His gaze shifted to Thor, contemplating the chaos one extraterrestrial could unleash on Earth. "What if an army were to arrive? What resources do we possess for defense? Relying on you? A band of so-called heroes who cannot even manage their own affairs. Tony, if you join us, if you align with SHIELD, then I will provide you with all the information free of charge." Tony could not contain his laughter. "Huh? Do you truly believe I am a child? I only came here out of respect for Lynn. What are you? To me, you are merely a group of cosplay enthusiasts. And what you rely upon is nothing more than a heap of scrap metal. My power will solely be used to safeguard the peace of Asgard and the Nine Realms. And you, a mere mortal, dare to challenge me? Where's Lynn? Let him come and see me." Thor, incensed by their exchange, retorted loudly. "Is that so?" Fury scoffed. "Then what of your brother, who delights in stirring trouble wherever he goes?" "You." Thor was left speechless in his fury. "Enough." Steve stepped forward once more, attempting to quell the quarrel. "We should be uniting against a common foe, not casting blame upon one another." "Unite?" Tony scoffed. "With a deceitful head of an agency? With an extraterrestrial who could crush us all at any moment? Everyone, please remain calm." Dr. Banner sensed the unsettling atmosphere and endeavored to alleviate the discord among the group. The wristband given to him by Lin Shao emitted a series of urgent beeps, indicating that his heart rate was uncontrollably escalating. Banner hastily focused his mind, striving to manage the mounting pressure. The ambience within the command center plummeted to a chilling low. The Avengers, these highly esteemed guardians of Earth, were embroiled in a fierce internal conflict during their inaugural assembly, driven by suspicion, deceit, and a profound lack of trust among one another. Unnoticed by anyone, in the laboratory, the golden scepter lay quietly, its mind stone emanating an increasingly sinister glow. An invisible energy, saturated with negative emotions, silently enveloped the entire aerial mothership, amplifying the distrust, rage, fear, and arrogance harbored within each individual. Meanwhile, in his prison, Loki's smile grew ever colder and more self-satisfied. Stark, you loathsome creature. Thor could no longer contain himself. He swung his hammer towards Tony. Reacting swiftly, Tony donned the Mark 7 armor in an instant, countering with an energy blast. Come on, you muscle-bound fool. Seeing this, Steve immediately raised his shield and rushed forward, attempting to separate the two. Stop it. However, the two enraged individuals were deaf to reason. The collision of Thor's hammer and Tony's energy blast even partially targeted Steve. Crash. Banner was inadvertently struck by Thor's elbow, sending him hurtling into a heap of equipment. Dr. Banner could no longer maintain control. A thunderous roar erupted. Banner's physique expanded at a visible rate, his skin transforming into a furious green. The rational scientist vanished, replaced by the embodiment of pure rage, Hulk. Hulk smashed the nearby control panel into smithereens, then, with eyes ablaze, charged indiscriminately at the nearest foe, Thor. The room instantaneously ignited into chaos, with the battle spilling outside. The entire aerial mothership devolved into a tumultuous arena of conflict. S-H-I-E-L-D. Agents scattered in terror, and the command system collapsed in an instant. Fury's face turned ashen as he bellowed into his communicator. Hill regained control of the situation. Now, however, before his words could fully escape, a violent explosion erupted from the mothership's flank. The entire vessel shook violently, tilting precariously to one side. Engine 3 has been attacked. We are descending. Agent Hill's frantic voice crackled through the communicator. It's Barton and Natasha. Leading a squad, they have launched an external assault on the aerial mothership. Facing threats both internal and external, Fury shouted, quickly, inform Lin Shao. No need, Director, I have arrived. Lin Shao, well prepared, soared to the skyship clad in the symbiote suit. Although he intended to thwart the assault by Hawkeye and Black Widow, he never anticipated the situation would escalate to such a degree. Excuse me, may I request a moment of your attention? Lin Zhao's voice, though not loud, resonated with a penetrating authority. However, the four, blinded by rage and Loki's psychic energy, were impervious to any counsel. With a thunderous roar, Hulk unleashed his fury, his colossal fist disregarding Lin Shao entirely as it hurtled towards Thor. Thor raised his hammer to block, resulting in a cataclysmic shockwave that sent equipment flying in all directions. Lin, don't interfere, Thor bellowed at Lin Shao, his sole desire being to teach this rabble of ignorant mortals a lesson. Here's a taste of Earth's specialties. Tony's shoulder-mounted missile launcher activated, unleashing a barrage directed at Thor. Stop this at once. Steve hurled his shield violently at Tony, aiming to quell the insurrection and impart a lesson to the silver-tongued playboy. Sir, anomalous energy fluctuations detected. It is hypothesized that the erratic behavior of the individuals is linked to this energy, the cold voice of Pangu intoned. It seemed that a peaceful resolution was beyond reach. With a sigh, Lin Shao conceded, since they cannot comprehend reason, I shall employ a different approach. Pangu, analyze the energy. I will confront them. Chapter 48. 1 against 4 heroes. Since you cannot understand reason, I shall employ a different approach. As the words left his lips, Lin Zhao's figure vanished from sight. In the next instant, he appeared like a wraith behind the Hulk, his symbiote armor, a blend of pearlescent white and dark blue, enveloping him completely. His right fist clenched tightly. He struck directly at the Hulk's unguarded back. This punch harnessed the full kinetic energy of the armor. With a thunderous boom that seemed to compress the very air itself, the Hulk's massive form froze momentarily, his furious roar caught in his throat. Then, propelled like a cannonball, he was sent hurtling away. He crashed through the walls of the command center, then through another, and yet another. The metallic walls crumbled like paper beneath his weight, ultimately disappearing into the depths of the ship, engulfed in a cloud of smoke, uncertain of his fate. Silence enveloped the bridge. Tony's energy cannon hung suspended in midair, and Steve's advance came to a halt. What incredible power! The silence was shattered by a jubilant shout. Thor, far from being frightened, was ignited with battle fervor as he gazed at Lin Shao, his eyes sparkling with lightning. Lin, you have grown stronger since our last encounter. Come, let us engage in a proper duel. No sooner had he spoken than he brandished Mjolnir, charging forward amidst a tempest of wind and electric serpents. Lin Shao deftly sidestepped the weighty blow. Cease at once. Steve's shield whistled through the air, yet the American captain, amplified by the power of psychic energy, was consumed solely by the chaos that must be quelled. Observing the futility of violent intervention, he redirected his focus toward Lin Shao, the mightiest contender in the arena, who charged forward with remarkable agility. The energy wings behind Lin Shao suddenly unfurled, propelling him upward in an instant, evading Steve's grasp. Jarvis, activate the anti-Lin armor. Tony's voice resonated from within the helmet. Affirmative, sir. The anti-Lin armor will arrive in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 2, 1. As the countdown concluded, the armored panel above the bridge was violently breached, and a more menacing external armor swooped down, enveloping Tony's suit with precision. On the vivid crimson armor, grotesque components assembled at a rapid pace, while exposed blue circuitry emitted a menacing hum. Two massive cannon-like ports behind him slowly opened, radiating an aura of formidable power. "Oh, what is this?" Lin Xiao inquired with mild curiosity. "This was inspired by my last encounter with Ivan, but it encompasses much more than that," Tony declared with pride from within the helmet. No sooner had he spoken than the exaggerated cannon ports behind him aimed at Lin Xiao, unleashing an invisible assault. No beams, no physical form, only a bizarre distortion in the air. Lin Xiao's movement faltered. The energy patterns on the surface of the symbiote armor began to flicker wildly, becoming exceedingly unstable, as if they might peel away from him at any moment. Observing this, Tony triumphantly declared, "This weapon is tailor-made just for you. This time, I shall bring you down." "Quite impressive," Lin Xiao remarked. "Pangu." "Affirmative, sir. I am currently analyzing the frequency," Pangu's voice responded. However, Steve's silhouette was already upon him, propelled by a strong gust of wind. Lin Xiao felt a chill of urgency, forced to respond hastily. Every punch, elbow, and knee from Steve was executed with simplicity and efficiency, aimed directly at vital points. Deprived of most functionalities from the symbiote, Lin Xiao could only rely on his physical body and the armor's defensive capabilities to withstand the onslaught. Bang, bang, bang. Despite Lin Xiao's enhanced physical attributes, his lack of combat skills left him retreating continuously. Steve, increasingly astonished, pondered, what physical prowess? Has he also received the serum? Analysis progress, 35. Thor swung his hammer once more, aiming a horizontal strike. A pincer maneuver. Analysis progress, 68. Lin Xiao summoned strength in his waist, executing a near-impossible lean to evade the God of Thunder's hammer, then swiftly pushed off the deck with his right foot, sliding back several meters just in time to narrowly avoid a flying kick from Steve. Analysis progress, 84. The assaults from Steve and Thor descended like a tempest. Lin Xiao found himself thoroughly ensnared in a defensive position, struggling desperately against the onslaught of the two, his physical prowess barely keeping him afloat amidst their relentless attack. Beside him, Tony, who was continuously emitting disruptive waves, was utterly astonished. "No, it's impossible. He was an ordinary person when he was captured alongside me. Bodily augmentation? Serum? What has he undergone?" Analysis complete at 100. "Sir, you may utilize divine power to construct a barrier. It is time to retaliate." As Pangu's words resonated, a soft golden luminescence suddenly emanated from Lin Xiao's form, adhering closely to the symbiote armor like a second skin, materializing into an indomitable shield. The sonic waves collided against it, merely causing ripples, unable to disturb it in the slightest. "What is this?" Tony was filled with bewilderment. To the side, Thor was equally astonished, exclaiming, "Divine power?" Lin Xiao clenched his fist, feeling the resurgence of strength. "Now it is my turn." The blue patterns on the symbiote armor flared brilliantly, instantly entering a state of lightning overload. Blinding arcs of electricity danced wildly across his surface, amplifying his power and speed exponentially. He delivered a powerful kick to Thor, sending him hurtling backward, carving a deep trench across the deck. With a swift motion, he sent Steve flying along with his shield. In the next moment, he raised his hand and unleashed two robust bolts of lightning, aimed directly at Tony. "Ha ha, bring it on." Tony laughed, and as the laser made contact with his body, the exposed blue circuitry of the anti-Lin armor illuminated, absorbing the entirety of the lightning strike. "More, bring it on," Tony shouted. Just as Thor regained his balance, he raised his hammer, summoning a more ferocious thunderbolt that struck Tony squarely. "Warning, energy overload at 12,000. The reactor is nearing critical levels," Jarvis announced. "Then fire." The Arc-Reactor embedded in Tony's chest erupted with an unprecedented brilliance, unleashing a pure white energy beam, 10 times thicker than before, amalgamating Lin Xiao's lightning and Thor's divine thunder, tearing through the air and instantly engulfing Lin Xiao's form. A blinding white light and a cloud of explosive smoke enveloped everything. In the midst of this obscurity, a profound silence prevailed. "Did we get him?" Tony gasped for breath. Thor and Steve gazed at the swirling smoke, filled with uncertainty. At that moment, an indescribable aura of terror emanated from the center of the smoke. The mist was forcefully pushed aside by an invisible power, revealing the figure at its core. Lin Xiao floated serenely in midair, his symbiote, now transformed with divine gold, radiated a blend of green, blue, and gold hues, forming a swirling layer of energetic flames around his surface, a perfect embodiment of the harmonious fusion of these three powers. Is this truly divine power, even purer than my father's? Thor exclaimed in disbelief. A palpable stillness enveloped the gathering. Just then, a thunderous roar, filled with unbridled fury, erupted from a gaping hole in the ship's hull, shattering the silence. The Hulk, wreathed in smoke and bearing numerous wounds, leaped forth with a more ferocious aura than ever before. His colossal form soared high, delivering a devastating blow that could cleave mountains. Thor, seizing the moment, hurled his enchanted hammer, transforming it into a streak of silver lightning. Meanwhile, Tony gathered energy anew, unleashing 3 energy blasts that tore through the air and struck with pinpoint accuracy. Boom, boom, boom. The successive explosions enveloped Lin Xiao, the scorching smoke and shock waves instantaneously consuming the ground where he stood. Jarvis, report damage assessment, Tony gasped. Sir, target's vital signs remain unchanged. As the smoke cleared, it revealed Lin Xiao utterly unscathed. He then extended his left hand, fingers splayed, expertly grasping the oncoming hammer of the Thunder God. This artifact, bestowed by King Odin and infused with the power of a planetary core, found itself halted at the moment it touched Lin Xiao's palm. Simultaneously, Lin Xiao's right hand met the Hulk's massive fist. The disproportionate fists collided midair with a resounding thud, unleashing a visible shockwave of white energy that radiated from their point of contact, sending metal debris from the deck flying. The Hulk, realizing Lin Xiao remained unfazed, felt a surge of rage swelling within him. His muscles tensed, and with a forceful stomp, he left a profound dent in the specialized deck beneath him, causing the already tilting mothership to sway violently. He roared, channeling all his strength into another strike. Lin Xiao, effortlessly casting aside the hammer, pivoted and retaliated with a punch of his own, a triadic interplay of colors converging as their fists met. The Hulk's immense form was instantaneously lifted from the ground, arcing through the air like a green projectile, crashing through the opposite side of the ship's bridge and vanishing from sight. Silence reigned. The bridge, save for the crackling sparks of damaged equipment, was devoid of sound. What manner of creature is this? The assembled Avengers shared this thought in unison. Sir, energy analysis complete. Pangu's voice resonated in Lin Xiao's mind, originating from the negative psychic energy emitted by Loki's scepter. It amplifies the negative emotions and obsessions within living beings. The energy frequency has been locked. You may utilize divine power for a broad-spectrum counteraction to neutralize its effects. Let us commence. As Lin Xiao's voice faded, a swirling aura of golden divine energy erupted from him, radiating outward. A gentle ripple of gold silently swept across the entire bridge. Time rewinds to the moment when internal strife ignited. Enemy attack. Repeat, we are under assault. The right wing engine 3 has exploded. We are losing altitude. The left wing engine 2 has also detonated. The bridge's communication system has been severed. Contact with other departments is lost. In the command center of the celestial mothership, the cacophony of piercing alarms, the frantic cries of agents, and the groans of the ship's structure under immense strain intertwined to create a symphony of doom. Steady yourselves. Everyone, hold firm. Nick Fury, having fled the scene of the conflict, dashed toward the control panel amidst violent tremors, bellowing to regain control of the situation. Hill, switch immediately to auxiliary power. Restart the engines. By any means necessary, we must get this vessel airborne again. Attempting to do so, sir. However, the attack persists. Just as the words left his mouth, another violent explosion reverberated. Sir, Natasha and Barton have reached the holding chamber. The scepter has been seized. Damn it. Within the internal corridors of the celestial mothership, alarm lights flickered manically, casting an eerie red glow upon Natasha's impassive face. Her gaze was hollow, yet her movements were precise and lethal, akin to a programmed machine of destruction, silently eliminating every S-H-I-E-L-D agent attempting to obstruct her path. Her objective was clear: the confinement chamber. Release Loki, fulfill the command bestowed by her new master. Following closely behind was the equally entranced Barton, wielding both the Mind Scepter and the Tesseract. As Loki was liberated, acquiring the Mind Scepter and the Tesseract, Coulson attempted to intervene. Just as he was about to be slain, a surge of divine power liberated Natasha and Barton from their control. There, imprisoned, was her new master, Loki. Behind her, Hawkeye Barton mirrored her expressionless demeanor, clutching a silver briefcase containing the Tesseract, while his other hand firmly gripped the Mind Scepter, which radiated a luminous glow. With a click, the force field shield of the confinement chamber was deactivated. Loki sauntered leisurely from his glass prison, arms outstretched, a hint of a sickly, indulgent smile gracing his face. Well done, my faithful servants. He accepted the Mind Scepter from Barton, the gemstone atop the scepter glowing in harmony with the wicked light in his eyes. At that moment, a figure stood before them, blocking their path. Loki. Coulson brandished an oddly shaped energy weapon, its muzzle aimed directly at Loki, who had relinquished both his scepter and the Tesseract. Loki scoffed derisively, as if he had just heard the most ludicrous joke. How dare a mere mortal command me? He toyed with his scepter, slowly advancing. Suddenly, he thrust the scepter towards Coulson, the energy at its tip coalescing instantaneously, poised to unleash a lethal beam. Coulson's pupils constricted. He recognized the futility of evasion. In that critical moment, a gentle golden ripple unexpectedly surged forth from the depths of the passage. The ripple brushed against Natasha and Barton, causing them to shudder violently, as though marionettes severed from their strings. The emptiness in Natasha's eyes was swiftly replaced by a torrent of shock and confusion as she gazed at her raised hand, then at her fallen colleague nearby, her complexion paling. Barton, too, shook his head, the briefcase in his grasp clattering to the ground as he stared blankly at Loki and Coulson, his mind a whirlpool of chaos. Loki's smile froze. He could distinctly sense an unfamiliar divine power erasing the residual mental imprints on the two. Furrowing his brow, he realized that although he had not deepened their imprint during his captivity, it was not easily undone, especially considering the terrifying purity of that divine force. He glanced at the Tesseract lying on the ground, and then at Natasha and Barton, who had regained their wits, decisively striking the ground with his scepter. A portal materialized out of thin air. Consider yourself fortunate, Loki remarked to Coulson, before stepping through the portal and vanishing without a trace. Coulson exhaled a long sigh of relief, his forehead slick with cold sweat. He lowered his weapon and addressed his recently revived colleagues. Welcome back. What was I just doing? Steve was the first to regain his senses, looking down at his hands, and then surveying the disarray of the bridge and Lin Xiao, whom he had attacked, his face etched with regret and self-reproach. Jarvis, analyze the physiological data in conjunction with the footage from before the altercation. Someone is meddling. Tony furrowed his brow. Thor shook his head, the fervor that had compelled him solely to battle dissipating as he retracted his hammer and stood. In the distance, the Hulk gradually shrank, revealing Dr. Banner's form. Thor's expression grew grave. Our emotions seemed to have been manipulated by something. It was Loki's scepter. Lin Xiao's voice chimed in. He sought to incite us to turn against one another. Tony and Steve exchanged a glance, a wave of dread washing over them. As the consciousness of the gathered individuals returned, Lin Xiao's silhouette gradually descended, the tricolored divine light retracting back into his being, revealing an exquisite armor interwoven with pearlescent white and deep blue patterns. A hint of fatigue graced his visage, clearly indicative of the significant energy expended moments prior. It is time to commence the aftermath work, Captain, Lin Xiao addressed Steve. Ding. Host successfully thwarted Loki's scheme, propelling pivotal plot developments. Sign-in evaluation predictions have significantly improved. Plot participation has greatly increased. Current sign-in evaluation prediction, S. Chapter 50, Revenge Stark. What is the situation? Steve bellowed into his communicator, straining to push aside a massive piece of metal debris hurtling towards several agents with his shield. The situation is dire. Tony's voice crackled through the communicator, intermingled with the howling wind. The turbine fan of Engine 3 has been obliterated, and debris has lodged itself in the rotating shaft. We must manually restart it, or this entire vessel shall become a submarine. The turbine fan of Engine 3 is in shambles, and the debris has jammed the rotating shaft. I need to go in and extract it manually. Are you insane? It's like a meat grinder in there. Better than us all turning into mincemeat. Tony's thrusters spewed intense flames as he forced his way through the turbulent air toward the gaping hole, belching black smoke and electrical sparks. I need someone outside to pull the main brake lever. Otherwise, the debris will shred me along with the engine. Without hesitation, Steve dashed toward the wing's edge. Tell me what to do. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Engine 4 was equally perilous. The massive turbine blades were askew, caught awkwardly on their base. I'll handle it. Thor roared, wielding Mjolnir, his body crackling with electricity, and with a mighty swing, he smashed it back into place. Stop. Lin Xiao raised his hand in urgent protest. Is this how you repair things? Sir, preliminary analysis indicates that the explosion caused an energy overload, resulting in structural distortion. Pangu's electronic voice resonated. After a moment of observation, Lin Xiao precisely channeled his energy into the engine core. The previously chaotic and turbulent energy flow swiftly stabilized. The anguished cries of the engine gradually subsided, replaced by a deep and powerful rumble. Almost simultaneously, a tremendous sound erupted from Engine 3. With the sequential restart of the two main engines, the downward trajectory of the spacecraft was finally halted. The massive vessel traced a perilous arc through the air before gradually stabilizing its position and ascending once more. The members of the Avengers gathered on the bridge, where Fury had been waiting for quite some time. On the bridge, an eerie silence prevailed. The acrid scent of charred metal intermingled with the tang of distorted metal, permeating the air. Natasha lowered her head, methodically and coldly polishing her Glock pistol, as if attempting to erase the uncontrollable memories along with it. Barton stared blankly at his hands, those very hands that had recently aimed at his comrades, now seemingly stained with indelible filth. Steve glanced at Tony, who in turn cast a look at Thor. After collectively enduring a crisis, the former barriers and prejudices had become trivial. What about Loki? Steve's voice shattered the silence, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening from the strain. Fury's single eye swept across the group, his voice grave. He escaped with the scepter and the tesseract. Your brother treats our mortal lives with utter disdain. Tony's voice resonated sharply in the spacious command deck, instantly drawing the icy glares of two individuals towards Thor. He is my adopted son. Thor hastily interjected. He is adopted. In any case, he is not my biological kin. Please do not conflate me with him. Natasha stated emphatically, I will make him pay. Count me in. Barton's voice was hoarse as he turned his gaze back to Natasha. He owes me, and I intend to reclaim what is rightfully mine. Steve stepped forward, adding, consider me involved. Tony shrugged and remarked, I suppose you all require some technological expertise. Fury surveyed the assembled, disparate group, and at that moment, they finally united under a singular objective. It appears we have reached a consensus. Let us commence our vengeance. Chapter 51, The Battlefield, New York, Manhattan. Once the world's financial epicenter, it now lay shrouded in an apocalyptic panic. Atop Stark Tower, the Tesseract emitted an unprecedented blue beam of light from the device constructed by Dr. Selvig, soaring into the sky. The heavens appeared to be torn open, revealing a vast, dark abyss akin to a portal to hell, slowly widening. Boom. The first Chitauri craft erupted from the wormhole like a swarm of locusts. Its grotesque metallic exterior and inorganic blue energy core heralding a war not of this world. Following it were the second, third. Hundreds and thousands of vessels and transports continuously pouring into New York. They unleashed energy blasts with reckless abandon, shattering the glass facades of skyscrapers into a shower of crystalline shards, while cars on the streets were reduced to flaming wreckage. The screams of the citizens were completely drowned out by the cacophony of explosions, forcing them to scatter in terror amidst the flames. A few police officers took cover behind their patrol cars, futilely returning fire with handguns, their bullets merely sparking harmlessly against the armor of the Chitauri soldiers. A police officer gazed at his empty magazine and then up at the endless legion of adversaries in the sky, his face etched with desolation. Despair was engulfing the city at an alarming rate. At that moment, a figure of red and gold sliced through the chaos like a razor-sharp sword. Has the party commenced? It appears I am not late. Tony unleashed energy blasts from both arms, precisely reducing several aerial vehicles that were targeting civilians to mere fragments. Jarvis, connect me to all public channels and instruct them to flee south. Quickly. As Tony fought, he issued commands. No sooner had he spoken than a mighty bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking a colossal Chitauri Leviathan warship with tremendous force. The warship emitted a mournful howl, its armored shell crackling with electricity. Ugly beast, taste the wrath of Asgard. Thor hovered in the air, wielding Mjolnir, summoning thunder. Below, Captain America piloted the Quinjet into the fray, joining the battle. His shield, akin to a Grim Reaper's discus, shattered the necks of several Chitauri soldiers with each precise throw, or sent their energy rifles flying from their grasp. However, their rate of slaughter paled in comparison to the relentless tide of enemies surging forth. Atop Stark Tower, Loki, staff in hand, surveyed the chaos and destruction he had orchestrated, a sickly, delighted smile gracing his face. He reveled in the futile struggles of the three heroes as one would enjoy a farcical play. My foolish brother. He shook his head disdainfully, his tone laced with mockery. To fight for these insects, to exert every effort, only to watch them perish one by one. Brother, behold. Loki spread his arms wide, as if embracing his kingdom, witnessing the dawn of a new era. With that, he left only Dr. Selvig behind, seizing his staff and departing in a flying craft. A transport vessel landed forcefully, its hatch opening to unleash a squad of Chitauri soldiers who charged towards a half-destroyed pastry shop, where a few terrified civilians emitted desperate screams. Hey, alien monstrosity, look over here, Steve bellowed, hurling his shield with ferocity. The shield spiraled through the midsection of several soldiers, rebounding off the wall before returning deftly to his grasp. Yet, more enemies had already trained their weapons upon him. At that moment, A red and gold figure descended from the sky, a torrent of energy blasts raining down, swiftly clearing the soldiers from the scene. Captain, you must exercise caution, refrain from seeking the spotlight alone. Tony, suspended in midair, quipped before soaring back into the sky. Steve paid no heed to his jibe, instead fixating on the ever-expanding wormhole above, his brow furrowed in concern. Fury, how are things? Steve inquired, slightly out of breath. Into the communicator. Extremely dire, Fury's voice resonated from the airship. The number of Chitauri far exceeds our estimates. We are running out of time. As Tony evaded a barrage of energy blasts, he shouted, these foes are endless. We cannot hold our ground. His words rang true. The Chitauri army seemed inexhaustible. For every wave they eliminated, more would emerge from the wormhole. Though the Avengers were formidable, their stamina was ultimately finite. Suddenly, Lin Zhao's voice broke through all communication channels. Fear not, everyone. I am prepared. Prepared? Steve paused, puzzled. What do you mean? Look up. Everyone, including the civilians fleeing below, instinctively gazed skyward. There, amidst the chaotic skies, 10 spacecraft, resplendent in pearlescent white and embodying futuristic design, approached. They resembled miniature versions of S.H.I.E.L.D.S. airship, yet bore distinct differences. Arranged in a semicircular formation, they positioned themselves around the portal as a new wave of Chitauri forces arrived. In an instant, countless weapon ports on the 10 ships opened. The next moment, a torrent of blue energy beams cascaded down like a torrential downpour. These blue death rays wove an impenetrable net of firepower, accurately targeting the Chitauri vanguard emerging from the wormhole. Boom, 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 boom. The sky erupted with a multitude of brilliant fireworks. The Chitauri vessels, under the relentless assault of the fleet, shattered like fragile paper, exploding in clusters. In just one volley, a vast expanse was cleared at the mouth of the wormhole. The Chitauri reinforcements, which had already surged into the city's skies, poised for widespread destruction, were forcefully repelled by this formidable firepower. What is this? Fury exclaimed in astonishment as he observed the unidentified fleet on the radar from the airship. Just a small enhancement to your airship, Lin Zhao replied. What do you think, Director Fury? Much more aesthetically pleasing than your clumsy behemoth, wouldn't you agree? My goodness, a fleeing civilian halted, murmuring, are we saved? The Avengers were equally taken aback. Now, isn't the pressure significantly alleviated? Lin Zhao's voice resonated once more. A figure clad in white, bathed in golden light, descended gracefully amidst the Avengers. It was Lin Zhao, adorned in the symbiote. Alert! The host has provided substantial assistance to the plot. Sign-in evaluation predictions have greatly increased. Chapter 52. The Scepter of Power. Captain, it's time for you to devise a battle plan. Lin Zhao's words interrupted Steve's moment of stupor. All right, everyone. Listen to my instructions. Steve's voice resonated clearly through the communication channel, reaching the ears of every Avenger. Lin Zhao, Tony, Thor, the skies are yours. Bring down those behemoths. Do not allow them to enter the city. 3 figures, one clad in white, another in red, and the last in silver, plunged into the ranks of the Chitauri's aerial forces like the sharpest of blades. Lin Zhao's tri-energy cannon was precise and efficient, each shot creating a massive breach in the Leviathan's formidable armor. Tony's lasers and missiles were tasked with eliminating the agile small aircraft, while Thor's lightning unleashed terror over a wide area, turning swathes of enemies to cinders with each strike. Under their leadership, the firepower of the 10 Guardian battleships became increasingly accurate. They ceased indiscriminate bombardment and instead coordinated flawlessly with the 3 warriors, effectively suppressing the Chitauri's aerial dominance near the portal. Barton, Steve continued, head to the rooftop and use the high ground to provide us with fire support and battlefield intelligence. Relay all enemy movements to me. Leave it to us. Natasha and Barton exchanged a glance, their agile forms swiftly scaling a nearby skyscraper with grappling hooks. Barton's arrows, akin to venomous serpents with a keen eye, pierced the skulls of Chitauri soldiers with deadly precision. Natasha, wielding a Chitauri energy rifle, calmly executed precise shots while keeping a vigilant watch over the battlefield's dynamics. Dr. Banner. Steve's gaze finally settled on the green giant who had just leaped from the aircraft. Unleash your fury. Hulk smash. Hulk grinned broadly and charged forward like an uncontrollable green tank, rampaging across the ground. With a single punch, he toppled a colossal Leviathan battleship approaching him head-on. Natasha, come with me to the rooftop. We must close the portal. The battle erupted in full force. Manhattan transformed into a vast meat grinder, a chaotic blend of blood and fire. Explosions, gunfire, roars, and screams melded into a symphony reminiscent of the apocalypse. Captain America Steve and Black Widow Natasha ascended to the rooftop, where they discovered Dr. Selvig, weakened and struggling to regain control. They endeavored to close the portal, but an energy barrier prevented them from approaching the Tesseract. Doctor, how do we shut it down? Natasha shouted. The scepter. Dr. Selvig pointed to Loki's mind scepter. Energy is conserved. The scepter's power can close the door opened by the Tesseract. Locate the scepter, Loki's scepter. Captain Steve Rogers called out over the public channel. Upon arriving on the battlefield, Lin Shao immediately began his search for Loki. However, for reasons unknown, Loki was exceedingly cautious, completely masking his energy signature, leaving Lin Shao to rely solely on his sight. Pengu, have you found him yet? Sir, I am currently searching. Target acquired. Location displayed. Just as Pengu's words fell, a red marker rapidly locked onto a nearby opera house on Lin Zhao's armored visor. In the next instant, 2 pairs of energy wings unfurled behind him, releasing a soft blue flame. With a thunderous sound, the white symbiotic armor transformed into a streak of light, tearing through the air and crossing several blocks in an instant. Loki, reveling in the ecstasy of dominion, savored the fear and screams of mortals. Feel this despair? You ants of Midgard. I am your destined king. I must say, do you have a misunderstanding of the term king? Loki froze and turned sharply. Who are you? A flicker of wariness flashed in Loki's eyes, though it was overshadowed by the arrogance of a deity. Another mortal come to meet their demise? Mortal? Lin Shao chuckled. I am merely here to rectify your distorted worldview. Arrogant, Loki shouted, the mind stone atop his scepter glowing intensely, and dozens of identical spectral duplicates sprang forth, charging towards Lin Shao from all directions. In the midst of Loki's astonishment, Lin Zhao's figure ghosted through his legion of illusions and seized him by the throat. A god? Lin Shao lifted him effortlessly with one hand, while snatching the scepter from his grasp with the other. With a resounding crash, he slammed Loki's head into the ground, the hard composite floor fracturing like a spider's web. Another blow followed, shattering Loki's helmet and leaving him dazed. Lin Zhao's expression remained impassive, as if he were merely disciplining a disobedient child, grasping Loki's ankle and delivering a flurry of strikes. Pathetic. Loki lay crumpled in the crater he had created, moaning incoherently, his eyes vacant, utterly devoid of any will to resist, as the crowd dispersed in alarm. Lin Shao soared out of the theater and glanced into the distance. I hope this thing is of decent quality. With that, he exerted force in his arm, launching the scepter like an unleashed javelin, tracing a golden blue arc toward the rooftop of a distant building. Whoosh! The scepter pierced through the air, landing firmly on the floor before Natasha, still quivering slightly. Chapter 53, The Portal Reboot? Within the conference room of the World Security Council, several impeccably dressed members stared impassively at the screen, which displayed the devastation in New York. We can wait no longer, one council member remarked coldly. The Avengers have failed. We must resort to the ultimate measure. I object, Fury shouted through the communication channel. There are still millions of civilians in New York. This is a necessary sacrifice, Director Fury. Another council member's voice was devoid of emotion. To prevent this disaster from spreading globally, we have no alternative. The order had already been issued. Fury turned sharply to his side, where Agent Hill stood. A fighter jet belonging to S.H.I.E.L.D. had just launched from the aerial mothership, its belly carrying a bomb pulsating with a dangerous red light. A nuclear warhead. Its target was New York, Manhattan. The nuclear bomb had been fired, trailing a long tail like a poisoned arrow aimed at the heart, directly at the center of New York City. The city they aimed to protect was ultimately to be erased from the map by their own hands, employing the most extreme measures. How ironic it was. Yet, Lin Shao had anticipated such an outcome. Sir, the nuclear bomb has been launched. Proceed as planned. In the command center of the World Security Council, on the bridge of the aerial mothership where Fury was stationed, and within the cockpit of the fighter jet that had launched the nuclear bomb, all screens instantly transformed into a sea of blood red. A grotesque, ghostly visage composed of countless codes occupied the entirety of the screen. What is happening? The council members stood in alarm. Our system has been breached. The highest authority has been usurped. A technician screamed. The nuclear bomb, plummeting rapidly, traced an incredible arc through the air, defying the laws of physics as it reversed direction, soaring upward. Its new target was not Manhattan, but the sky above. The very space teeming with monstrous entities. The spatial wormhole. Seeing this, Natasha hastily drew her scepter, gazing at the cosmic cube emanating an ethereal blue glow at the center of the device. With all her might, she thrust the tip of the scepter forcefully into the energy shield of the cosmic cube. A violent clash of energies erupted instantly. The wormhole in the sky began to shrink dramatically. A blinding white light silently blossomed from the other end of the wormhole. That was the nuclear bomb detonating in an alternate space. Immediately, The expanding spatial wormhole came to a sudden halt, then began to collapse inward violently, twisting and distorting, ultimately sealing shut with a jarring energy shriek that sent shivers down the spine. The sky returned to a momentary tranquility. It has come to an end. Thor shook off the soldiers clinging to him, breathing heavily. However, before his words could fully escape his lips, a faint azure light once again flickered in the recently healed scar of the sky, reminiscent of a red-hot branding iron piercing through paper, as a minuscule singularity swiftly expanded. The portal had been reopened. Natasha, what is happening? Tony's voice erupted in the communication channel. Everyone redirected their gaze towards the portal, where a silver-haired youth, leaning on a scepter and wearing a provocative smile, emerged, none other than Quicksilver. Beside him, Wanda's hands swirled with crimson energy, clearly indicating that the reactivation of the portal was her doing. Behind them, dozens of Hydra soldiers clad in black combat suits, adorned with the grotesque skull and octopus insignia, were engaged in fierce combat with Captain America and Black Widow, who were attempting to charge forward. Loki had appeared before the portal, his face adorned with his customary false smile. Lin Zhao's pupils constricted. Indeed, Quicksilver and the Scarlet which had been altered by the Mind Stone. He should have anticipated Quicksilver's emergence. Loki had long since arrived on Earth and struck a deal with Hydra, lending them the Mind Scepter in exchange for their assistance in opening the portal. Damn it, he had relied too heavily on the original plot, never foreseeing such a twist. At that moment, the portal stabilized, and two figures slowly stepped out. One was gaunt and emaciated, resembling a desiccated corpse, Ebony Maw. The other was a mountain of a man, wielding a massive warhammer, Black Dwarf. Ebony Maw cast a disdainful glance at the streets of New York, his gaze settling on Loki, his voice sharp and contemptuous. Loki, our master holds high expectations for you, yet you cannot even conquer such a primitive planet. Truly disappointing. Loki's smile faltered, though he dared not retaliate. It seems we must take matters into our own hands. Ebony Maw turned back towards the portal, his voice resonating throughout the fleet. Annihilate all life on this planet. No sooner had he spoken, than Black Dwarf charged forth like a cannonball. Boom. With a tremendous crash, the Hulk was smashed into the depths of a building by Black Dwarf's strike. Meanwhile, Ebony Maw flicked his fingers, causing the ground to crack, as twisted rebar snaked like venomous serpents towards Thor. Thor swung his hammer, severing a few, yet more rebar from behind and snared him tightly, slamming him against the wall of a nearby building, creating a massive human-shaped dent. Boom. Sir, the right side armor has sustained 30% damage, and the energy shield is rapidly declining. Before Tony could react, the concrete beneath him transformed into countless sharp spikes, raining down like a torrential storm, sparking a blinding shower of fire against his armor. Damn it, Tony cursed, awkwardly rolling in the air to evade. At that moment, a white figure descended from the heavens, landing precisely in front of the two individuals. Wu Mu narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the sleek, white biological armor adorning Lin Zhao's form. Another foolhardy insect had arrived. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Black Dwarf had already lunged forward with a roar, his massive war hammer creating a howling wind as it came crashing down. The resounding clang of metal on metal erupted, shattering all the glass in the vicinity. The war hammer, capable of flattening a tank, was firmly intercepted by a surprisingly slender arm. Where the hammer met the biological armor, a dazzling display of interwoven energies flared brilliantly. Not bad, Lin Zhao remarked with a smile, twisting his wrist to unleash a tremendous force that pushed Black Dwarf back, causing his hands to tingle from the impact. Lin Zhao's form vanished from sight, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared before Black Dwarf. His fist, infused with 3 types of energy, struck heavily against Black Dwarf's chest. With a force akin to being hit by a high-speed train, the massive figure was sent sprawling, crashing through several buildings in succession. Wu Muhu's expression shifted slightly as he flicked his fingers. Dozens of cars, buses, and lampposts lining the street were uprooted by an invisible force, raining down upon Lin Zhao like a barrage of artillery shells. Lin Zhao raised his right arm forward, the energy patterns on his symbiotic armor glowing intensely. Arcs of electricity, divine power, and gamma rays rapidly intertwined and fused in his palm, forming a honeycomb-shaped energy shield with a diameter of several meters. Boom. The deafening sound of collisions merged into a cacophony. The first yellow taxi collided with the shield as if it had struck an invisible wall of despair, its front crumpling into a disk of metal before exploding into a shower of debris. Following that were the bus, the billboards, the steel beams. Countless scraps of metal and rubble detonated against the energy shield, the ferocious impact causing the asphalt beneath Lin Zhao to crack and splinter, propelling him backward several meters and carving deep furrows into the ground. The surface of the energy shield shimmered with a vibrant tricolor glow, suspended in midair. Wu Muhu wore a cruel smile, convinced that this earthling would soon be reduced to nothing but minced flesh beneath the relentless onslaught of steel. However, at the moment when the metallic storm reached its peak ferocity, that white figure sprang into action. Lin Xiao abruptly retracted the shield, compressing it into a sharp cone, and propelled himself forward like a piercing projectile, charging defiantly against the torrent of steel. With a near-bestial ferocity, he forged a path through the swirling debris, his silhouette rapidly enlarging in Wu Muhu's gaze. Wu Muhu's expression changed dramatically as he attempted to use telekinesis to push himself away, but it was too late. A foot, imbued with the force of thunder, struck precisely against his chest. The ebony throat felt an irresistible force surge forth, sending him hurtling like a golf ball, crashing into the glass facade of a distant skyscraper. Just as Lin Xiao sought to catch his breath, a fierce gale assailed him from the rear. With a thunderous roar, the black dwarf burst forth from the ruins of the building, his fury magnified tenfold, brandishing a colossal hammer with the intent to reduce the one who had humiliated him to mere pulp. In the fleeting moment before the warhammer would collide, energy erupted beneath Lin Xiao's feet, propelling his body backward at an extraordinarily peculiar angle, gliding close to the ground. The black dwarf's assured strike missed its mark, causing him to stumble from the sheer force. Lin Xiao slid behind him, twisting his waist to gather strength, and delivered a powerful punch that sent the black dwarf flying once more. Despite his successive successes, a shadow of concern lingered on Lin Xiao's face. He was acutely aware that his current tricolor form could not be sustained for long. The preceding bouts of intense combat had drained much of his energy. In his normal state, he would stand no chance against the ebony throat and the black dwarf. A strategy was imperative. Lin Xiao's gaze shifted towards the cosmic cube atop the building, an idea crystallizing in his mind. Tony, Lin Xiao spoke through the communication channel. I need you. Tony, who was desperately dodging attacks, suddenly froze, his eyes igniting with realization beneath his helmet. Interesting. Thor, cover me. All right. Thor broke free from his constraints, unleashing a powerful bolt of lightning that shattered the constructs conjured by the ebony throat, subsequently clearing a path for Tony to ascend to the rooftop. Sensing the shift in the tide, both the ebony throat and the black dwarf charged towards Tony. Don't rush. Your adversaries are me. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiao's dimmed armor flared back to life with blinding brilliance as he bravely advanced, single-handedly blocking the two formidable generals under Thanos. Chapter 54. Quicksilver and Scarlet, which an endless tide of Chitauri soldiers streamed through the portal, surging towards the panicked masses in the city. The cacophony of explosions, screams, and collapsing structures melded into a symphony of apocalypse. Quicksilver stood at the edge of the rooftop, surveying the devastation below. A mother, clutching her child, desperately fled, only to be vaporized by a Chitauri soldier's energy beam, the infant's cries echoing amidst the ruins. A family of 3 was trapped within a crumpled vehicle. The parents shielded their child with their bodies as Chitauri claws tore through the car door, blood splattering against the shattered windshield. Mere seconds later, only a 5 or 6-year-old girl remained, weeping beside her parents' lifeless bodies. The sight of the child, wailing atop her parents' corpses, pierced deeply into Pietro's memories like a sharp thorn. Time seemed to rush backward. In the warmth of their modest apartment, a mother hummed a folk song from Sokovia, the air infused with the savory aroma of stewed meat. The father recounted his corny jokes, eliciting hearty laughter from the family. That moment marked the last time they shared a meal together. In an instant, a piercing wail shattered the warmth. Boom. Walls, ceilings, furniture, everything disintegrated in a heartbeat, pinning him and Wanda beneath the rubble. The outbreak of the Sokovian Civil War claimed their parents. In the enveloping darkness and silence, a missile emblazoned with the Stark Industries logo became their sole companion. For 2 agonizing days, he and his sister stared at the inert shell, awaiting death or something far worse amidst their fear and despair. When they were finally extricated from the ruins, what greeted them was not hope, but the total annihilation of their home. We will make him pay, Wanda, he vowed to his sister amidst the debris. We will. Wanda's response was terse, her gaze brimming with hatred. Had it not been for a helping hand, he and Wanda would have surely cried hoarsely beside their parents' cold bodies, ultimately consumed by hunger and despair. He had no doubt about it. Those days were hellish. After their rescue from the rubble, the world consisted solely of each other. They wandered like wounded wolves through the city's remnants, stealing and fighting, using their sharp teeth and claws to protect the little they had left. Until an elderly man named Gregor appeared, a baker. He always carried the comforting scent of fresh bread. When he discovered them rummaging through a dumpster for food, he neither shooed them away nor showed pity. Instead, he silently placed a warm loaf of rye bread before them. The next day, at the same spot, another loaf awaited them. On the third, fourth day, finally. On the fifth day, Pietro could no longer contain himself and shouted at the elderly figure, "What do you want from us, old man?" Gregor turned, a bittersweet smile breaking across his wrinkled face. "Nothing, just. My son was about your age." His son had perished in that very bombing. From that day forward, they took residence in the small, warm attic above Gregor's bakery. The old man never pried into their past nor urged them to forsake their hatred. Each day, he baked bread, prepared a hearty stew of potatoes and beef, and then sat at the table, watching them devour their meals. "Slow down, Pietro. No one is competing with you," he would say, deftly placing the largest piece of beef into Wanda's bowl. Days turned into weeks, and they gradually grew. Pietro's speed increased, becoming so swift that he could snatch an apple from a street vendor's stall before the vendor even realized what had happened. "Greetings." Wanda nudged him with her elbow, her gaze devoid of reproach. He possessed so much, while they had but one. Pietro nonchalantly bit into a large piece of fruit and then offered it to his sister, urging her to taste it. "Wanda, this is far inferior to Grandfather Grigori's stew." She took a gentle bite, yet her eyes wandered afar, where news from Stark Industries occasionally flickered on the decrepit television. The visage of that man, his smile, was indelibly etched in their memories. Grigori was aging, his health deteriorating with each passing day. He wished to bequeath the bakery to Pietro and to find a suitable match for Wanda, yearning for them to lead a life of normalcy. Yet he faltered. One fateful night, Pietro and Wanda caught wind of a clandestine assembly. Hydra, a name fraught with peril, was seeking volunteers for an experiment that promised to endow individuals with superpowers. A glance exchanged between them ignited a fervent flame in their eyes. "Brother," Wanda whispered softly, her voice barely above a murmur, yet crystal clear. Pietro clasped her hand. No further words were necessary. At dawn the following day, they departed the bakery. On the attic table lay their accumulated savings alongside a note. "Grandfather Grigori, thank you for your bread and stew. We are leaving. Some debts must be settled in person." They did not look back, for they understood that once they stepped through that door, there would be no return. Thus, when Hydra approached them, promising the power necessary for vengeance, they accepted without hesitation. The transformation process felt akin to descending into hell. Each cellular tear and reconfiguration was like enduring a slow death. Yet, the mere thought of the name inscribed on the missile transformed all suffering into a driving force. Day after day, they trained within the organization, until they learned that the creator of Stark Industries, Tony Stark, was in New York. And so, they ventured forth. Their singular objective was Tony Stark, to make that man pay in blood for all they had lost. This was meant to be a precise act of retribution, solely between them and Stark. However, as the city began to wail beneath their feet, as piercing alarms and the cries of the populace coalesced into a cacophony of chaos, something felt amiss. The glass facade of a building cascaded like a waterfall, crashing to the ground and shattering with a sound that reverberated painfully in their ears. "Pietro." Wanda's voice trembled. She could sense the city's collective emotion, a vast amalgamation of fear, despair, and anguish, piercing her psyche like countless needles. This sensation felt hauntingly familiar. "I understand." Pietro's breath grew heavy as he gazed down at the street below, where a Chitauri spacecraft swept low, unleashing energy beams that engulfed a fleeing school bus in thick smoke. The anguished cries of the children within seemed to tear the very sky asunder. They had become mere spectators of another massacre, or perhaps even accomplices. It was they who had reopened the portal. Pietro clenched his teeth. "This was not what we desired. I believe I know what we must do." Wanda's hands instinctively tightened into fists. Tendrils of crimson energy began to emanate from her fingertips, imbued with an ominous aura of destruction. Their true hatred should not be directed towards Tony Stark, but rather towards war, the true architects of chaos. And now, the Chitauri army embodied war itself. At that moment, a squad of Chitauri soldiers descended from the sky, encircling the immobilized school bus, raising their energy rifles. "No." Wanda let out a furious roar as the crimson energy surged forth, coalescing into an invisible hand that violently grasped the Chitauri soldiers. The sound of metal distorting echoed sharply as their armor, along with the flesh within, was crushed into a heap of scrap. Almost simultaneously, Pietro's figure vanished from sight. A silver streak sliced through the haze as he darted to the side of the bus, seizing a Chitauri soldier attempting to climb through the window, and with supersonic speed, hurled him violently against the adjacent building. Boom! A large hole erupted in the wall, embedding the Chitauri soldier within. Pietro paused at the bus door, shaking off his hand, and turned to the stunned children inside. "Don't be afraid, little ones. Quicksilver is here to save you." A brave young boy poked his head out. Are you the Flash?" "No." Pietro grinned, revealing a gleaming smile. "I am faster than him." This is Pietro's own claim, not the author's. Before the words had fully left his lips, he vanished again, transporting all the children and the driver to a relatively safe subway entrance several hundred meters away. When he reappeared beside Wanda, an unusual exhilaration adorned his face. "Hey, Wanda, how do you feel?" Wanda did not respond, but the swirling crimson energy in her eyes spoke volumes. Hatred needed an outlet. Yet the targets of that fury should not be the innocent, displaced by the very war they sought to escape. At that moment, a red and gold figure appeared atop the building. Tony hovered in the air, watching as Pietro and Wanda turned against them, his face a mask of confusion. "Hey, whose side are you on, anyway?" Chapter 55. Facing Ebony Maw on the rooftop, Tony landed steadily, noticing that the two individuals ignored him. He walked directly to the portal device and raised his hands towards its core. Countless streams of data unfolded before his eyes. Fortunately, he had previously reviewed the SHIELD research on the Tesseract, so he presumed that making modifications would not be particularly difficult. JARVIS. "Yes, sir." Lin Xiao, seeing Tony's initiation, called out, "Pangu, assist him." "Understood, sir." On the rooftop, Loki had already sensed the unfavorable turn of events and had seized the Mind Stone, making a hasty retreat. "Put down the scepter." Thor had initially intended to shield Tony, but with Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver now turning against them, the need for protection had dissipated. He roared and transformed into a bolt of lightning, pursuing Loki's fleeing form. Steve and Natasha, working in perfect harmony, swiftly subdued the remaining Hydra agents, effectively neutralizing the threats surrounding Stark Tower. Meanwhile, Loki, clutching the scepter, dashed towards Ebony Maw, who was entangled in combat with Lin Xiao. "Sir, the current progress is at 30%. Pangu's voice resonated in Lin Xiao's ear as he unleashed another punch, his formidable strength propelling Black Dwarf several meters away. Black Dwarf crashed into the wall, leaving a spiderweb of cracks in its wake. "Damn Earthlings!" he exclaimed, rising from the rubble with purple blood trickling from his mouth. Ebony Maw, witnessing this, quickly retreated, conjuring an invisible barrier with his telekinetic powers to thwart Lin Xiao's relentless assault. "Your strength indeed surpasses my expectations. But the game must come to an end. Loki, hand me the scepter," Ebony Maw urged, sensing the immense power contained within. "Give it." Loki relinquished the Mind Stone to Ebony Maw, aware that their current predicament was dire. Only by granting Ebony Maw the power of the scepter could they hope to swiftly overcome this formidable earthling. The moment Ebony Maw grasped the scepter, his aura surged dramatically. The gem atop the scepter radiated a blinding light, and a tremendous psychic force surged outward like a tidal wave. As a master of mental manipulation, Ebony Maw's power multiplied exponentially with the Mind Stone's enhancement. A powerful psychic shock, 100 times stronger than before, swept toward Lin Xiao's mind like a tsunami. Thor, caught off guard, was immediately affected, his eyes glazing over. "Is it not done yet? We're almost out of energy." "Sir, hold on. The progress is currently at 67%. Lin Xiao felt his form falter, as though his brain had been struck by a searing iron hammer. Countless negative illusions and voices erupted in his mind, attempting to tear apart his will. The faint, three-colored divine light enveloping him began to flicker violently, its brightness fluctuating erratically. "This is bad." The Scarlet Witch Wanda's complexion turned pale. She could distinctly sense that familiar, nauseating psychic energy. She understood that if Lin Xiao, their strongest warrior, were to fall, everything would be lost. Without a moment's hesitation, she raised her hands abruptly, unleashing a torrent of crimson chaotic magical energy that formed a precise psychic barrier in midair, shielding Lin Xiao. Ebony Maw let out a soft exclamation, surprised that this newly turned girl could disrupt his efforts. Yet, that was all it amounted to. Such overconfidence. Empowered by the Mind Scepter, even the simplest application significantly augmented his strength. He snorted coldly and intensified the energy output of the scepter. Wanda stifled a groan, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Evidently, contending against both Ebony Maw and the Mind Stone placed an enormous strain on her, still a novice in chaotic magic. Nevertheless, she gritted her teeth and persevered, allowing Lin Xiao a precious moment to breathe. "Jarvis, recheck the data one last time." "Sir, the data is accurate. Based on the research materials you previously provided from SHIELD, the process is 100% complete." "Excellent." Tony inhaled deeply, refocusing his gaze on Lin Xiao. Their eyes met, and they exchanged a nod of understanding. "Sir, progress is 100% complete. The plan can now be executed." Panga's voice resonated from the helmet. "Good." Lin Xiao gritted his teeth and began to retreat. Seeing this, Wanda formed a series of intricate hand signs. The crimson energy swirling around her, clearing a path for Lin Zhao's escape. Several Hydra agents attempted to intervene, but were effortlessly sent flying by her chaotic magic. Lin Zhao uttered no words, propelling himself towards Stark Tower. Think you can escape? Too late. Ebony Maw and Black Dwarf were hot on his heels. Upon reaching the rooftop, Lin Zhao's perspective shifted to the sky. Too much time had already passed. It was time to bring this to an end. With one hand behind his back and the other wielding the scepter, Ebony Maw's stance was elegant, yet his tattered garments betrayed him. After speaking, he waved his hand once more, unleashing a powerful telekinetic force that struck Lin Zhao. Lin Zhao's form arced through the air in a parabolic trajectory, crashing heavily onto the rooftop of Stark Tower, sending dust and debris soaring. The three-colored divine light surrounding him had now dimmed, flickering like a candle in the wind before ultimately extinguishing. Struggling to rise, Lin Zhao suddenly coughed up blood, collapsing to one knee, his energy utterly depleted. Boom! The Black Dwarf landed heavily, causing the entire rooftop to tremble. He shook his numb arms and, upon observing Lin Zhao's disheveled appearance, burst into a boisterous and crude laughter, exclaiming, "Earthling, aren't you quite the fighter? Stand up once more." Meanwhile, Omuho descended gracefully, adjusting his tattered attire from the battle, maintaining an air of elegance, though his eyes betrayed an unmistakable disdain. This ends here. His gaze drifted past Lin Zhao and settled on a complex device humming in the center of the rooftop. At its core, a cerulean cube was enveloped by an energy barrier, emanating pure spatial energy. He approached the device, remarking, "Your resistance has indeed caused us some inconvenience. Yet it remains but the futile struggle of an ant." A glimmer of greed flickered in Omuho's eyes. This was the cosmic cube the master sought. The space gem. The Black Dwarf approached curiously, scrutinizing the device. "Is this truly what the master desires? It doesn't seem remarkable." "Silence, fool," Omuho retorted sharply. "What do you understand?" He stepped before the apparatus and gently touched the energy barrier with his fingertip, immediately feeling a tingling backlash of energy. "Indeed, it is the space gem," he mused with a smile. Gradually, he raised the mind scepter, aligning the gem atop it with the energy barrier. The infinity gems could counterbalance the energies leaking from both sides, yet it remained perilous. Utmost caution was imperative. In the next moment, the tip of the mind scepter finally made contact with the cerulean energy barrier. A resonant hum echoed as two forces, originating from cosmic singularities, collided, not resulting in a cataclysmic explosion, but rather a peculiar silence. Then, a visible ripple of energy erupted from the point of contact, surging outward. The seemingly indestructible spatial energy barrier twisted and ultimately breached at the center of the ripple. Within the breach, the cerulean cube at the heart of the device was fully revealed, hovering serenely, radiating a profound and enchanting glow, reminiscent of the most resplendent stars in the depths of the universe. "Success," Omuho gasped, his breath quickening as he extended his thin fingers, ready to claim the space gem. Chapter 56. The plan materializes as that slender finger approached the cosmic cube, the cerulean brilliance reflected in Omuho's eyes. "The fish is on the hook." "Tony," a sudden voice erupted on the rooftop. That voice was Lin Zhao. Omuho's outstretched hand froze midair, his expression of greed abruptly solidifying as he turned sharply, his pupils constricting in shock. As the scene unfolded, Lin Zhao, who had previously been half kneeling on the ground with a feeble breath, now floated gracefully in midair. The tricolored divine radiance that had seemingly dissipated earlier reignited, albeit with a lingering dullness, dispelling any trace of his former lifeless state. For the first time in over a millennium, the being known as Wu Mu Ho felt an unsettling inadequacy in his intellect, a profound sense of humiliation surging through him. "Jarvis, activate the reverse spatial gateway." "As you command, sir," came the prompt response. No sooner had Tony spoken than a sudden change erupted. A low, resonant hum shattered the eerie silence atop the building. The intricate device, which had merely encased the tesseract, now appeared to awaken. Countless energy conduits etched into its metallic shell flickered to life, illuminating from within. The stable white glow swiftly transformed into a deep azure, resonating with the essence of the tesseract, culminating in a blinding beam of light that shot skyward. The beam expanded at a visible pace, ultimately coalescing into a hemispherical barrier of azure energy, securely enveloping Wu Mu Ho and the recently risen Black Dwarf. The entirety of Stark Tower trembled under the force of this energy, as the portal in the air rapidly sealed shut. Subsequently, the space at the top of the device began to contort and fold dramatically, forming a profound vortex that seemed capable of devouring all light. An irresistible, terrifying pull emanated from the core of the vortex, firmly locking onto the nearest entities, Wu Mu Ho and Black Dwarf. Was this a trap? Wu Muho's expression shifted drastically, his gaunt visage devoid of any composure. He was no stranger to the ways of the world. He grasped the implications almost instantaneously as the device activated. If the Tesseract could open a portal for space travel to Earth, it surely could facilitate a journey from Earth into space. Roar! Black Dwarf was the first to react. His simple mind did not entertain convoluted thoughts. Realizing he was ensnared, he instinctively swung his hammer, channeling immense force as he struck the barrier with a resounding blow. Clang! The deafening clash of metal reverberated across the rooftop. Yet the azure barrier remained unyielding, not even rippling in response. Wu Muho's countenance darkened ominously as he raised his slender hand, unleashing a powerful telekinetic wave that stripped the remaining steel and concrete from the rooftop, akin to a tempest of metal, violently hurling towards the energy barrier. However, upon contact, the debris disintegrated into dust, cascading down like fallen leaves. Within the barrier, a fierce glint flashed in Wu Muho's eyes. "Break through for me," he bellowed, as the Mind Stone embedded in his palm erupted with a brilliant golden light. A wave of pure psychic energy surged forth, crashing mercilessly against the azure barrier. The collision of gold and blue energies echoed with formidable intensity. There was no cataclysmic explosion. Instead, the entire energy barrier resonated violently, the interior space beginning to exhibit visible distortions and folds, resembling a mirror on the verge of shattering. With a sudden splutter, Ebony Maw expelled a mouthful of black blood, while the nearby Black Dwarf emitted a muffled groan of anguish. Their bodies, under the relentless pull of this ferocious energy, showed signs of impending collapse, with intricate patterns of blood surfacing upon their skin. Damn it! Ebony Maw swiftly severed the energy output from the Mind Stone. The forces of the two Infinity Stones clashed within the confined space, creating a spatial storm potent enough to reduce them to atoms. This was precisely the intention of Lin Xiao and Tony. A prison constructed from the spatial power of the Tesseract, specifically designed to prevent their escape. Ebony Maw fixed his gaze upon Lin Xiao, suspended in midair, his gaunt face contorted in extreme rage and humiliation. An eerie standoff ensued both inside and outside the barrier. However, this time, the roles of hunter and prey had been completely reversed. "No!" Ebony Maw roared in a tempest of fury and astonishment, his feet firmly anchored to the ground as he unleashed his telekinetic power in a desperate attempt to resist the pull emanating from the very fabric of space itself. The specialized concrete beneath him began to crack inch by inch, his entire being leaning backward, every bone protesting under the unbearable strain. His once proud telekinesis, capable of effortlessly lifting trucks, now felt as fragile as a sheet of paper caught in a tempest before the sheer force of spatial energy. His body began to slide uncontrollably toward the twisted vortex, his face, contorted with fear and rage, elongated and distorted alongside his piercing screams. "You will pay for your actions today." Black Dwarf fared even worse, his massive form contorted by the overwhelming spatial forces, only managing to emit a roar filled with confusion and agony. The vortex vanished in an instant, leaving no one to know where they would be transported. The rooftop returned to tranquility, as if nothing had transpired. Only the humming device and the remnants upon the ground bore witness to the reality of what had just occurred, dispelling any notion of illusion. Ebony Maw and Black Dwarf had vanished. It was finally over. Lin Xiao descended slowly from the air, nearly losing his balance in the process. The performance had been real, yet the injuries were genuine, though not as severe as they appeared. With the closing of the portal, the Chitauri soldiers, stripped of their command and reinforcements, had been reduced to mere disarray. Hulk seized a Chitauri soldier by the ankle, swinging him like a hammer to smash another into oblivion. Thor summoned the thunder, blue lightning leaping freely between the buildings, each flash claiming a piece of aircraft. The conclusion of the war was irrevocably sealed the moment Yumoto was transported away. His gaze lingered on the spot where Yumoto had stood before vanishing, now devoid of presence. Not only Yumoto and Black Dwarf, but also the soul stone embedded in the scepter had vanished without a trace. Alas, the soul stone. Lin Xiao mused silently. A Quinjet hovered atop Stark Tower, its hatch opening to reveal Nick Fury, accompanied by a cadre of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, who descended with purpose. "Esteemed citizens of New York, I extend my gratitude on behalf of the city's populace," Fury proclaimed, then shifted his attention to the corner where Quicksilver and Scarlet which supported each other, their expressions a tapestry of complexity. "You have defended this place today, and in doing so, have proven your worth." Fury's voice, though not raised, resonated with an undeniable force. "The world requires the strength of individuals such as yourselves, the forces that stand in the light. Are you interested in joining the Avengers?" Pietro instinctively shielded Wanda, regarding the one-eyed man with caution. Wanda remained silent, her gaze drifting past Fury to Lin Xiao in the distance. The battle had concluded, yet the city lay in ruins. SHIEL. Ground forces commenced their operations, cordoning off streets, clearing debris, and tending to the wounded, all executed with precision. New York, after enduring this cataclysm, finally embraced a long-awaited calm. Yet, an unspoken understanding lingered among all. Beneath this tranquility lay the brewing of a far greater tempest. Chapter 57. You are an exception within the confines of a barbecue wrap establishment. Patrons were engrossed in their meals. An antiquated television mounted in the corner broadcasted urgent news. The threat of alien invasion has been neutralized, and New York City is presently assessing damages and embarking on post-war reconstruction. Thor, having devoured a wrap in 2 bites, bellowed toward the proprietor, "Another one, please." The owner, wiping his brow, swiftly prepared another wrap and handed it over. At that moment, the television screen shifted to reveal Nick Fury's iconic one-eyed visage. He stood at a podium, facing the global media, the SHIELD emblem serving as his backdrop. The entire barbecue establishment, along with the Avengers within, fell into a collective hush. Today, we have witnessed an unprecedented crisis. As well as extraordinary heroism, Fury's voice resonated through the television speakers, deep and commanding. A team composed of exceptional individuals has united for a common cause. Tony Stark paused in his chewing, raising an eyebrow as he focused on the television screen. They, with their mortal forms, stand shoulder to shoulder with the divine. Fury continued, proclaiming that they fight for us, shielding us from threats we cannot face alone. Today, I officially announce to the world the initiation of the Avengers Initiative. The television screen zoomed in on the bold letters and emblem of the Avengers. Dr. Banner mumbled softly, adjusting his glasses. Steve wiped his mouth with a napkin, his expression grave as he gazed at the screen, embodying the solemnity of an old soldier encountering a new designation. Lin Xiao was leisurely savoring his meal when he glanced up at the earnest Fury on the television, then at the group beside him who had begun to discuss, suddenly finding the scene somewhat amusing. The press conference had concluded, and reporters surged forward as Fury exited under the protection of agents. The tempest sweeping across the globe seemed to draw its curtain in this modest barbecue restaurant, in a manner both comical and solemn. After a brief discussion, a sense of post-battle fatigue washed over them. Each person felt the aches and weariness settling deep within their bodies as they prepared to return and rest. Lin Xiao finished his last wrap and was about to head back to the base when a voice called from behind him. Lin Xiao turned around. Natasha stood beneath the dim streetlight, having washed away the remnants of smoke and blood, clad in a simple black leather jacket and jeans. Her iconic red hair swayed gently in the night breeze, softening her entire demeanor. "Thank you," she said, stepping closer to Lin Xiao, looking up at him, her green eyes typically sharp, now reflecting a complex and unspoken emotion. "We are teammates now," Lin Xiao replied. "Just teammates?" Natasha stepped forward, closing the distance between them to mere inches. The faint scent of a mix of shower gel and leather enveloped her, clearly reaching Lin Xiao's senses. Before he could respond, she unexpectedly rose on her tiptoes, a soft, warm sensation lightly brushing against his cheek. A fleeting moment, a mere touch, and she withdrew. Lin Xiao stood frozen. Natasha stepped back half a pace, meeting his gaze once more. The memories of being controlled by Loki had become her new nightmare, where she had killed her closest comrades in a hallucination. That cold despair nearly consumed her. It was Lin Xiao, like a beacon of light, who forcibly tore through that darkness. "I seem to owe you more and more." Natasha's voice was soft, tinged with a hint of self-mockery. "Then take your time to repay it," Lin Xiao replied, snapping back to reality, instinctively responding. At his words, Natasha suddenly smiled. That smile blossomed under the streetlight, akin to a rose unfurling in the night, exuding a dangerous and lethal allure. She approached him once more, her breath fragrant and gentle, almost brushing against Lin Xiao's ear. "I can't wait any longer," she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. "Are you free tonight?" As the first rays of dawn filtered through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, they cascaded onto the pristine white carpet. Lin Xiao opened his eyes, his consciousness still somewhat hazy, only to realize the space beside him was empty, lingering with a faint warmth and fragrance. The sound of rushing water emanated from the bathroom, and his gaze instinctively drifted towards the frosted glass door. The mist enveloped the silhouette within, rendering her graceful form alluringly obscure while simultaneously igniting a sense of intrigue. The figure, once in motion, now stood still, seemingly engaged in the act of drying herself. With a soft click, the bathroom door swung open. Natasha emerged, wrapped in a large white towel, her damp red hair clinging to her cheeks and neck, droplets cascading from the tips, tracing down her delicate collarbone. The steam billowing from behind her cloaked her in an ethereal haze. "Help me with my clothes," she requested. "Ah, okay," he replied, handing her the garments. Moments later, Natasha appeared clad in a snug black combat suit that accentuated her breathtaking curves, her red hair cascading over her shoulder, still glistening with droplets. While the morning light cast a soft golden hue around her, flashes of the previous night flickered through Lin Zhao's mind, the entanglement in the room, the crimson stains on the sheets. It was not merely a moment of indulgence. It felt more like a ritual of sacrifice and redemption. In this primal way, she had severed herself from the nightmare concocted by Loki, affirming her own existence as well as his. As if sensing his gaze, Natasha turned towards him, leaning against the window frame, her arms crossed. "What's wrong?" Her voice retained its characteristic calmness, devoid of any discernible emotion. Lin Zhao propped himself up, the sheets slipping from his shoulder to reveal his sturdy chest adorned with faint, lingering scratches. "You rise early. I'm accustomed to it," she replied, her eyes sweeping over him before settling on his face, a subtle smile curving her lips. "What are you thinking? Don't tell me Easterners are overly sensitive about such matters." Her tone carried a hint of teasing, as if she were probing for deeper insight. "I was merely contemplating the extraordinary stamina of a top-tier S.H.I.E.L.D. agent," Lin Zhao said, leaning against the headboard, meeting her gaze with ease. Responding in a half-joking manner. Surprised by his unexpected reply, Natasha paused momentarily before a light laugh escaped her, the sound clear and bright, dissipating the last remnants of awkward tension in the room. Saving the world is an exhausting endeavor, and one must find a way to unwind. She sauntered to the bedside, gazing down at him, and indeed, last night was not a matter requiring responsibility, merely a mutual exchange. A mutual exchange? Lin Zhao raised an eyebrow. "Precisely." Natasha nodded, a mischievous glimmer dancing in her emerald eyes. Her forthrightness left Lin Zhao at a loss for words. Observing his momentary speechlessness, Natasha's smile deepened. She leaned closer, her hands resting on the mattress beside him, their faces mere inches apart, their warm breaths intertwining. However, her voice lowered, imbued with a husky tone that only the two of them could comprehend. "Engaging with you feels quite different. You are an exception." With that, she straightened up, effortlessly turning towards the door. She opened it, glanced back, and winked at him, her words laden with meaning. "Should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek me." The door clicked shut, completely severing her presence. Chapter 58. Reward distribution upon returning to the base. Lin Zhao's mind echoed with Natasha's suggestive remark about reaching out if needed. He chuckled softly, shaking his head, momentarily casting aside the enchanting image. There were pressing matters at hand. He calmed his thoughts and delved into the system space. Ding. New York battle registration completed. Registration evaluation, SSS, perfect participation, pivotal turning point, resolved additional threats. Reward, Chitauri technology, in an instant. Lin Zhao felt as though his brain had been forcibly connected to the central database of an entire interstellar civilization. An endless stream of data surged into his consciousness, transforming into countless rays of light. From the energy core design of individual flight devices to the biological armor cultivation methods of the Leviathan. From the principles of the Chitauri command ship's curvature engine to the architectural framework of their entire communication network, vast, intricate, profound. The sheer volume of information made his temples throb, as if his head might burst from the overload. Fortunately, this torrent of information arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, ultimately coalescing into a complete technological tree, quietly imprinting itself in the depths of his memory, ready to be summoned at any moment. Lin Zhao exhaled deeply, and before he could fully appreciate the value of this technological tree, the system's voice resonated once more, this time carrying an inexplicable cadence. Additional divine reward, gem control. You may comprehend the corresponding cosmic essence through infinite gems. Your mastery over this essence will be unparalleled. Gem control. Comprehension of the cosmic essence. Lin Zhao secretly rejoiced. Truly, this was a divine reward that transcended mere utility, delving into the very core of the secrets held by the Infinity Stones. At that time, Ebony Maw had merely wielded the Mind Stone with brute force, resulting in a significant enhancement of his powers. It was difficult to fathom how he, having mastered this ability, would manifest such prowess. A few days later, Thor, accompanied by a despondent Loki, prepared to traverse the Bifrost back to Asgard. The Tesseract remained on Earth as compensation for Asgard, sparking a minor dispute over its rightful ownership. Ultimately, through Lin Zhao's unwavering insistence, this treasure, imbued with spatial might, was temporarily entrusted to his base for post-war research. In his own words, an organization that cannot even comprehend energy shields is unqualified to safeguard such an artifact. Fury's expression darkened, yet he found no grounds for rebuttal. Thus, in the innermost laboratory of the base, three of the most brilliant minds on Earth, Tony Stark, Bruce Banner, and Lin Xiao, convened. Tony, Banner, have there been any recent developments? Lin Xiao inquired, gazing at the two. Not so swiftly. You've provided us with an overwhelming amount of information. Even with meticulous detail, time is a necessity, Tony replied, rubbing his forehead, while Banner nodded in agreement. The trio entered a specially designed laboratory. Upon entering, they beheld the Tesseract, quietly suspended in the center of a bespoke energy field, emanating an eerie blue luminescence. Truth be told, I still think launching it into the sun is a splendid idea, Tony remarked, crossing his arms and circling it twice, considering it a ticking time bomb. Its energy output is remarkably stable, Tony, but the internal spatial structure is exceedingly complex. Banner adjusted his glasses, intently scrutinizing the cascade of data flowing across the screen. Our previous portal merely grazed the surface of its outermost layer. Lin Xiao remained silent, his gaze fixed on the data. Having acquired the ability to manipulate the stones, his perception of the Tesseract had utterly transformed. It was no longer a mere aggregation of energy. It had become a living singularity, woven from countless interlacing spatial laws. You are mistaken in your approach, he suddenly spoke. His voice soft yet compelling enough to halt both Tony and Banner in their tracks. What? Tony raised an eyebrow. Do not solely focus on the energy readings. Lin Xiao directed their attention to a secondary screen. Observe the variations in spatial curvature here. It is not releasing energy, rather, it is distorting space. Every inch of our laboratory is being subtly reshaped in a manner beyond our comprehension. Dr. Banner rushed to the screen, pulling up the relevant data models. His expression shifting dramatically. Tony joined him, his previous nonchalance swiftly replaced by the fervor and astonishment akin to that of a scientist discovering a new frontier. Lin Xiao's assertions were undeniably accurate. They had long regarded the Rubik's Cube as a mere oversized power bank, neglecting its essence as a space gem. Good heavens! How did you discover that? Tony could not help but inquire. Lin Xiao shrugged and replied half-jokingly, perhaps by guessing? Tony was momentarily taken aback, then huffed and turned back to immerse himself in data, muttering, boring. Once everyone had departed, the vast laboratory was left with only Lin Xiao and the cosmic cube. He waved his hand to dissipate the energy force field. An ethereal blue glow instantly filled the entire room, and the air was imbued with a peculiar freshness, reminiscent of grass after rain, an aroma born from the highly compressed essence of space. He slowly reached out toward the alluring blue cube. This being his first attempt to directly touch the cosmic cube, he had expected to encounter a powerful surge of energy and was prepared to be thrown back. Yet, as his fingertips made contact, there was no obstruction. His hand passed through as if it were breaking through a veil of water, seamlessly integrating into the cosmic cube. There was neither heat nor cold, merely an indescribable warmth. In the next moment, boundless knowledge of space, the laws of cosmic folding, and the mysteries of dimensions surged into his mind like a torrential flood. The light within the entire laboratory began to warp, the ceiling and floor twisting as if being entwined by an invisible hand. Space contorted, and light consumed all. In an instant, Lin Xiao, along with the cosmic cube, vanished completely from the base. Nepal, Kathmandu. In the courtyard of Kamar Taj, incense wafted gently. The tranquility so profound that one could almost hear the distant sound of melting snow from the mountains. A bald mage clad in a yellow robe sensed the incoming disturbance, opened his eyes, and knew that the time had finally come. Chapter 59. The Laws of Space. The sensation of vertigo came to an abrupt halt. Lin Xiao stumbled slightly before regaining his balance, standing atop coarse, metallic-hued black gravel. He lifted his gaze, his breath momentarily caught. The sky was a deep indigo, two celestial bodies hanging in the firmament, one radiating a fierce golden light, and the other casting an eerie purple halo. The interplay of these two luminescences carved strange shadows upon the jagged rocks and withered, iron-gray flora. The air was laced with a faint scent of ozone, dry and cold. This was not Earth. Lin Xiao immediately checked himself. The cosmic cube was nowhere to be found, the ethereal blue cube having vanished without a trace. Yet, he could distinctly feel an immense, boundless power coursing through his limbs, not as an external entity, but as an integral part of him, akin to the rhythm of breathing and the pulse of his heart. The space gem, rather than merging into one, absorbed the inherent laws of space. The gem governed. Lin Xiao murmured to himself, closing his eyes. Within his perception, the entire world transformed. Space ceased to be merely an empty expanse. It became a canvas, malleable and capable of being crumpled, folded, and torn. He could perceive the very texture of space and hear the subtle sounds emanating from the friction between dimensions. This sensation was both novel and formidable. Upon opening his eyes, his gaze fell upon a black rock, roughly the size of a human head, not far away. Following the logic he had previously employed with the cube, he needed to channel energy to construct a passage. Yet now, a singular thought flashed through his mind. Come here. Not through telekinesis, but by issuing a direct command to space itself. With a low hum, a faint tremor rippled through the fabric of space. The black rock abruptly vanished from its original position, only to reappear silently at Lin Zhao's feet, as though it had always belonged there. The entire process was devoid of energy fluctuations or visual effects, embodying the very essence of an unreasonable spatial transposition. Lin Zhao's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was even more outrageous than he had envisioned. He scanned the horizon, focusing on a small hill approximately 500 meters away. Concentrating intently, he locked onto his target and issued the command to move. In an instant, the scenery before him blurred, only to sharpen again in the next moment. Thud! Lin Zhao found himself abruptly seated on the ground. He had indeed materialized on the small hill, precisely at the intended location. The sole issue was that he had neglected to account for the height differential between himself and the hill, resulting in a fall from half a meter. Rubbing his backside as he stood, a smile he could not suppress spread across his face. This sensation was exhilarating. It felt akin to a programmer suddenly acquiring supreme access to the world's source code, free to modify the rules at will. He began to practice fervently, progressing from 10-meter teleportations to 100-meter traverses, and eventually to a 1,000-meter leap. Initially unsteady upon landing, he eventually mastered precise hovering, transitioning from simple linear movements to executing continuous zigzag flashes in midair. His form became ghostly. The laws of space transformed into an exquisite plaything in his hands. After indulging for a full half hour, until fatigue began to set in, Lin Zhao finally ceased his endeavors. He had gained a preliminary grasp of his newfound abilities. This desolate planet was not a place for prolonged stay. He needed to locate civilization and ascertain his coordinates. Taking a deep breath, Lin Zhao pushed his perception to its limits, extending it infinitely in one direction. Space peeled away in layers within his consciousness, sweeping across the wasteland, traversing mountains, and crossing dry riverbeds. Suddenly, his perception encountered a cacophony of sound. It was a rhythmic spatial fluctuation, distinct from the natural environment. It was the imprint of a unique space created by architectural complexes, energy networks, and the congregation of numerous life forms. He had found it. A smile crept across Lin Zhao's lips as he discerned the direction, casting his gaze toward the distant horizon. There, a city should await him. He stretched his limbs, preparing for the unprecedented endeavor of ultra-long-distance spatial transmission. However, just as he was about to tear through the fabric of space, a powerful energy wave, infused with the scent of sulfur and flames, surged upwards from the city's direction. It was followed by a thunderous roar that resonated through the heavens and the earth. The terrifying force embedded within that roar caused the very fabric of space to ripple violently. A voice echoed in his mind, and Lin Zhao paused, a playful grin replacing his earlier expression. It seemed he had arrived at just the right moment. Chapter 60. Ronin. The desolate Morlag planet resembled a silent graveyard. Under a violet sky, where ancient temples gradually revealed themselves as the tides receded. At last, the moment had come. Quill adjusted his mask and stepped onto the damp stone steps. Celestial alignments occurred only once every 300 years. Missing this opportunity would mean waiting another 3 centuries. The temple's interior was suffused with ancient energy waves, its walls inscribed with runes he could not comprehend. Quill cautiously navigated around various traps and mechanisms, finally discovering his target at the altar's center, a metallic sphere emanating a faint blue glow. The cosmic spirit sphere, valued at 4 billion units. He whistled softly. It was enough to secure his status as a lifelong millionaire on any planet. Just as he reached out to touch the sphere, the temple began to tremble. The tide was rising, and soon, this place would be entirely submerged. Quill seized the sphere and dashed out of the temple without looking back. Back aboard his ship, Quill activated a secure channel. "This is Quill. I have a lucrative proposition to discuss." "Kid, are you out of your mind?" A gruff voice replied through the communicator. "That thing is meant for me." Quill terminated the connection, a sly smile playing on his lips. 4 billion units would be sufficient to liberate him from the life of a marauder and allow him to live freely. Outside the Knowledge Domain space station, a woman cloaked in green with fiery red hair blended into the crowd. It was Gamora. She had been tracking Quill for 3 days. And this self-proclaimed Star-Lord was more cunning than she had anticipated. The target has appeared, she murmured, her hand instinctively moving toward the weapon at her waist. Meanwhile, on the opposite end of the space station, Rocket Raccoon was calibrating his energy weapon. Groot, remember the plan. I'll handle long-range support. You take care of close combat. I am Groot. Indeed, I understand your excitement, but do refrain from taking his life. What the client desires is a living specimen. A corpse is worth no more than 50,000 units. Unbeknownst to him, Quill stepped out of the bar, en route to the landing pad, when he suddenly sensed a surge of lethal intent. Years of a life as a marauder had sharpened his instincts in an instant. Damn it, I've been discovered. No sooner had he thought this than a green figure descended from above, twin blades poised menacingly at his throat. Quill deftly sidestepped, his elemental gun drawn in a flash. Amidst their fierce struggle, Rocket and Groot joined the fray. The four of them engaged in an unprecedented melee outside the space station. A cacophony of energy weapons and melee arms swirling chaotically through the air. Ultimately, the Nova Corps warships encircled them. Drop your weapons. You are under arrest. Within the confines of Chien prison, the quartet found themselves confined to the same cell block. How splendid, Quill leaned against the wall. I could have been relishing a life of retirement on some idyllic vacation planet, yet here I am, doomed to languish in this wretched place. If you had handed over the orb sooner, we wouldn't be in this predicament, Gamora retorted coldly. Then why do you want that cursed orb? Gamora fell silent for a moment. Just then, a muscular alien with gray skin approached, his body adorned with scar-like tattoos, his eyes burning with a fierce hatred. You are Star-Lord? Drax's voice was low and menacing. I've heard you possess a means to summon Ronan. Hold on, big guy, we have no desire to provoke that lunatic. Rocket interjected hastily. Ronan killed my wife and daughter. Drax clenched his fists. I shall tear him apart with my own hands. Gamora interjected, if we collaborate, each of us can achieve our desires. But first, we must escape this place. Quill crossed his arms against the wall. Why should I trust you? Because we are all trapped in this hellhole. You fool, Gamora shot back. Rocket kicked the ground. It's either we work together or await a gruesome fate at the hands of those prisoners. Drax tightened his fists. As long as it leads me to Ronan, I am willing to do anything. I am Groot. Indeed, my friend speaks the truth. Rocket nodded. Let us escape first. At the stroke of midnight, the prison alarms blared suddenly. Rocket had already hacked into the system. All electronic locks failed simultaneously. The four burst from their cells and raced through the corridors. Turn left. Rocket commanded. The control room is that way. Two guards approached. Gamora dispatched the one on the left with a swift kick, while Drax barreled into the other. Groot, pry open that door. The tree-like being extended his branches, effortlessly unlocking the door. Inside the control room, Rocket leapt onto the console, his claws flying over the keyboard. What do we need? Quill stood guard at the entrance. Silence, allow me to concentrate. Rocket accessed the system interface. I must locate our equipment storage. Ah, I found it. The monitor displays an image of a warehouse, 3 stories, eastern section, adjacent to the armory. Rocket leaped from the control console. Let us go. Drax smashed a blocking robot with a single punch. That was rather effortless. Don't celebrate too soon. Gamora scanned their surroundings warily. The Nova Corps would not be so easily breached. Just as the words left her mouth, alarms escalated, and red lights began to flash. Damn. They initiated the emergency protocol. Rocket cursed. A squad of fully armed guards burst around the corner, energy weapons aimed at them. I will handle them. Drax charged forward. Wait. Quill restrained him, gesturing toward the ventilation shaft above. There's a better route. Groot extended his body, tearing open the vent cover. Rocket was the first to crawl in, followed closely by the others. Move right until the third fork. Rocket commanded. 5 minutes later, they arrived at the armory. Quill's elemental gun, Gamora's dual blades, Rocket's energy cannon, all stored there, untouched. It seems today is our fortunate day. Quill examined the elemental gun. Enough chatter. Grab the gear and let us go. Gamora had already secured her weapon belt. One last step remains. Rocket pointed toward the landing pad. We need a ship. The prison break was surprisingly smooth. The 5 of them boarded the ship and escaped. Exchanging glances as they're taught, nerves finally relaxed. Quill leaned back in his seat, exhaling deeply. So where to now? Gamora's gaze was resolute. Nova. I know someone there will pay a handsome price for the orb. The collector's abode lies deep within the space station, housing the most precious and perilous items in the universe. Welcome, my friends. The collector, Tanalir Tyvan, greeted them elegantly, his white hair shimmering under the lights. Let me see what treasures you have brought. As the orb was cautiously unveiled, a gem radiating a purple glow appeared before them. The light was so pure, it seemed to encapsulate the primordial forces of the universe. The Power Stone. The collector spoke with reverence. one of the 6 Infinity Stones, possessing the capacity to annihilate entire civilizations. Wait, annihilate civilizations? Quill's eyes widened. Are you saying this little thing can instantly turn a planet to dust? The collector nodded, but only beings of sufficient power can wield it. If an ordinary person were to touch it, before he could finish his sentence, a maid, who had been quietly working in the corner, suddenly lunged toward the gem. Do not. The collector hastily reached for the maid, but alas, it was too late. The maid, propelled by inertia, lunged forward. Boom. A colossal explosion instantaneously engulfed the entire room, sending everyone flying with the force of the shockwave. As the dust settled, the collector's chamber lay in ruins. Damn it, the deal is ruined. Rocket emerged from the debris, his fur singed and charred. I am Groot. Groot shook his head, a few burning scraps of paper clinging to his branches. At that moment, Drax stumbled in, intoxicated. I have contacted Ronan, he proclaimed with pride. He will be here soon. And then I shall avenge my family. What have you done? Gamera's complexion paled as she cradled her head in her hands. She understood the formidable nature of Ronan, a figure notorious across the cosmos. Drax, you fool. Quill bellowed. We are no match for Ronan. In the sky, a massive warship cast a shadow over the sun. Ronan's fleet had arrived. Amidst the ensuing chaos, Gamora endeavored to escape with the orb, only to be intercepted by Nebula. The 2 spacecraft engaged in a fierce battle among the stars, ultimately resulting in Gamora's vessel being destroyed, and the orb falling into Ronan's grasp. At last it is mine. Ronan gazed intently at the power stone in his hand, its purple radiance flickering in his eyes. With this, I shall no longer bow to anyone. He embedded the stone into his warhammer, and in an instant, a terrifying wave of energy surged throughout the warship. Thanos, our deal is at an end, Ronan cackled. Xander shall turn to ashes in my hands, and you shall witness true power. Chapter 61. Space versus Power. Lin Shao traversed the spatial rift, and the scene before him instantly revealed the source of that furious roar. It was a magnificent city, or rather, it had once been. Towering spires, expansive plazas, and a harmonious array of structures all testified to a highly advanced civilization. Yet at this moment, the city was enshrouded in a tempest of purple energy, with buildings collapsing like cards and the ground fissuring open as people screamed and fled in terror. In the sky, a colossal warship hovered above the city. At its bow stood a tall, blue-skinned man. He wielded a massive warhammer. Embedded in its head was a gemstone radiating purple light. With every swing, terrifying energy ripples spread outward, obliterating everything in their path. System notification, dimensional anchor point detected. Xander is under attack by Ronan. Sign-in task generated. Stop Ronan. Seize the power stone. Task rating. SS. Lin Shao raised an eyebrow. His arrival was indeed timely. Hey, Smuff. Lin Zhao's voice resonated across the battlefield. Enhanced by the laws of space, Ronan halted abruptly, turning to the source of the sound. A fervent rage flickered in his eyes as he spat. Another ant seeking to thwart me? Ant. Lin Shao chuckled, raising his hand to gesture, distorting the fabric of space at his fingertips. In an instant, the 3 Kree soldiers beside Ronan vanished, only to reappear as grotesque, indescribable forms, their screams abruptly silenced. Ronan's expression shifted. Who are you? Just a passing earthling. Lin Shao shrugged nonchalantly. An earthling? Ronan scoffed. Even if you wield some form of spatial technology, you cannot contend with the power stone. He raised his warhammer, purple energy coalescing around it. Lin Shao sensed a cataclysmic force gathering. The stone is not meant to be wielded in such a manner. Lin Shao advanced rather than retreating, tracing an arc in the air with his right hand. As Ronan swung his hammer downward, the torrent of purple energy surged towards Lin Shao like a catastrophic tide. Yet, just as the energy was about to engulf him, the space before Lin Shao warped, forming a vortex. The entire purple energy was drawn into the whirlpool, vanishing without a trace. Ronan was taken aback. In the next moment, the space behind him ruptured, and purple energy erupted forth, striking his own warship's engine directly. Boom. In the deafening explosion, the warship trembled violently, beginning its perilous descent. This is impossible. Ronan roared. No one can redirect the attack of the power stone. Lin Shao materialized before him, a mocking smile gracing his face. You are the true ant. Enraged, Ronan swung his hammer directly at Lin Zhao's face. Lin Shao stood unflinching. As the hammer was about to connect, his form suddenly became transparent, allowing the hammer to pass through him. Holographic projection? Ronan exclaimed in surprise. Incorrect. A voice emanated from behind him. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Shao had positioned himself at his rear. This is spatial folding. Ronan pivoted and swung his hammer once more. But Lin Shao's figure vanished from sight, reappearing in various corners of the warship like a specter. Stop! Ronan bellowed. unleashing a continuous barrage of purple energy. Yet he could never grasp Lin Zhao's elusive presence. Do you understand the difference between the Space Stone and the Power Stone? Lin Zhao's voice echoed from all directions. No matter how potent the Power Stone is, it must find a target to unleash its might. As for me, I can dictate whether you can locate me. Ronin fiercely wielded his war hammer, unleashing torrents of purple energy, causing his own warship to shatter under the onslaught. Enough, he bellowed, channeling all his might into the hammer. I shall obliterate this planet. Lin Zhao's expression finally turned grave, his playful flickering ceasing. Ronin infused every ounce of his strength into the hammer, and the power gem erupted with an unprecedented violet radiance. The very atmosphere of Xander began to tremble, with even ships far in orbit feeling the tremors of this cataclysmic energy wave. Die! With a mighty swing, the warhammer sent forth a deluge of purple energy, cascading towards Lin Zhao like a cosmic tide. This strike was sufficient to raise the entire planet to the ground. The rumbling energy torrent engulfed the entire area where Lin Zhao stood, the shockwave from the explosion instantaneously vaporizing surrounding structures. The blinding purple light was unbearable, even causing the metal hull of the warship to begin melting. Gasping for breath, Ronin wore a grotesque grin. No one could survive the full-force strike of the power gem. It was utterly impossible. Yet, as the smoke dissipated, Ronin's smile froze in place. Lin Zhao remained standing unscathed, not a speck of dust upon his attire. Even the city behind him suffered no harm whatsoever. This cannot be. Ronin's voice quivered. How could the power gem's attack be ineffective against you? Lin Zhao chuckled lightly. Your attack is indeed formidable. He raised his right hand, gesturing before him, and a nearly imperceptible ripple appeared in the fabric of space. But I am stronger. To the onlookers, it seemed there was merely a thin barrier before Lin Zhao, a mere centimeter thick. However, in reality, that centimeter was infinitely stretched by the laws of space, forming an almost boundless spatial layer. The attack from the power gem had indeed struck him. Yet within this compressed infinite space, the energy could never reach Lin Zhao's body. Your attack is still en route. Lin Zhao pointed at the barrier. It may take tens of thousands of years to arrive here. Ronin's eyes widened, utterly bewildered by the spectacle before him. As the accuser of the Kree Empire, he had witnessed myriad powerful forces in the universe, yet he had never encountered such an enigmatic ability. Space, infinite, Ronin murmured, a sudden realization dawning upon him. You possess the space gem? Correct, but alas, there is no reward. Lin Zhao snapped his fingers. Now it is my turn. Ronin instinctively recoiled, only to find his position unchanged. Looking down, he saw the space around his feet distorting, each step feeling like he was merely treading in place. What is happening? Spatial density adjustment. Lin Zhao explained. I have compressed the space around you. Now, with each step you take, you are traversing a distance of several dozen meters. Ronin, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, desperately swung his warhammer in an attempt to strike Lin Zhao, only to discover that he was utterly rooted in place. Lin Zhao invoked the principles of space, transforming him into a spatial blade that sliced through the air. Realizing he could not move, Ronin decided to unleash the capabilities of the power gem from his stationary position, propelling a terrifying surge of energy forward. The two clashed once more. Chapter 62, Power Gem. The metallic wails and the roars of energy finally subsided into silence. Lin Zhao's chest heaved violently, each breath igniting a symphony of pain throughout his body. Although Ronin wielded the gem with only rudimentary skill, the power gem was renowned for its lethality, and vanquishing him had demanded considerable effort. Lin Zhao's gaze drifted past the massive form lying beneath him, settling on a short distance away. The interstellar warhammer of the Kree lay shattered, its purple aura spilling forth like a pulsating, sinister heart. The power gem, one of the primal forces of the universe, now lay exposed to the air, radiating a destructive aura potent enough to rend the very stars. Cough, cough. A violent fit of coughing erupted. Ronin, the madman of the Accuser Legion, was not yet fully vanquished. Struggling, he lifted his head, his blue skin marred by filth and scorch marks, his eyes aflame with the last vestiges of madness and resentment. What have you done? His voice was hoarse, broken, devoid of the authority it once held. Lin Zhao ignored him, steadily advancing toward the violet gem. Each step he took felt like a deliberate tread upon the remnants of Ronin's shattered pride. Finally halting, Lin Zhao cast a glance back at him. The look was serene, devoid of mockery or pity, akin to observing a mere stone by the roadside. Silence. With that, he turned away, extending his hand toward the power gem. The anticipated explosion did not occur. Lin Zhao's palm hovered an inch from the gem, a faint golden luminescence emanating from his hand, gently yet resolutely enveloping the chaotic purple energy. The violet gem trembled violently, unleashing an unprecedented shockwave of energy in a futile attempt to break free. Yet that layer of golden light, seemingly fragile, proved astonishingly resilient. No matter how fiercely the purple energy thrashed, it remained utterly immovable. No, it cannot be. Ronin's smile froze upon his face, the last flicker of vitality swiftly draining from his eyes. What power is this? Lin Xiao offered no reply. He could feel the force within his palm roaring and resisting, akin to a defiant cosmic beast. Yet his own energy stood as an insurmountable dam, firmly locking this deluge in place. He gradually closed his 5 fingers. At the moment Lin Xiao's fingers converged, the subdued purple gemstone seemed to have found an outlet for its pent-up energy, pouring forth the primordial power accumulated over eons into his palm without reservation. It was not mere energy, but the very essence of the laws themselves. A surge of pure, unbridled force, potent enough to rend dimensions asunder, coursed through his arm, attempting to overwhelm him entirely. Lin Xiao let out a muffled groan, his body uncontrollably arching backward, the metallic deck beneath him fracturing inch by inch, with spiderweb-like cracks radiating outward in all directions. His bones cried out in agony, muscle fibers tearing apart only to be forcibly reconstituted. Beneath his skin, purple luminescence writhed like countless serpents in a frenzy. The will of the power gemstone embodied chaos, destruction, the very moment of the universe's inception. Not far away, Ronin's throat emitted a sound reminiscent of a windbag. In his fading consciousness, he beheld the most absurd scene of his life. That mortal, instead of being obliterated by the gemstone's energy, absorbed the purple ocean of destruction like a gluttonous sponge. He wished to laugh, to mock this mortal's audacity. But as he attempted to smirk, he gazed into Lin Xiao's eyes. In that instant, he witnessed the birth and demise of stars, the convergence and collapse of matter. Ultimately, all anomalies settled into tranquility. You, who exactly are you? Before he could finish his thought, his head drooped feebly. The last flicker of life extinguished. This interstellar madman perished without ever grasping the answer. Lin Xiao paid no heed to the deceased Ronin. He slowly straightened, his taut body finally relaxing. The torrent raging within him had transformed into a gentle stream, merging with his limbs and bones, inseparable from his being. He spread his palm. The power gemstone still lay there, now devoid of its former strength, reduced to a mere beautiful stone. An unprecedented sensation surged within Lin Xiao. He felt that with a mere thought, he could dismantle the very starship beneath his feet at the molecular level. He could even clearly perceive the gravitational fields of distant planets and hear the very pulse of space itself. Power was no longer an adjective, but a principle he could wield, deconstruct, and reconstruct at will. Lin Xiao even sensed that if he desired, he could smash through this warship with a single punch. Or even shatter a planet. Not bad. It was less painful than I imagined. He weighed the gemstone in his hand. At that very moment, a crisp notification echoed in Lin Xiao's mind. Host has completed S-level hidden mission, Godslayer. Mission evaluation. Perfect. Calculating rewards. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Dimension Guardian, reward distribution. Dimension Guardian, you have now grasped the fundamental laws and can begin to glimpse the mysteries of the dimensions. A torrent of intricate and profound information surged into the depths of his consciousness, transcending mere skill descriptions and evolving into an instinctual understanding. Lin Xiao exhaled a breath of murky air, the tumultuous energy within his chest finally settling. Suddenly, a metallic door, deformed from the explosion, was forcefully kicked open at the other end of the bridge. Several figures, armed and poised in standard combat stances, rushed in, only to abruptly halt. The bridge fell into an eerie silence. The man at the forefront donned a flamboyant red leather jacket, his elemental gun still aimed ahead, his expression shifting from wariness to bewilderment, ultimately freezing in a look of utter shock. Have we arrived too late? Peter Quill, also known as Star-Lord, managed to speak, his voice slightly hoarse. He beheld Ronin lying in a pool of blood, the shattered remains of the cosmic hammer, and finally, his gaze fixated on Lin Xiao and the purple soul gem he held. My heavens! Rocket Raccoon, following closely behind, had his furry ears perked up and his whiskers quivering. That was the Infinity Stone. His voice suddenly rose, tinged with both greed and fear. You dare to hold it in your hand? Do you wish to die? Lin Xiao cast a sidelong glance at the unexpected guests. A mere human with a gun, a talking raccoon, a muscle-bound brute, a green-skinned assassin, and a tree. The Guardians of the Galaxy, Lin Xiao mused. We are the Guardians of the Galaxy. Quill instinctively puffed out his chest, attempting to reclaim some semblance of bravado. We are here to stop Ronin. Oh, Lin Xiao nodded. Then you are indeed too late. Chapter 63 The Guardians of the Galaxy. We are the Guardians of the Galaxy. Quill instinctively puffed out his chest, attempting to reclaim some semblance of bravado. We are here to stop Ronan. Oh, Lin Xiao nodded. Then you are indeed too late. Ronan, did you kill him? Gamora, who had remained silent for a long while, finally spoke, her voice carrying a barely perceptible tremor. As Thanos' adopted daughter, she understood better than anyone the terror of Ronan and this gem. Lin Xiao did not respond, merely tossing the Power Stone lightly into the air before catching it with ease. A simple gesture that caused the 5 intruders to collectively gasp. Rocket Raccoon, in particular, was so startled that his fur bristled. Do not throw it around, exclaimed Quill, his heart racing as though it might leap from his throat. That thing could explode. It would reduce us all to cosmic dust. Not at all, Lin Xiao replied, casually tossing the gem away. It's yours now. Quill accepted the gem, glancing at the stone in his hand that had once obliterated an entire civilization. This felt wrong. He turned to Lin Xiao, saying, listen, friend. Regardless of who you are, this object is exceedingly perilous. Hand over the real one to us. We have a plan. Before he could finish, Lin Xiao abruptly raised his other hand, grasping in Quill's direction. Buzz. Quill felt an invisible force tighten around his neck, lifting him off the ground uncontrollably. His elemental gun clattered to the floor as he desperately clutched at his throat, his complexion turning a deep shade of purple. Quill, let him go. Gamora and Drax shouted in unison, one drawing a blade, the other brandishing dual knives, muscles tensed as they prepared to charge. Rocket Raccoon's reaction was even swifter. The barrel of his oversized modified cannon glowed ominously, locking onto Lin Xiao's head. Release him. Undeterred by the imminent attack, Lin Xiao did not even bother to lift his eyelids. His gaze merely brushed over the explosive little raccoon, his tone as indifferent as if discussing a trivial matter. The power within the gem is now mine. It has become merely an aesthetically pleasing stone. He paused, allowing his gaze to linger on the shimmering cannon's muzzle for a moment. And no one is better suited to wield this power than I. As his words hung in the air, an intangible chill enveloped the entire bridge. It was not a drop in temperature, but a shiver stemming from the instinct of life itself. Rocket's claw, poised to fire the cannon, froze, the energy within flickering uncertainly. He had no doubt. The moment he pulled the trigger, his head would be severed from his body. Drax's advance came to an abrupt halt. He stared at Quill, suspended midair, flailing silently. And then back at the immovable figure of Lin Xiao, his mind a chaotic jumble. This was a completely different kind of battle than he had ever understood. Cough, buddy. Quill gasped, his face a deep shade of violet, struggling to squeeze out a few words. We can talk this out. At last, Lin Xiao shifted his focus back to him, subtly loosening his grip. Quill gasped like a fish out of water, greedily inhaling fresh air, desperately trying to catch his breath. Before he could catch his breath, the suffocating sensation tightened around his throat once more. You see, I possess the power to grant you life or to take it away. Lin Xiao's voice was soft, yet resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Therefore, do not address me in that tone. He released his grip. With a thud, Quill fell heavily to the ground, the purple stone in his hand rolling away. He disregarded the coveted treasure, clutching his throat and coughing violently, tears and mucus streaming down his face. Lin Xiao had never harbored any fondness for Quill. Had it not been for his impulsiveness in the film, Thanos would not have succeeded in snapping his fingers. Lin Xiao turned away from them, preparing to depart from this wreckage-laden place. We shall meet again, on Earth. As his words faded, his figure began to blur, the surrounding space rippling as if disturbed by a stone cast into still waters. In the next moment, he vanished before the astonished gazes of the onlookers. Silence enveloped the scene. Only Quill's anguished coughing echoed within the bridge. After a lengthy pause, Rocket Raccoon slowly lowered his weapon, gazing at the spot where Lin Xiao had disappeared, then at the unremarkable purple stone on the ground, his furry face reflecting a dazed sense of having survived a catastrophe. What exactly was that just now? Chapter 64. The law of power and eerie silence tore through the void as a pitch-black fissure materialized in the cosmos. Lin Xiao stepped forth, and the chaotic turbulence behind him instantly calmed, mending itself without leaving a trace. Before him lay an expanse of endless ochre desert, beneath a dim star casting a dull light. There was no wind, no sound. Even the flow of cosmic dust seemed nearly halted. Silence was the sole theme of this place. A suitable location, Lin Xiao murmured to himself, feeling the terrifying gravity beneath his feet, far exceeding that of ordinary planets. This environment was perfect for him to unleash his newly comprehended law of power without restraint. Unlike the intricate and nuanced nature of the law of space, the law of power imparted to him a singular sensation: purity, pure strength, pure destruction. Lin Xiao slowly raised his right fist, not invoking a hint of spiritual energy. but immersing his mind in the essence of that domineering law. He aimed at a solitary peak towering 10,000 meters high and casually struck forward. The motion was light, slow, and devoid of any forceful wind. However, at the moment his fist descended, an explosive sound erupted. The majestic mountain was not shattered from the outside, but disintegrated from within, collapsing instantaneously at the most fundamental particle level. There was no cataclysmic explosion, no billowing dust. The colossal mountain, under Lin Zhao's gaze, silently and impeccably transformed into the most primal of powders, gently cascading down to form a delicate layer upon the ground. Lin Zhao observed his clenched fist, then glanced at the now flattened earth, his brows slightly furrowing. It seemed he had perhaps overstepped his control. His intention had merely been to obliterate the mountain's peak, yet the entire edifice had vanished. This sensation was peculiar, akin to an adult playfully toying with an ant, only to inadvertently collapse the entire anthill. The destructive power of the force he wielded was far more immediate and unreasonable than he had anticipated. He clicked his tongue and shifted his focus, this time setting his sights on the distant undulating ranges. Once more, he raised his hand, fingers splayed, and with an ethereal grip directed towards the expansive mountains, he exerted his strength. A crack resounded, reminiscent of a sound emanating from the very bones of the planet. Centered around those mountains, a gaping chasm formed instantaneously, spiraling outwards at a frenzied pace towards the planet's extremities. The earth wailed as tectonic plates tore asunder. Lin Zhao's eyelids fluttered, and he promptly withdrew his power. Gazing at the chasm that nearly cleaved the planet in twain, he fell into contemplation. This planet seemed rather fragile. Just as he considered relocating to avoid inadvertently shattering the world, a faint yet rhythmically pulsating thrum suddenly emanated from the depths of the chasm. That pulse penetrated the dense rock layers, precisely resonating within his consciousness. Thump, thump, thump. It was as though a heart, dormant for eons, had been roused by his earlier action. The heartbeat grew louder, intensifying, akin to an invisible hammer striking at the core of the planet. Thump, thump, thump. The earth trembled in response, debris cascading from the cliffs of the chasm, as if the entire planet were awakening to this heartbeat. Lin Zhao floated above the chasm, his demeanor tranquil, his gaze cast into the unfathomable abyss. A silent roar erupted within the sea of his consciousness. In the next instant, a gigantic claw, composed of countless ochre-hued crystals, surged forth from the depths of the chasm, grasping the edge with ferocity. The size of that claw was such that a single joint rivaled the stature of a mountain. Following closely, a fearsome head began to rise. It bore no eyes, no mouth or nose, only a vast visage adorned with jagged spikes. At its center, a dark crimson energy core that pulsed violently in sync with the heartbeat. This ancient entity, which had slumbered through countless epochs, exuded an aura of primal ferocity and wrath. It was awakened and decidedly displeased. It fixed its gaze upon Lin Zhao, the insignificant insect that had disturbed its slumber. The dark crimson energy core pulsed with an accelerated rhythm. The sound resonated through the thin energy of the entire planet, causing even the dim star overhead to diminish in brightness. A destructive aura locked onto Lin Zhao. In the next instant, a massive torrent of dark red energy erupted from the center of that visage, targeting Lin Zhao, who hovered in midair. Wherever the energy flowed, the fabric of space was scorched, revealing pitch-black folds, and even the fundamental laws groaned under the unbearable strain. This already fragile planet bore deeper scars upon the onslaught of such power, with rocks vaporizing the moment they brushed against the energy's edge. As Lin Zhao witnessed the cataclysmic torrent about to consume him, he extended his right index finger towards it and gently tapped. The energy stream, capable of piercing celestial bodies, halted mere inches from his fingertip. Subsequently, it began to inexplicably dissipate, disintegrating into the purest of colorless particles, scattering into the silence of the cosmos. As if an invisible hand had erased the very concept of its existence from the source. In the span of a breath, the furious energy assault vanished into thin air. For the first time, a sentiment of confusion emerged within the chaotic consciousness of the ancient beast. It could not fathom why its primal attack had failed. Before it could launch another strike, Lin Zhao's figure appeared above it, maintaining a demeanor of serene detachment as he gazed down upon the colossal beast, comparable to a continent. He lifted his foot and gently stepped down. This step carried no overwhelming force, nor did it invoke any fluctuations of law. It was merely pure power, transmitted in a manner that transcended understanding. A subtle, crisp sound echoed. The movements of the starry beast froze instantly. From the point where Lin Zhao's foot landed, web-like cracks began to emerge on its vast crystalline body. These fissures spread outward in an eerie tranquility, enveloping the immeasurable form of the ancient creature. Each crack penetrated to the marrow, tearing through flesh and blood, and ripping apart every inch of the crystalline structure that constituted this primordial beast. With a second crisp sound, more fractures erupted. This time, the cracks began to emit light, dark red energy seeping from the crevices, forming a dazzling web of brilliance against the stillness of the universe. The beast finally let out a mournful roar, a wail that resonated from the depths of its soul. It yearned to struggle, to resist, yet its body had spiraled into complete chaos. The fissures were multiplying at a geometric rate, with thousands of new cracks appearing every second. A deep crimson energy surged forth from its being like an overwhelming tide, weaving an immense web of light throughout the cosmos. The entire planet was bathed in this radiant energy, casting a vivid red hue, even illuminating the dim star in the distance. The colossal beast's body finally reached a critical point of collapse. With a thunderous roar, the creature began to rupture from within. First, the dark red energy core, following one last violent pulsation, erupted explosively. In that fleeting moment, countless torrents of energy surged outward in all directions from the epicenter of the explosion, each possessing the power to pierce through stars. Subsequently, the beast's head shattered into fragments, with the ochre-hued crystals transforming into the finest dust amidst the explosion, coalescing into a brilliant crimson nebula in the vacuum of space. The explosion continued to expand, from the head to the neck, from the neck to the chest, and from the chest to the limbs. This ancient behemoth, comparable to a continent, disintegrated in a spectacular manner. Each explosion released a vast amount of energy, illuminating this long-dead starfield. The energy swirled and spun in the void, forming massive vortices of power. The planet beneath began to tremble violently. The shockwaves generated by the beast's explosion surged relentlessly against the surface, tearing the already ravaged land apart even further. Mountains collapsed in tremors, oceans evaporated in boiling fury, and the entire planet teetered on the brink of destruction from the aftershocks of this cataclysm. As the last remnants of energy dissipated, the once mighty ancient creature had completely vanished, leaving behind only a dazzling cloud of crystalline dust, shimmering under the starlight. In the distant starry expanse, a silver exploration vessel sailed at sublight speed. "Captain, ahead. In the C-734 abandoned starfield, we detect an ultra-high energy response. The readings have surpassed our measuring limits." The observer's voice trembled on the bridge. "What?" The bearded captain sprang from his seat, incredulous. "A dead star devoid of atmosphere. Where could such energy emanate from?" Zoom in on the image. On the display, a dark red planet rapidly approached. They were just in time to witness an unforgettable spectacle, a diminutive figure stepping into the void, crushed a star beast that only existed in the myths of their archives. At the moment of the ancient creature's disintegration, the energy waves released caused the ship's shields to emit a piercing alarm. "Alert! Alert! Encountering unknown high-dimensional energy impact." Shield energy decreased by 30%. A profound silence enveloped the bridge. All eyes widened, fixated on the image of the figure slowly retracting its foot. What? What is that? A deity? Run. The captain was the first to react, unleashing a frantic scream. "Initiate the curvature engine. Maximum power. Get us out of here. Quickly." The spacecraft nearly instantaneously tore through the fabric of space, vanishing in a disheveled manner, as if pursued by some of the most terrifying plagues the universe has ever known. Lin Xiao, of course, noticed the fleeting vessel, yet he paid it no mind. He surveyed the results of his own actions, nodding in satisfaction. Having grown familiar with the laws of power, it was time for him to return. Lin Xiao turned around, his gaze penetrating the endless void, as if he could see that distant yet familiar azure planet. "Earth, I have returned." Chapter 65. Anxiety. Tony Stark underwent a profound transformation following the battle in New York. In the underground studio of his mansion, blinding welding sparks flickered incessantly. Tony had gone 72 hours without sleep. His eyes were bloodshot, yet his hands remained astonishingly steady. The coffee cups on the table were stacked 3 high, pizza boxes carelessly discarded in a corner, and the air was thick with the scent of machine oil and sweat. "Sir, you have been working continuously for 3 days. I recommend you take a break." Jarvis's voice echoed in the spacious studio. "Rest?" Tony replied without lifting his head. "Will the aliens cease their invasion because I take a break?" His fingers glided swiftly across the holographic display, revealing a brand new design for an Iron Man suit. Mark 15, Mark 16, Mark 17. The numbers continued to escalate, each suit tailored to confront different threats. The sound of high heels echoed from upstairs. Pepper Potts pushed open the door to the studio and was greeted by the familiar sight of Tony's back. The coffee cups were still stacked 3 high, and the pizza boxes remained strewn about. "Tony, I know what you are going to say. He finally turned around, but I cannot stop. You see, I dreamed about that wormhole again last night. Countless alien ships descended from the heavens, and I was left with only one suit. Pepper took a few steps closer. It was merely a dream. Was it a dream? Tony replied with a bitter smile. After the battle, Lin Xiao had revealed everything to them. It was then that he learned Thanos was soon to arrive. However, to spare Pepper's worries, he could only deceitfully claim it was a dream. He pointed to the designs on the wall, Mark 23 specifically for aerial combat, Mark 24 for deep-sea environments, Mark 25. Enough. Pepper interrupted him. Do you really believe that creating more suits will resolve everything? Tony was taken aback. This was the first time Pepper had raised her voice at him. I only wish to protect you, to safeguard the Earth. And who will protect you? Pepper's voice trembled. Look at yourself in the mirror. Are you still the same Tony Stark? The studio was enveloped in a profound silence, broken only by the steady hum of machinery that served as a reminder of the passage of time. Tony longed to retort, yet the words caught in his throat. It had indeed been a while since he had gazed into a mirror or truly looked into Peppa's eyes. Those once gentle eyes now reflected only worry and fatigue. I need time, Tony finally uttered. Peppa nodded and turned to leave, the sound of her high heels gradually fading, each step resonating like a weight upon Tony's heart. Mr. Tony, perhaps you truly require rest. Jarvis and I can assist you with some simpler tasks. The voice of Pangu suddenly shattered the silence in the studio. Tony pressed his forehead, feeling a throbbing pain at his temples. I'm fine, no need to worry about me. Have we located Lin yet? Since the moment the Tesseract caused your disappearance, I have maintained a global search around the clock, utilizing all satellites and surveillance networks, yet I have yet to uncover any trace of your whereabouts. Jarvis responded in his cold electronic tone. Tony rubbed his forehead vigorously, attempting to alleviate the discomfort. He hasn't even mentioned the follow-up developments for each of us. Had I known staying up late would lead to this, I would have insisted he finish. Now, at a crucial moment, he's vanished. He rose and paced the studio. He will not perish so easily. I believe in him. However, we must prepare for the worst, in case he truly. Jarvis, what is the status from Wakanda? Sir, we have made contact with the diplomatic personnel in Wakanda, but their response has been vague, merely stating that they will reach out when they find the time. As for the ancient one mentioned by Mr. Lin, I have scoured all databases on Earth, including classified files from SHIELD, yet have found no relevant information. Jarvis's voice echoed with a chilling detachment. Tony halted, his gaze fixed on the world map adorning the wall, marked with various levels of danger, alien technology, and defense strategies. The multitude of red dots was dizzying. Lin, time waits for no one. He anxiously glanced at his watch, which indicated a countdown to the next crisis predicted by Lin Xia, now less than 2 years away. He returned to his workstation, his fingers flying over the keyboard. Within the opulent halls of Asgard's palace, heavy footsteps echoed. Thor escorted Loki down a lengthy corridor, both brothers shrouded in silence. A specially designed restraint adorned Loki's wrist, yet a sardonic smile lingered on his face. How ironic, my dear brother, Loki suddenly spoke. You exert yourself to bring me back, only to confine me to a cell in the end? Thor halted, turning to face Loki. You must face the consequences of your actions on Earth. Consequences? Loki chuckled softly. I merely wish to demonstrate that I am more suited to rule the 9 realms than you. Alas, I have lost. You have never needed to prove anything. Thor's voice bore a hint of fatigue. You are my brother, and that is sufficient. Loki's smile faltered, a flicker of complex emotion flashing in his eyes. But he quickly returned to his aloof demeanor. Brother? A brother to a frost giant? Bloodlines have always been inconsequential. Thor clenched his fists. What matters are the years we have spent together. Ha! In those years, you never regarded me as a true brother, Loki retorted, in your eyes. I will always be the weakling in need of protection. Thor wished to counter, yet the words caught in his throat. He recognized the truth in Loki's words. He had indeed been too proud in the past, failing to comprehend the anguish his brother harbored within. After confining Loki to his cell, Thor approached the throne alone. Odin sat upon the golden seat, his single eye scrutinizing his son. Father, Thor knelt on one knee. Rise. Odin's voice was aged and authoritative. How have you managed the situation with Loki? He has been imprisoned. Thor remained kneeling. Father, my current strength is insufficient. I seek your guidance. Odin raised an eyebrow. Oh? Speak. Thor tightened his fists. The technology of those extraterrestrial invaders far exceeds my imagination, and the human known as Lin Xiao possesses abilities that astound me. Had he not been present, Earth might have already fallen. Is that your reason for desiring power? Indeed. Thor lifted his gaze, determination igniting in his eyes. I wish to protect the 9 realms and those I cherish. At present, I am incapable of doing so. Odin remained silent for a long moment before slowly rising. He approached Thor, scrutinizing him with his solitary eye. You have changed, Thor, Odin remarked. The former you sought only to prove your valor. Now you contemplate responsibility and protection. Earth has taught me these lessons. No, Odin shook his head. It is you who have learned to grow. Strength has never been paramount. What truly matters is the wisdom in wielding that strength. Thor furrowed his brow. So you mean, I shall impart to you new combat techniques, but more importantly, you must learn to master the true essence of the power of the thunder god. Odin raised the eternal spear, lightly tapping it against the ground. Starting tomorrow, you shall undergo a training regimen more rigorous than any you have faced before. I am prepared. Odin nodded, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eye. Excellent. But before that, go rest. You appear in need of a good night's sleep. Chapter 66. The Ancient One Lin Xiao surveyed the result of his efforts with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. Having become well acquainted with the laws of power, it was time for him to return. Lin Xiao turned, his gaze piercing through the endless void, as if he beheld that distant yet familiar azure planet. Earth, I have returned. With a gentle motion of his right hand through the emptiness, a pitch-black rift was swiftly torn open, its edges shimmering with silver light, emanating a disquieting spatial fluctuation. Through the fissure, one could faintly discern the familiar azure sphere slowly rotating. With another sweep, a patch of ground near the base materialized before him. He stepped into the rift, traversing light years in a single stride, his form vanishing instantaneously into the void. A wave of familiar air enveloped him. This sensation was indeed long overdue. Just moments ago, he had been crushing ancient beasts on a desolate planet, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself in the gentle embrace of Earth's environment. The stark contrast compelled him to stretch his shoulders. Having spent only a few days in space, he was already yearning for Earth. Indeed, no gilded or silvered nest could compare to one's own humble abode. As if forewarned of Lin Xiao's return, a golden portal materialized beside him. From within emerged a man clad in an ochre robe, the Sorcerer Supreme of Kamartaj. Mr. Lin, he said with utmost respect, Master Wang requests your presence. Might you have a moment? Master Wang. Lin Xiao mused with curiosity, wondering why this esteemed sorcerer, who had not appeared during the battle in New York, now sought him out. Filled with intrigue, he recognized the necessity of respecting the Sorcerer Supreme, especially since the Time Stone remained in her possession. He would inevitably need to engage with her if he desired it. Nodding in acquiescence, he followed Wang toward the teleportation array. The golden magical circle began to glow softly, intricate runes swirling in the air, casting a gentle luminescence. The space around them began to warp, the surroundings gradually becoming indistinct. In the next moment, the fragrant air of Kamartaj greeted him, a sweet melange of sandalwood and ancient tomes. The familiar courtyard of Kamartaj came into view. Several apprentice sorcerers were practicing basic spells and nodded respectfully upon seeing Lin Xiao and Wang's arrival. As Lin Xiao was about to inquire about the location of the Ancient One, a familiar voice resonated from behind him. Have you arrived? The Ancient One stood in the courtyard, her back turned to the teleportation array, her figure exuding a serene presence in the setting sun. Dressed in a simple yellow robe, she possessed a slender form imbued with an undeniable authority. Hearing the footsteps, she slowly turned around. So this is the Ancient One. Lin Xiao observed the woman before him, appearing to be in her 40s, with exquisite and well-defined features that bore evident European ancestry. Most striking were her eyes, deep enough to seem capable of perceiving the flow of time itself, their pupils occasionally flickering with an unusual light that made one hesitant to hold their gaze for too long. Lin Xiao, welcome to Kamartaj. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. The voice of the Ancient One was calm and soft, yet it resonated clearly in Lin Xiao's ears. Master, I have long admired your esteemed reputation, Lin Xiao replied with a slight nod, sensing a deeper implication in her words, leaving him filled with confusion. The Ancient One took a few steps closer, smiling at Lin Xiao, and suddenly inquired, Lin, is there something about my image that differs from what you perceive? This question struck him like a thunderbolt. Lin Xiao's mind felt as if it had been shattered like the surface of a lake by a boulder. How could the Ancient One know that he was a traveler from another realm? It seemed inconceivable, for he had never disclosed this matter to anyone. He was certain that not even the Time Stone possessed the ability to unveil his origins. What do you mean? Is your image different from how the outside world sees it? Lin Xiao composed himself and responded. There is no need for denial. Lin, you are not one of us. The Ancient One said, her voice still light and clear. Lin Xiao inhaled deeply, forcing himself to remain calm. Since his secret had been uncovered, there was no point in continuing to conceal it. You are the first to learn of this, Lin Xiao confessed earnestly. A slight smile graced the corners of the Ancient One's lips. I understand you have many questions. Do not worry. I shall provide you with all the answers. In your world, What kind of person am I? She asked. Lin Xiao pondered for a moment. A great sorcerer who sacrificed himself to protect the earth. The Ancient One fell silent for a brief moment before chuckling lightly. Interesting. Come, let us walk and converse. She turned and made her way deeper into the temple, with Lin Xiao following closely behind. Could you please explain what is happening? Lin Xiao could not restrain himself from asking. The Ancient One did not look back. There is no rush. We have ample time. The two passed through an intricately carved archway and entered the main hall of the temple. It was far more spacious than Lin Xiao had imagined, with towering stone pillars supporting the dome, and the walls were inscribed with dense runes. What do these runes record? Lin Xiao casually inquired. These are protective spells, time arrays, binding arrays. Binding arrays? Lin Xiao questioned, puzzled. The Ancient One continued walking, glancing back at him. I recently inscribed these to confront a particular entity, enhancing their potency. They proceeded further until they arrived at a circular chamber, where a stone table stood at the center, adorned with tea utensils. With a wave of her hand, the teapot tilted gracefully, pouring amber tea accurately into 2 cups. Please, have a seat, the Ancient One invited. Taking a place beside the stone table, Lin Xiao sat opposite her, lifting the cup to his lips, savoring the tea's perfect warmth and delicate floral aroma. Now may we speak? Lin Xiao set down his cup. What is truly happening? Chapter 67. Revenge and Growth. Shortly thereafter, a mysterious and menacing terrorist known as Master Man initiated attacks across the globe. On the television screen, a bearded man from the Middle East sat in a dimly lit room, flanked by the flags of various nations. Mr. President, do you truly believe that hiding in the White House ensures your safety? The voice of Master Man resonated with a deep and threatening tone. I shall make you comprehend what true fear entails. Tony was diligently calibrating the propulsion system of the Mark 25 in his studio when the ominous broadcast prompted a furrow in his brow. Another lunatic seeking notoriety, he muttered, dismissively switching off the television to refocus on his work. However, 3 days later, an explosion rocked a cinema in Los Angeles. Surveillance footage revealed a man suddenly engulfed in a fiery crimson glow before he detonated like a bomb. The aftermath was horrific, claiming 13 lives and injuring 42 others. Sir, Mr. Happy is on the line. Jarvis's voice interrupted Tony's thoughts. Tony, this isn't an ordinary bombing. Happy's voice crackled through the communicator. I was on site. There were no remnants of explosives. That man detonated himself. What do you mean? Quite literally. A human bomb, but not the kind strapped with explosives. Happy paused. I need to continue my investigation. There is something amiss. Tony set his tools aside. Happy, don't take unnecessary risks. Leave this to the FBI. Don't worry. I just want to take a closer look. After the call ended, Tony accessed all surveillance footage of the explosion. In the moments leading up to the blast, the man's skin exhibited an unusual crimson hue, with thermometers indicating a sudden temperature spike of nearly 100 degrees. Jarvis, analyze this temperature fluctuation. Sir, thermal imaging analysis reveals that the bomber's internal temperature reached 3,000 degrees Celsius. This exceeds the human body's threshold. It is impossible for the human body to generate such temperatures. Tony squinted, unless... His contemplation was interrupted by the ringing of his phone. This is the hospital calling. Mr. Stark, your bodyguard Happy Hogan has sustained severe injuries in the theater explosion and is currently in intensive care. Tony nearly dropped his phone. He rushed to the hospital, where he found Happy, connected to numerous tubes, igniting a fierce anger within him. Doctor, how is he? Severe burns and intracranial bleeding. He remains in a coma. The doctor replied, shaking his head. It is a miracle he survived. Tony clenched his fists, approaching the bedside where Happy lay, his face bandaged and breathing faint. On the bedside table lay an evidence bag containing materials collected during Happy's investigation. Master Man, is it? Tony picked up the evidence bag. Very well, I accept your challenge. This time, Tony did not provoke anyone at the press conference by revealing his address as he did in the movies, thus sparing his home from the threat of destruction. His mind was now consumed with the urgency to prepare for the impending arrival of Thanos. When one sets a grand objective, the pursuit of that goal naturally brings about a sense of composure. Tony returned to his workshop to delve deeper into his investigation. Through the clues gathered by Happy, he discovered a shared trait among all the victims of the bombings. They had all participated in a human experiment known as the desperation virus. Mr. Stark, I have just detected energy fluctuations identical to those of the Tesseract. I surmise that the gentleman has returned. Pangu's voice interrupted Tony's contemplation. Oh, Lin, where is he now? A flicker of joy finally broke through the melancholy that had marred Tony's face for days. Mr. Stark, this is what I wish to convey to you. In my subsequent investigations, I found no trace of him. That energy appeared for merely an instant before vanishing, Lin replied. Lin, what has happened to you? Have you been kidnapped? Tony's mind was rife with confusion. In the training grounds of Asgard, lightning roiled through the sky like an enraged dragon. Thor, enshrouded in electric arcs, wielded Mjolnir, which emitted a deep, resonant hum. His eyes had transformed into a pure white, and the chaotic lightning now flowed rhythmically under his mental guidance. Excellent, Odin remarked from the edge of the training field, a glint of satisfaction flashing in his solitary eye. You have begun to comprehend the true essence of lightning. Thor inhaled deeply, gradually retracting his power. The lightning dissipated, and his eyes returned to their customary blue. The training he had undergone had fundamentally transformed him, enhancing not only his strength, but also his understanding of the nature of divine power. There have been incursions by raiders in Vanaheim, Odin instructed. Go and quell them, and become accustomed to your newfound strength. Indeed, father. In the distant valley, thick plumes of smoke billowed skyward. The raiders were setting fire to the villages of the Vanir, their cries of anguish mingling with the roars of chaos. At least 300, Thor clenched Mjolnir, feeling the surge of electric power within him. These raiders were well equipped, evidently not mere brigands. A raider chief was directing his men in plundering the treasures of the Vanir. He was a towering figure, wielding a battle axe engulfed in green flames, exuding a palpable threat. Brothers, take everything of value, the chief bellowed. The gold of the Vanir is renowned across the 9 realms. Thor descended from the heavens, crashing heavily into the midst of the raider ranks. The ground shattered beneath him, and a tremendous shockwave sent the surrounding enemies sprawling. It is the Prince of Asgard, someone exclaimed in awe. Fear not, for he stands alone. The leader raised his battle axe, declaring that by eliminating him, we would attain great fortune. Thor arose, deftly evading a barrage of arrows. He extended his right hand, and the hammer of the thunder god soared back to his grasp. You have chosen the wrong place to invade. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than electric currents coursed through his being. This time, however, the lightning was not the chaotic release of before. It was a calculated strike, targeting each adversary with precision. The first bolt struck 3 archers, sending them crashing to the ground. The second bolt shattered the weapons of 5 shield bearers. Thor's assault was both swift and accurate, sparing the ravaged civilians of the Vanir from any harm. He hurled the hammer in an arc, striking the leader's axe with such accuracy that it split in 2. Surrender, or perish. Thor's voice resonated with a chilling calmness. The leader swallowed hard, glancing at his fallen comrades, and ultimately chose to kneel in supplication. We surrender. We surrender. The entire confrontation concluded in less than 10 minutes. Upon returning to report his success, Thor was approached by Heimdall. Thor. Heimdall's voice echoed from the end of the Rainbow Bridge. Your timing is impeccable. Jane Foster has gone missing. Chapter 68. The extinction virus. Tony returned to the workshop, and all holographic screens illuminated simultaneously. The clues provided by Happy unfolded before him like a jigsaw puzzle, with each piece pointing towards a singular, dreadful truth. Jarvis. Retrieve the detailed files of all victims of the bombings. Completed, sir. A common characteristic has been detected. Tony's fingers glided through the air, and dozens of files unfurled one after another. His brow furrowed deeper with each revelation. They had all participated in human experimentation, project codename, Extinction Virus. The Extinction Virus? Tony scoffed. The name itself reeked of malevolence. Jarvis, display the pertinent technical data. A deluge of data cascaded before him. Tony skimmed through it, his expression growing increasingly grave. The reprogramming of human genes to induce extreme cellular temperatures. Those who succeeded gained superhuman recovery abilities and strength. He paused. The failures simply exploded. A truly ingenious design. Jarvis interjected. Sir, data analysis indicates a success rate of merely 13. 13? Tony's voice trembled with indignation. This meant that out of every 100 individuals, 87 would become walking bombs. What do these fiends take innocent lives for? He slammed his hand down on the table, causing the holographic screens to shudder. Sir, I have uncovered a name that may pique your interest. A profile appeared on the screen, Aldrich Killian. Tony was momentarily stunned. That face was forever etched in his memory. The limping scientist who had waited for him all night 13 years ago on a rooftop. Killian. Tony gritted his teeth. So it was you. Memories surged like a tidal wave. That disabled scientist, the pitiable wretch whom he had ruthlessly humiliated, had now transformed into the mastermind behind a terrorist plot. Jarvis, track all his activities. I must locate their base. Hours later, Tony infiltrated his secret lair and established communication. Killian, cease this madness, Tony declared. Killian appeared on the screen. Tony? You actually found me. But what does cease mean? Killian smiled. It's been 13 years. I've been waiting for this moment. Killian, what purpose does this serve? Purpose? Killian laughed heartily. It's all because of you. You destroyed my life. I intend to assassinate the President of the United States and then have my partner, the Vice President, ascend to power. At that point, the entire nation will be under my control. Tony's fists clenched tightly. How could there still be such people, still fantasizing about becoming the President of the United States? It was incomprehensible. Jarvis, activate all legions. Let's test our equipment on him. Understood, sir. A thunderous roar filled the sky as dozens of golden streaks tore through the air. The Iron Legion had finally arrived on the battlefield, but this time it was entirely different. Each suit of armor had undergone a thorough transformation. Its exterior infused with the divine metal provided by Lin Shao, radiating a faint golden sheen under the sunlight. Jarvis, what are the performance stats of the new armor? Tony inquired while maneuvering the Mark 42. Sir, after the amalgamation with divine metal, the armor's defensive capabilities have increased by 247, and energy conduction efficiency has risen by 189. Even more astonishing was the subsequent arrival of another legion, the Chitauri soldiers enhanced with Stark technology. Tony gazed at the spectacle in the sky, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. These mechanical warriors retained the classic form of Chitauri soldiers, yet their internal structures had been completely re-engineered. Each unit represented a flawless amalgamation of Chitauri technology provided by Lin Shao and the precision manufacturing of Stark Industries. Sir, the mechanical Chitauri Legion is ready. Jarvis's voice resonated. The biological armor system is functioning normally, and the AI core is stable. These mechanical warriors donned silver-blue biological armor, with faint energy patterns flowing across the surface. Their movements were fluid and natural, devoid of the rigidity typically associated with traditional robots. Each was equipped with an upgraded Chitauri weapon system, boasting 3 times the power of the original. The terrorists within the base looked up at the sky, their faces instantly paling. Boss, what on earth are those? One subordinate asked, trembling. Killian's expression froze, his mind swirling with a myriad of questions. Had he mistakenly entered the wrong theater? The golden battle armor was one thing. But what of that group of clearly non-Earth technology? In an effort to salvage his dignity, he gritted his teeth and declared, "It appears Stark has not been idle these past years. He has activated all the extremist virus soldiers to demonstrate true power." The extremist soldiers roared as they charged forward, their body temperatures soaring to 3,000 degrees, warping the very air around them. The leading soldier, fists ablaze with orange-red flames, struck directly at the nearest suit of armor. Boom. His fist crashed heavily against the chest plate of the armor, sending sparks flying. However, to everyone's astonishment, the golden armor did not even tremble. What? The extremist soldier's eyes widened. His fist, capable of melting steel, was utterly ineffective against this suit of armor. In the next moment, the armored suit retaliated with a swift palm strike, sending the extremist soldier flying several dozen meters, crashing through 3 walls before coming to a stop. This is impossible. Killian roared into his communicator. The temperature of the extremist virus could melt any metal. On the battlefield, the remaining extremist soldiers faced the same despair. Their proud high-temperature attacks were rendered completely ineffective against the divine metal armor, each charge easily repelled. More terrifying was the mechanical Chitauri army hovering in the sky. They floated ominously, their energy weapons beginning to charge, emitting a low, resonant hum. Target locked. A unified mechanical voice intoned. Fire. In an instant, hundreds of blue energy beams rained down from above, striking each extremist soldier with precision. These modified Chitauri weapons possessed astonishing power. Even the bodies enhanced by the extremist virus could not endure. One extremist soldier had barely risen when he was simultaneously struck by 3 energy beams, his body instantly pierced. He glanced down at the gaping wound in his chest, disbelief washing over him as he collapsed. This is impossible. Killian watched the scene unfold on the screen. His face ashen. His meticulously nurtured extremist army appeared as lambs to the slaughter before these enigmatic mechanical warriors. Is this it? Tony scoffed, a mere jester. The battle concluded far more swiftly than anticipated. Defeated in despair, Killian's ambitions and plans for revenge crumbled into nothingness. 3 days later, Tony lay on the operating table, the Arc-Reactor from his chest being carefully removed. As the device that had accompanied him for so many years left his body, he felt an unprecedented sense of relief. He needed to be in peak condition to face the war that would determine the fate of the universe. Chapter 69. Ether particles in an abandoned warehouse in London. Jane Foster was enveloped by a crimson energy, her body uncontrollably suspended in midair. Just as the Dark Elf ship was about to arrive, a column of radiant, multicolored light descended from above, crashing heavily before Jane. As the radiance faded, Thor, wielding the hammer of the god of thunder and draped in a crimson cloak, positioned himself protectively in front of Jane. He exchanged no superfluous words, merely casting a fleeting glance back at her, concern flickering in his eyes. We must depart. He wrapped his arm around Jane's waist. As she opened her mouth to speak, Thor's hammer soared into the heavens, and in an instant, the two vanished amidst the brilliance of the Bifrost. Asgard, the Celestial Palace. What is this? A cadre of Asgard's finest healers surrounded Jane, rendered helpless. They had never encountered such an enigmatic energy, one that parasitically resided within a mortal, yet coexisted harmoniously with its host. Odin entered the chamber, prompting the healers to bow in unison. He gestured for them to withdraw, his single eye fixed solemnly upon the unconscious Jane, his expression graver than ever before. Ethereum particles. Odin's voice resonated deeply, a weapon left over from the Dark Ages, one of the Infinity Stones. He extended his palm above Jane, a stream of golden divine power probing forth, only to be repelled instantaneously by the crimson energy. Father, Thor stepped forward urgently. If Malekith, the leader of the Dark Elves, extracts the Ethereum particles from her, this mortal will perish instantly. Odin retracted his hand, his tone unequivocal, and the universe will plunge back into darkness. Then we shall take the initiative. Let us confront him before he finds us. Thor tightened his grip on the hammer. No, Odin decisively countered. Asgard shall defend, not attack. This is our principle. We cannot jeopardize the entire realm for one mortal. She is not merely a mortal. She is Jane. Thor's voice rose in intensity. And this is not solely for her. He inhaled deeply, striving to quell his emotions, recalling the grave warning Lyn had imparted before her disappearance. Father, Lyn cautioned me that a madman named Thanos is gathering the 6 Infinity Stones, of which the Ethereum particle is one. Our inaction only grants Thanos an opportunity. Malekith is merely the beginning. At the mention of Thanos' name, a barely perceptible ripple crossed Odin's single eye. Thor continued, soon, the convergence will occur when the 9 realms align, and the barriers of space will be at their most vulnerable. At that time, we can harness this power to forcibly extract the Ethereum particles from her without causing her harm. Odin fell silent, observing his son, the once reckless and impulsive child, now capable of articulating such a meticulous strategy. The trials upon Earth had shaped him into a true king. Very well, Odin finally spoke after a long pause. I consent to your plan. You shall lead the charge, rallying the warriors of Asgard to proactively eliminate the threat of the Dark Elves. In the dark realm of Svartalfheim, Malekith's forces had assembled, readying for a full-scale assault on Asgard. Suddenly, the sky darkened, heavy with ominous clouds, and thunder rumbled ominously. A formidable bolt of lightning cleaved through the heavens, as if a divine axe had torn apart the veil of the world. Thor descended upon the enemy ranks, his presence akin to that of a celestial deity, causing the very ground beneath him to fracture instantaneously. Your age of darkness ends here, he proclaimed, his voice, though not loud, resonated above the howling winds and crashing thunder. Malekith gazed upon the solitary figure of Thor, perceiving him as the subject of the most absurd jest. Erupting into a rasping, derisive laughter. Brandishing his weapon, he showed no fear of Thor's advance. Yet, in the next heartbeat, his laughter was abruptly silenced. Before him, Thor's eyes ignited with pure white lightning as he slowly raised Mjolnir, pointing it skyward. In an instant, a torrent of thunderbolts descended. Yet they did not wreak havoc as they had in the past. Each arc of electricity, akin to serpents with keen eyesight, precisely penetrated the gaps in the armor of every Dark Elf soldier, unleashing catastrophic power within their bodies. The Dark Elves could scarcely emit a cry. Their energy rifles still unraised, they convulsed and fell, their armor searing red from within, releasing wisps of smoke. There were no tremendous explosions, no excessive destruction. Only the silhouettes of fallen warriors and the sizzling sound of burnt metal remained. In the blink of an eye, the entire army was transformed into a silent graveyard of steel. Malekith beheld this scene of divine retribution in horror, a tumult of anger and fear etched upon his visage. With a furious roar, he drew a dagger forged from concentrated dark energy from his waist, his form morphing into a shadow as he lunged towards Thor. Thor stood resolute, his hammer meeting the onslaught. With a resounding clang, lightning clashed violently against dark energy, sending shockwaves that swept away dust and debris. Malekith's assault was fierce and swift, the dagger carving lethal trajectories in the air, each strike potent enough to rend steel. However, Thor's defense was impenetrable. Mjolnir seemed alive in his grasp, each block precise, each swing imbued with the weight of thunder. Frustration mounting from his inability to breach Thor's defenses, Malekith retreated abruptly, channeling all his dark energy into the dagger, unleashing a blade of ink-black energy that swept forth. Yet Thor advanced rather than retreating, his body pivoting sharply as Mjolnir flew from his hand, whistling through the air to collide with the energy blade. The dark energy was shattered instantly, and Mjolnir, relentless in its momentum, hurtled towards Malekith. Startled, Malekith scrambled to evade, rolling aside as the hammer struck the rocky wall behind him, obliterating the very mountain. Before he could catch his breath, Thor's figure appeared before him like a specter, his outstretched hand securely catching the returning hammer. With the force of a tempest and an endless cascade of electricity, Mjolnir effortlessly shattered the dagger Malekith hastily raised in defense, sending him crashing to the ground. The earth fractured, a vast pit forming, and Malekith lay at its bottom, his bones shattered, rendered motionless. The battle concluded within mere minutes. The remaining Dark Elves, witnessing Thor's overwhelming prowess akin to slicing through vegetables, lost all will to fight and soon surrendered entirely. Upon returning to Earth, with the assistance of Dr. Eric Selvig and a host of scientists, they seized the celestial phenomenon to successfully extract the ether particles from Jane's body, securely encasing them in a specially designed container. On the throne of Asgard, Odin gazed at his triumphant son, his single eye brimming with pride and satisfaction. "You have grown, my child. You have proven yourself not only as a warrior, but also as a worthy king. I now wish to pass the throne to you." Thor knelt on one knee, responding, "Father, I am grateful for your recognition. However, I cannot rest comfortably upon this throne until the threat of Thanos is completely eradicated. The universe still requires a guardian, not merely a king who sits idly within a palace." Odin rose, as if anticipating Thor's refusal, and took a newly forged battle axe from the hands of a guard. Crafted entirely from URU metal, the axe's handle was made from an unknown branch, its blade shimmering with a star-like radiance. "This is the weapon, Stormbreaker, that I had the Dwarven King forge specifically for you. It will significantly enhance your strength, and I believe you will find it indispensable." Thor grasped the divine axe with both hands. Upon contact, a formidable power resonated instantly with the godly might within him. If Mjolnir was Odin's test of Thor's ability to wield his weapon, then this colossal axe served as the instrument to elevate Thor to even greater heights. Armed with his new weapon, a Stormbreaker in his left hand and Mjolnir in his right, Thor returned to Earth with the ether particles. Chapter 70. Ancient One and Dormammu. With a wave of her hand, the Ancient One commanded the teapot to tilt, amber-hued tea flowing accurately into 2 cups. "Please, have a seat." The Ancient One settled on one side of the stone table. Lin Xiao took a seat across from her, lifting the teacup to his lips. The tea was perfectly warm, infused with a subtle floral aroma. "Can we speak now?" Lin Xiao set down his cup, his fingers gently tracing the warm surface of the cup. "What is truly happening?" The Ancient One's gaze was as calm as still waters, recognizing Lin Xiao's direct approach. She likewise refrained from unnecessary words and placed her teacup down. "If you agree to one condition, I will provide satisfactory answers to all your questions regarding your origins. And you may also utilize the time stone." Lin Xiao's fingers paused. This offer surpassed his wildest expectations. He had anticipated a grueling negotiation, possibly even a fierce battle. Yet he found the other party yielding so readily. "What is it?" he inquired, his vigilance unrelenting. "Help me to completely eliminate Dormammu." The Ancient One's eyes deepened, reflecting centuries of weariness and resolve, as she sought a permanent resolution to this menace. Lin Xiao paused for a moment before speaking. "Very well. If that is the case, let us commence at once." Ancient One stood up and waved her hand, causing all the doors around them to close automatically. "Now," Lin Xiao casually inquired, "what about Strange? Do you still intend to seek him?" Strange. Ancient One formed intricate hand seals, and the walls became illuminated with a myriad of glowing runes. Simultaneously, a minute fissure appeared seemingly out of thin air. "Who is he?" Boom. These 3 words stirred a tempest within Lin Xiao's mind. Ancient One, the supreme sorceress who had glimpsed countless futures through the time stone, and the guardian who had openly acknowledged that only Strange could ultimately triumph in all possible futures. How could she not recognize him? Not only was she aware of him, but from the moment of Strange's car accident, his life trajectory had been under her watchful eye. She did not know Strange. This Ancient One was an imposter. Almost simultaneously with Lin Xiao's conclusion, the Ancient One across from him smiled. Her smile was no longer gentle. Her lips curled into a sinister arc, and the golden light in her profound eyes faded, replaced by an unfathomable darkness and malevolence. Ancient One swiftly altered her hand seals, and a pure, viscous force of darkness surged from her palms, instantly permeating the entire room. The stone walls, once adorned with golden protective runes, emitted an even more brilliant radiance upon contact with this force. Nonetheless, the golden light was rapidly devoured, giving way to a bizarre purple-black arcane pattern. The circular chamber transformed into a colossal cage, a desolate realm constructed of dark laws. The dimensional barriers were violently torn apart. Outside the door was no longer the courtyard of Kamartaj, but a chaotic, shattered vista of the dark dimension. Lin Xiao understood. It became clear why Ancient One would recognize him as a traveler, for the being before him was not the Ancient One at all, but Dormammu. The information he had received could only be explained in one way. Dormammu had utilized the Time Stone to reverse time countless times. In each cycle, it conversed with him under the guise of Ancient One, continuously probing and extracting information until it had pieced together the narrative of his existence. Among all entities, only Dormammu, dwelling within the dark dimension and transcending the concept of time, could retain the memories of each cycle intact through the Time Stone's regressions. As for Strange, Dormammu was solely concerned with how to invade Earth, how to consume this dimension. It would not squander effort seeking an heir through the Time Stone, and thus could not possibly be aware of Strange's existence. A perfect logical loop. You are indeed quite clever, Lin Xiao. A hoarse and overlapping voice, seemingly emanating from the abyss beyond, erupted from the lips of the Ancient One, shattering all pretense. I retraced my steps 97,000 times before discovering a script that could perfectly usher you into this realm. Dormammu's voice fluctuated, but alas, it is too late for you to realize it now. It surveyed the surrounding burning violet-black sigils, its tone laced with malice. This confinement array has been activated, and under the aegis of my dark law, you shall not escape. My original intent was to harness your power to breach the dimensional barriers left by the Ancient One from within, allowing my complete descent. Yet now, Dormammu's gaze fell greedily upon Lin Xiao. I shall first erode you slowly with the dark law, just as I did with the Ancient One, transforming you into a mere shell. Then, using your hands, I shall unlock the gateway to this world. Dark energy began to permeate the array, carrying a chilling essence and whispers that corroded the mind, gradually encroaching upon Lin Xiao. I fear it is not as simple as you claim. His voice, though not loud, clearly overpowered the hum of the array. Dormammu's movements momentarily halted. If this array truly allowed you to act as you wished, there would have been no need to draw me in. You possessed the Time Stone. Without the Ancient One's obstruction, you could open the dimensional portal at any moment. I suspect this array is indeed a contingency left behind by the Ancient One before his demise. Its primary purpose is to ensnare you, is it not? These runes restrain your freedom and suppress most of your power, do they not? A grotesque smile spread across the Ancient One's visage. Even if you have uncovered the truth, it matters not. Time is on my side. Stay here and relish the gradual consumption by darkness that awaits you. Chapter 71. Cleansing Hydra in the frigid metallic corridor. A piercing alarm shattered the oppressive silence. Red emergency lights whirled frantically upon the walls, staining every corner a sanguine hue. A bursting arrow plummeted from above, striking precisely at the junction of an automated defense turret. Boom. Flames erupted, and metallic shards flew in all directions. Hawkeye, suspended from the steel beams of the ceiling, calmly retracted his longbow, his left hand knocking a new arrow, its tip aglow with a ghostly blue luminescence. His gaze pierced through the chaos below, locking onto every moving point of fire. Natasha, 3 o'clock, heavy machine gunners, 2 of them. His voice resonated clearly through the tactical channel, reaching his comrades' ears. No sooner had he spoken than a shadowy figure darted forth from behind cover. Natasha Romanoff's movements were devoid of superfluity. Her body traced an astonishing arc amidst a hail of bullets, her hands wielding Glock pistols that spat fire with a steady rhythm. PFF, PFF. The brows of 2 Hydra soldiers blossomed with blood almost simultaneously, their heavy forms collapsing backward. Without a moment's pause, she executed a roll, evading a barrage of gunfire, her body seamlessly slipping into the embrace of a Hydra soldier. The man scarcely glimpsed her face before he felt a numbing pain in his wrist. The rifle in his grasp was swiftly relinquished. In the next heartbeat, the cold muzzle of her weapon pressed against his temple. Bang! Natasha ended his life with his own gun. Discarding the emptied rifle, she flicked her wrist, unleashing 2 bolts of electricity from the widow's bite, instantly incapacitating 2 advancing foes. Steve, the pressure on the left flank is overwhelming. Hawkeye's voice resonated once more. Received. A thunderous crash ensued as a shield forged from vibranium, adorned in red, blue, and white, whirled through the air, tearing through it with unparalleled kinetic force, crashing fiercely into the ranks of Hydra. Where the shield passed, chaos erupted. The sounds of splintering bones mingled with anguished cries. The figure of Captain America, Stephen Rogers, followed closely behind the shield, resembling a heavy tank charging at full speed. His fists were harder than steel, each strike accompanied by the sound of air being violently torn apart. A Hydra agent, attempting a stealthy assault with a tactical dagger. Found his arm seized from behind, hurled over Steven's shoulder, crashing heavily onto the metallic floor, his chest caving inwards. Another soldier, poised to fire an energy weapon, barely had the chance to act before Steven closed in, delivering a powerful straight punch that sent both man and gun hurtling against the wall, where he slumped down, lifeless. The shield rebounded off the wall, tracing a perfect arc before returning to his grasp. Clang! Steven positioned the shield before him as a barrage of bullets struck it, igniting a cascade of sparks, yet not a single inch did he yield. Be cautious. A few troublesome combatants are approaching. Natasha observed several soldiers clad in heavy exoskeleton armor emerging from the depths of the base. Their movements were rigid, their gazes vacant. Yet their strength and resilience far surpassed that of ordinary men. Clint, Steven bellowed. Leave it to me. Hawkeye had already locked onto his target. He withdrew 3 specially crafted arrows from his quiver, their tips robust cylinders. With the bowstring drawn taut, the arrows flew in a triangular formation, not aimed at the exoskeleton soldiers, but rather towards the ventilation ducts above them. The arrows struck with precision, embedding themselves into the ducts, from which several grappling hooks instantly sprang forth, securing their hold. In the next instant, a high-frequency sound wave erupted from the arrow's tip. The piercing, invisible sonic shockwave instantaneously enveloped the entire corridor. Ordinary soldiers merely experienced excruciating headaches, while the control chips within the exoskeleton soldiers emitted a mournful wail under the duress of the high-frequency oscillation. Sparks crackled incessantly from the seams of their armor, as several exoskeleton soldiers clutched their heads in agony, collapsing to the ground, utterly incapacitated. An opportunity arose. Steven charged forth like a tiger descending a mountain, effortlessly breaching the enemy's defenses. Natasha, akin to a specter, flanked the adversaries, her figure flickering in the strobe of the lights. With each appearance, a Hydra agent fell. The tempo of the battle was entirely orchestrated by these 3 Avengers. Half an hour later, the final gunshot faded within the central control room. Steven forcefully kicked open the heavy alloy door, with Natasha and Hawkeye closely following in a combat formation. The room lay vacant, save for the enormous screen still flashing the Hydra insignia. This is Black Widow, Natasha gasped, pressing the communicator. Target neutralized. Repeat, Siberian base has been cleared. A prolonged silence echoed from the other end of the communicator. Moments later, Nick Fury's voice emerged, tinged with a sense of relief. Well done. This is the last one, Fury continued, the final large Hydra stronghold we know of. Fury approached the console, observing the continuously scrolling roster of S-H-I-E-L-D personnel, over a third of whom had been marked with the glaring red Hydra emblem. His gaze was profoundly intricate. The inception of all this chaos stemmed from that general who audaciously provoked Lin Shao in the strategic meeting room. Fury had exploited that general, following the trail to unearth a mere fragment of Hydra's hidden network. A single point unraveled a line. That line revealed a web. With a thunderous resolve, Fury initiated an unprecedented purge throughout S-H-I-E-L-D, from the top-floor office of the Triskelion in Washington, D.C., to field stations worldwide. Countless high-ranking agents, supervisors, and even council members were simultaneously subdued. The Hydra influence within S-H-I-E-L-D was uprooted in the wake of this sudden tempest. Moreover, the scattered remnants of Hydra bases and armed factions across the globe were systematically eradicated under S-H-I-E-L-D's Iron Fist. Now S-H-I-E-L-D stood as an unyielding fortress. Chapter 72, The Reality Gem Avengers Tower, top-level conference room. On a colossal holographic projection screen, a dignified black man adorned in traditional attire sits upright, exuding an air of authority. Behind him lies a throne room imbued with futuristic technology, while 2 female guards, brandishing vibranium spears, stand like statues in silence. The Prince of Wakanda, T'Challa, addresses Tony Stark. Your proposal, I must candidly express, is rather fanciful. For centuries, Wakanda has adhered to a principle of non-interference. Our people thrive in peace. Why should we embroil ourselves in what you term a potential interstellar war? Tony Stark, his fingers interlaced upon the conference table, displays traces of fatigue in his eyes, yet remains intensely focused. Your Highness, I comprehend your apprehension. The term potential indeed lacks persuasive weight. He shifts slightly, prompting the screen behind him to transition to a series of images. The ruins of the Battle of New York, Chitauri spacecraft, the colossal Leviathan, and the hauntingly profound wormhole. But these are not mere possibilities. They have transpired. The heroes of that war were the Avengers, yet the devastation was unprecedented. T'Challa's gaze sharpens. I must say, your very existence continually attracts trouble from the cosmos. Captain Steve Rogers interjects, his voice as steadfast and earnest as ever. We are not here to demand your vibranium. We seek to collaborate with you to establish a global defense system. This is not for America, nor for the Avengers, but for every individual on Earth. Chala falls silent, contemplating Steve, then Tony. Collaboration? He slowly shakes his head. You know nothing of Wakanda. Yet you ask us to relinquish the very foundation of our nation. Tony meets his gaze with unwavering resolve. Currently, a madman in a deep purple hue is traversing the universe, gathering 6 stones imbued with the power of creation. His aim is to obliterate half of all life. Madman's delusions, scoffs Okoye, the captain of the guard behind Chala. Is it? Tony's lips curl into a bittersweet smile. The wormhole over New York was opened by the power of one of those stones. And that madman is named Thanos. As the name Thanos escapes his lips, Chala's pupils momentarily constrict. Though Wakanda is reclusive, it is not isolated. Their intelligence network is far more formidable than the outside world surmises. They are not ignorant of this name. Thanos' army will soon descend upon Earth, targeting the remaining stones, Tony asserts, pausing to fix his penetrating gaze upon Chala. And should he succeed, you will witness your people vanish before your very eyes, regretting your indecision too late. A profound silence envelopes the conference room. Chala's breathing became somewhat labored. We require your strength. Tony's voice carried a note of weary sincerity. I do not seek your vibranium, but rather to purchase it. In exchange, I offer the entirety of Stark Industries' energy technology, artificial intelligence advancements, and all the knowledge I possess regarding future technological intelligence. Together, we shall forge an impenetrable armor for Earth. When war descends upon us, Wakanda shall no longer be an isolated isle, but rather the final bastion of human civilization. After a prolonged silence, Chala slowly spoke. I must confer with my father and the elders. Certainly. However, I personally agree in principle to initiate preliminary collaboration. No sooner had he finished speaking than a radiant beam of multicolored light suddenly illuminated the conference room from the floor-to-ceiling windows. Resembling a spear of divine retribution descending from the heavens, crashing heavily onto the building's helipad, the blinding brilliance caused everyone to squint. As the light dissipated, a formidable figure cloaked in red, wielding a hammer and an axe, materialized before them. Thor. Steve was the first to react. Before the glow of the Bifrost had completely faded, Thor strode into the meeting room with remarkable strides. His presence was more powerful than ever. With electric sparks flickering in his eyes, the Stormbreaker in his left hand radiated a celestial glow, while Mjolnir in his right remained steadfast as a mountain. Friends, I have returned. He cast a glance at Chala on the screen, offering a courteous nod, then placed a specially crafted container, pulsating with crimson light, upon the table. I have brought back the ether particles. The crowd immediately gathered around. Within the container, the scarlet energy flowed like liquid, as if imbued with life. Exuding a distorted and chaotic aura, merely gazing upon it induced a sensation of trepidation. This is the Infinity Stone? Tony's eyes sparkled with the fervor of a scientist encountering the unknown. A colossal green figure squeezed through, cautiously adjusting the glasses perched on his nose. An incredible form of energy, it appears to constantly alter its own physical laws. Bruce Banner's voice was gentle and intellectually rich, creating a striking contrast with his Hulk-sized physique. After extensive self-regulation and gamma-ray experimentation, he had finally succeeded in merging his intellect with Hulk's might, evolving into a new entity, the Green Doctor. It is the Reality Stone. Thor's voice was grave. It holds the power to transform all fantasies into reality, and can equally render all reality into nothingness. In the hands of Malekith, it nearly plunged the universe back into darkness. Can we use it against Thanos? Natasha inquired. For instance, to create a weapon specifically designed to counter him? Tony's mind was already racing. Or perhaps, we could directly alter reality to ensure his non-existence? No, Thor emphatically declared, asserting that the power of the Infinity Stones was beyond the grasp of mere mortals. To wield them forcefully would only result in being consumed by their overwhelming might. The notion of using a single stone to confront Thanos, who was on the brink of uniting all the stones, cast a pall over the group's enthusiasm. Indeed, they were faced with a cosmic tyrant poised to amass unparalleled power. The atmosphere grew heavy once more. If only Lin Shao were here, Clint Barton muttered instinctively. This sentiment fell like a stone into a tranquil lake, stirring ripples of nostalgia within all present. Memories of that enigmatic and formidable man surfaced. He always seemed to appear at the most critical junctures, employing unimaginable methods to resolve dilemmas. Yet now he was absent. Pengu, Tony softly called. I am here, Mr. Stark. Pengu's voice resonated within the conference room. Is there any news regarding Lin? Mr. Stark, Pangu replied with a tone of gravity. Ever since the detection of a fleeting surge of cosmic cube energy, there has been no subsequent information regarding him. The records of that energy's emergence have seemingly been expunged from time by a force of higher dimensions. Expunged? Steve furrowed his brow, perplexed. What does that imply? It suggests that it is as though he never existed at all, Pangu elucidated. Were it not for the existence of my core data backups, I might even suspect that the energy fluctuation was merely a figment of my imagination. A collective gasp echoed in the room. The capability to erase a person's existence from the fabric of time hinted at a power that transcended their comprehension. What has Lin encountered? Tony murmured. The anxiety he had briefly set aside due to the collaboration with Wakanda now surging back, replaced by an overwhelming sense of dread. A profound silence enveloped the conference room. At that moment, Panga's voice broke the stillness once more. However, there may be a way to locate Mr. Lin. All eyes instantly turned towards the air in the center of the room, as if they could perceive the intangible artificial intelligence. The reality stone, Pangu articulated. Its essence lies in distorting and reshaping reality. Given that Mr. Lin's trace has been erased by some force, theoretically, we could harness the power of the reality stone to conduct a reverse trace of the temporal residue that has been obliterated, recreating the scene prior to his disappearance. Tony blinked in astonishment. Dr. Strange adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting a scarlet hue. Employing one cosmic principle to unravel another. This is theoretically feasible. The group exchanged glances, a glimmer of hope igniting among them. Chapter 73. The dark space. Stay here and relish the gradual consumption of your being by the encroaching darkness. As the voice fell, Lin Xiao moved. There was neither a furious roar nor any superfluous probing. In the face of an adversary of such caliber, any emotion would be a burden. He forcefully stepped back with his right foot. Boom. The runic ground beneath him erupted. The indomitable laws of darkness were momentarily fractured by this sheer physical force, creating a web-like pattern of cracks. A violently intense purple torrent surged forth from the epicenter of his fist, erupting with ferocity. It was neither a beam of energy nor a shockwave. It was the very essence of power, compressed to its utmost limit, capable of disintegrating stars, now concentrated within a single punch. Aimed directly at the enigmatic smile of Ancient One. Where his fist passed, the space emitted a lament of unbearable strain. Even the dark energies emanating from Dormammu were instantaneously evaporated, revealing a pathway of absolute vacuum. This punch could penetrate a neutron star. Yet, Ancient One's smile remained unchanged. She merely raised a hand, adorned with a ring radiating an eerie green glow. The time stone. Buzz. An invisible ripple expanded from the center of her palm. The purple fist of force, powerful enough to tear dimensions asunder, abruptly halted less than half a meter from her face. Following this, an absurd scene unfolded. The purple torrent began to retract, the shattered ground swiftly restored, and the evaporated dark energy recoalesced. Everything flowed backward at a visibly rapid pace. Lin Zhao's fist, uncontrollably pushed by an unseen force, returned to its initial position before the strike. Time was reversed. Futile. Dormammu's voice, laced with mockery, echoed throughout the confinement. In this cage, time is defined by me. Once you enter this prison, there is no escape. Lin Xiao retracted his fist. Then let the winds howl. With a thought, another distinct source of formidable power awakened within him. The space stone. A profound blue luminescence enveloped him, as if draping him in a garment woven from the cosmos. The space surrounding him began to warp and fold, a nascent wormhole to the outside world rapidly taking shape. This was the power bestowed upon him by the space stone. Transcending distance and traversing dimensions. As long as this formation existed within the universe, he would undoubtedly discover a weak point in space and forcibly tear open a passageway. I said it is futile. Just as the blue wormhole was on the verge of completion, the walls and ground erupted with the eerie purple-black runes, glowing fiercely. Hiss! It was as if a glowing iron brand were plunged into cold water. The newly formed spatial passage, upon making contact with the radiant patterns of magic, collapsed instantaneously, dissipating into countless shattered blue motes of light. Lin Zhao's body trembled. This magical array was not merely a confinement. It temporarily severed this space from the dimensional laws of the entire universe. Within this realm, the principles of space were rewritten by the runes left behind by the Ancient One and the dark power of Dormammu. Lin Zhao's spatial authority found no anchor from which to draw strength. It was akin to a swimmer cast into a pool devoid of water. Do you see? Dormammu's voice dripped with condescension and malice. This is the masterpiece of that woman, the Ancient One, crafted with the wisdom of her entire life, a perfect dimensional paradox space, from which one cannot emerge once ensnared. She intended to use it to banish me forever, yet now it has become your own tomb. Surrender, mortal. Everything you possess here is but a jest. A viscous darkness surged forth from all directions once more, but this time, it was no longer a mere probing. It bore the intent to devour all, transforming into countless twisted tendrils that coiled around Lin Xiao. His breath caught momentarily. He sensed that these dark appendages carried a corrosive essence that penetrated his very soul. It was tainting his own energy, eroding his will. There was no time to delay. Lin Xiao's gaze sharpened with newfound resolve. If singular force proved ineffective, then he would merge them. His left hand ignited with a profound blue hue, while his right hand blazed with a destructive purple flame. Space and power, two primordial forces of the universe, began to converge under his will in an unprecedented spiral. Oh, Dormammu observed with keen interest, seemingly relishing the prey's final struggles. Lin Xiao disregarded the taunts, thrusting his converging hands forward with great force. This time, there was no cataclysmic display. A fist-sized orb of intertwined blue and purple light quietly hovered before him. Within the orb, the purple force law was frantically tearing apart, while the blue spatial law continually folded. The rifts in space were filled with power, and the raging force was confined by space. Go, Lin Xiao commanded in a low voice. The blue-purple singularity emitted no sound, appearing instantaneously before the barrier of the magical array at a speed that transcended light and logic. Then, it collided with the barrier. Boom! The entire circular chamber trembled violently, as if it were a star on the verge of explosion. The purple-black runes on the wall flickered with an unprecedented brightness. Emitting a piercing shriek, a rare gravity appeared on Dormammu's face, which belonged to the Ancient One. At the center of the singularity explosion, space was utterly torn apart, and power was unleashed chaotically. A pitch-black void, from which not even light could escape, emerged. Hope surged. A gleam flashed in Lin Xiao's eyes, and he was about to plunge into that opening. But at that moment, Dormammu's cold voice echoed. In this space, everything is under my control. A flash of green light ensued. The violently trembling room instantly calmed, the frantically flickering runes returned to their original state, and the black void that had been blasted open vanished as if it had never existed. Everything returned to the moment before the singularity explosion. Lin Xiao's figure remained frozen in a forward charge. A splendid attempt, but the outcome will remain unchanged. The dark tendrils finally ensnared Lin Xiao's body. Cold, viscous, and laden with countless negative whispers, they burrowed feverishly into his skin. Lin Xiao let out a muffled groan, feeling his strength being tainted and assimilated. In the ocean of his consciousness, a multitude of frantic murmurs surfaced, tempting him to succumb and urging him to surrender. Conventional methods had utterly failed. Power would be reversed, and space would be isolated. Any physical attack was rendered meaningless in the face of time that could be infinitely retraced. Dormammu merely needed to stand here, utilizing its dark dimensional energy to slowly digest him. This was a deadlock. A hint of blur began to cloud Lin Xiao's consciousness. Just then, a flash of lightning suddenly illuminated the darkness deep within his mind. Dimensional Guardian, you have grasped the fundamental laws. You can now begin to glimpse the mysteries of the dimension. Dimension, Guardian. In the final moment before being consumed by darkness, Lin Xiao's gaze refocused. He closed his eyes, immersing his entire being deep within his consciousness. He began to sense, to feel this stripped-away dimension. Chapter 74, Vibranium 6 months later. Avengers Tower. Top-floor laboratory. This place was no longer the realm of Tony Stark alone. The air was thick with the rich aroma of coffee, the subtle sweetness of machine oil, and a peculiar metallic scent reminiscent of rain-soaked grass. It was the distinctive fragrance of vibranium being sliced by high-energy particle beams. Beyond the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, the morning light of New York endeavored to pierce through the clouds, casting a golden glow. Yet within the laboratory, more resplendent than sunlight was the cascade of data flowing across hundreds of holographic projection screens. Power levels surged to 93%, with energy conduction remaining stable. A gentle yet profound voice resonated. Dr. Green, the perfected form of Bruce Banner, was meticulously fine-tuning the virtual keyboard with his enormous green fingers, his movements embodying a peculiar harmony with his colossal physique, while the specially designed glasses perched upon his nose reflected the ethereal blue glow of the data. Shuri, is the vibranium molecular structure of the core matrix still holding up? Tony's voice emerged, slightly hoarse after more than 72 hours of continuous work. His eyes were sunken, yet within the depths of those caramel irises burned an almost frenzied flame. He was nearly suspended in a floating chair, facing a metallic prototype undergoing reconstruction. Mr. Stark, please have a little faith in Wakandan technology and me, came a youthful and confident female voice over the communication channel. Within the holographic projection, Princess Shuri of Wakanda stood in her futuristic laboratory, clad in a pristine white lab coat, her hands adorned with specially designed vibranium gloves, remotely synchronizing the molecular recomposition matrix in New York. The energy absorption properties of vibranium were being reactivated by the amplification characteristics of the divine metal. They were not in opposition, but rather in resonance. It was nothing short of a cosmic poem. I only care whether this poem can withstand Thanos' snap, Tony murmured under his breath, inputting the final set of commands. With a low hum, the metallic prototype, which had initially appeared dark silver, suddenly erupted into a dazzling golden radiance upon the central forge. The light was not blinding. Rather, it possessed a warm, gentle quality. Countless intricate golden patterns flowed and intertwined across the surface of the metal like living entities, ultimately stabilizing to form a peculiar material that lay between metal and crystal. It was dark and muted, yet refracted myriad star-like golden specks from every facet. Tony slowly rose from his chair and approached the forge. He extended his hand, fingertips lightly grazing the surface of the newly birthed metal. It bore no coldness. Instead, there was a comforting warmth, as if he were cradling a gem brimming with the essence of life. We succeeded. Dr. Green adjusted his glasses, his voice resonating with a sense of profound relief. We have redefined the fusion ratio of divine metal and vibranium, creating an entirely new material. It needs a name. Shuri's voice brimmed with excitement. Tony's gaze deepened as he stared at this masterpiece, the culmination of their relentless efforts. It not only merged the pinnacle of Earth's technologies, but also embodied their hope in the battle against impending doom. The indomitable nature of vibranium. The energy characteristics of the divine metal. Tony murmured, since the vibranium content is higher, let us name it Vibranium God Metal. Vibranium God Metal. A name that is both straightforward and resoundingly powerful. I am fond of this name, Shuri chuckled softly. Tony, however, did not share her amusement. He grasped a nearby particle disintegration gun, adjusted it to maximum power, and without hesitation aimed it at the piece of vibranium God Metal. With a swift sound, a beam of blue energy capable of instantly melting through an aircraft carrier's deck struck fiercely against the surface of the vibranium God Metal. Yet, the anticipated cataclysmic explosion did not ensue. The violent energy beam was entirely absorbed upon contact with the metal's golden patterns, producing no sound, no spark. The entire piece of metal merely glimmered momentarily before reverting to its original state, its temperature unchanged. A flawless absorption and transformation of energy. Dr. Green meticulously recorded the data, his tone brimming with admiration. Its physical defense surpassed that of original vibranium, and its energy resistance reached an unfathomable level. Let us not squander time. Tony turned and snapped his fingers. On the other side of the laboratory, a massive alloy door slid open silently. A row of cold metallic figures emerged, their menacing outlines illuminated by the dim lighting, Chitauri soldiers. Yet, they were not the frail cannon fodder from the Battle of New York. These were AI combat robots manufactured by Stark Industries utilizing the technology provided by Lin Shao. And now, they were on the brink of a transformative evolution. The assembly line activated, shaping, installing, and enveloping pieces of vibranium God Metal onto the skeletal frames of these AI Chitauri soldiers. Their once drab biological shells were replaced with gleaming new armor radiating a dark golden sheen. With the vibranium God Metal armor, our Steel Legion would finally possess the means to confront Thanos' vanguard head-on. Tony gazed at his creation, a flicker of solace crossing his eyes. This was the armor he forged for Earth, more resilient than ever before. However, this was not the culmination of his undivided efforts over the past 6 months. Traversing the area filled with AI soldiers, at the depths of the laboratory lay a special chamber safeguarded by triple energy shields and physically isolating doors. The light here was dim, the only stable illumination emanating from a gigantic circular device at the center of the room. The structure of the device was exceedingly intricate, merging Stark Industries' Arc-Reactor technology, Wakandan vibranium energy stabilization technology, and even Asgardian runic technology borrowed from Thor. At the core of the device, within a specially crafted container, a swirling, crimson liquid energy pulsed and writhed, ether particles, the reality stone. Through the thick, heavy energy containment field, the chaotic and disorderly aura, which seemed poised to upend all understanding, remained unmistakably audible. The final adjustments to the tracking device had been completed. Dr. Green entered, his expression far more grave than during the earlier tests of the vibranium. Theoretically, it was capable of focusing the power of the reality stone into a probe, piercing into that portion of the river of time that had been erased. Tony approached the control console, his hands hovering above the activation interface, yet he refrained from pressing it immediately. His breath was somewhat hurried. 6 months had passed. A full 6 months without any word from Lin Xiao. That man had streaked through their lives like a brilliant comet, only to vanish without a trace. Within the core database of Pangu, that forcibly erased record was their sole clue, a trace of a person's existence excised directly from the fabric of time. The mere thought of such a method sent a chill of existential dread coursing through Tony's very soul. They were oblivious to what Lin Xiao had encountered, unaware of the adversary he faced, and uncertain if he was even still alive. This device represented their only hope. Tony, Dr. Green's voice was grave. We must be aware that forcibly leveraging the power of the reality stone carries immense risks. It could tear reality apart, or perhaps yield nothing at all, potentially leading us to irrevocably lose this singular lead. I understand. Tony closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. Countless images flashed through his mind. The man descending from the heavens during the Battle of New York, effortlessly shattering the Leviathan with a single punch. He recalled the future technologies he had left behind in Stark Tower, many of which still eluded complete analysis. Pangu. Lock onto the time coordinates of the last detected anomalous energy fluctuations. Coordinates locked, Mr. Stark. Pangu's voice resonated through the room, tinged with a barely perceptible mechanical tension. Shuri. Prepare for remote energy synchronization. Ready to commence at any moment, Mr. Stark. The energy matrix from Wakanda will ensure absolute stability in the output. Tony opened his eyes. The hesitation dissipated, replaced by a resolute determination. He gazed at the swirling crimson ether within the container, then firmly pressed the activation button. Buzz. The entire apparatus was instantaneously activated. A torrent of energy surged into the core. The reality stone, that infinite gem symbolizing the true authority of the universe, had finally been awakened once more after a prolonged slumber. The crimson energy began to seethe violently, transforming from a liquid into countless flickering scarlet points of light, each shimmer rewriting the physical laws of its surroundings. Chapter 75. Gamora captured. Cold and silent. The charred remnants and twisted metal formed a hellish tableau. The air was thick with the acrid scent of burnt energy, mingled with a faint, sweet metallic tang of blood. Quill's cheek pressed against the frigid alloy deck, the mingled sense of rust and blood invading his nostrils. He struggled to lift his head, his vision distorted and blurry. Drax lay nearby, his sturdy frame marred by fissured wounds, each breath emitting a sound akin to a shattered bellows. Rocket's fur was singed in patches as he lay on the ground, his fingers futilely clawing at the surface, his once vibrant eyes now filled with humiliation and despair. Groot, the small tree-like being, was pinned to the wall by an invisible force. His branches fractured, tender green, leaves withered and curled. A colossal shadow loomed over the entire bridge. The source of this shadow was a titan seated upon a makeshift throne. His skin was a deep purple, and the lines on his jaw resembled a parched riverbed. He did not rise, nor did he make any unnecessary movements, merely sitting there. He emanated a terrifying pressure potent enough to crush stars. His left hand was adorned with a golden metallic gauntlet, upon which a gem pulsated slowly, the Mind Stone. Transported away by Lin Xiao. This radiance was not merely illuminating. It was an insidious mental erosion, a crushing force upon one's will. It rendered every rebellious thought of Quill's discernible in its nascence, only to be obliterated. Thanos' gaze swept past the defeated, settling upon the sole figure still standing, Gamora. Her body was tense, hands gripping the now-defunct dagger, her knuckles whitening from the strain. No fear graced her face, only a serene calm infused with hatred and resolve. Look at your friends, my daughter. Thanos' voice resonated, deep and steady, devoid of emotional ripples, yet thickening the already sparse air within the bridge. They are brave. Yet bravery cannot alter reality. He raised his left hand, adorned with the Infinity Gauntlet, and casually gestured. Groot, pinned to the wall, emitted a pained groan, his branches beginning to disintegrate inch by inch. No. Rocket's shrill cry pierced the air. Stop. Gamora's voice was hoarse as she finally moved, stepping forward. Thanos' motion ceased. The disintegration of Groot was halted, yet he remained bound by an unseen force, his life force dwindling to a mere whisper. What do you want? Gamora inquired, each word seeming to be forced through clenched teeth. Thanos' gaze remained fixed upon her visage. Come back, return to my side. Quill struggled to rise, exerting every ounce of strength to prop himself up, bellowing at the purple titan, you shall not take her away. Thanos slightly turned his head, his eyes finally landing on Quill. In the next instant, an irresistible force seized Quill's mind. There was no sound, no light, only a torrent of pure, frigid, colossal information flooding his consciousness. His body froze, pupils dilated, mouth agape, yet no sound escaped his lips. His soul screamed, but his flesh was stripped of any power to respond. A mere noisy mortal. Thanos averted his gaze, as if he had merely crushed a bug beneath his heel. He looked once more at Gamora. Your choice determines their fate. This statement was light, yet bore the weight of 1,000 mountains. Gamora's shoulders trembled violently. She glanced at Quill, paralyzed by the mental onslaught, then at the barely breathing Drax and Groot, and finally, her eyes met Rocket's, filled with desperate pleading. She closed her eyes. When she reopened them, the light had extinguished from her verdant irises. I will go with you, but you must release them. The corners of Thanos' mouth, etched with deep lines, softened slightly. Of course. He rose to his feet. His colossal form exuded an inexpressible sense of oppression. He strode toward Gamora, each step causing the fractured deck to groan under immense weight. Ignoring the others, he approached Gamora directly, extending his unloved right hand. His movements were slow, almost clumsily gentle. Gamora remained still, allowing that massive hand to grasp her arm. We have a long journey ahead. Thanos' voice resonated in her ear. Half of the universe's life awaits our salvation. The remaining stones are on Earth. Once we gather them all, balance shall be restored. Earth. The words seared into the hearts of every survivor on the bridge like a branding iron. Quill's body jolted, breaking free from that mental confinement. Gasping for breath as sweat soaked his brow, he saw Thanos dragging Gamora toward the damaged section of the bridge. Gamora, he shouted, struggling to rush forward. A furry hand tightly clutched his pant leg. It was Rocket. Don't go, Quill. Rocket's voice quivered with anguish. You'll die? However, he could only see the figures of Thanos and Gamora vanish behind the ship's hatch. In the next moment, the engines roared as the colossal vessel tore through the fabric of space, disappearing without a trace. No Quill collapsed to the ground, his fist striking the stone-laden surface with a resounding thud, blood spilling forth. In the ruins, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Just before being pulled in, Gamora turned back, her gaze sweeping over everyone before settling upon Quill's face. Her lips moved soundlessly. Quill understood. She was saying, forget me. Then, her figure, along with that of the purple titan, vanished through the portal. The vortex sealed shut. Within the bridge, only a deathly stillness remained. Cough, cough. Quill struggled to rise. His eyes fixed on the place where the portal had disappeared, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms. That bastard Rocket emerged from beneath a metal panel. Brushing off the dust and picking up a broken weapon part, his eyes filled with fierce determination. He took Gamora away. Drax pushed aside the rubble encasing him and stood, a grievous wound visible on his chest. He uttered Earth. All eyes converged upon him. We must go save her. Quill's voice was hoarse yet resolute. Rocket examined the main control system amidst the wreckage of the ship, the screen flashing with countless red alerts. The main engine was irreparably damaged. Yet the backup jump engine was still functional for one last use. Chapter 76. Defending against the external threat dim and frigid. This was the unchanging tone of the bridge of the Sanctuary 2. The metallic floor reflected the faint light of stardust, while the air, filtered by the circulation system, bore no impurities or warmth. Upon the throne, Thanos loomed, unyielding. He raised his left hand. The infinity gauntlet forged from URU metal adorned with two gems radiating starkly different luminescence. The yellow mind stone shone with a piercing brilliance, as if encapsulating the cognitive networks of all sentient beings in the universe. Each flicker resembled a silent tempest of thought. The orange soul stone, on the other hand, exuded a profound and restrained glow, its radiance tethered within by an invisible force. Merely gazing upon it invoked a chilling sensation, as if one's soul were being extracted and scrutinized. Thanos was not clad in his heavy armor. His gaze lingered long upon the soul stone, his once all-consuming eyes now imbued with an unfathomable complexity. We have arrived, my master. A gaunt figure emerged from the shadows, silently kneeling before him. It is the ebony throat, whose demeanor is exceedingly humble, yet his voice resonates with an unmistakable fervor. The Earth lies before us. This obstinate planet is finally poised to receive the purification it so rightfully deserves. Thanos remained silent, merely gazing at the celestial body. Stubbornness is both the most lamentable and the most admirable trait of intelligent life. A cruel smile graces the lips of the ebony throat. In the face of absolute power, stubbornness is but a different manifestation of fragility. You have mastered the essence of soul and spirit. The truths of the universe bow before you. Their so-called resistance is merely inconsequential noise before the final movement of the symphony. Thanos does not respond. He rises, his immense form casting a shadow that envelopes the ebony throat entirely. He strides to the colossal viewport, overlooking the tranquil sphere suspended in the dark cosmos. It is not so simple. Do not forget that you previously stumbled here. The ebony throat lowers his head further. Thanos disregards him and continues. I have already afforded them an opportunity. I have revealed the mandate of the universe. Now, it is time for the final correction. He raises his left hand. and the brilliance of the gem suddenly intensifies, its blinding light piercing through the bridge like a divine revelation. Convey my orders. Let it commence. Simultaneously, in Earth's near-orbit defense perimeter, the highest authority monitoring satellite, designated Eye of Heaven 01, detects an anomalous spatial reading within a millisecond. The alarm system of the Weilentang Valley Joint Space Station is instantly activated. The piercing shriek of the alarm shatters the tranquility of the control center. Alert! Alert! Unidentified high-energy spatial transition detected. Coordinates locked. Exterior of Jupiter's orbit. On a vast holographic projection wall, the star map representing the solar system is instantly stained a deep crimson. A colossal, irregular dark purple mark materializes out of thin air, intruding into this meticulously monitored airspace with an aggressive demeanor. Energy characteristic analysis underway. Database matching. Match failed. Model reconstruction in progress. Celestial scale. Massachusetts. Unable to compute. Warning. The target is moving towards Earth at high velocity. Avengers headquarters. At the top floor of Stark Tower, the Operations Command Center. The faces around the immense circular conference table are grave with utmost seriousness. He has arrived. Tony Stark's voice was hoarse as he fixated on the ever-enlarging purple mark on the central screen. The joints of his metallic arm turning pale from the pressure of his grip. Energy signal confirmed. Princess Shuri, sister of Black Panther T'Challa, danced her fingers over the virtual keyboard, a blur of motion as torrents of data surged before her eyes. The signal source exhibited a correlation with the energy fluctuations of the Chitauri mothership during the battle for New York. Yet its intensity was magnitudes greater, exceeding that of the earlier confrontation by tens of thousands of times. She paused, calling forth another set of data. Simultaneously, two known responses to the energy of the Infinity Stones were detected. The Mind Stone, and another, designated as unknown in the database. Yet aligning closely with the energy signature of the Soul Stone, as per the information provided by Mr. Lin. 2 stones. He had acquired 2 of them. What is the status of the fleet? Captain America's voice shattered the silence, his gaze sweeping across everyone present, resolute and steady. The Aegis system is now activated, Shuri replied. All Sentinel-class attack ships are at full combat readiness. Shuri lifted her gaze, her eyes sparkling with brilliance and the pride of an engineer. Excellent. Stark rose, his combat helmet automatically enveloping his face, leaving only his eyes aglow with a blue luminescence. We cannot allow the battlefield to unfold on Earth. This time, we take the initiative. His voice resonated through the communication channels, reaching secret bunkers and launch silos across the globe. We will transfer the battlefield to outer space, confronting the enemy beyond our atmosphere. As his words lingered in the air, deep within the jungles of Wakanda, a colossal gate disguised as a mountain began to slowly open. Beneath the deserts of North America, quicksand cascaded away like a waterfall, revealing an unfathomable launch tunnel. On the azure surface of the Pacific Ocean, a massive vortex materialized, the waters parting under an unseen force. New spacecraft, resplendent and pristine, ascended from these concealed alcoves. Their forms were both peculiar and elegant, embodying a harmonious contradiction. The hulls, reminiscent of Chitauri biowarships, bore a streamlined framework, cloaked in dark silver armor that pulsed with a breathing texture. Between the seams of the armor flowed faint blue energy patterns. The vigorous power supplied by miniature arc-reactors. Instead of traditional wings, pairs of appendages akin to insect limbs extended from the sides of the vessels, their tips shimmering with energetic blades. The first aircraft quivered slightly, the biological tissue beneath its wings contracted instantaneously before it erupted forth. It transformed into a streak of black lightning, soaring vertically and piercing through the clouds. Following it were the second and third vessels. They were life forms. They were technology. They are the war beasts endowed with unified combat AI. Thousands of such Sentinel attack ships form a steel torrent that spans the horizon. They emit no thunderous roar, only a deep, resonant hum, akin to the heartbeat of a colossal creature. Under the watchful gaze of countless eyes on the ground, this newly forged fleet belonging to Earth unhesitatingly breaks free from the confines of the atmosphere. Outer space, a deathly silence. On one side looms the vast fleet, led by the Sanctum II. Each warship resembles a mobile fortress, forcibly assembled from crude obsidian and rusted steel, exuding a savage, heavy geometric aesthetic. They hover in silence, emitting no light, no sound, yet they appear as a slowly advancing continent of death, poised to engulf the starry realms ahead. On the other side, the Sentinel fleet of Earth stands in stark contrast, an array of thousands of aircraft, each distinct from the other. They possess an insect-like organic texture, their dark silver exoskeletons reflecting a cold, hard sheen of metal and keratin under the distant light of the stars. Between the seams of the exoskeleton, pale blue energy patterns flicker in a rhythmic breath, a manifestation of their heartbeat, the pulse of miniature arc-reactors. In Stark Tower, the command center, Tony Stark stands before a vast holographic star map. His armored visor has closed, revealing only a pair of azure electronic eyes that reflect the deep purple blotches representing the enemy forces. Suri, delegate the Unified Combat AI Authority to each squadron of 100 ships. His voice resonates through an encrypted channel, reaching the control center in Wakanda with clarity. Understood. Princess Suri's fingers dance over the virtual keyboard, inputting the final command. AI Authority delegated. Tony's electronic eyes narrow slightly. Then, let the battle commence. The moment the order is issued, the silent cosmic battlefield comes to life. The Sentinel fleet stirs. They do not engage in any conventional barrage. Instead, the entire array surges forward in unison. Thousands of aircraft instantly disperse, transforming into streaks of silver light, charging towards Thanos' formidable fleet with a bizarre cadence that defies traditional aerospace mechanics. Boom. The first Sentinel fighter passes in a blur beside a Chitauri cruiser. On the flank of the cruiser, a smooth incision, spanning 100 meters, materialized seemingly out of thin air, with vibrant sparks erupting from the internal energy conduits. At the moment of completion, the Sentinel's fighter jet executed an astonishing angular maneuver, deftly evading the artillery fire from 3 enemy ships positioned behind. The Sentinel fleet surged forth like sharks penetrating a flock of sheep, entirely forsaking the ineffective long-range bombardment strategy, transforming themselves into the sharpest of weapons. The energy blades on either side of their hulls surged to maximum power, darting through the clumsy formations of the enemy vessels, each pass leaving gaping wounds that exposed the very bones of their targets. The Chitauri's gunfire spiraled aimlessly through the cosmos, struggling to lock onto these elusive entities. In stark contrast, the attacks from the Sentinel fighters were precise and lethal, targeting the enemy's engines, bridges, and weapon systems, each strike yielding maximum devastation. In a mere 3 minutes, over 50 cruisers of the Thanos fleet were dismembered, incapacitated, or detonated. The purple explosions of energy and the storm of metal debris formed a magnificent backdrop to the graceful maneuvers of the Sentinel fleet. On the bridge of the Sanctum II, the gaunt face of Ebony Maw bore an expression of uncontainable astonishment for the first time. He gazed out the viewport at the rapidly collapsing battlefield. The combat tactics exhibited by the Earth fighters transcended his comprehension. How could they possess such technology? Upon his throne, Thanos remained impassive. Slowly, he raised his left hand, silencing Ebony Maw's voice. The golden gauntlet, adorned with URU metal, glimmered as the orange gem, the Soul Stone, ignited with a subdued brilliance. Its glow was not blinding. Rather, it was profound and restrained, emanating an irresistible gravitational pull that seemed to consume all in its path. It mattered not. Their struggles were ultimately futile. He gently clenched his fist. The radiance of the Soul Stone expanded instantaneously, not as a wave of energy or a physical assault, but as an intangible rhythm that transcended space and matter, a command rooted in the fundamental laws of the universe. On the battlefield, the Avengers and agents, reveling in their preliminary victory, witnessed an unforgettable spectacle. The remnants of the warships they had just destroyed began to tremble in the vastness of space. Twisted metal plates were torn apart by an unseen force from within. A charred arm, belonging to a Chitauri soldier, emerged from the wreckage, grasping the fragmented hull. Soon after, a second and a third arm followed. Those bodies that should have disintegrated in the explosion, those torsos severed by energy blades, those flesh and blood vaporized by intense heat. All were reassembling, writhing back to life. A Zatorian soldier, bisected by a Sentinel's razor-sharp blade, drags its dismembered spine and entrails, crawling across the cold metallic wreckage with its arms. Within its hollow eye sockets, a faint violet luminescence rekindles. A Leviathan, half its body obliterated, witnesses its remaining flesh and tissue proliferate with frenzied vigor, its bones emitting a cacophony of cracking sounds. As it reassembles into an even more grotesque and sinister form in mere seconds, they emerge from their graves. They rise from death. What is that? A young Wakandan cries out in terror over the communication channel. They have come back to life. Open fire. Do not allow them to approach. Captain America's command reverberates through the command center, reaching every combat unit. A barrage of concentrated energy fire rains down once more, accurately striking a crawling Zatorian soldier. The energy beam pierces its chest, leaving a gaping, smoke-emitting void. Yet, it merely shudders before relentlessly continuing to crawl forward on its arms, devoid of pain, fear, or thought. Only the most primal instinct for slaughter, forcibly infused by the Soul Stone, remains. Warning. Sentinel Hull 117 has been breached. Suri's face turns ashen. On the holographic display, a Sentinel attack vessel is swarmed by those resurrected dead. They claw, bite, and utilize every part of their bodies to frantically rend the dark silver hull. The energy patterns on the hull flicker violently. Each scratch ignites a burst of energy sparks. However, the sheer number of the dead is overwhelming. They swarm like a relentless plague, countless and insatiable. Shake them off. Tony bellows. The Sentinel ship begins to roll violently, attempting to dislodge these corpses. Yet, one cadaver drives a bony spike firmly into the seam of the hull, remaining immovable despite the vessel's maneuvers. It opens its mouth, emitting a silent roar, and then its entire body explodes. A purple, intensely corrosive mass of flesh and blood rapidly envelopes the area of the hull like a virulent plague. The dark silver shell disintegrates at a visible rate, eroding away. A breach appears. More of the dead surge through this opening, flooding into the interior of the Sentinel ship. Moments later, the energy patterns of the vessel extinguish. It becomes a cold coffin, adrift in the void of space. The Earth fleet, once basking in absolute superiority, now finds itself ensnared in a desperate struggle against this undaunted army of the dead. The scales of victory, in a manner most despairing, have once again tilted towards Thanos. The battlefield has once more descended into a stalemate, even beginning to lean unfavorably for Earth. In that moment, a ripple suddenly disrupted the fabric of space at the edge of the battlefield. A jump wormhole opened without warning. A ship, appearing tattered and adorned with garish flame motifs, burst forth from the wormhole accompanied by the raucous strains of rock music. "Oh, it seems we have arrived just in time for the party." Quill's voice resonated over the public channel, tinged with a hint of levity. The ship's turrets whirled madly, unleashing a torrent of fire upon a Chitauri warship. "You fool. Turn off the music. It will expose us." Rocket Raccoon's furious roar followed suit. "I am Drax. The Guardians of the Galaxy are joining the fray." Chapter 78. Decapitation Operation. That wild and untamed rock music cleaved through the symphony of death and despair that enveloped the battlefield, much like a rusty chainsaw. Stark Tower. Command Center. Beneath the visor of Tony Stark's armor, the electronic eye locked onto the bright yellow dot representing the Milano, careening wildly across the holographic star map. Who the hell is playing Cherry Bomb on the battlefield? Identity verification. Milano. The voice of Friday conveyed a hint of confusion, as there were no records in the database. But they are attacking Thanos' fleet. Attacking? Tony's electronic eye magnified a segment of the battlefield. That flamboyantly painted ship evaded the suicidal charges of the undead soldiers with a chaotic yet remarkably cunning maneuver. Its turrets spat forth energy beams, each shot striking precisely at the joints or energy cores of the resurrected dead, exhibiting astonishing efficiency. Yet it was futile. The scales of the battlefield remained unyieldingly balanced. The number of the undead army appeared inexhaustible. A Sentinel attack ship had just severed a resurrected Leviathan beast into 3 pieces with its energy blade. In the next instant, twisted bone spikes and proliferating flesh emerged from each segment, transforming into 3 smaller, more frenzied monstrosities that clung tenaciously to the Sentinel's shell. More undead surged forth, tearing with claws, slamming their bodies, and dissolving armor with the highly corrosive blood from their self-destructive explosions. The energy patterns of the Sentinel ship flickered frantically before ultimately dimming. Another cold coffin. "We are providing him with ammunition." The voice of Captain America reverberated in the command center, heavy enough to make the very air tremble. All eyes converged upon him. With each assault and every act of destruction, he forges anew his legion of soldiers. He gestured towards the star map, where the enemy units, once obliterated, flickered back to life, their luminous dots rapidly spreading like a contagion, threatening to engulf the silver points representing our forces. "We cannot continue to engage from the outside. Thanos' fleet has relentlessly pushed Earth's vessels into retreat." Milano Communications Channel. "Quill, to your left. Those mindless skeletons are about to collide." The roar of Rocket Raccoon nearly threatened to overturn the cockpit. "Calm down, everything is under control." Quill yanked the joystick sharply, executing a graceful roll that narrowly evaded a cluster of debris while simultaneously blasting them into fragments. Yet, those remnants writhed in the void, coalescing, rapidly reassembling into several twisted forms. "Damn it," Quill cursed. These fiends seemed never-ending. "We need a new strategy." Rocket screamed, "That purple potato. As long as he's aboard, we can never finish this fight." He slammed his hand on the control panel. "We must board, find him directly, and decapitate that oversized head." This wild notion crystallized almost simultaneously in the command center on Earth. The captain was right. Tony Stark shut off the battlefield imagery. leaving only the ominous purple beacon representing the Sanctuary 2 on the holographic star map. It loomed like a colossal heart suspended within the solar system, each pulse emanating an inexhaustible tide of death. All of our tactics and technologies were predicated on the principle of destroying the enemy. Yet now, the very act of destruction had become the source of the enemy's power. Shuri's complexion paled as the cascading data before her incessantly updated the losses sustained by their forces. Each fluctuation in the numbers signified the silence of a sentinel, the deactivation of countless AI combat units. Their once proud steel torrent was being mercilessly consumed by a sea of the undead. This cannot continue. Black Panther T'Challa stepped forward, his gaze piercing as it swept over everyone present. The warriors of Wakanda stood ready for sacrifice, but we must not engage in futile martyrdom. Silence. A stifling quiet enveloped the command center. Outside, the Earth's azure silhouette appeared tranquil and serene, heartbreakingly beautiful. Yet above this serenity, a war determining its very existence spiraled towards failure in the most despairing manner. There is a way. Captain America's voice shattered the oppressive stillness. He stepped into the center of the circular conference table, the gaze of all present fixed upon him. He concentrated all his strength on the notion of resurrection. His fleet and his army of the dead were mere extensions of his will. This signified that, from beginning to end, there was but one true adversary. He extended a finger and emphatically tapped the core of the purple mark, Thanos himself. Tony's electronic eye flickered, and in an instant, he comprehended Steve's intent, a decapitation strike. Indeed, Steve's gaze was as steadfast as granite. The surrounding battle had become meaningless, merely a colossal meat grinder. We must assemble the most elite team, circumvent the front lines, and penetrate directly into Sanctum 2. Thor remained silently poised in the corner, his Stormbreaker sensing its master's battle fervor, with electric sparks beginning to dance along the blade. I should have done this long ago. His voice rumbled like suppressed thunder, reverberating within his skull. This is exceedingly perilous. Dr. Banner adjusted his glasses, his face etched with concern. The defense systems within Sanctum 2 remained unknown, and we do not even know the location of the main bridge. This is tantamount to walking into a trap. Every plan carries risk, Banner. Natasha Romanoff interjected, her voice calm and clear, yet at this moment, the option with the least risk is the one that appears the most insane. Hawkeye Barton leaned against the wall, silently inspecting his quiver, his actions speaking volumes. I can locate him. The Scarlet Witch, Wanda Maximoff, approached, her eyes unusually focused. I can feel his mind stone. That power. It is like a beacon in the cosmos, brimming with arrogance and malice. As long as I draw near, I can guide you. Captain America surveyed the group, absorbing each person's expression. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon Tony Stark. I will control the ship to cover you. Tony placed his hand on the console. Steve nodded. He was acutely aware of the peril inherent in this mission, yet they had no alternative. Chapter 79. Inside the ship, Tony's voice resonated in the communication channel, tinged with a hint of static, yet as steady as granite. The nest is empty. Little birds, prepare to leave the nest. 3, 2. Steve did not wait for the final countdown. He secured his shield firmly to his arm. The sound of the metal clasp locking was the only mechanical noise within the small stealth vessel. 1. Tony's voice fell. The entire universe seemed to ignite in that moment. Outside the observation window of the stealth vessel, the once ominous void, dominated by the remnants of sentinels and the spectral warplanes, was suddenly illuminated by the blinding glow of hundreds of energy cores. This was Tony's Iron Legion, the last bastion of Earth's defense, now transformed into a resolute suicide squad. The cosmic battlefield, a silver river of the Sentinel fleet, had descended into madness. The formerly precise, efficient, and lethal shark swarm tactics were cast aside in an instant. Thousands of Sentinel aircraft abandoned their cutting strategies, instead maximizing their energy shields, charging forward like the most ferocious matadors, bravely confronting the resurrected undead army. In a desperate bid, one Sentinel aircraft detonated its weapon bay just as it was about to be consumed by a spectral leviathan. The battlefield erupted into a grand and chaotic display of fireworks. The collision of energies, the flicker of shields, and the senseless explosions illuminated the dark expanse of the starry realm. The enemy was completely captivated by Tony's strategy. Seizing the moment, Tony remotely controlled a Wakandan royal vessel, overloading its engines and transforming it into a shooting star, hurtling directly toward the most concentrated array of artillery on the Sanctum 2. Silence enveloped the scene. Only an instant of expansion, devouring all in its path, remained. A storm of destructive energy swept forth, violently rocking their stealth vessel, which groaned in agony. Hold on. Natasha's voice pierced through, her body firmly restrained by the seatbelt. Yet her gaze remained fixed on the tumultuous battlefield outside. Countless undead warplanes shifted direction, like an enraged swarm, charging toward the steel graveyard wrought from explosions and energy beams. The opportunity arose. At that very moment, the stealth vessel's engines shifted to silent mode, activating its optical camouflage to blend seamlessly into the profound cosmic background. It glided silently toward the iron giant known as Sanctum II. The closer it approached, the more its immense scale became apparent. It was not merely a ship. It was a moving continent, a black temple suspended in the sea of stars. The menacing gun ports on its hull were capable of obliterating entire cities. Between the armor's seams, dark purple energy coursed like the veins of a colossal beast. Steve could feel his heart pounding, heavy and powerful, echoing against his chest. "Found it," came Dr. Banner's voice from the cockpit, as his fingers traced a green trajectory on the holographic screen. A point of structural weakness, a consequence of the recent collision. The energy shield displayed a fleeting gap of 0.3 of a second. "We must seize it." The stealth vessel deftly executed a lateral slide, evading a massive fragment of the warship and accurately surged toward the designated coordinates. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. Upon Steve's retina, the cold and rugged metallic shell of the Temple II was reflected, growing ever closer. He could discern the minute indentations caused by micrometeorite impacts. This was the moment. The vessel jolted violently, as if traversing through a viscous liquid. Then, silence enveloped everything. The inferno and clamor outside were utterly severed, replaced by an oppressive stillness and darkness. They had arrived. The hatch slid open without a sound, allowing a mingled scent of rusted metal and ozone to permeate the air. Steve was the first to step out of the ship. The metal deck beneath his feet was icy and unyielding. It appeared to be a vast cargo corridor, soaring to an unseen ceiling, illuminated only by a few dim purple emergency lights in the distance, casting distorted shadows of all present. A low, resonant hum reverberated through the air, akin to the heartbeat of a colossal machine, stifling and suffocating. "Wanda." Steve's voice was soft yet elicited a faint echo in the expansive corridor. The Scarlet Witch nodded, advancing to the forefront of the group. She closed her eyes. Waves of crimson energy radiated from her, rippling outward like the surface of water. A force emanating from her psyche was silently scanning every inch of this steel labyrinth. "He is here." Wanda suddenly opened her eyes, pointing towards a direction deep within the corridor. In her pupils flickered a purple, burning flame. "I can feel that power." Her voice trembled, not from fear, but from the immense psychological pressure exerted by that force. "Pietro." Steve issued his second command. A silver-blue afterimage darted past him in an instant, leaving not a whisper of wind in its wake. Time seemed to suspend for a moment. Then, Pietro Maximoff reappeared in place, as if he had never departed. 300 meters ahead, turn right. At the end of the corridor, 2 guards await. Further ahead lies an energy relay station, patrolled by a 4-man team that passes every 72 seconds. His words flowed rapidly, articulating the reconnaissance information with clarity. "Their equipment is quite advanced, yet their focus is scattered." "Excellent." Steve's gaze swept over the group. Thor gripped his storm axe tightly, suppressing the electric charge in the blade, which emitted only the faintest crackle from within. Hawkeye Barton had already notched a specialized arrow, its tip crafted from a non-metallic composite, ensuring it would not trigger any metal detectors. Natasha's figure nearly merged with the shadows, her breathing steady and elongated, akin to a panther poised for the hunt. "Action." At Steve's command, the team advanced with an eerie synchronicity, silently pressing forward. They were the mightiest warriors on Earth, yet at this moment resembled specters walking on the edge of a blade. Each step resonated with the pulsating rhythm of the surroundings, every corner meticulously anticipated by Quicksilver. As they approached the 2 guards, they did not even pause. Wanda merely raised a hand. The 2 guards, clad in heavy extraterrestrial armor, abruptly froze, their eyes becoming vacant, before turning and walking in the opposite direction as if nothing had transpired. Their memories had been supplanted with fabricated patrol orders. The entire sequence unfolded seamlessly, devoid of any superfluous sound. They traversed the deep, winding corridors, circumventing patrols of soldiers. These soldiers, well-equipped and formidable, remained oblivious to the deathly presence that brushed past them. The Scarlet Witch's power enveloped them in an invisible shield, distorting perception. The malevolence emanating from the Mind Stone grew increasingly clearer and more potent. A low growl escaped Thor's throat, the lightning in his eyes barely contained. "Steady." Steve's voice resonated through the bone-conducting earpieces, piercing the thoughts of each member with clarity. "Remember our objective." His voice acted as a chilling anchor, tethering their spiraling emotions back to reality. Finally, Wanda came to a halt. Her complexion was pale, a trickle of blood seeping from her nostril. This is the place. She raised a trembling hand, pointing ahead. Before them loomed a colossal metallic door, more grand than any they had encountered previously. Intricate and unfamiliar golden patterns were etched into the door, casting an ominous glow in the dim surroundings. Chapter 80. The revelation. Meanwhile, at the opposite end of the spacecraft, the layout of the corridors starkly contrasted with that of the Avenger's path, more rugged. The metallic walls adorned with maintenance pipes and energy conduits, the air thick with a pungent blend of machine oil and ozone. Are we certain this is the right direction? Rocket Raccoon muttered, his claws restlessly scraping against the high-energy rifle on his back. This godforsaken place smells like Drax's armpit. My armpit aroma is magnificent. Suffused with the fragrance of triumph, Drax retorted, his massive form nearly wedged through the narrow passageway. Silence. Quill's voice was hoarse, laden with an ominous tension. He led the way, the muzzle of his elemental gun slightly lowered, yet his knuckles were white from the strain. Since boarding this warship belonging to Thanos, every fiber of his being had been screaming. They halted before a door, distinct from the barracks of the surrounding soldiers. Instead of the cold anonymity of numbers, this door possessed a warm, jade-like texture. Quill's heart skipped a beat. He recognized this material. It was a specialty mineral from Gamera's home planet, Zeaberii. He extended his hand, lightly grazing the door's surface, the chill eliciting a shiver from him. Drax stepped forward, muscles tensed, ready to force the door open. Stop, Quill interjected, retrieving a small decoder from his waist and pressing it against the lock. A series of red lights flickered before turning green. The door slid open silently. Inside, the room was immaculate, almost sparsely furnished. A metallic bed, a cabinet, and a table were arranged with meticulous precision, reflecting the owner's nearly obsessive discipline. The air still held a faint scent, a blend of metal and a certain botanical fragrance. The essence of Gamora. She was not present. Rocket sniffed, shattering the silence. No kidding, Quill replied, his voice hoarse. Approaching the table, he found only a solitary item, a small holographic projector. He pressed a button. A beam of ethereal blue light projected into the air, coalescing into a colossal figure seated upon a throne. It was Thanos. The beam stabilized, with particles of light rapidly reorganizing to outline the imposing silhouette of the Titan. Thanos sat alone upon a throne forged from meteorite and unknown alloys, his armor removed, clad only in a heavy, deep purple tunic. His gaze lacked focus, as if penetrating the warship, traversing the endless expanse of stars, and staring into a time and space long extinguished. I presume he is speaking to Gamora, Rocket murmured, his voice nearly drowned out by the projector's hum. In the projection, Thanos raised his gauntletless hand, slowly opening it, his eyes fixed on his palm. This video is a tribute to my daughter, Gamora. The resources of the universe are finite. Life, if unrestrained, will only expand chaotically until it exhausts everything, ultimately leading to self-destruction amidst hunger and strife. I have witnessed my home planet, Titan, gradually descend into oblivion. I proposed the only solution, yet they branded me a madman. A faint curve graced Thanos' lips, not in mockery, but in profound sorrow. As I beheld their demise, I vowed upon the ruins, I shall become the rectifier of the cosmos, indifferent to good or evil, to nobility or baseness. Randomly, I shall erase half of all life. Thus, the remaining half may, amidst abundant resources, be reborn. This is the singular path to redemption. Thanos' voice remained steady. I refer to this as my ideal. He paused, his gaze shifting from his palm, as if he finally perceived the one with whom he wished to converse. And you, my daughter, Gamora, you are the first to truly comprehend this burden. From the moment I rescued you from the ruins of Zeaberii, I witnessed the flame in your eyes. You despise me, yet you have inherited my essence. You resemble me more than any of my so-called children. For the first time, a tinge of complex emotion seeped into Thanos' voice. An essence akin to pride. You yearn for order, you abhor chaos. You wield the blade I bestowed upon you, severing those feudal disputes with every strike. You unconsciously enact my will. We are of the same lineage, Gamora. We both bear the fate of saving this ignorant universe. Nonsense, Quill growled lowly, his voice unheard by the figure of Thanos shrouded in light and shadow. The demeanor of the Titan grew more profound. Yet you chose betrayal. You believe that love, such a diminutive, selfish emotion, existing solely between individuals, can alter the fate of the universe. You are mistaken. To obtain the Soul Stone, the price is the sacrifice of that which one holds dear. Thanos' voice transformed into the decree of a judge, each word striking his soul. One soul for another. My daughter. Do you know? That was the saddest day of my existence. Thanos' immense head bowed slightly, the shifting light obscuring his expression. Your death is not an end, my daughter. It is the cornerstone, the final and most crucial procedure to usher in a new era. You have, with your life, crowned this universe poised for rebirth. Those lives saved will remain unaware of your name. Yet you shall live on in every dawn's light, within every lush field of wheat, and in the smiles of children no longer weeping from hunger. Your sacrifice has forged eternity. This is the highest tribute I offer you. As his words echoed, the azure light began to waver, the particles forming Thanos' figure flickering violently. His image, after one final flicker, disintegrated completely. The light vanished. The projector emitted a faint click and ceased its operation. The room was enveloped in an eerie silence. No Quell murmured, as if attempting to convince himself. No, it cannot be. This is his deceit. He is misleading me. He abruptly turned to his companions, his eyes filled with desperation, yearning for someone to step forward and assure him that this was all a fabrication. Yet, no one uttered a word. On Drax's face, usually brimming with fury or mockery, there now lingered a hollow sorrow. He understood more than anyone the anguish of losing a loved one. Rocket's ears drooped, and for the first time, a semblance of bewilderment graced his furry visage. No, Quell let out a primal roar, akin to that of a frenzied beast, as he forcefully flung open the door and dashed out into the night.